In a world where the Earth has seemingly closed its doors to the boundless energy of the cosmos, humanity stands on the brink of extinction. As I navigate this chaotic landscape, I find myself stripped of my former power and dignity, reduced to a mere shadow of my former self. The rapid evolution of our planet has turned life into a desperate struggle for survival. But amidst this despair, a flicker of hope ignites within me. I stumble upon an ancient legacy from a forgotten world, a treasure trove of knowledge and strength that could change everything. This discovery marks the beginning of an extraordinary journey, one that will not only shape my destiny but also reignite the spark of humanity in others. The summer nights in Zhengzhou City this year are unusually cool for the pre-blooming solar term. At 2 a.m., the wind on the roof is still slightly chilly. I sit there with my back against the building, staring up at the starry sky, not sure what I'm thinking. The night sky is especially clear tonight. I can see a crescent moon hanging high and the stars twinkling in the distance. It's been years since I've quietly looked at the stars like this, and it brings back memories of my childhood in the countryside. Back then, I would lie on the grass, counting the stars, with so many sparkling in the sky. I learned about the Big Dipper, Altair, and Vega from the adults around me, and I loved the fairy tales that came with them. Those were some of the happiest moments of my life. But as people grow older, their desires become harder to satisfy. These years, I've been constantly running, too busy to stop and rest, always afraid that if I do, I'll lose the courage to keep going. It feels rare to just look at the stars like this. As I watch the stars twinkle, tears start to fall. I think of my parents back home. It's been 2 years since I last saw them. What have I been doing all these years? I slap myself hard, feeling like a complete fool. My parents sacrificed so much to let me leave the countryside and come to this big city, but I've been so caught up in city life that I forgot their love and expectations. The pain in my chest is almost unbearable. I remember how eagerly my father would call, hoping I'd come home for a reunion, only to be disappointed each time. I grew up in a poor rural family. I was one of the few kids in the village who went to college, and my relatives had high hopes for me. I worked hard to meet those expectations. In college, I excelled, winning several awards and always working hard. I never took money from home for tuition, and I even sent some money back to help out. My parents were always so proud of me. But everything changed when I fell in love with a girl. In my second year of college, I met Su Xiao. She was beautiful and full of life. We fell in love right away. We were the perfect couple, and I thought we were meant to be together forever. But things didn't turn out the way I thought they would. When Su Xiao's family got involved, I realized how naive I was. The Su family is well known in the central continent, and Su Xiao is highly favored in her family. Her parents had their own plans for her marriage, and they made it clear to me that our families were too different. They gave me a difficult choice: either I would build a life in Zhengzhou City, with a house, a car, and a business worth tens of millions, or Su Xiao's family would separate us for good. I didn't know what to do, but in the end, I agreed. Su Xiao was sent abroad, and we were told not to see each other again until I could meet their conditions. So, I started my own business while still studying. After graduation, I stayed in Zhengzhou City, working hard for 3 years. I reached the goal of building a business worth 10 million and saved enough money to buy a big house. I decorated it with hopes of building a future with Su Xiao. But life doesn't always go according to plan. I gave everything I had, betting on my abilities and determination, but I never expected the heart of the one I loved to change. In the 2 years between junior year and graduation, my focus on work caused me to lose touch with Su Xiao. I thought she would understand, but I didn't realize that people from families like hers don't have to worry about money. She couldn't understand the struggles of trying to make it in a city with nothing. And with someone as beautiful as Su Xiao, it was no surprise that other people were pursuing her. Less than a year after Su Xiao went abroad, she was already engaged to the son of a wealthy family in Kyoto. The families were close, and it was a good match for both of them. I, on the other hand, had been forgotten. When I returned to the Su family, they were shocked to see me, but they didn't make things too difficult for me. They just told me the truth: Su Xiao was about to get engaged to Li Zeping, the son of the Li family. I couldn't believe it. I called Su Xiao, but when I heard her cold response, I fainted. The Su family didn't exactly pity me, but they did admire my determination. They arranged for a servant to take me to the hospital and paid for my treatment. After 2 days of silence in the hospital, I returned to the house I'd worked so hard for. It felt like a cruel joke. I bought some wine, went upstairs, and drank myself into a stupor. I've been through so much over these years. I've faced pain, endured hardships, and seen a lot of ugliness. But after all of it, I realized I've only had one belief to keep me going, my dream of love. And when I finally woke up from that dream, I saw how fragile that love really was. How ridiculous it was to keep holding on to something that wasn't real. I wiped the tears from my face and smiled bitterly. I finally realized that I've only truly grown up now. Maybe it's true what they say, a man who hasn't experienced love is still immature. Tomorrow, I'll go home, I muttered to myself, taking a deep gulp of beer before throwing the bottle away. In the distance, the stars twinkle, and the sky seems endless. The Milky Way spins slowly, a vortex of time and space, going on for millions of years. But today, something strange happens. A shadow, looking almost human, appears next to a meteorite belt. A man with an Asian face stands there, staring intently at the stars. Ha ha! I understand, he suddenly exclaims. The man looks up at the sky and laughs. Who's so generous to set up such a large interstellar array in this galaxy? Even I can't make such a formation. Excitedly, he watches the energy flowing through the stars. Then he takes a deep breath and says, "Let me see what this formation is hiding." With a swift movement, he sends energy into the void, and the galaxy trembles. A large formation opens up, releasing a wave of energy into the galaxy. The planets start to feel the flow of energy, but the man looks concerned. Who set this up? He mutters. It's blocking the cosmic energy, preventing evolution. Then, he suddenly notices something. Is there an intelligent species here? Human beings? This is bad. The mutation could be violent. He thinks for a moment, and then, after a sigh, he pulls out a small black ball from his palm and throws it into the sky. It disappears into the stars as he vanishes into the endless cosmos. Back on Earth, I'm still standing on the roof, looking up at the stars when suddenly, one of them seems to brighten. The ground shakes beneath me, like an earthquake, and car alarms go off in the distance. I quickly stand up. Could it be an earthquake? I wonder, rushing downstairs. A gentle breeze blows, carrying a sweet fragrance. I breathe in deeply. It smells so good. Then, something strange happens. I feel a shock, as if something heavy has been lifted off me. I feel lighter, relieved. Was that really an earthquake? I'm confused. The shaking stopped, and everything goes quiet again. I wonder what just happened. Suddenly, a bright light streaks across the sky, heading straight for me. A meteor? I think to myself, just before the light crashes into me. Everything goes black, and I lose consciousness. Found a low-level life form. Begin to fuse. 1%, 2%, 50%, 99%, 100% fusion is successful. D. Started searching for information, found low-level civilized electronic equipment, information is being collected. D. Found that it conforms to the civilization inheritance program, and the program fusion begins 1%, 80%, 100% integration is successful, and the end of the world shelter inheritance system is waiting to be opened. D. Ping was lying on the ground in a coma, and his body was wrapped in a reddish halo. The red light slowly faded away. He was the only one lying quietly on the entire rooftop. People are still alive. The people who were awakened by the shock were frightened after a long while and did not find the subsequent changes and fell asleep one by one, but they did not know that some unknown changes were taking place on the earth. I'm going. Why are you sleeping on the roof? D. Ping opened his eyes, sat up, and found himself sleepy on the roof, a little confused. Oh. I forgot, I was drinking on the roof last night. D. Ping patted his head, remembering that he ran to the roof to drink in sadness yesterday. Isn't it? D. Ping suddenly exclaimed and stood up. Didn't you get hit by a meteor last night? Why is it okay? Are you drunk? D. Ping looked up and down, but didn't see anything wrong with him. Shouldn't be. Didn't you drink much last night? Remember that you're sober. D. The body is awake. Please turn on the doomsday shelter system as soon as possible to welcome the end of the world. Suddenly a voice sounded in D. Ping's mind. Who is talking? D. Ping was suddenly startled. Someone was upstairs, startling him. He hurried to check left and right, but found no one. Is it a misunderstanding? D. Ping looked around and didn't find anyone, just thought it was an illusion, touched his head, and thought, have you really been drinking too much? Why is my alcohol intake so different? Counting 5 or 6 empty beers on the ground cans, somewhat uncertain. D. The body is awake. Please try to activate the apocalypse shelter system. At this time, a icy voice reached D. Ping's ears again. That's right. Really? D. Ping was sure of a voice. Who's kidding me? Come out. I see you. Ping barked a few times, looked left and right, but found nothing, and suddenly his pores tightened. Is there a ghost? Thinking of this, Ping felt cold. How could there be ghosts in this broad day? The sky was already bright at this time, and seeing that the sun was already showing its head, it was bright in his heart. He must have thought that someone must be joking with him. System. How big is the system? Don't let me find you, or you will look good? Ping scolded in a low voice. Ping's voice just fell, and suddenly his eyes flashed, and a phantom appeared in front of him. Ghost. Ping jumped back in fright, and the phantom he was looking at also moved. Ping felt the pores on his body explode. Scalp tingling. Brother Ghost, don't look for me, I'm a good man. The 5 good young people in society have never killed a chicken. Ping prayed in a low voice with a trembling voice. Ping peeked out while praying. It didn't matter if he looked closely, he just thought this phantom was so familiar. How is this similar to the game I played, Doomsday Fortress? That's true. Ping didn't care, it really had the same interface as a mobile game he was playing. Ping calmed down when he saw this, studied it carefully and found that it was really the same as the game he played. In this era, computer games have gradually degenerated, and mobile games have flourished. He is also a young man, and sometimes he likes to play a game when he is bored. Yes, he doesn't like to play the popular king, because he has no time and may be busy at any time, so he can stop playing the game at any time and stop at any time. Not to mention that he really found one. This is an end-of-the-world survival game, a game that integrates business, combat, strategy and exploration. The apocalyptic fortress is waiting for its owner to come, and he will become the last refuge of mankind, carrying the inheritance and continuation of mankind. The game is very fun, don't waste time, just play it whenever you want. So when he is bored, he always plays for a while. Because of the time problem, he does not play very well, only as entertainment. The Phantom is a bit like a sci-fi screen, and the display is very similar to the beginning of a mobile game. There are castles, markets, and manors, but some things are pitch black and cannot be operated, and there is no response when touched. How do I use this? It says that it needs to be turned on, but I don't know how to turn it on. Ping studied it for a while but didn't find out how to operate it. The body is awake. Please turn on the apocalyptic shelter system as soon as possible to welcome the survival of the apocalypse. At this time, a voice sounded again. He's numb, how do you open this? Ping had a black line on his forehead. Turn it on. Ping said softly after thinking for a while. Failed to open, lack of conditions, please host to meet the conditions as soon as possible. At this time, the voice sounded in my mind again. It's really possible, as long as the command is complete. Ping was overjoyed when he saw the response, and then he was confused again. The opening failed. What conditions are still missing? What conditions are missing? Mission, open the system, collect 5 energy crystal cores, meet the opening conditions, and reward a legendary recruitment scroll. At this time, a beep sounded again, and a set of words appeared on the top of the virtual screen, which was just now. Task content. I can still do quests? The legendary recruitment scroll is a good thing? But what is this energy crystal nucleus? Ping then understood why the opening failed. Although he was jealous of the legendary recruitment scroll, he knew how rare this thing was. This game recruits heroes with S-rank potential are difficult to get out, but this recruitment volume can produce an S-rank or SS rank 100%, but then he became obsessed again. What does the energy crystal nucleus know? But if it can't be turned on, there's no way to do it. Let's leave it alone. After a while, he was also dizzy, and now he's still in a dizzy state, as if everything is in a dream. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't want it anymore. Ping patted the soil on his body and didn't want to think about it anymore. The relaxation of his high tension all these years made him feel tired. Damn! Ping suddenly exclaimed again. He felt that the shock of this moment today was more than the sum of his 20 years. I saw Ping staring at the front in a stunned manner. No wonder he was shocked. The 8th floor building was surrounded by countless trees. Originally, the greening of the community was good, but the trees were no more than 10 meters tall. It is more than 40 to 50 meters long, and some leaves have reached the top of the building. The community where Ping is located is a suburb, and the environment is relatively good. It is a high-end community. This was originally a villa area. There are more than 200 households in total, and now the entire community is occupied by huge trees and grasses, and the houses in the villa area can no longer be seen. In the distance, high-rise buildings were all surrounded by green, and a 12-lane wide road leading to the city was also covered by huge trees on both sides. Everything changed at night. If it wasn't for the outline, Di Ping would have thought he had traveled to another world. Ah, at this moment, a sudden exclamation sounded. It seems that people suddenly woke up at this moment, and everyone screamed when they saw the situation outside. After a while, hundreds of people gathered downstairs. Di Ping stretched his head and looked downstairs, and saw that many people were still wearing pajamas. They asked each other in panic, and there were several security personnel in security uniforms in the middle who also looked panic. When Di Ping bought this community, a lot of people had already lived in it. By the time he was renovated, 70% to 80% had already lived in it, and the villa area was basically full, and most of the people who lived in were doing business. So there are always people coming and going in the middle of the night, not to mention there is a strict security system, and it is impossible for the security guards to fall asleep, but Di Ping seems to have just known the status of the security guards. Are they all asleep? Di Ping felt that something was wrong. Seeing these trees grow like this overnight, it was like taking hormones. It was a joy to see the green eyes, but at this time Di Ping only felt a chill on his back. There seemed to be something terrifying hidden in the green sky. The unknown was always scary, not to mention the changes in the night. When you wake up from your sleep and see such changes, will people be afraid? Di Ping vaguely heard the sound of sirens ringing in the city, and after a while, the whole city seemed to wake up, and sirens sounded in every corner. It looks like the police just woke up. Di Ping thought to himself when he heard the sirens blaring in unison. Boom! The sky suddenly roared. Di Ping looked up and saw 5 or 6 fighter planes passing by at low altitude and high speed, leaving a scratch in the air. It seems that the military responded very quickly. The fighter jets took off in just 10 minutes. Di Ping thought to himself, thinking that the Chinese army was still very powerful, and the fighter jets began to investigate within a short period of time. At this time, when the door on the top of the building opened, a dozen people swarmed up and saw Di Ping upstairs. How could this be? You see the city as well? When they saw that the surrounding area was full of trees, and the city was the same, someone exclaimed with horror on their faces. Look at the helicopter! At this moment, someone suddenly called, pointing into the distance. Di Ping also saw that several helicopters took off over the city and circled around. The government's response is not slow. Di Ping whispered. Citizens, please don't panic, go back to your room as soon as possible, and wait for the government's investigation to notify you. The helicopter flew slowly, and at the same time, a loud voice sounded. 5 or 6 helicopters flew slowly, playing the sound from the loudspeaker as they flew, constantly hovering over the city, trying to convey the notification to the ears of every citizen. Not good. Food. Di Ping was suddenly startled. The years of gambling made him more flexible. The government told the citizens not to go out, and looking at the road covered by trees and grass in the distance, traffic would also become a problem. Food cannot be guaranteed for normal transportation, and there will be a shortage of food at that time, so it becomes necessary to hoard food. As soon as there is no food danger, it will come. His house has just been renovated, although he bought some food, but after all, it is a minority, so don't hurry, stock up so you don't starve to death if you don't have food. Di Ping didn't dare to delay. He turned around and went downstairs quickly. When he went downstairs, he quickly swept a group of people upstairs. These people who were used to living a peaceful life didn't realize at this moment. Sarcasm, thinking how timid this guy is. Di Ping is not a good person. It is impossible for him to work hard for the industry in the past 2 years, and it is impossible not to stick to the darkness of society. Di Ping's house was on the top floor or a duplex, and it happened to be close. When he ran down the roof, he was his own door. He opened the door anxiously, ran into the room, picked up the handbag on the bed, turned around and ran out, closed the door and quickly opened the elevator. Go downstairs. There are still many people gathered at the entrance of the building, looking around. Some people are talking loudly, showing how knowledgeable they are, while the security guards are comforting people who are overly panicked. No one paid attention to him. Di Ping ran out quickly. Only after 2 steps did he realize that the road was gone. Thinking that the road is paved with masonry, the grass grows slower. Following Lu dipping all the way to the outside, the originally flat cement floor of the community was also cracked, and clumps of weeds grew in the cracks. He didn't have time to take a closer look, so he trotted along the road to the gate of the community. A 24-hour supermarket specially allocated by the developer is not small in scale, and the materials are also very complete. Di Ping ran to the door and found that the supermarket door was open, and the 2 supermarket employees on duty also stood on the doorstep and looked at the surrounding trees in a daze. Following his gaze, all the weeds under the steps were overgrown with waist-length grass, and the front door was huge. The trees on both sides of the road are towering, and the road is fine. Maybe the cement was thicker and not much grass grew, but it looks like it will be covered with weeds soon. There is a possibility of rupture at any time. Come and buy something. Di Ping didn't have time to read more. He knew that once people in the community reacted, they would swarm wildly, and it would be troublesome if they wanted to buy. Ah, okay. The two employees woke up and responded in a row. Di Ping ran into the supermarket, and then went into the food area. He was quite familiar here. He pulled a car and picked up a few bags of rice noodles and put them in the car. The oil, salt, and milk chocolate were thrown into the car. After a while, the two cars were filled, and the two employees helped push them to the front desk to check out. Di Ping's anger was useless. The two employees also seemed to be affected by Di Ping's state, and they also lit up anxiously. After a while, Di Ping settled the bill. Come and help me push it back. Di Ping pushed one car and let the staff push the other, ready to let the supermarket staff send it over. We have to go to work? The two employees looked at Di Ping, who was sweating, and said hesitantly, 500 per person. Di Ping took out 1,000 yuan from his bag and threw it on the counter. Okay. Xiao Chen, you go. I'll look at the store. One of the older employees said to the young boy next to him while looking at the money on the counter. Okay. The young boy also looked at the money on the counter and replied firmly. It's good to go. Di Ping didn't talk nonsense. He pulled up a car, and the boy who called Xiao Chen pulled up another car, and the two hurriedly pushed them towards the community. The grass on the road seemed to be very lush, and it was very laborious to push the cart. Di Ping gritted his teeth. I pushed hard, but luckily the road was not far, 400 or 500 meters, just pushed to the door of the building. The people gathered at the door of the building saw it, and suddenly their eyes lit up. Food. That's right. We don't have much food at home, so we have to prepare some. Someone suddenly exclaimed in surprise when they saw the cart of food pushed by Di Ping. The crowd exploded after being coaxed. Although these people have no awareness of survival, they have seen a lot of apocalyptic movies, and they all know that food is important. Someone reminded them that they all rushed upstairs to get money and get things. Take something, and the person in front of the building is empty in the blink of an eye. Di Ping ignored this and greeted Xiao Chen and the two to push the car into the corridor. This building has 2 elevators and 2 households, and the elevator was fast. After a while, the 2 cars pushed into the room and fell to the ground. Di Ping and Xiao Chen again pushing the car downstairs, ready to make 2 more trips. When I went to the supermarket again, I found that the supermarket was full of people. There were not many people in this community, but there were about 400 or 500 people. The supermarket with more than 2,000 square meters must be full of people. The shelves in the supermarket were basically empty when they were transported back home. Fortunately, there was still some water, so I grabbed another car of mineral water to finish it. When he got home, Di Ping threw his body into the sofa and felt bored. Although he usually exercised, he hadn't had such a high intensity for a long time. Looking at the food all over the floor, he really admired himself. Di Ping suddenly jumped up from the sofa with an exclamation, hurriedly grabbed the phone on the table, and started to make a call. The reason why Di Ping was so nervous was that he suddenly remembered the voice in his head saying to open the end apocalypse shelter system to welcome the end apocalypse. He dared not bet that it was fake. He also suspected that it was evil, but when he remembered that the voice came from his brain, according to Earth's technology, it doesn't seem to have reached such a level yet. If it really had such a level, human beings would have left the Earth long ago. He has also read some apocalyptic books and movies. He knows that there will definitely be various dangers in the so-called apocalypse. It is definitely not safe outside. I was busy grabbing food just now. Let's talk about it, so that they don't pay attention and cause danger. Now that he doesn't know what's going on outside, he can't rush home immediately. Beep, a call came from the phone. Dad, Di Ping had some uneasy questions when the call came through. Ping. Why are you free? Aren't you busy with work? Father was surprised when he heard Di Ping's voice, and then immediately asked a little excitedly. Dad, don't ask first, just listen to me. Di was afraid that there would be a problem with the phone. Now the situation is unknown, and the phone line may be disconnected. Why Ping, is there something wrong? Father seemed to be frightened by his tone, and immediately asked eagerly. Dad, I'm fine, are the trees and grass growing fast at home? Di-bu didn't have time to answer and asked urgently. Yeah. I woke up late today. When I opened the door just now, there were big trees and weeds outside, and it scared me. Is this also the case in your city? Father D also seemed to be frightened by the situation outside. Di Ping thought that his guess was correct. The world was changing. It seemed that the situation he was worried about might actually happen. Magical things like the system had appeared, and the end of the world, he said, might actually come. Dad, listen to me, collect more food and water at home, lock the courtyard door, lock the door, stay at home and don't go out, don't open the door if someone tells you to, and hide in the basement if you are in danger. Di Ping, don't rush to think about it, hurriedly said. Ping. Did something happen? Don't be afraid. If something goes wrong, go home and have Dad. Father didn't seem to be worried about the outside world, but worried that Di Ping had an accident outside. Dad, I'm fine, you listen to me, you must do as I say, you can recruit one of your relatives, be safe. Remember not to go out. Di Ping felt that the signal was not very good. Dare to be long-winded. Okay. Ping, Dad, listen to you. Father seemed to be startled by Di Ping's decision, so he definitely replied. Dad, go get ready. I must wait for me to pick you up. Di Ping instructed again, and hung up the phone. Afterwards, Di Ping called a few brothers who had a good relationship one by one. Maybe the situation outside was too unbelievable. Several friends agreed to do it immediately after receiving the call, which made him calm down. Putting down the phone, Di Ping began to organize the food in the room. It took almost an hour to put the food in piles. There happened to be a small room for storage. Holding the record book, Di Ping looked at the supplies. There are 10 bags of rice, each 25 jeans, and the supermarket does not have 50 jeans, otherwise he has to pull big bags. There are 5 bags of noodles, 1 bag of 25 pounds, 5 pots of oil, 1 pot of 5 pounds, 30 bags of salt, 1 bag of 500 grams, 5 boxes of instant noodles, 5 boxes of ham sausage, 20 bags of chocolate, 50 pieces of bread, 50 pieces of steamed buns, and bacon, 60 caddies, 5 buckets of water, 3 boxes of mineral water, and some odds and ends of food. After that, Di Ping also cleaned the bathtub and the bathroom and filled it with water, and filled all the water in the house with water. Then he wiped his sweat and sat on the sofa, not wanting to move anymore. It's really exhausting me. If there is no end times, I'm really at a loss. Di Ping thought with a light smile and shook his head. By the way, see if the system is still there, don't you dream? Di Ping lay on the sofa thinking wildly. System. Di Ping whispered. I felt a bright light in front of my eyes, a virtual screen appeared in front of my eyes, it was the same as before, and there was a task roll displayed at the top. Di Ping sat back on the sofa weakly. It seemed to be true, but the golden finger didn't know what it was. It's just me, there are still many. If the apocalypse is really coming, and I have this powerful system, it is really the same as the content in the game, then it is perfect. I have hope and fear in my heart. If it is really the end of the world, how should I face it, and what should I do? Mentality. It was always painful to wait. Di Ping stayed in the house in the morning and locked the door, except from time to time to stand by the window and look out. From time to time fighter planes flew over the sky, and government helicopters also flew over the community from time to time with loudspeakers. Promote the same content. The chaos that started in the community gradually quieted down. The supermarkets had already been looted, and some of those who didn't grab the food went to collect them in groups of 3 or 5. There were fewer people walking back and forth in the community. Only the community cleaners began to clear the grass in the community, and the lawnmower hummed. Di Ping sat helplessly in the sand, flipping through the TV. All the stations on the TV were broadcasting a program, interviewing experts, and they were all talking about things that changed in the morning. Constant, but there is only one theme: mutation is not a big thing. It may be a good thing. Trees and weeds will grow in a better environment, no longer need to worry about smog, no need to worry about a lot of tree felling, the earth becomes young again, etc. The problem, it seems that the world has been at peace. Di Ping sneered and shook his head. The characteristic of turning a big thing into a small thing and turning a small thing into nothing has not changed. It is broadcast from time to time on TV, and everywhere is starting to clear the weeds in the city, and there is no problem. It seems that there is really no problem. At noon, Di Ping hurriedly ate some food, and the system couldn't be turned on. He didn't know anything about the crystal core, and he couldn't find it. Read a book and look out the window for a while. What a boring day! Di Ping exclaimed. It seems that I haven't had such a leisurely time for a long time. I used to spend every day busy, and I really had very little time to spare. I only read books and play games at night when I couldn't sleep. It's really rare to have nothing to do all day like this. It was getting dark outside, and the people who collected the food also came back. The whole community was suddenly quiet and frightening. Ping always felt that something was missing, and it seemed to be different from usual. "It's a bird!" Ping suddenly exclaimed, as if he hadn't heard a bird call today. Usually, the bird call always kept him awake when he woke up early, but when it was getting dark at night, flocks of birds were roaring in the community. "Is it not unusual that I didn't hear a single bird call today? Ah! What a big mouse!" Someone suddenly screamed in horror. Ping hurriedly ran to the window and looked downstairs. It turned out that a few cleaning workers were removing the grass downstairs. The grass was too thick. This day, the road was only cleared out. The front of the building was just started, the lawnmower just pushed a step, and a few animals sprang from the grass. A few people took a closer look and found that it was a big mouse, a mouse the size of a cat, and these mice were not afraid of people. Ping stretched his head out to see this scene, and was also shocked. What he guessed was really fulfilled. When he saw it on TV in the morning, he caught mice as big as cats in several places, and he thought that since plants appeared like this amazing changes, is it possible that animals will also change? It's just that his self-comfort at that time may be just an exception. When he saw a cat-sized mouse appearing in his field of vision, Ping finally gave up his last fantasies, and the end of the earth really came. Squeak, as the squeaking continued, more than a dozen mice suddenly ran out from all directions, and many of these mice didn't seem to be afraid of people, and rushed towards the cleaners downstairs. Ah! The nearest person, an uncle in his 50s, was thrown to the ground by two mice before he could run. His sharp teeth were biting wildly, blood flew and screamed. The sound continued. The other people were so frightened that their feet softened, and they turned around and wanted to run, but the speed of the people was as fast as that of mice, and before they ran into the building, they were drowned by a dozen mice, and the screams resounded throughout the entire community. From time to time there are huge mice rushing out and rushing towards the building. Ping only felt his scalp go numb, and his stomach was churning for a while, watching a person being gnawed into a bloody skeleton by a few mice. That kind of visual impact was so strong that he couldn't help but run to the ground. The bathroom threw up. At this time, screams suddenly began to appear in the building. It seemed that a mouse rushed into the room. Ping's heart was shocked, and he didn't care about vomiting. He quickly rushed to the door and moved his sofa against the door. Although the door was sturdy, he really dared not bet that a rat's teeth couldn't bite. After blocking the door, Ping ran to the window again and pulled the curtains up, and the lights went out, fearing that mice would come after seeing it. Bang! Suddenly the door was knocked down. Ping was startled, and immediately stood at the door, not daring to move. It seemed that the mouse had already rushed to the top floor. If he heard any movement in the room, he might rush in. After a while, there was another sound, which seemed to be a knock on the door of the neighbor on the left. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the mouse seemed to be banging on the neighbor's door like crazy, and it should have heard someone inside. Fortunately, the door used by the developer is really good. It was in the original advertisement. The door is made of thick alloy and can prevent bombs. No matter the advertisement is true or false, the big mouse bumped it a dozen times, but it didn't open, and it seemed that the head still hurt. Yes, rustling away. Ping didn't dare to move. The mouse is very smart, and I was really afraid that it would come back twice, out of breath. I don't know how many floors downstairs may be broken by mice. After a few shrill screams, it gradually quieted down. Will be chased and bitten by cat-sized mice. Is this still a naturally timid mouse? Except for a few madahas in the building that were breached by big rats, most of the homes were tightly closed and did not dare to make a sound. This time, the strong door really played a key role. Bang bang, there were chaotic gunshots in the distant urban area. It should be the police who shot the mouse. Ping guessed. It didn't take long for the gunshots to sound, and after a while, it gradually became silent. It seemed that the rats had become a disaster, and they were no longer afraid of people, but also became terrifying creatures. Jing sat quietly on the sofa. His heart was empty, and he didn't know what to think. From time to time, there were the sound of glass shattering and the screams of humans. I think the balcony of the villa area was too low, and the mouse smashed the glass and rushed in. Now, it was originally a symbol of wealth in a high-end house, but now it has become a Cui Ming talisman. Ping has experienced a lot of hardships that people can't imagine over the years, but after all, he is just an ordinary young man. In the face of events beyond human understanding, he has become very helpless. His mind is blank, and he listens to the screams outside. He was trembling with the stinging sound, but he couldn't do anything, he couldn't control anything, he couldn't even save himself, and he even dared to step out of this door. Although he has a system, he doesn't know what the crystal core in the opening conditions is now. When he drives there, it can't be used with golden fingers. It's a toilet, but someone is blocking you from using it. You say yes, what a taste. It was a very painful night. Diping just sat quietly on the sofa behind the door, motionless, listening to the screams from outside, or the sound of gunfire from time to time. It was difficult to fall asleep peacefully, just sat like this. His eyes were a little red from the boil. Seeing that the sky was getting brighter outside the curtain, the mice seemed to have retreated, and the community was unusually quiet. Diping rubbed his red and dry eyes, and went to the bathroom to wash his face. Fortunately, the tap water was still normal, and there was no interruption of supply. Quietly opened the curtains and peeked out. The trees outside the building seemed to have grown a lot, and the weeds in front of the building were even more lush. The places that were flattened by cleaning during the day grew again. The bloodstains were covered by thick grass. Wang Wang, suddenly a dog bark came from the building, which was not known from the house. Diping was startled. The dog's barking was unusual and loud, accompanied by a low roar, which made people feel gloomy. It was like the low roar of a lion on the grassland when it attacked. Could it be that the dog has also mutated? It's possible that I didn't see a dog running outside today? Diping suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. There are many people in this community who have dogs at home, and there are many supernatural beings. Large bulldog. Diping scolded in his heart, but at the same time, he felt that this door could stop mice, but it was hard to say whether it could stop mutated dogs. Wang, help! After a while, the whole building was in chaos. Dogs barked and people screamed one after another. From time to time, someone shouted for help, opened the door and ran out. Diping secretly opened the curtain and looked down, and saw 5 or 6 people running downstairs, some men and women. All of them were in the same building. Diping sometimes met them. These people all had dogs at home. Yes, I often see dogs walking in the community, and a few people are covered in blood and frantically run outside. Suddenly, 3 dogs rushed out from the corridor. If it was still a dog, 2 dahas, obediently, were about 1 meter and 5 meters tall, and a chow chow was almost 1 meter tall. All 3 dogs had red eyes, his teeth were exposed, and he pounced on it silently. The dog ran as fast as the human being, and the 3 mutant dogs threw the 3 mutant dogs to the ground just after the 5 people ran a few steps. As soon as the mutant dog pounced on the human neck, blood spattered and screamed constantly. The 2 middle-aged men in front ran forward without looking back. One of the mutant dogs took a few bites, seemingly not satisfied. He opened his mouth, raised his blood-red eyes to stare at the 2 who ran into the grass, suddenly let out a low roar, and rushed into the grass like lightning. The other 2 mutant dogs just looked up and took care of their own, biting the people on the ground, tearing off pieces of meat and eating them. The people on the ground twitched unconsciously. Diping couldn't bear to see this bloody scene. He stopped, his throat hardened, he turned and ran into the bathroom and threw up. He hadn't eaten in the morning, and he couldn't spit out anything, only his mouth was bitter. Bang! Diping smashed the washstand a few times, and his heart was extremely painful. Although these people had nothing to do with him, when he saw human beings become food for mutant animals, he couldn't help but hate and anger. People were frightened by mutated mice all night, thinking that the mice would recede during the day, and they would be able to breathe slowly, but they did not expect something more terrible to come. The dogs have also mutated, and they are more fierce than mice. There should be dozens of dogs in the entire community all mutated. Is there still a way for humans to survive? From time to time, the entire community heard the roar of mutant dogs and the constant screams of humans, which continued until noon, and then gradually became quiet. Diping's hair was disheveled, his face was blue, and his body was trembling slightly. He was sitting on the ground leaning against the sofa. He was really scared and didn't know what to do. Is there any way for people to survive in such an environment? Can I live? Can I get home? Will the parents survive until then? He kept asking himself, but he didn't have an answer. The more he asked, the more painful he became, the more worried he became. At this moment, he was like a lonely and helpless child crying in a low voice. He had not shed tears for many years, but today he cried. I cried helplessly. After crying for a while, he touched his face, touched a pack of cigarettes from the table, pulled out one tremblingly, unconsciously touched his whole body for a long time, took out a lighter, slammed it on, lit a cigarette, deeply. Took a breath, leaned back on the sofa, not knowing what to think. He took a few more puffs, a cigarette, and he sucked more than half of it with 4 or 5 puffs. He pressed the cigarette to the floor and smashed it out, and suddenly stood up as if he had made a decision at this moment. Diping is not going to go down in Shenluan, because he has to go back to save his father and mother. He is not qualified to sink. He owes his parents too much. The longer the time, the lower the hope of saving. although the finger doesn't know how to open it now. I believe that since this thing has appeared, it can definitely be opened, otherwise it would be meaningless. Ping stood up quickly, went to the bathroom again, washed his face, and tidied his short hair. He took 2 packets of bread from the food room and nodded hard. He hadn't eaten anything in the morning, and he was relieved. Immediately I felt hungry, and I felt better after eating 2 pieces of bread and 2 hams. Then, he began to plan what to do next. First, he had to find a weapon. This is very important. You can't fight with mutant beasts empty-handed. The next step is to train yourself to have good physical strength and reaction speed, otherwise how can you survive in the apocalypse without the power of your hands? Weapons? He was thinking about getting weapons, but suddenly his eyes lit up. He remembered that when he renovated his house, he had a friend do it. After the renovation, the friend seemed to give him a Han sword and said it was for the townhouse. I heard from him that it is a superb handmade Han sword, and it was issued to him for more than 20,000 yuan, and it has been sharpened. Usually he also likes knives and guns, and there are few men who don't like knives and guns. I have seen it at the time. The sword is strong and sharp. The Han sword was placed on the shelf in the living room by him. Looking up, the Han sword was just placed on the shelf. Taking 2 quick steps, he took down the Han sword from the shelf. The sword is covered with an ebony scabbard, with a total length of 1.2 meters and a handle of about 30 centimeters. It weighs 10 pounds and 2 taels. The cold light on his face flashed. It was a double-sided blade, and there was a blood groove in the middle. Ping had never liked this sword as much as he did today. Armed with weapons, Ping started his own exercise program. Before, he also liked to exercise, but the intensity was not great, and he was mostly training his body shape. Now he has to focus on strength and speed. However, he did not dare to make too much noise. The situation outside was unknown, and the sound was too loud to attract mutant animals. As a matter of fact, Ping practiced a few movements of swinging his sword and slashing. I found a few more practical movements with swords and started to practice. The sword was indeed a bit heavy, and after 20 or so swings, he was a little tired. First, he practiced 20 slashes, then 20 oblique slashes, 20 stabs, and 20 picks. He had no strength at all. He was lying on the ground panting for breath. At this time, he felt that the ancient heroes were really amazing. It was really impossible to wield this heavy sword without strength. After resting for half an hour, I continued to practice one group. I practiced one group after another. I just practiced 10 groups in one afternoon. As a result, I didn't have any strength. At this time, let alone fighting mice, I would fight cockroaches. Be a problem. Suddenly he realized a problem. If this high intensity encountered some danger, it would be really dangerous for him. So he made a new plan. He couldn't practice too much every day, no more than 5 sets. The strength was improved and then gradually increased, and he couldn't reach it at one time. After resting for a long time, he got up to take a shower and get some food to eat. Speaking of eating, Ping wanted to smoke himself again. At that time, the grain only thought that rice noodles were a good thing. Did he really forget that he would dare to open fire in such a situation? What if the alien dog smells the fragrance and rushes up? Fortunately, I grabbed some bread and ham or I really didn't eat it. It was getting dark outside. Ping slept on the bed with his sword in his arms, locked the door, and blocked it with a table. He had to get a good night's sleep today, or he would really have no energy to train tomorrow. The mice should have started to come out. From time to time, there are mice banging on the door in the corridor, and there are sounds of mice and dogs fighting each other. Ping fell asleep slowly under such an environment. Bang! There was a sudden sound, as if it was in the room. Ping immediately sat up in a jerk, and listened to the sound outside. How could it be in the room? Could it be that the mouse ran in from there, and he slept too deeply? Ping felt a little remorse. He shouldn't have been careless, and he didn't expect something to come in. He lightly got out of bed and put on his shoes, but fortunately he didn't dare to take off his clothes. The Han sword was gently unsheathed and held in his hand, slowly approaching the bedroom door. Bang-dang, there was a sudden sound of pots and bowls falling to the ground. In the kitchen. Ping was shocked and really came in. In the kitchen, he didn't know how to climb in. Squeak! At this moment, a sudden squeak slowly passed by the bedroom door. Ping felt nervous for a while, and his heart began to beat uncontrollably. He clenched the Han sword in both hands, and did not dare to let out the air. Caw-caw! After a while, the rat sounded, and the mouse seemed to be biting something. Damn it, I'm eating my food. Ping listened for a while, then suddenly remembered that this dead mouse really didn't dare to die, and it mutated and still liked to steal it. The food he had worked so hard to get was not enough, it spoils. Kaka, the rattling sounded non-stop, the mice ate more and more happily, and Deeping's heart sank. If there was no food at this time, he would have to wait to die. With his current ability, he would definitely not be able to do the outside world. Big dogs and hordes of mice, go there to get food. Fight! Deeping didn't dare to wait any longer. Hearing that there should only be a mouse outside, he gritted his teeth and scolded him. He didn't dare to get on a mouse, so how could he go home to pick up his parents? He gently moved the table away, he listened to the movement outside, then slowly opened the door again, peeked out, and saw that the mouse was stealing a box of instant noodles that he had put in the kitchen, and the whole box was bitten by the colored lights on the floor outside. It was torn apart, dozens of packets of noodles were scattered on the ground, and this guy was biting open a bag to eat. The mouse was gray and black, and its body was about the size of a domestic cat. It seemed to have grown bolder and bitten recklessly. Deeping stabilized his body and held the sword in both hands, and slowly walked over. Squeak, the mouse's hearing was so good, Deeping just took a few steps when the mouse found him and turned to look at him, blood red flashing in his eyes. When seeing Deeping, the mouse had bitten a lot of people these days, and it seemed that humans were nothing to be afraid of, so they rushed towards Deeping with a low cry. When Deeping saw the mouse rushing towards him, he was so nervous that he didn't dare to neglect. He swung his sword to meet the mouse's head and slashed. With the sound, Deeping's hands were numb, and he almost couldn't hold the sword handle. Squeak, the mutant rat flashed past the sword, squeaked, and turned around and charged towards Deeping's feet again. At this time, Deeping did not rush to withdraw his sword and slashed back, but God responded by raising his leg and kicking. Bang, squeak, with a loud bang, he was kicking at the door of the mutant mouse, and he flipped over and fell into the kitchen, and Deeping felt that he had kicked wood, and his toes hurt. So hard. The mutant rat seemed to be kicked in pain, a little scared, turned around and wanted to run, maybe in a hurry, forgot that his body had grown bigger, and plunged his head into the gap between the refrigerator and the wall, but it was too small and immediately moved forward. No going backwards. When Deeping saw the opportunity, he didn't care about the pain in his feet, he took 2 steps and stabbed his sword. Squeak, with a soft sound, the long sword was stabbing the mouse's waist. The long sword was extremely sharp, and it passed through the body. The mouse squeaked, and its limbs twitched rapidly. Deeping didn't dare to let it keep barking, for fear of attracting other mice, so he didn't dare to neglect. As soon as he relaxed, Deeping felt that his whole body suddenly lost strength, and he slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. The fierce struggle just now consumed all his strength and spirit, and at this moment he just wanted to rest for a while. Suddenly Deeping saw a small green mass about the size of a pigeon egg rising up from the mutant mouse. It rose 30 to 40 centimeters away from the mutant mouse, and then suddenly turned from upwards to him, rushing towards him quickly, and swiftly submerged himself. The body disappeared. What kind of weird thing is this? How could it get into my body? Deeping didn't know what it was for a while, whether it was good or bad. Found soul energy. The system is not turned on and cannot be stored. Consume soul energy to strengthen the host body. While Deeping was worrying, the sound of the system suddenly rang in his mind, and then his body shook violently. He felt a warm current rising from the depths of his body and slowly flowing to the whole body. Some of it is lost, and the place that flows through feels warm, and after a while, it flows all over the body, and the whole body is warm. The time was very fast, it only took 10 seconds. After the warm flow passed, Deeping felt that he suddenly had energy, and his spirit changed, and it seemed that a lot of power had risen out of thin air. It seems to be a lot lighter too. Deeping shook hands, swiped his sword twice, and made sure that he felt real, and was immediately filled with joy. According to the system, this energy should be the soul energy after killing the mutant mouse, which can be used to improve himself. The monster upgrade also has the ability to kill monsters to upgrade, but I don't know how many people have this system. Deeping felt the surging power in his body, and an infinite desire arose in his heart. Originally, he was still brooding about the inability to activate the system, but he didn't expect the system to have such benefits. Killing mutant animals can actually strengthen himself, so like this, what is there to be afraid of? I believe that as long as I keep killing mutant animals, I will soon be able to go home to see my parents. Found the crystal nucleus, please collect it to turn on the system. Suddenly, the cold electronic voice in my mind sounded again. The crystal nucleus? Where is it? Could it be on the mutant mouse? After hearing the sound of the system, Deeping looked around and finally determined that the crystal nucleus should be on the mouse. Where is the nucleus? Is it the stomach or the head? Deeping looked at the bloody mutant mouse and thought for a while. The book said that it was usually on the head, so he took out a handful of deboning he bought from the kitchen cabinet. Knife, picked the mouse out of the crevice and put it in the sink. Ping endured the strong nausea and broke the mutant mouse's head open. After searching, he found a round ball the size of a fingernail like a suet jade. It was warm and moist in his hand and cleaned with water. It also seems to have a faint special scent on it. It turns out that this is the crystal core. The system is turned on to want this thing. There is already one, and it is enough to hit 4 more. Ping looked at the hot crystal core in his hand. Ping didn't expect such a beautiful thing to be born on a dirty mutant rat. After watching it for a while, he didn't find any other use. He wrapped it in a piece of cloth and carefully put it into his pocket. Only then did he look at the kitchen. A mess is a bit foggy. The body of the mutant mouse is still in the small pond. If you don't clean it up, the weather will definitely turn bad. How can people stay in the room? Ping carefully used a garbage bag to put the mutant mouse in, and put in all the messy things on the ground. He also wiped off the blood stains with a cloth, and then washed it with water. It took more than half an hour to make the room look like a real thing, and the instant noodles were all stained with blood and couldn't eat them, so they threw them all into the garbage bag. Looking at the garbage bag, he didn't know what to do for a while, and it would definitely not work if he put it outside. Now there is no cleaning and tidying up, let alone putting it in the house. In the end, Ping gritted his teeth and threw it out, right? Lightly opened the curtains and looked out, but there was no movement. It was the middle of the night, and it seemed to be no different from a normal night. Only the flashes of fire and explosions in the urban area from time to time proved that this night was not the same. Calm. Seeing that there was no movement, he opened the window lightly, lifted the bag carefully, let go of the garbage bag and fell downstairs with a whimper, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The sound came from far away, and the building seemed to suddenly become lively. There were constant squeaks and a few barks from time to time. After a while, the building was low and chaotic. It seemed that several mutant dogs and mutant rats were fighting over the rat that killed the garbage bag. The barking and squeaking began to fight, but it seemed that the rat was really not the opponent of the dog. After retreating, there were several mutant dogs downstairs nibbling on the rat meat. Ping didn't dare to look down, closed the window carefully, went back to the house, ran to the bathroom to wash the blood on his face, washed the soap 3 or 4 times, and did it when he felt that the smell of blood was gone. He also waved the clothes on his body. His feet were covered in blood, and there was a lot of blood sticking to his pants, so he always felt uncomfortable wearing the clothes. After doing all this, Ping was no longer sleepy, so he sat on the sofa and waited quietly for the morning. Looking at the watch on his wrist, it was already 5 o'clock. It was almost dawn. In autumn, it was not too late. Will be bright. Near dawn, the community suddenly became quiet, and the mutant dogs in the community seemed to have also run out. Occasionally, a few barks could be heard in the distance, including the roars of animals that were unknown, either lions or tigers. Category. It was just dawn. Ping was sitting on the sofa and was about to fall asleep when he heard a snap. He woke up with a jolt. After a closer look, he found that the power was off and the light in the refrigerator was off. He quickly got up and turned on the light. Sure enough, there was a power outage, and as soon as the electricity was cut off, the water would stop soon. At this time, there was a sudden humming of a helicopter outside, accompanied by the sound of a loudspeaker. The loudspeaker broadcasted, as if to tell the public that there was a sudden change and hope that the citizens should hide at home and not go out, waiting for the government to rescue them. In addition, there are cats and dogs at home. It must be dealt with as soon as possible, but once the mutation is very aggressive, it will hurt humans at any time. As the helicopter gradually moved away, Ping got up and prepared to get something to eat. It should be fine during the day, and he could cook some hot meals to eat. Now the electricity has been cut off. Fortunately, there is still gas and water, so there is no need to wait for the expiration date. After cooking some rice, frying a dish and eating, I took a short rest and started today's exercise. I did 5 sets of chopping, stabbing, picking, and slashing. The strength increase was almost 1/3 of the original, so I added 5 more sets and stopped after I felt that it was too much to practice again. The electricity went out, the internet was gone, the cell phone wireless signal was useless. Ping had no means of collecting information from the outside world, but luckily there was an MP3 at home with a radio function. Government functions seemed to be still functioning, and the radio station was still broadcasting. Various information are broadcast from time to time. Yesterday's situation was too sudden, and many places suffered great losses. Many people were attacked and countless casualties occurred. However, due to the inconvenience of transportation, many injured people could not be treated. The government's road clearing plan failed. Not only did they encounter attacks such as mutant mice, cats and dogs, but also large beasts running out of the zoo, as well as countless poisonous snakes. The police team was limited by their weapons and could not repel the mutant animals. The engineering team had countless casualties and had to retreat. The army has built a security base on the outside to ensure that the evacuated people have a safe place. It seems that it is not going well. Therefore, it is not possible to promote the rescue in the urban area. The government can only ask citizens to actively rescue themselves, not to go out casually, and try to collect food as much as possible. Hiding at home and waiting for rescue, this time in the face of such a big difficulty, the government is still positive, but this information is not retained, and it is largely transparent to the public, and the public is only allowed to know how far the situation is, so as to save people from chaos. Speculation provokes panic. Diping wore half of the earphones, and listened to the broadcast on the radio, looking for something to do, reading a book for a while, practicing swordsmanship for a while, and secretly checking the outside for a while, and so the day went by. When night fell again, darkness enveloped the earth, and the boundless terror squeezed in. Diping leaned on the sofa and held the sword in his arms, looked at the kitchen, and waited quietly. Daly came in. He didn't block the hole. He thought he hoped to have another mouse today, so that he could get the core again and strengthen it. Crack, I don't know how long it took. Diping fell asleep with the sword in his arms, and suddenly opened his eyes when he heard the sound, and by the moonlight from the kitchen window, he found that there was indeed another one. The mutant mouse entered the kitchen and was nibbling on the 2 bags of instant noodles he left on purpose. Rubbing his eyes lightly, he slowly stood up from the sofa and touched the kitchen lightly. The mouse's hearing was too sensitive. Diping had just walked 2 or 3 steps and heard it again. He raised his head smartly and looked at Diping. The blood-red eyes flashed with bloodthirsty light in the faint moonlight, waiting for Diping. Ping rushed towards him with a low cry. These mice were originally timid, but in the past few days, too many human beings have fallen under their sharp teeth, and their courage has grown infinitely. As soon as they see a human being, they immediately become abnormally bloodthirsty. After many years of peaceful life, human beings seem to have bloodly. Huangu's blood has faded away, and it is really sad that it collapses and perishes in the face of mutated mice. After killing the mutant rat once, Diping also adapted a lot. Instead of retreating, he rushed forward to meet the mutant rat, and the distance of 5 or 6 meters would be reached in an instant. A long sword swept forward to meet the mutant rat. He did not dare to cut. If you cut the air to the ground and use excessive force, it will be too late. After the enhancement, Diping's speed increased a lot. The long sword turned into a silver light and was picking at the chin of the mutant mouse. The mutant mouse also seemed to have a wrong vision. I didn't expect that the speed of this man's harm was so fast. Life, the mutant mouse responded to this sentence. The long sword carried a blood bead. The sharp blade almost cut the mutant mouse's head in half. It flew upside down and hit the wall and then slid to the ground, blood gushing out. When he came out, his limbs twitched unconsciously, and he seemed to be unable to survive. Diping didn't expect it to be simple this time. It seems that it is still useful to practice swinging the sword. As the strength increases, and the mutant mouse also misjudged his speed, it was a move. Soon, the mutant rat no longer twitched, and a mass of green soul energy rose from his body, rushing towards Diping, and quickly disappeared from his body. Found the energy of the soul. The energy cannot be stored if the system is not turned on, and the energy is consumed to strengthen the host body. The sound of the system sounded in Diping's mind this time. Jing stood quietly, and after a while, a burst of energy rose from the depths of his body, and quickly swam around his body, strengthening his body. After 10 seconds, the energy disappeared, and it came and went quickly. With a firm grip of both hands, a powerful feeling rose from the body, and the strength was imposed again, almost a quarter of the increase, similar to the last time. To lift the shuriken, the sword became lighter. Diping felt that he had to use numbers to also feel the increased strength. Almost once he increased his strength by 30 to 40 pounds, and twice increased his strength by almost 70 to 80 pounds. His original strength was similar, but this time it almost doubled. Why didn't you mention the discovery of the crystal nucleus this time? Diping was a little puzzled and had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, the mutant rat was about to be chopped into flesh, and there was no crystal nucleus on the mutant mouse's head, only a soft bony body. It seemed that the crystal nucleus in this mutant mouse had not yet been fully formed. No wonder I feel that this mouse is not as strong in response and strength. It seems that there are differences between those with and without nuclei, and not every mutant animal will have them. Is the system not good to start? Diping sighed weakly. However, there was infinite courage in his heart. As his strength increased, his courage became stronger and stronger, and his fear of mutant animals gradually subsided, and he thought about killing a few more animals. He found a bag for the mutant rat that was about to become minced meat, packed it up, and threw it down the stairs as well, which immediately attracted a few mutant rats and mutant dogs to fight. It's not that people can't do it, it's that they haven't been forced to that point. The night passed again, the sun rose again, and the light shot into the room. The strong light made Di Ping open his eyes, bloodshot eyes appeared in his eyes, and he was very tired from the hard night. Di Ping didn't dare to sleep until the smoke was blocked at night. In the second half of the night, he didn't sleep very well. His strength gave him a sense of security, but he didn't dare to lose his vigilance. The bedroom door was tightly blocked and he fell asleep, still holding a long sword. When he came to the bathroom, Di Ping found that the water had been cut off. Fortunately, he had already prepared. He picked up a lot of water and took a glass of water. It was enough to brush and wash his face, so he didn't dare to waste too much. The body swung 2 sets of swords, and got some food to solve the problem of eating in the morning. Why is it so quiet today? Di Ping, who was resting after eating, felt something less than usual. Helicopter. Then he realized that the propaganda helicopter would normally fly in the sky at this time, but today there was no. Is something wrong? Di Ping hurriedly turned on the radio and listened to what was going on. He didn't expect the radio to broadcast the news. It turned out that there were many mutant birds in the sky today, including sparrows that were bigger than scorpions, and flocks as large as hens. This kind of scorpion, the helicopter was attacked as soon as it took off. 3 of the 5 were damaged, and the other 2 were almost scrapped when they landed. The announcer's voice was trembling, and his tone was even more anxious. Now the information is blocked, the traffic to the outside world is gone, and the signal is lost. Now the only way to communicate may be the radio. The whole city seems to be an island. Surrounded by endless jungles, many people hear that their hearts are full of despair. The only gratification is that the government is still working hard. I don't know when the military will build a base and open up urban roads to rescue. This is what many people feel at this time. Idea. Di Ping also felt that things might change drastically. Now the government is powerless. The weapons in the hands of the police cannot threaten the mutant animals at all. As various animals continue to mutate, the situation may become more and more serious. In the tone of the officer, he felt that the government should have the idea of retreating after exhausting all means. This is the human heart. At the moment of crisis, few people can give up everything for the sake of others, and the environment keeps deteriorating, and no one knows what will happen next. At this time, it is the safest to join the army. This is a lot of human thinking. After all, the weapon in the hands of the state's violent machine is not a fire stick. Di Ping is also powerless to manage these. He can't manage himself now, let alone others. Being successful can help the world, while being poor can be alone. Di Ping is now too determined to manage, so let's exercise. Putting down the messy mind, I started today's exercise again. After 10 sets of practice, I still had some energy left, so I added 5 more sets before I stopped to rest and sweat. Feeling almost recovering, Di Ping stood up and wiped the sweat off his body, ready to read a book, since he had nothing else to do anyway. Doo-doo, at this moment, there was a soft knock on the door suddenly. The knock on the door was like thunder in the night sky, and Di Ping's heart almost jumped out of fright. The rat will retreat during the day, but the mutant dog has not run around. If it encounters it, it will die? Beep, there were a few more soft knocks on the door. Di Ping came to the door softly with his long sword in hand, opened his cat's eyes and looked out, and saw 2 strange men standing outside, a man in his 30s, with short hair, square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes, tall and strong, and a tall and strong man in his hand. Baseball bat. One is aggressive, the other is a fat man, about 20 years old, looks definitely over 200 pounds, about 1.8 meters tall, round face, short hair, small nose and small eyes, put together, always makes people feel with a sense of joy. He was holding a steel bar that was more than 1 meter long and the thickness of a mother's finger. The fat man seemed to be very nervous, looking around from time to time, and his brows were full of sweat. Who? Di Ping looked at it for a while, and asked in a low voice behind the door. Brother, we are downstairs. Fatty was overjoyed when he heard someone in the room answer, and replied in a low voice. What's the matter with you? Di Ping asked softly while observing the movements of the two along with the cat's eyes. Brother! We have no ill intentions, we have a business relationship, can we open the door? It's too dangerous to be outside. The fat man hurriedly whispered, looking left and right from time to time. Di Ping looked at it and felt that the two of them really didn't seem to be malicious. Now he is also bold. He gently opened the sofa, slowly opened the door, and took a few steps back. The fat man was overjoyed when he saw the door opened, and hurriedly squeezed in with a smile on his face. The big man also squeezed in and closed the door. Only then did the two see Di-Ping, who was holding a gleaming sword, standing in the middle of the hall on guard. Staring at himself, his face suddenly tightened, and the fat man hurriedly put the steel bars in his hands on the ground, spreading his hands flat to show that he was not malicious. "Brother, don't be nervous. We have no malicious intentions. I'm the resident of 302 on the third floor, and my name is Chen Gang." The fat man hurriedly introduced while wiping the sweat from his forehead, and then turned to introduce the big man who followed behind. "This is my brother Li Sheng, hello." The big man said hello to Di-Ping in a calm and powerful voice. "Hello? Just call me Di-Ping. What's the matter with you? Tell me." Di-Ping nodded to the two of them, but he didn't relax. He knew that in the last days, people are chaotic and all kinds of things can happen. "Okay. It's like this, the government is going to retreat, you know?" Fatty put down his sweaty hands and looked at Di-Ping seriously. "Really? Is the news reliable?" Di-Ping was shocked, but he didn't expect his guess to be true. Reliable and reliable. The news was passed on by Wang Delin, the resident of 201 on the second floor. Fatty replied repeatedly, as if seeing Di-Ping's disbelief. He continued, "Wang de brother Lin, Wang Dequan, is the number 2 secretary of the provincial government. He called his younger brother through a special phone this morning, asking him to assemble at the provincial government before noon tomorrow. The government will organize a police force to break through the encirclement. A team of people has been secretly sent in to respond. You guys want to go to the provincial government to follow the retreat?" Di-Ping saw that the two of them seemed to come to him with this idea. Yes. Yes, Fatty nodded in agreement when he heard Di-Ping's words. "Then are you looking for me?" Di-Ping asked tentatively. He already understood the intentions of the two. "Brother D, we feel that more people are more powerful, which is safer, so we want to gather more people to go to the provincial government. Do you want to join us?" The fat man looked at Di-Ping with some anticipation. "How many people do you have now?" Di-Ping was also a little moved. If all these people left, there would be not many people left in this building, and it would be more dangerous to be here alone, even someone who would share the pressure. "Nothing. There are almost 100 people. We are all gathering at Zhang Delin's house on the third floor. You can go down later, let's discuss together." Fatty replied eagerly with a happy expression when he saw the door. "Okay. I'll go down in a while." Di-Ping thought for a while, thinking that he could give it a try. It would always be safer if there were more people. So he nodded. "That's great. Brother D, we're looking for someone from another floor. We'll see you on the third floor later." The fat man saw Di-Ping's promise not to stay any longer, and warmly extended his hand to shake Di-Ping's. Di-Ping had no choice but to extend his hand and shook hands with the two of them. After a few polite words, the two of them said their goodbyes and left. They gently opened the door and saw that there was no movement outside, so they went downstairs lightly. Di-Ping didn't go back to the house until he saw the two of them leave from the cat's eyes. After thinking about it, he decided to go down and have a look. He changed into sports clothes and sneakers, thinking about closing the sheath and holding the sword in his hand. Chen Gang and Li Sheng both carried weapons, and it was normal for them to hold swords. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, I gently opened the door and checked that there was no movement outside. Then I closed the door quietly and walked downstairs carefully along the stairs. The corridor was very quiet, and it seemed that it should be safe. It's just that the bloodstains that appear from time to time prove the bloody that has happened here. The journey went very smoothly, and it should be safe in principle. Didn't Chen Gang and Li Shang come up safely just now? On the third floor, the entrance of the stairs happened to be 301. Di-Ping walked over gently and put his ear to the door to listen. Due to the strengthening of his body, his hearing is now better than before, and he could clearly hear the low-pitched clutter in the room. The voice, I thought that Chen Gang and the two should not lie to themselves, so they stood up straight and lightly locked the door. Who? A very low male voice came from behind the door. I came to meet on the 8th floor. Di-Ping looked around and replied in a low voice. The door was gently opened from the inside, revealing the face of a middle-aged man with a fair complexion. He glanced at Di-Ping, then looked around cautiously, and then motioned to Di-Ping, come in. Di-Ping sneaked into the room along the crack of the door, only to see that there were as many as 30 or 40 people gathered in this room, including men and women, and most of them were men. It's not too crowded. When Di-Ping came in, everyone looked at him, and then looked back. A middle-aged man in his 30s stood up in the middle and motioned for Ping to come in and talk. The middle-aged man was not tall. About 1.7 meters tall, with a slightly fat body, short hair, and a square face, wearing a casual half-sleeved white t-shirt. With a smile on his face, he gives a calm and airy feeling, and at a glance, you know that this is also a figure in the upper class. This man did not despise Ping because he was young, and he smiled and beckoned Ping to approach and speak. "Hello, brother. My name is Wang Delin, you are welcome to join us." He saw Ping approaching, smiled, and stretched out his hand to say hello in a low voice. "Hello, brother Lin. Ping, just call me Xiao Di." Ping is also a figure in the society. When Ping also found a place to sit, he saw Qin Gang and Li Sheng in the crowd. Qin Gang smiled and nodded to him, Li Sheng also nodded to him with a blank expression. Ping also returned after the two smiled. They looked at Wang Delin in the center of the venue. Cough cough. At this time, Wang Delin in the center of the scene coughed twice, attracting the attention of the audience, and then said, "I believe everyone knows the purpose of our gathering here, right?" After Wang Delin waited for Ping to sit down, he coughed lightly to attract everyone's attention, and then slowly said, "I believe everyone knows the purpose of our gathering here, right?" Seeing everyone nodding their heads to show their understanding, then they continued, "The provincial government has sent notices to important leaders today, and they will break through the siege of the Bianzhou military region base in the east of the city before noon tomorrow. The military will have troops to respond. There is only one chance to keep up, and if it is too late, we will not be able to wait for the military to respond." Having said that, Wang Delin paused for a while, swept around, and then slowly said, "So we have to get to the provincial government by noon tomorrow, so that we can follow the large army, and the more than 10 kilometers of road. The danger is definitely yes, we are the ones who need to stick together to be safer. Brother Wang, when are we leaving?" At this time, a woman in her 30s who was slightly handsome asked in a low voice. "We will set off on time at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have observed it for the past 2 days. From 1 to 5 o'clock, the mutant mice and mutant dogs begin to retreat, so it is safer to wait until 6 o'clock, and the road is not easy to walk, so we have to leave enough space. Time is spent on the road." Wang Delin glanced at the woman and whispered, "Then what if it's not safe outside? If you encounter a mutant animal on the road, you're not going to die?" At this time, another thin young man asked a little scared. Yes. I heard on the radio that there are mutant snakes, mutant cats, etc. on the road. Wouldn't this be too dangerous?" At this time, people in the crowd responded in horror. "Yes. It seems that there are lions and tigers. I think it's safer at home." Another person in the crowd answered. Ping had been observing Wang Delin, and found that when Wang Delin heard the topic being discussed in the crowd, he glanced at the emaciated young man with a flash of killing intent, then the killing intent in his eyes disappeared, and a faint expression appeared on his face. Smile. Ping felt a chill in his heart, thinking that this guy is definitely not a good friend. It seems that he already hates this young man. The killing intent in his eyes is too poisonous, but people who don't pay attention can't really see it. He has been practicing for the past few years. When he saw Wang Delin's gaze swept over, he lowered his eyes silently. Cough. Wang Delin coughed a few more times and said softly after suppressing the people's discussion. "Everyone, I just have one question." Wang Delin increased his tone, stopped and glanced sharply at the people around him before slowly saying, "How much food do you have at home, and how many days is enough?" "Amazing." Ping whispered in his heart. This Wang Delin is by no means a simple person. He looks at the problem and goes straight to the root. Ping also thought of this problem. "I can't cook even if I have noodles, and I have enough bread and instant noodles to eat for a few days. I have collected the most food by myself, and now there is not much left, let alone these people. Yes. Our family will run out of food soon." At this moment, one of them suddenly realized and exclaimed in a low voice. "My house is gone too. There were few robberies at the time. I don't think I'll have anything to eat tomorrow. Who can lend me some?" Another person followed. Now whoever lends you food is an idiot, and everyone gave him an angry look when they heard what he said. Wang Delin watched everyone talking anxiously in a low voice, sitting on the sofa with a smile and clasping his hands in front of his lower abdomen. His legs were still swaying slightly, showing that he was very proud now. Ping secretly lowered his eyes and observed calmly. He felt that Wang Delin was not a simple person. He could observe the activity time of the mutant animals and gather all these people. The group that was going to split up, he pulled everyone in one sentence. "Back, the means are still there. I think it's better to go. Waiting to die at home." Then several people agreed. Yes, I think we should go to the provincial government to meet, after all, there is an army there. The crowd also expressed their opinions. Okay, that's the decision. We will gather at 5:30 tomorrow morning and leave on time at 6 o'clock. Seeing that everyone's opinions began to be unified, Wang Delin finally decided to make a version. Now let's divide the tasks and see who opens the way. Seeing that everyone had no objection, Wang Delin lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and then spewed out a cloud of smoke. He glanced at everyone from the smoke and said lightly, "The main event is here." Di Ping thought to himself. The dozens of people in the room fell silent for a while, and no one wanted to open the way. Anyone who was not afraid of death was best in the middle, but it was not very likely. There was always someone in front and someone behind. "I'll open the way." At this time, one person in the crowd said solemnly. Everyone looked at him. Di Ping also looked up, a little surprised. This was one of the two people who went upstairs to look for him, Li Shang. Di Ping did not expect this man to be so courageous in silence, which seemed to be in line with his sturdy appearance. In reality, such people who sacrifice themselves are few, because this may be fatal. Whoever wants to be an early bird will say that Di Ping has no such mind. "Count me in," another person said solemnly at this time. Hearing the familiar voice, Di Ping saw that it was the fat man Shen Gang beside Li Shang. He didn't expect that both of them would be willing to lead the way. They were looking for him just now, but now they are leading the way again. "Okay, the two of you are good, there are already two of them, is there any more?" At this time, Wang Delin praised the two of them softly, and then his eyes swept across the crowd. Everyone who was swept by his gaze lowered their heads, not daring to meet Wang Delin's gaze, for fear of being named by Wang Delin, and it would be difficult to refuse at that time. "Count me in," another person in the crowd whispered. Di Ping saw that this was a middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a migrant worker's uniform. The gray-headed, there is still a lot of white ashes on his body. It should be the decoration worker for the decoration, and he was trapped here after an accident. Okay, another warrior, Brother Luo, joins. Now it's good to have another person. Wang Delin looked at the migrant worker and said in appreciation, and then swept his eyes to the people around him. Di Ping also raised his eyes and looked around, and found that basically everyone lowered their heads, not looking at Wang Delin. Obviously no one came out. "Count me in." Di Ping also lowered his head and thought for a while, and finally decided to participate in this trailblazer, not because of his fearlessness, but because he felt that these people were selfish and timid, and he did not. "I don't want to walk with these people, and I don't want to give my back to these people, but the three people who open the way are less pleasing to the eye, and people are more at ease. Good young people, there are not many young people like this now." Wang Delin looked at Di Ping with admiration and praised. Di Ping just smiled lightly and didn't speak. His eyes met the other three's. The four of them looked at each other and smiled, nodded slightly and stopped talking. "Okay. I'll be here today, and everyone will gather here tomorrow, don't miss it." Wang Delin saw that everything was resolved, and it was no nonsense. After all, it was really unsafe for so many people to gather here. Everyone responded, and then, one by one, lightly, opened the door, checked the situation outside, and left one after another. Di Ping also greeted the three, and walked upstairs to his room. Back in the room, Di Ping was not idle. He found a mountaineering bag, put all the food he could bring into the bag, filled it up, and filled a few more bottles of water until he found that he could no longer hold anything else. "After that, I gave up. I ate something casually at noon, and started the afternoon training again. I didn't dare to be too intense in the afternoon, but I just practiced 10 more groups at will and then rested. Night fell again. This time, he opened the flue again, put 2 bags in to prepare to catch another fish, and hid in his room. This time he didn't dare to sleep on the sofa, he was afraid of falling asleep. He almost fell asleep last night. If you fall asleep and are attacked by mice, it will be hard." The night seemed unusually quiet, except for a few barks from outside the window, some strange sounds of wild beasts, and shrill birdsong, and there was no movement. When he woke up suddenly, he was afraid of oversleeping. He kept thinking about it, and his nerves were tense, so he woke up as soon as the light entered the room. Looking at the time, it was already 5:40. He hurriedly washed his face, tore open 2 bags of bread and ate it for breakfast. He carried his hiking bag, picked up the Han sword, and prepared to go downstairs to meet. There were some cluttered sounds in the corridor, but fortunately it was not loud, but Di Ping's hearing was already good, and he could hear it vaguely. "I thought that there were already a lot of people gathered downstairs. It seems that there should be no danger, so I hurried downstairs. Going down to the 3rd floor, and sure enough, door 301 was slightly open, and the room was full of people. No need to count, there were definitely 100 people, men and women, old and young. Although everyone's voice was low, but there were so many people, there were still some. It was messy. Wang Delin was standing in the crowd, with Chen Gang, Li Shang, and the migrant worker standing beside him. When he saw Di Ping coming in, he immediately greeted him. "Brother Di, everyone is basically here, we're waiting for you, are you ready? We'll set off right away," Wang Desen said with a smile, holding Di Ping's hand. "You're welcome, Brother Lin, I'm late." Di Ping was also a little embarrassed, he was indeed late. It's not too late, just right." Wang Delin waved his hand with a smile. "Come on Brother Di, let's study the route." Wang Delin took Di Ping to the coffee table in the middle of the hall, and saw a map of Zhengzhou City on it. The location of the provincial government was marked with thin lines on the map. The red line draws a route map, which is the direct route from this community. "Brother Di, what do you think of this line?" Pointing to the line on the map, Wang Delin looked at Di Ping and asked. "Well, the route is fine. This is the main road. There should be less weeds on the road, so it's easier to walk, and it's easy to judge the direction." Di Ping glanced at it and felt that Wang Delin was indeed not a sloppy bag. The route planning was very practical, and the distance can also be said it is the nearest, and try to choose the main road. You must know that the main road, the road surface is hardened, and the grass will grow slower. Di Ping took a closer look at the map. He used to take these roads often, and he was quite familiar with them, so there should be no mistakes in taking them. Then he retracted his eyes and nodded at Wang Delin, indicating that he was fine. "Everyone is here, right?" Wang Delin nodded after receiving Di Ping's signal, turned to look around and asked. "Everyone is ready." At this time, the white-faced middle-aged man who opened the door to Di Ping yesterday replied, looking at a sheet of paper with densely packed names in his hand. "Good to go." Wang Delin waved his hand in high spirits, then looked at Di Ping and the others. "I hope some brothers have worked hard to lead the way." Di Ping didn't answer, just nodded and took the lead to walk out. Chen Gang was still the same old man, smiling and nodding in agreement, but Li Shang and the migrant worker Luo brother looked at Wang Delin with no expressions on their faces. "Just follow Di Ping and go out." The four of Di Ping went downstairs first, and looked around carefully. When they found something wrong, they continued to walk out. The trail between the corridors was completely invisible, and they could only be distinguished from the slightly lower grass on the trail. The outline of the way out, the four of them walked on the path, followed by a group of people, who were holding a variety of weapons, including kitchen knives, wooden sticks, and an ant who was holding a water pole for the toilet, looking nervous, looking around. "Can people be reliable? Do mutant beasts need you to give him a sewer?" Di Ping glanced back and almost didn't laugh, thinking, "Can you be more funny, auntie?" Fatty Chen Gang seemed to see the forbearance expression on Di Ping's face. When he looked back, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Thinking that maybe something was wrong, he quickly covered his mouth. Li Shang and brother Luo glanced at Chen Gang. I don't know why, so I followed Di Ping by looking around nervously. Only Di Ping and Chen Gang looked at each other and smiled. Everything was silent. This episode seemed to lighten the haze in Di Ping's heart, and his mood was not as nervous as it was at the beginning. The weeds on the trail were no longer than knees, and the grass by the road was more than 1 meter deep. When the wind blew, the hearts of those who listened to Hualala felt hairy. It seemed that there were wild beasts hidden in the deep grass. There was movement all around. The long sword had been unsheathed, and it was leaning against the shoulders, which was convenient for the sword to be drawn at any time. Fortunately, there was no danger until they walked out of the community, but the four of them were indeed sweating, and it was really too much courage to explore the way in such an environment. When the large army behind him gathered at the door again, Wang Delin also caught up. It was not easy to see that he was soaked with empathy. Facing unknown dangers, not everyone can face it calmly. Fortunately, it's safe. Everyone is here, Wang Delin said to Di Ping as he walked and wiped his sweat. Although it was the first time today, it was not hot at all, and there was a slight breeze, which was refreshing, but the sweat on my body never stopped. Okay, let's go. Di Ping didn't dare to delay any longer. He said immediately after hearing Wang Delin said that everyone had arrived. The road below may not be easy, you must be careful. Wang Delin glanced at the thick woods outside the community, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he turned pale and said softly to Di Ping, "Go!" Di Ping nodded, waved to the three of them, and took the lead to walk outside the community. The originally wide road outside the community is completely occupied by trees. The landscape trees that were planted on both sides are now as low as 50 meters, and some are nearly 100 meters long. The 50-centimeter thick road was pulled to pieces, and weeds grew densely from the cracks. There were dense weeds and huge trees in front of him, as if he was in a primeval forest, and a prehistoric atmosphere rushed toward his face. Ping couldn't help but fight a cold war, and the chill in his heart suddenly rose straight to his forehead. I took a difficult step and walked onto the road. Although the road was a little difficult to walk, it was fortunate that the outline of the road was still there. In most places, the cement was thick, and the weeds could not grow, and people could still walk. Going forward, more than 100 people are now silent, like a ghost army. Wang, everyone carefully walked for almost 2 kilometers all the way, and they could enter Huanqing Road immediately. At this time, a dog bark suddenly came from the front, and the frightened everyone suddenly lost their souls. As soon as Ping heard the dog bark, he was also agitated, his whole body was cold and hair stood on end, he was really afraid of what would happen, and he was a little relaxed about the safety of the journey. Who would have thought that this would happen? Hide! Ping didn't have time to think about it, he greeted the 3 of them to hide behind several scrapped cars on the roadside, and turned back and gestured to the large army more than 30 meters behind them. Immediately behind, there was a flurry of chickens and dogs, hooray, looking for obstacles on the side of the road to hide the figure, but fortunately there are many scrapped cars on the side of the road, and they can also be behind the big tree and the clumps of wild grass. Hide, people! Seeing that everyone was hiding, Ping turned and looked forward nervously. Wang, the dog bark is getting closer and more urgent, it is not too far from here, I believe you will see it in a while. Sure enough, in less than a minute, a dozen giant mutant dogs appeared more than 200 meters away from the crowd. These mutant dogs were chasing and biting a goat deer. Mutated dogs are not comparable. Some of them are taller than goats. These dozens of mutant dogs are like a litter of mad dogs, constantly rushing to bite. Can't run away. The goat kept waving the horns on its head, sweeping out the mutant dogs one by one, but the other mutant dogs rushed up again, the lethality of the horns was too weak, and the mutant dogs that flew out turned over and rushed up again to bite. After a while, the goat fell into a pool of blood, and a dozen mutant dogs rushed to grab the meat. Looking at the large group of mutated dogs, Ping also had difficulty breathing, and the 3 around him were even more uncomfortable. Well, the fat man was already fat, sweating non-stop. His legs were shaking a little, the other 2 were about the same, the hand holding the weapon kept shaking, sweat dripped down his forehead, and his clothes were soaked. The crowd 30 meters away from the back also saw the situation here, all of them trembling with fright, some timid and incontinent urinating, and some women even cried in a low voice, thinking that they were afraid of being heard. When he arrived, he covered his mouth tightly with his hands to prevent the sound from coming out. Don't go wrong. Although he has been strengthened twice, he is not crazy enough to think that he can deal with such a mutant dog. Just looking at the huge mutant dog that is almost adult height makes his calf spin. I meditate on Amatofo in my heart, and the heavens greatly bless them, bless these mutant dogs and leave after eating. Wow, at this time, the baby behind him who didn't know who might become nervous and caused the baby to cry. Damn it, it's broken. Ping scolded inwardly, and was shocked by the cry. It may be the child's mother, who immediately woke up and covered the child's mouth tightly. It was too late. It's over. Ping was staring at the front, and sure enough, the mutant dogs could hear so well, even though it was only 2 short beeps, they could still be heard. All the mutant dogs looked up here. Ow, it seemed that a relatively tall mutant dog roared, and immediately 5 or 6 mutant dogs rushed towards this side. The mutant dog was getting closer and closer, sniffing non-stop, as if searching. Ping hid behind the car, holding the long sword tightly in his hand, but didn't dare to come out, especially the 3 around him, no one at this time dare to come forward. I hoped to be able to hide, but Ping miscalculated the hearts of the people. The 4 nearest people here have not collapsed, but the centenary team 30 meters away collapsed first, and a few of them burst into tears and turned around. Running, and this run, the crowd in South Africa couldn't hold back, and they collapsed together. The mutant dog immediately discovered that, with a low growl, 5 or 6 mutant bodies bowed, 4 thick limbs slammed on the ground, and their bodies shot out like arrows, chasing after the crowd. How fast, like lightning, a human without mutation is its opponent. Before running a dozen steps, the mutant dog caught up with the person behind, fell to the ground, and bit on the neck. Ah, with a scream, he crawled in the pool of blood and twitched, and the mutant dog immediately released its blood-dropping mouth and chased the other person. Ah, in a short while, 5 or 6 mutant dogs fell to the ground and bit them, and the screams rose and fell. Bastard! The bread in his hand. Ping scolded secretly, so many people are really fighting, and mutant dogs really don't see how easy it is to kill people. Wang, at this time, the 7 or 8 mutant dogs who didn't keep up with them also screamed and chased up, joining the chasing crowd. Gu, brother, what should we do? At this moment, the fat man Shengang asked tremblingly. What to do, run. You can still beat them? Ping gritted his teeth and glanced at Shengang's more than 200 pounds in hatred. No one can save anyone now, run. Even if Ping had a heart, he didn't have the strength to go up there. He was definitely going to deliver food to the dog. After he finished speaking, he turned around and ran into the grass on the side of the road. The person who was constantly being bitten by the mutant dogs on the ground in the distance no longer had the courage to stay for a while, and followed Ping into the grass. The four of them left the road more than 30 meters away and began to walk back carefully. Now they dare to go to the provincial government. They are simply courting death. After they walked out of the door, they were almost wiped out. They went to meet up and wanted to vote early. Hurry up and go. Whoever likes to go, Ping won't go anyway. There are also a lot of smart people who are also running into the grass, and more people are running all the way on the road towards the community. Sometimes people just run in one direction when they encounter danger. They don't even know how to turn to a familiar place. Ah, a scream rang out in front. Ping just pushed away the grass, just saw a mutant dog biting the back of a woman's neck, and when he heard the sound, he raised his head just to meet Ping's eyes. Damn it! Ping cursed in a low voice. The mutant dog let out a low bark, bowed its body, and slammed its limbs towards Ping, and immediately rushed in front of Ping. When I forgot everything, I had killed the mutant mouse twice, and my heart had become firm. When I saw the mutant dog pounce, it was too late to swing the sword, and the long sword turned into a thorn to face the mutant. There was a sound of a sharp blade, the long sword was stabbing the mutant dog's neck, and blood spurted out immediately. As the peak sharpness of the sword forging weapons on Earth, it was quite good. The mutant dog twitched weakly, staring at Ping with a pair of blood-red eyes. There were infinite surprises in it, as if he didn't believe that he was simply killed by humans. Ping's death in Ping's hands is too surprising. Only Ping knew that these mutant dogs believed too much in their own speed, and another underestimated enemy regarded him as an ordinary person. He didn't expect his speed and strength to be far more than ordinary people. Otherwise, he wanted to solve the possibility of this mutant dog not wanting to be injured. Not big. The long sword was drawn, and the mutant corpse fell to the ground. The blood soon dyed a patch of grass red. At this time, a dark green soul energy the size of a ping-pong ball slowly rose, and then turned into a stream of light and shot into Ping's body. Found soul energy, the system is not turned on and cannot be stored, consumes energy to strengthen the host body. A warm current that was stronger than before rose from the depths of the body, and then poured into the whole body. The whole body was immediately warm. After 10 seconds, the energy disappeared. Ping clasped his hands and made a rattling sound, is more than two combined, a full 200 pounds, feeling the powerful force gave him a stronger belief in survival. Suddenly Ping was shocked, he forgot that there were 3 people behind him. I wouldn't have noticed them. I turned around and found that the 3 of them were stupid, and they were still staring at the mutant dog lying on the ground. Gu, you're too good. The fat man stammered while looking at the mutant dog on the ground. The other 2 spit out and kept nodding their heads. They don't seem to have found the soul energy. Is it only me who can see this? Ping saw that the 3 were just surprised that he killed the mutant dog, but he was not surprised by the soul energy, because if he saw it, he would definitely be more surprised than killing the mutant dog. Found the crystal nucleus, please collect it from the host. At this time, the system suddenly prompted again. Is there another crystal nucleus? Ping was overjoyed, but he didn't care about anything else. He cut open the mutant dog's head with a sword. Sure enough, a round white jade ball the size of a thumb cap appeared in front of him. Ping bent down to pick up the crystal nucleus without blood, wiped it, and put it in his pocket. Brother what is this thing? Fatty also saw Ping cut open the mutant dog's head to take this thing, and he was a little puzzled. I'm going to tell you guys, leave first. Ping didn't answer Fatty's question, looked around carefully and said, raising his legs and leaving. Fatty also seemed to feel that it was not the right time, so he didn't bother about this issue. He quickly followed Ping. Behind him, Li Shang and Lao Luo also put aside their doubts and followed the 2 in front. He walked past the middle-aged woman whose neck was bitten by the mutant dog. Beside him, Ping stopped. The woman's body was still twitching slightly, but the entire back of the neck was broken, and it seemed that she could not survive. He sighed softly, shook his head, and stepped into the grass again. In the last days, people's life is as cheap as grass, that's true. In the past, Ping didn't feel it in the book, but today he really felt it, but in this damn world, his current ability can't control it. The screams came from everywhere from time to time. Ping and his party cautiously plucked the grass forward, stopped and walked. Ping listened from time to time, and found that there was no problem before moving forward. After less than 2 kilometers, they walked for almost an hour. The barking of the dogs gradually faded away, and the screams became more and more rare. Ping felt a sigh in his heart, and it seemed that the centurion was about to die. Who? At this moment, a low voice asked from the grass in front of him. Is that Brother Wang in front? Ping knew that the voice was Wang Delin. Although the voice was a little distorted, he could still distinguish it clearly with the 3-time enhanced hearing. D. Brother D. At this time, Wang Delin also heard Ping's voice. He quickly pushed aside the grass and stretched out his head to look at the 4 of Ping. Ping nodded and walked over, only to find out that there were more than 20 people gathered here. These people are really dead, Ping thought to himself. Brother Wang, what's your plan next? Ping glanced at the group of people who were squatting on the ground in shock, and Ping couldn't help frowning, then looked at Wang Delin and asked in a low voice. I think it's better to join the provincial government. Wang Delin seemed determined to go to the provincial government. Hearing Ping's question, he gritted his teeth and said firmly. Brother Wang, I don't think it's reliable. The distance is too long and the road is too dangerous. I'm not going to go. Ping was a little speechless, but he couldn't control other people's thoughts, so he could only shake his head. He has been strengthened 3 times, which shows that the thing in his mind is really useful, and he does not want too many people to know about such an important thing. With his current ability, it is undoubtedly a time bomb, so he went to join the military base and enter the military base. It's not a good choice, but staying here to maximize your golden finger is your best choice. Brother D. Wang Delin said anxiously when he heard that Ping would not go, but Ping waved his hand to interrupt him before he could speak. Brother D, I'm not going either, I'll go with you. At this moment, the fat man behind Chen Gang said. Me too. Brotherly Shangluo, the 2 of them quickly expressed their opinions. They are not stupid, because they saw Ping's strength, the sudden burst of power, the speed of swinging his sword, and the ability to instantly kill mutant dogs is definitely not an ordinary person. It is the safest to follow such a person. If you go to the place, there are still a few people alive. I'll go back too. At this time, a young girl wiped away her tears and said. I still have me. One of the middle-aged men stood up and said. 3 more people stood up one after another. In addition to Chen Gang and 5 more people wanted to go back together. They were not going to go to the provincial government. Can't control others. Okay, let's go. Ping didn't dare to stay too long. The smell would be louder if there were many people, and the mutant dogs might catch up at any time. Brother Wang, we're back, you guys be careful along the way. Ping saw the 5 standing up, looked back at Wang Delin and said in a low voice. Okay. Goodbye. Wang Delin also stretched out his hand, and the 2 separated with a shallow shake. Let's go. Ping greeted a few people, bent over and brushed aside the grass to feel in the direction of the community. Fatty Chen Gang followed closely, and the other 5, 3 men and 2 women, followed closely into the grass and disappeared into the thick grass after a while. Wang Delin stared at the direction where Ping and the others disappeared for a while, but it was also one of them. He gritted his teeth and greeted everyone in a low voice, and walked along the road to the city center. The crowd walked cautiously for almost half an hour. When the grass was cleared away again, the community reappeared in front of everyone. The 2 characters of green margin on the high gate of the community were so kind. If the situation was not right, everyone wanted to cheer. Ping also let out a long breath. Ping looked around a little, and found that it seemed safe. There was no mutant dog, and it was more quiet and silent, so he led the crowd to the door quietly. Wang, help! Ping and his party had just stepped through the gate, when suddenly there were dog barking and human screams behind them. Everyone looked back in shock. It turned out that it was Wang Delin and his party. There were only 10 people left in the 20 or so people. They were running frantically towards the community, and 5 or 6 mutant dogs were chasing them. Wang Delin was not jogging at the front. When Wang Delin saw Ping and his party, his eyes lit up, and he ran towards him while shouting. He's numb. Ping knew at a glance that this Wang Badan wanted to pull himself into the water. It was really not a thing, but now was not the time to scold, so he hurriedly shouted, run. When you take the lead, turn around and run. There are 5 or 6, and I don't know if there are more later. If you are surrounded by yourself, you will definitely play, don't run and wait. The 7 people around Di Ping had already turned their heads and ran without waiting for Di Ping's orders, and rushed into the community in the blink of an eye. How fast he was! He rushed into the community first, and ran straight to the building where he lived, only to go upstairs. It's safe. There are several mutant dogs in this empty field. They can't do anything by themselves. Only when they are scattered can they be defeated. Ah, another scream came, and it seemed that someone was caught up. The thick grass on the ground has now become the chasing lock for the escapees. The grass is too thick, and it is impossible to run fast with its legs tangled. However, the mutant dog does not matter, its speed is many times faster than that of human beings. Everyone was heartbroken and ran desperately. Di Ping ran to the door, quickly entered the security door password, opened the security door with a beep, stood at the door, and hurriedly greeted everyone to hurry up. Quickly come in. The leader was Li Shang. This guy was really fast. He rushed in first, followed by another young man. Soon brother Luo also rushed in. When everyone came in, only fatty Chen Gang actually has more than 20 meters left. He is so fat that he can't run fast at all. When he runs and trembles. Wang Delin. Di Ping found that Wang Delin had surpassed the fat man quickly, and rushed over, followed by the white-faced middle-aged man. Quick, close the door. Wang Delin rushed in and hurriedly closed the door. It can't be closed. There are still people outside. Di Ping shouted in a low voice. Fat man, run. Di Ping shouted. The fat man looked back as he ran, tears and sweat gushing out, and 3 people followed more than 10 meters behind him, 2 men and a woman. One of them rushed towards these 3 people with red eyes. These mutant dogs seemed to be extremely bloodthirsty. As long as there was someone in front of them, they would not stop until they killed everyone. At this time, the man who was holding the child in front suddenly threw the child into the arms of the woman behind, and said sharply, "Run." After speaking, holding a baseball bat in both hands, he shouted and rushed to the mutant dog that was chasing after him. Fuck your ancestors. Husband. At this moment, the woman was a little confused and called out mournfully. At this time, another man on the side reacted, stretched out his hand to grab the woman and ran away. The woman seemed to know at this moment that her husband had used his life to fight for her and the child's life, and ran desperately to the door while crying. The baseball bat swung by the man who rushed towards the mutant dog was bitten by the mutant dog before it hit the mutant dog, and blood splashed immediately. Brother D, let me save Fatty. Li Shang, who saw all this had entered the corridor, was anxious. I'm going to save people, you guys close the door. Di Ping's eyes were also red, as if stimulated by the man's death. He rushed out with a low voice. Daigo. At this moment, the fat man couldn't hold back his tears when he saw Di Ping rushing out. Don't fuck Momoji, hurry in. Di Ping let out a low voice, and dashed towards the 2 behind him with a flash. The brave man used his life to hold the mutant dog for a few seconds. The 3 finally rushed to the door, and the mutant dog seemed to be provoked. He gently opened the man who was still twitching, screamed wildly, and blood splashed from his mouth. The arrow from the string rushed towards the side. Di Ping greeted the 2 of them, dragged the 2 and rushed towards the corridor, but an incredible scene appeared. Fatty stood outside the door and did not go in. He looked back at Di Ping in despair. The door is blocked. Fatty's voice was full of despair. Damn it, these bastards. Di Ping scolded angrily. At first glance, it was true. Not only was the door blocked, but the shattered glass wall was also blocked with a stool table. He didn't expect this group of people to be such bastards, and he kindly saved people and ended up blocking himself out. It's just that the scolding was useless at this time. The mutant dog had already chased up, and the man and woman he picked up saw the situation. The man was paralyzed on the ground, as if he had already accepted his fate. At this time, the mutant dog had already caught up, and seemed to feel that these people could not run away, roaring in a low voice, splitting bloody fangs, and staring at the 4 with blood-red eyes. Dog thing, when your grandfather is afraid of you. Di Ping had no way out at this time, so he could only move forward, and with a bite, he charged towards the mutant dog with a long sword. Whine, the mutant dog also let out a low growl and seemed to be provoked by the person who dared to rush up to challenge its authority. The stout limbs slammed into Di Ping like a cannonball. Di Ping's strength has now exceeded 300 pounds, and his speed has also been strengthened. The original speed of the mutant dog is not so scary in his eyes at this time. Smell the stench of the mutant dog. Death! Di Ping shouted, his long sword stretched out to the side, his body turned sharply, and Chang followed, and slashed towards the mutant dog like lightning. The long sword pierced the air and let out a shriek, and then with a puff, the sharp blade slammed into the flesh, as if it was destroying the dead. it slid across the waist of the mutant dog, and the bloody arrows flew. Looking at the mutant dog that was cut in half by the long sword, Ping felt infinite pride in his heart. The monster that used to be terrifying was no longer that terrifying in his hands, so useful. It is easy to kill mutant dogs. At this time, a mass of soul energy rose again from the mutant dog's corpse, and then rushed into his body like a streamer, and a wave of energy rose from the depths of the body to wash all over the body, and gradually a force seemed to rise out of thin air. Rise. Found soul energy. The system is not turned on and cannot be stored, consumes energy to strengthen the host body. Wang. Before Ping could feel the intensity of the reinforcement, 5 more mutant dogs suddenly rushed out. When they saw the corpses of the mutant dogs lying in a pool of blood, these mutant dogs were furious and charged towards Ping with a mad roar. Ping also shouted and rushed up. Now he has no way to retreat, and he has strengthened it again. He feels that his strength must have increased by 500 gene, which is already 5 times that of an adult, no less than some Hercules. Well, not necessarily afraid of these guys. Ping's long sword was swung as fast as lightning, and he slashed diagonally, picking up the leading mutant dog. The mutant dog choked out a scream, and his head was half pulled. A mutant dog that rushed up smashed it out. Ah! Mom! Although Ping was fast enough, his punches were no match for the 4 hands. He swept away 2 of them, but was bitten in the thigh by the 3rd dog. Go to hell! Ping scolded and kicked the mutant dog that was more than 1 meter high and flew out. The mutant dog barked and flew 5 or 6 meters away. Can't move either. Ping has been strengthened 4 times, and his strength is bursting, which is terrifyingly powerful. This anger kick and the speed are nearly 1,000 pounds. How can the mutant dog suffer when kicked up? Ah! At this moment, the other 2 mutant dogs rushed up, one from the left and one from the back, biting his butt and left leg in one bite. I'll kill you. Ping seemed to be going crazy too. He retracted his long sword, stabbed back, and with a puff, he strung a mutant dog behind him on the long sword, and raised his left knee to push the left mutant dog against it. Go out! Wang, the mutant dog that was pushed out, didn't seem to suffer too much damage, and charged again with a mad roar. Ping hurriedly picked up his long sword, threw the mutant strung on the sword, and smashed it on the rushing mutant dog. Wang, with a scream, the 2 mutant dogs collided into a rolling gourd. Wang, Ping was about to rush up to deal with the mutant dog, when suddenly there were several barks, and he saw 5 more mutant dogs rushing out of the grass. Found soul energy. The system is not turned on and cannot be stored, consumes energy to strengthen the host body. Found soul energy. The system is not turned on and cannot be stored, consumes energy to strengthen the host body. At this moment, a voice sounded in Ping's mind again, and Ping was overjoyed. It seemed that 2 of them died. This was another 2 reinforcements. Sure enough, 2 groups of dark green energy rushed into Ping's body quickly, and then a warm current flowed from his body. It rose from the inside and surged up to the whole body, especially the wound was hot, numb and itchy, with a feeling of healing. The 5 mutant dogs that just came over seemed to be caught in front of them. The scene was startled. Seeing the 6 mutants lying on the ground, these 5 eyes were also red, roaring, and surrounded Ping in the center of the field. The warm current came and went quickly. After 10 seconds, it disappeared as if it had never appeared, but it left a strengthening effect. Ping suddenly felt an infinite power rising from his body, and he gripped the sword handle with both hands. It rattled and seemed unable to withstand the powerful force. Ah, gods, come on! Ping's heart was filled with pride. He shouted wildly, and kicked the ground with his feet. Bang! With a dull thought, the grass flew off the ground, and his body rushed out like the wind. Wang, the 5 mutant dogs also barked wildly. It's good! Ping shouted, and the long sword swept away as fast as lightning. The mutant dog was swept away before he could react, and the 2 mutant dogs in front of him flew out screaming in pain. Immediately afterwards, a roundabout kick kicked the left one out, and the mutant dog screamed and rolled away. The other one just jumped in front of him, only to see his long sword drawn back, one of the swords smashed, and the mutant was in the middle. The dog got off the horse, and suddenly the mutant dog screamed and turned out. Ah, dare to bite me! Although the speed of the mutant dog is not too fast in Ping's eyes now, only 5 of them are going together. His strength and speed have just been generated, and he can't control it very well. He can have such a speed. It was already quite good. 4 of them flew out, and the last one rushed up and bit his neck. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. He was bitten on his head and shoulders, and a piece of flesh was torn off immediately. Inhale. Fuck you. At this time, the one that slipped through the net just now sneaked up, went straight to Ping's back, and bit his bloody back of the neck. If he was bitten, it would be enough for Ping. At this moment, Fatty, who had been in despair, seemed to wake up. Seeing this situation, he rushed up with a mad scream. Wang! Fatty's huge body was hitting the mutant dog. The mutant dog was hit and flew out, while Fatty chased after him, smashing the steel bar in his hand, and stopped in his mouth. Scolding. Ping's worries were gone. He grabbed the mutant dog that was biting his left shoulder, slammed it on the ground, and stomped on it. Bang! He didn't know how strong his foot was, but he was stepping on the mutant dog's waist, and the blood flew out all of a sudden, and the dog's waist snapped. Fat man, be careful. At this time, he glanced at the mutant dog who was hit by Fatty and found that although Fatty smashed a few bloodstains on his head, he was fine. He rushed up and bit Fatty's neck. On the lips, but the fat man's strength is still not as strong as the mutant dog, but he was crushed to the ground. Ping shouted, "Be careful." His body moved as fast as lightning, a distance of 5 or 6 meters flashed past, the long sword slashed with a slap, and the mutant dog was cut into 2 pieces from the waist, and blood spurted out. All over Fat. Found soul energy. The system is not turned on and cannot be stored, consumes energy to strengthen the host body. Found soul energy. The system is not turned on and cannot be stored, consumes energy to strengthen the host body. Found soul energy. The system is not turned on and cannot be stored, consumes energy to strengthen the host body. At this time, the system actually beeped 3 times in a row, and it seemed that 3 more heads hung up, and 3 dark green energy balls rushed into Ping's body, and then a burst of energy rushed out to strengthen his body quickly. Wang Wang! At this moment, there were several mutated dogs barking, and 3 heads came out of the grass. Ow, come on! Ping was strengthened, his body reached a strength he couldn't imagine, and his injuries seemed to be getting better quickly. He was full of pride, so he held the sword in both hands and roared wildly, suddenly like thunder. Roll! The 3 heads mutated, and it seemed that they could only see the situation at this time. Suddenly, Ping roared wildly, and was startled. With a low moan, he turned around and rushed into the grass and ran away. Run? Ping was also stunned. He was about to kill him. Who would have thought that the ferocious mutant dog ran away? Is Fatty alright? Let's run! Ping regained his senses and hurriedly pulled up the fat man who was still sleeping on the ground. No, nothing. The fat man seemed to be frightened and stammered. Ping, who was covered in blood, was moved for a while. He didn't expect that at the last moment, Fatty actually came out to save him. Such a person is worth making friends, but are there any people? Ping's eyes swept across the door of the building, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Seeing that Fatty was alright, Ping was about to clean the battlefield. There were 3 mutant dogs lying on the ground and still not dead, and their stomachs were still heaving. This might be energy, but he would not let it go. He walked forward with his sword in hand, and each one who was still alive made up a sword and ended all of them. There were 3 more system prompts in his mind. The 3 groups of energy also rushed into Ping's body and began to strengthen. It ended after 10 seconds. This time he didn't feel that strong, and the effect seemed to be much weaker. He only felt the energy of his body surging, but he didn't know how much power was increased. Drop. Found the crystal nucleus, please collect it from the host at this time. The sound of the system sounded again, and he also remembered that, to turn on the system, the crystal core must be collected. So Ping began to cut open the mutated dog's head and collect the crystal nucleus under Fatty's doubtful eyes. In the eyes of others, they thought he was destroying the corpse to vent his hatred? 12, each of these mutant dogs actually has one. It's great. Finally, we have gathered them all. Can the system be activated? Ping was overjoyed. It's better not to expose it in front of outsiders. It seems that you should find time. It's time to clean up you. Ping's eyes flashed fiercely. The last rescued 1-year-1 girl was standing by the door. The middle-aged man looked at Ping with almost adoring eyes, while the woman hugged the child tightly, with no focus in her eyes, staring blankly ahead with a stiff expression seems to have lost his soul. The 5-year-old girl in her arms seemed to be terrified, hugging her mother tightly and burying her head in her arms, shivering all over. Ping sighed softly, feeling a little helpless. The wife and child that a man bought with his life were safe, but he didn't expect them to lose their support and the courage to survive when they lost themselves. Daigo, at this time, the fat man Shingang seemed to come back to his senses and chased after him. Ping didn't speak, but when he looked in through the door, there was actually no one inside. It was just that the opening was tightly blocked by various tables, chairs, and benches, and people might have run into the room to hide. He actually moved so many things over in a short period of time.
You must know that it has only been 3 minutes since the battle. Re-enter the password to open the outer door. The outer door can't be blocked from the outside. When you open the door, there are several chairs stacked on top of each other, and the inside is a table. With a light snort, Di Ping kicks out. Bang, there was a loud noise, and several chairs were torn apart. Bang bang, then there were a few more feet, and several tables inside also fell apart and scattered on the ground. Li Shang? The table shattered apart. Di Ping and Fatty both saw that Li Shang and Lao Luo actually lay down at the elevator door with their eyes closed. From their tumbling stomachs, it seemed that they just passed out. Li Shang! What's the matter with you? Wake up! Lao Luo! Lao Luo! At this time, the fat man ran forward and shook Li Shang, and hurriedly pushed Lao Luo. Looking at Li Shang with concern on his face, it seems that the two usually have a good relationship. Cough cough, Li Shang coughed a few times and slowly opened his eyes. Fatty, you're not dead yet. Li Shang said with a look of joy in his eyes as he saw that he was a fat man, and said with a tired will. Bah, you die with a paralyzed face, and I can't die. Fatty cursed a few times. Li Shang, are you okay? Di Ping also stepped forward and asked with concern. Brother Di, I'm fine, I'm just dizzy. Li Shang said, seeing that Di Ping shook his head vigorously. Why are you lying here, what's going on? Fatty asked anxiously. I was knocked out. Li Shang looked helpless. Who beat him? Let's see if Fat Master doesn't smash his head. Fatty asked eagerly. The bastard surnamed Wang, and a few other people. They won't let me open the door, I have to open it. Who knows that the bastard surnamed Wang gave me a stick from behind? Li Shang seemed to suddenly remember, resentful scolded. Wang Delin? Di Ping asked with some doubts. He had long known that Wang Delin was not a good character, but he never thought how could this person be so poisonous. It's that Wang Badan. A group of people hugged me and Lao Luo, and this Wang Badan's hand came down from the back. Li Shang sat up and touched the back of his head with his hands, scolding in his mouth. Usually he rarely does. Speaking, it seems that this paralyzed face is also provoked today. His mother's dog Wangba, I'm going to smash him to death. Fatty was so angry that he got up and was about to go up. No hurry. Di Ping stopped Fatty in a low voice. Brother Di, these bastards almost killed us, you. Fatty seemed puzzled, looking at Di Ping and asked anxiously. We'll talk about it later. Di Ping said with a faint smile. After he finished speaking, he turned around and went up the stairs. He is not a good guy. Someone who slaps the left cheek and sends the right cheek, whoever provokes him has to be prepared to bear his anger. A group of 4 went up the stairs. The middle-aged man pulled the white arm of the other woman with a blank face and followed along. The woman looked blank, but just followed the pace and walked up like a corpse. When they got to the 3rd floor, Di Ping turned his ears and sneered. These people were indeed here, knock on the door. Di Ping ordered softly. Bang bang, open the door. Fatty heard the sound, and slammed the door angrily. Who? A trembling voice came from the room. I'm your fat man. Open the door, the fat man called impatiently. After a few seconds of silence, the door was still hit. When he opened it, a face was revealed. It was actually the white-faced middle-aged man. As soon as he saw Di Ping behind the fat man, his face turned a little red, and he stammered, so, it's... Di, bro, hurry in. Go away. Fatty pushed the white face away, opened the door, and let Di Ping in. Di Ping walked into the room calmly. It was true, these people were all there, plus Wang Delin. There were 8 people in total. Wang Delin looked at Di Ping. His face was a little unsightly. He hurriedly got up and greeted him with a smile on his face. It's Di Ping. Brother. It's great that you're okay. Wang Delin smiled and stretched out his hand to shake Di Ping's hand. Di Ping held his sword in both hands and looked at him lightly, without any intention of reaching out. Ha ha. Brother Di, don't get me wrong, I was the one who wanted to stop blocking the door, but these people were too scared, no one would listen to me. Wang Delin hung his hands in the air, took it back in embarrassment, and then rubbed it hard with a look on his face. Said with a smile. How dare you close the door, you don't dare to look at me now. Di Ping ignored him at all, just glanced at the crowd, and when he saw these people's eyes dodging, they seemed to be only afraid but not guilty, and he was really angry. He never thought that human nature can be so selfish. Seeing that these people have no intention of repenting, he had no regrets at this time, and he calmed down and said loudly. Wang Delin seemed to be a little annoyed by Di Ping's neglect, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes, but when he saw Di Ping's body covered with blood, just as fierce as the murderer he had just seen from the window, the anger that rose up quickly receded.
Di Ping was still observing Wang Dellen from the corner of his eye, and when he saw that he had endured the killing intent, he raised it contemptuously at the corner of his mouth. A group of people all turned their faces away from this side, and there was a young girl who secretly cried, as if she was very sad. "You kings, you are ignoring Brother D's good intentions to save you, but you are cruel and want to kill us." At this time, the fat man pointed at the group of people and cursed angrily. "Okay." Di Ping called out to Fatty in a low voice as he watched Fatty scolding more and more vigorously. "Brother D. These people don't need to be cleaned up, they are not good goods." The fat man scolded and returned to Di Ping. "You all participated in moving things and blocking the door just now, right?" Di Ping's eyes were flat, but very sharp, with a long sword in his hand, blood all over his body, and a fierce murderous aura all over his body. "I'm very fair," Di Ping said lightly when he saw that these people didn't respond. "You all leave here." "Where did you want us to go?" At this time, everyone thought Di Ping had let them go, and with a relaxed expression, one of the young people asked. "Of course, leave this building. I don't care where you go, but you are not allowed to stay here." Di Ping glanced at him lightly and said softly. Why did you drive us away?" At this time, everyone looked at Di Ping in disbelief, and some even asked aloud. "Why? Ha ha." Di Ping smiled contemptuously, and suddenly lifted the long sword in his hand, and the long sword was swept upright, and a cold light flashed. "Ah! My hand!" At this moment, Wang Dellen, who was in front of Di Ping, suddenly screamed while holding his hand. At this time, everyone saw that Di Ping's sword had actually cut off one of Wang Dellen's hands, and his palm fell on the ground, dripping with blood, and he was sweating in pain. There was blood all over the floor for a while. At this moment, everyone was startled, everyone looked at this scene in horror, their eyes were full of astonishment, as if they couldn't believe what happened. The white-faced middle-aged man in the back also shrank his eyes. "I didn't expect this person to be so decisive, to be silent, to talk and laugh, and to cut down the manpower. Even he can't do it. It seems that this person can't be an enemy of him." Fatty and the others were also taken aback, but then they were relieved. It would not be an exaggeration to kill them by doing what they did. "You knocked out Li Shang Lao Luo, I broke your hand, am I big enough? You should thank me for not killing you?" Di Ping's eyes did not fluctuate at all. He wanted to kill Wang Dellen, but after all, as a human being, he really can't do it. "And you guys, get out of here now, don't wait for me to change my mind." Di Ping suddenly shouted sharply. Hula, this group of people ran out like an amnesty and flew out without looking back, for fear of being called by Di Ping. At this time, Di Ping was more terrifying than the mutant beast. Hatred flashed in his eyes as he bowed his head. "Brother D, why don't you kill him? This person is a poisonous snake." Li Shang stepped forward and whispered. Di Ping glanced at Li Shang in surprise. He didn't expect that this Li Shang was rough and fine, and he was extremely decisive. He was a person who could be cultivated. "No, he can't make waves," Di Ping said with a contemptuous smile. He actually saw it, but he really couldn't do it. A knife would kill him, and he didn't want him to become too cold-blooded. Besides, this man had broken his hand and could survive tonight. The smell of blood was enough to kill him. If he really survived, it means that this person has a great life, and everything is destiny. He was hesitant in his heart. In peacetime, he was also an ordinary person. He didn't kill anyone today, but he kept the bottom line of being a human being. He didn't know if he would kill people in the future, but in this apocalypse, no one could be alone. In fact, Di Ping didn't intend to drive everyone away, but as soon as he saw that these people didn't have any sense of guilt and repentance, he was also cold-hearted. Such people are not worth saving, and they are not worth paying for. Who knows if there will be any moths under the same roof? So he drove away with a cruel heart, and he was a little worried about this Wang Dellen. He didn't dare to keep such a person by his side, and he felt that he couldn't do anything after killing him, so he had to drive everything away. "Let's see if they're gone, seal the building again, and then go up to the 8th floor to find me." Di Ping turned his head and instructed the 4 people behind him, then walked out of the room and went upstairs, and when he reached the stairs, he went upstairs again. He stopped and said, "The body of the mutant dog will also be disposed of, so as not to call in other mutant animals. You are working hard, I am indeed a little tired." At this time, Di Ping was a little sluggish, and after fighting this morning, killing 13 mutant dogs was already physically and mentally exhausted. At this time, he just wanted to go back and take a good bath and then eat something to sleep. "Brother D, rest assured. Leave these little things to us," Fatty assured with a pat on his chest. Back in the room, he first got water and simply took a shower.
He was pleasantly surprised to find that all the injuries on his body were healed, and the skin of the injured area was slightly red. It seems that the energy is very strong in repairing the injury. After taking a bath, Di Ping found a piece of bread and a bottle of water. He was half lying on the sofa, eating and drinking. He didn't know what to think in his head, and his thoughts were a little chaotic. A lot of things happened today, starting from the morning, to encountering a mutation. The dogs were scattered, and they killed the mutant dogs in the back. They were even betrayed by their comrades and almost died on the spot. In the end, they drove these people away and cut off Wang Delen's hand. Should it be saved? He took out a cigarette and lit it, took a few deep breaths, and his mind calmed down. Suddenly he felt relieved that there was a man who gave up his life for his wife and daughter. Save, Li Shang and Lao Luo are fighting to protect the door. These are all lovely people. There are always good people and bad people in this world, and there are still people who deserve to be saved by themselves. Thinking of this, Di Ping's heart was suddenly enlightened. He had a new direction in his heart, he had a goal, and he had the courage to fight. Man, does anyone else have a relationship with him? By the way, the system can be turned on. Di Ping, who had figured it out, suddenly remembered that he had collected enough crystal cores, and that he had already collected too much. Isn't it a good time to turn it on? Throwing away the cigarette, but he sat up suddenly. Di found the crystal core, whether the system activation conditions are met to open the system. When Di Ping took the 14 crystal cores obtained in total, the unique voice of the system sounded in his mind immediately. Turn on. Di Ping muttered with some excitement. The system is opening. 1%. 2%. 100%, the system is successfully opened. The system beeped. Di Ping only saw that 5 crystal nuclei suddenly disappeared in his hand, and then began to start in his mind. Read the article. The system has been successfully opened, and a legendary recruitment volume will be rewarded. Please start the hero recruitment as soon as possible. This is the end? Di Ping was a little speechless. He just read an article and opened it up. There was no light flashing, and there was no golden light. Di Ping made some complaints, but since the system said it was turned on, he also said that he would grow up as soon as possible, so he wouldn't be fooling around. System. Di Ping's heart moved, and a virtual interface disk appeared in front of him. He had tried it before, and this system call could open the system operation interface no matter what he thought or said. The system interface has indeed changed. Everything that was originally dark now lights up and keeps flashing. These two, one is a Western-style castle and the other is a manor. The entire operation interface is exactly the same as in the game, but the functions are different. No one is different. Click on the castle, a circle of light surging on the castle icon, and after a few seconds, the icon is displayed in bright colors. It seems that the opening is successful. The castle was successfully opened, and the title of the host was changed to the Lord of the Castle. The sound of the system sounded again at the right time. Di Ping didn't care about any title changes, he just wanted to go in as soon as possible to see what the castle was like, so he clicked the icon to prepare to go in and see what Di Ping only felt a change in front of him. A 3D full 3-dimensional model of a Western castle was presented in front of him. The castle was fully functional, with walls, squares, halls, towers, accommodation buildings, and conference rooms. There is a study, a kitchen, and a stable. He is very happy. This is the residence of people with status and status. One of the so-called villas in China is that a grass chicken is a phoenix, and there is no comparison at all. How wonderful it would be to live in such a castle. Di Ping thought so. Choose a suitable place to embody the castle. The castle is the hub of the status symbol of the Lord of Asylum. Di Ping saw a line of words below the 3-dimensional map, so he read it carefully. After reading this sentence, Di Ping was suddenly stunned and then overjoyed. It turned out that the villa could still show the real thing, and the wish to live in the castle could be realized. Pressing the excitement, he carefully studied the castle and found that there is nothing special about this castle, and the specific functions are not explained. There is only this text, and I don't know what it means. Maybe everything has to be realized and explored one by one. After watching the castle, Di Ping turned his attention to another icon that kept flashing, which is the manor. This manor is a place to collect resources in the game. I don't know what function it is here. With excitement, he tapped the icon also flashes immediately, and after a few seconds, the icon changes to bright, and the flickering stopped. The manor is open, and the initial resources will be rewarded with 100 each. Please designate a place as soon as possible to manifest the manor or bind it to the real building.
A little icon, a flash of light, immediately appeared in front of the D-plane. An operation box displayed several items. The top displayed idle worker, 0, and the above was a piece of content. Food, storage, 100, 1000 yield, 0 upgrade wood, storage, 100, 1000 yield, 0 upgrades iron, storage, 100, 1000 yield, 0 upgrade crystal, storage, 100, 1000 yield, 0 upgrade mithril, storage, 100, 1000 yield. 0 upgrade. There are 100 copies of the initial resources in the manor, and there seems to be a space of 1000 capacity, but I don't know where this space is, and I don't have binding and manifesting, so this space can only be inside the system. This mystery. The system may have more functions waiting to be discovered by yourself. At this time, D-Ping noticed that there was a craftsman recruiting button at the bottom. He carefully clicked it to see if he could recruit. When he clicked on it, 2 options were displayed. One was system craftsman recruiting, and the other was real craftsman recruiting. I honestly think that this system is not completely copying the game content. It may be a combination of the most beneficial things in reality. I don't know where this system came from, but he has no way of knowing this, and he can only accept it. Now he can only use this system to grow. Besides, this thing has always been beneficial to him so far, no matter what he will do in the future. How? Shaking his head to clear his messy mind, D-Ping looked at the third icon, which is the tavern icon. He knew that this feature in the game would be considered the real start of the game. The most important function of the tavern is hero recruitment and job transfer upgrades, so what he is most looking forward to is that this function is turned on. But after the castle and the manor were opened, the tavern was still a gray icon, and the tavern could be opened after the game opened these 2 items, but now that the conditions are met, why can't it be opened? D-Ping was extremely disappointed, and stabbed the icon fiercely. Down. D. The tavern failed to open. The conditions to open the tavern must be completed after the castle manor is realized. At this time, the sound of the system suddenly sounded in D-Ping's mind. It turned out that the castle and the manor had to be embodied? D-Ping knew why at this time, but it was not suitable for realization now. It seemed that he had to determine his own goal. The buildings in the system had to be embodied in order to show their abilities, and they had to be established in the where to build as a base is important. Doo-doo, suddenly a few knocks on the door interrupted D-Ping's thoughts. D-Ping heard the knock on the door and knew that Fatty and the others were coming up, so he exited the system. Anyway, it was useless to be greedy now. Looking out from the cat's eye, it was indeed a group of fat men. All of them were sweating and looking tired, and they seemed to be quite tired. Everyone, come in. Everyone has worked hard. D-Ping opened the door with a smile and greeted the crowd. Brother D said, it's hard work, you have saved our lives. What's the point of doing this kind of work? It's no problem if you want my life. Fatty looked grateful. His eyes were originally small, and he could no longer see the joy. Yeah. What are we doing? The man D-Ping and the middle-aged woman rescued in the end seemed to have recovered at this moment, and looked at D-Ping gratefully while wiping his sweat. D-Ping also has a good opinion of this middle-aged man. It is really rare to have someone who can reach out and give you a hand in times of crisis. He blocked himself and others at the door without seeing that those people were in any danger. Looking at a house of people who share life and death, especially these people looking at him with almost respectful eyes, D-Ping suddenly felt that all the hard work was worth it, and the injuries he suffered were not in vain. He gently tapped Fatty's shoulder. Okay, they are good brothers, you're welcome in the future. After he finished speaking, his face sank and said, then don't talk about saving your life in the future, you really don't think of me as a brother. After speaking, D-Ping first laughed, and the fat man touched his head and laughed, nodding his head again and again. Hey! Good! Listen to D-Gu. Standing behind Fatty Chen Gang, Li Shang also mentioned the corner of his mouth. He looked at D-Ping more eagerly, and Lao Luo was also in tears. Alright. Let's stop being sentimental, we're all fellow travelers who are trying to survive in the apocalypse. Come and sit down. D-Ping laughed and let everyone sit down. He liked the atmosphere very much. Little girl, are you hungry? Let's eat bread. The woman in her 20s who lost her husband was sitting on the sofa on her left with her child in her arms. Seeing that her complexion had recovered a lot, there was only little expression on her face. The little girl seemed to have regained her childish nature from the fear, her long eyelashes flickered, and her big black eyes were secretly looking at D-Ping. Come on. Eat it. It's delicious. Looking at the child, he was a little scared and a little greedy when he looked at the bread, so he said softly, Thank you, uncle. At this time, the woman spoke. her voice soft and warm. At this time, Ping carefully looked at the woman in front of him, and found that this woman was really beautiful, with a plump body, a thin chest and a thin waist, black and straight hair, fine five senses, narrow eyebrows, narrow eyes, a small nose and a small mouth. There are thousands of people. At this time, she is wearing a tight body shirt and a pair of light blue jeans, which are tight and tight, which highlights the perfect curve of the buttocks, especially with the soft voice, which fully shows the mature charm and intelligence of women. Not crying with some red eyes and a dull complexion, the rating is definitely above 90. The woman opposite seemed to sense that Ping was staring at her for a long time, and immediately blushed and lowered her head. Cough cough, to say that Ping has seen a lot of beautiful women in business these years, and Dingley also has some. He felt that it was really wrong for him to look at others this way, and he quickly coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Introduce myself, my name is Ping. Everyone will introduce their names and occupations to each other. It's more convenient to get to know each other if we want to eat in the same pot in the future. Ping now only knows the fat man Chen Gang, the paralyzed face Li Shang and Lao Luo. Neither the woman nor the middle-aged man understands. My name is Chen Gang, nicknamed Fatty, and my occupation is the warehouse supervisor of Yunjia Supermarket. You can call me Fatty. Fatty Chen Gang first introduced himself with a smile. Li Shang, transport captain of Yunjia Supermarket. Li Shang is still simple and clear. Luo Kuan Yu, for architectural decoration, just call me Lao Luo. Lao Luo said shyly. Changchao veterans, who opened a hotel before, you can call them whatever you want. You can call them Acheng, old Chengdu can do it, the middle-aged man introduced with a laugh, his voice warm and solemn, with the heroic and boldness of a soldier. My name is Yu Shujie, professional managers mainly do business planning. The woman felt nervous when everyone saw her, and she said slowly after a pause. It's really a beautiful person and a beautiful name, Ping secretly praised in his heart. My name is Yi Nan Nan. At this moment, the little girl in the woman's arms seemed to see that everyone had finished the introduction, and it was her turn, so she introduced herself in a crisp voice. Ha ha. That's right, and our Nan Nan. Ping laughed after hearing this. This child is really funny, so he wanted to tease her. Then what do our Nan Nan do? I'm still a child? That has a job. Uncle is so stupid. The child's small eyes rolled and Ping pouted. Cough cough, Ping was so choked that he almost didn't let out a breath. He coughed a few times and looked at the little girl with some resentment, not wanting to be despised by others. At this time, everyone in the room laughed and was amused by the little girl. Yu Shujie also pursed her lips and smiled, reaching out and slapped the child's ass. The sad atmosphere of the apocalypse seems to have been diluted a lot in this laugh, and everyone's relationship seems to be a lot closer at this moment, more eager, less alienated. I think everyone is hungry. There is food in the kitchen, who knows how to cook and eat it? My skill is very general and can only be regarded as cooked. Ping touched his nose, he didn't know what to say here, even the little girl couldn't hold it, so she had to change the subject. Should I come? The woman suddenly said, as if seeing everyone's doubts. She smiled softly, although I have to go to work, I usually cook for my daughter after get off work, isn't it? Mom's cooking is delicious. Seeing her mother asking herself, Nan Nan nodded her head like a little pigeon. That's good, then it's hard work for you, we believe it's okay. Ping smiled and touched the little girl with love. Well, you have a good meal. My dad can't eat it normally? The little girl nodded proudly. Hearing that everyone's expressions darkened, tears flashed in the woman's eyes, and Ping was also heartbroken. This little girl may not have realized that her father had left him forever. Holding back the tears in her eyes, she smiled. Xiang Shangliu smiled and said, Okay, we want to thank Nan Nan. We also have a good time today. Mr. D, I'm going to cook. Yu Shujie seemed to be afraid that she would not be able to hold back her tears if she stayed any longer, so she quickly got up. Okay, let's go. Ping said secretly. Yu Shujie hurriedly walked into the kitchen with the child in her arms. There seemed to be a beast behind her, and her footsteps were staggering. After Shujie left, everyone became silent. Ping sat on the sofa to rest. He was really tired today, and the other people were also very tired. They were scared and ran. Now that the pain is relieved, the whole body is sore, and I really don't want to move. There was the sound of pots and pans slamming into the kitchen, followed by the sound of knives cutting vegetables, which made the whole room even more terrifyingly quiet. In the silence, women could be heard crying from time to time, and everyone looked sad for a while, but no one spoke. This woman is really good. She is not only gentle and beautiful, but also very virtuous. In a short while, 5 dishes were brought to the table. The color and aroma were all good.
The smell of the smell made people's appetite. Di Ping was very hungry in the morning. I don't feel very hungry after a bit of bread. Last woman putting a bowl of rice on the table, he smiled and greeted everyone to come to the table to eat. Come on, let's start eating. People are iron, rice and steel. You don't have to be hungry for a meal. The biggest meal in the world is the biggest. You have to eat a full stomach before you have the strength to work. Di Ping stood up and greeted everyone as he walked. Table to eat. When everyone heard the greeting, they all stood up and walked towards the restaurant. To be honest, everyone was already hungry and their hearts were on their backs. It was just that Di Ping didn't move and they didn't move. They rushed into the restaurant after Di Ping greeted them. Come and sit next to my uncle. Di Ping walked to the dining table and looked at the drooling Nan Nan who was facing the table in front of him and smiled, picked her up and put her on the side seat, while he sat on the master seat. And then greeted a few people. You all sit. You are not hungry. Prepare to eat while standing. Several people laughed when they heard Di Ping's words, and then did not push each other to find a seat and sit down. As soon as Di Ping sat down, Yushu hurriedly stepped forward to help take a bowl of rice and handed it over. Di Ping looked nervous, sweating on his forehead because he was busy, and the hair on his forehead was wet. I was in a trance for a while, thinking that this is a smart woman who knows how to put herself right, and can bend and stretch. Come and feed our Nan Nan first. The Nan Nan is a child growing up, right? Di Ping took the meal with a smile, then put the rice in front of the Nan Nan and said with a smile, out of the corner of his eye he saw Yushu's nervous face. When he showed a relieved look, he seemed to take a long breath. His expression was a little excited and a little disappointed. Di Ping said lightly, he found that he really admired this woman, worthy of a high-level professional manager, and had a good grasp of human nature. In the last days, if such a vulnerable group does not know the way to survive, it will be very difficult to survive, and this woman can recognize this so quickly, which has to let Di Ping take a look. She served Di Ping's meal to show that Di Ping was the head of the family, and that she was attached. If Di Ping did not accept her, she would not accept her participation, because she knew that in such an environment of the last days, women are usually useless, maybe useful. It is to enslave men, but she doesn't want to, so relying on a strong man who doesn't look like a bad person is her best choice at present. Di Ping accepted her meal but gave it to Nan Nan, which means accepting her is attached, but not as a woman, but as a mother like a mother. So she is a little relieved, a little happy, because she has support. She is no longer afraid of not being able to survive in such an apocalypse, but at the same time she is a little lost. You must know that a beautiful woman is not unconfident, she knows how she looks. When receiving people, she could feel the scorching eyes of all men looking at her, but seeing that this man didn't accept her for this, just because she was a mother, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. A woman is always a contradiction sometimes. She wants a man because he loves her from the inside, not from the outside. But if a man ignores her beauty, she will feel injustice. This is the contradiction of a woman. Anyway, it is right. Nan Nan should have been hungry early, so she took the meal and slapped it in her mouth. Di Ping cherished and patted the little girl's head with a light smile. Her eyes were full of love. Such a lovely girl was lost in this apocalypse. The father lost his support, and the mother had no choice but to bend down to protect her. As the old saying goes, a mother is a child, and it is true. Although this girl Sui Shujia has a beautiful face, her eyes are decent, she doesn't look like a casual woman, but she made up her mind in this short time. Not great, how could Di Ping say anything about her? At this time, Yu Shujia woke up from her random thoughts. Seeing that Di Ping saw herself again, she hurriedly filled a bowl of rice and handed it over. Di Ping took the rice, nodded and said, sit down and eat too. I'm tired too. It's morning. Oh. Good. In fact, Yu Shujie was already exhausted. Hearing Di Ping's order, she hurriedly sat down at the bottom. She slumped in the chair like a deflated ball. A few people were hungry early, and they hurriedly slammed the food into their mouths, and at this time they didn't care whether the food was delicious or not. In fact, these days, the family does not dare to open fire and only eat some dry mouth. Di Ping tasted a few mouthfuls of dishes, let alone, the taste of these 5 dishes is really good, much better than those made in many restaurants. The taste is just right, the control of the heat is almost perfect, the dishes are pure and green. The green, immortal, upright and delicious, couldn't help but praise, Miss Yu's craftsmanship is really good, she can open a restaurant. After Yu Shujie heard Di Ping's words, her expression relaxed and she breathed a long sigh of relief. She was finally not a useless person and proved to everyone the value of her existence. Why didn't Fatty choke you to death? Li Sheng suddenly said angrily. Fatty seemed to be really choked,
clutching his neck and coughing, his face flushed. He hurriedly grabbed a bottle of water and drank half of it before he could breathe. You are a dead face with a paralyzed face. I won't be called a face paralysis in the future, I'll call you a crow's mouth instead. The fat man pointed at Li Sheng and scolded, while Li Shengyun calmly grabbed the dishes on the table to eat. I relied on your dead face and paralyzed face is really sinister, curse me to choking, you are grabbing food here. As soon as the fat man found that Li Sheng was only trying to grab food, he immediately understood, and immediately threw himself in front of the table. Joined the scavenger hunt. Di Ping looked funny, and at the same time a warm feeling rose in his heart. Seeing Yu Shujie secretly covering her mouth and laughing, she said with a smile, Miss Yu, if you don't start for a while, you won't be able to eat anything, look at these gangsters. The starving ghosts don't know what comedy is. Yeah. Yu Shujie then stopped laughing, got up and served herself a meal, sitting in front of the table and eating it in small bites. Di Ping looked straight and shook his head, this woman. The experience of the last days is still less, and at this time, I still take this attitude to eat. It's fine for me, but if I go to other places, I might not be able to get a meal, I still don't know the cruelty of the last days. A pot of rice and 5 dishes were all robbed by several people. If this was before the end of the world, that person was not the oil and water boss every day. It is even more exaggerated. It may be that with the strengthening of his body, he still feels half full after eating 5 bowls of rice, which makes it a little difficult for him to accept. After the meal was over, the group of people couldn't walk anymore. The fat man was half sitting on the ground, soft, and fell asleep with his head resting on the chair, and the corners of his mouth were still sloppy. When they got there, Luo Quan had one hand running down his chest, and he kept burping. Li Sheng opened the bottle of mineral water and wanted to drink it, but he stretched his neck and swallowed it with difficulty, and finally closed the bottle impatiently. Guy, I'm so full, it's up to my throat. Cheng Chao was much stronger, at least he could stand up and walk slowly back and forth in the hall, but seeing his frown from time to time seemed a little uncomfortable. Di Ping smiled secretly. I'm so full. Even the little girl was lying on the chair while covering her stomach, pouting. Yu Shujie finally finished her portion of the meal at this time, and she didn't eat a few bites of the food. She had a small appetite. Although the family didn't dare to cook these few days, but the bread and the like didn't cut off, and she could fill it up. Full stomach, seeing that everyone has eaten, got up and started to clean up the mess on the table. Looking at Yu Shujie cleaning the table like a little daughter-in-law, she is graceful, gentle, and virtuous, how can she not let a man's heart move? No wonder her husband is willing to fight her life for her and her children, and if she does, she will fight too hard. Such a daughter-in-law is so cute, my child, don't wake up laughing every day. Di Ping thought wildly in his heart. Thinking wildly in his heart, Di Ping gradually felt sleepy. Today, he put in a lot of strength and suffered a lot of injuries. If it wasn't for the restoration of his soul energy, he couldn't guarantee that he would still be fine. When Yu Shujie came out of the kitchen, Di Ping called everyone over. His house was a 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom house. There was also a study. The 4 older men were squeezed together, and it was impossible for 2 of them to lie down on the sofa. After the separation, I was really sleepy, so I greeted me and went back to my room to take a nap. Di Ping slept very deeply this time. It was the most beautiful sleep in the past few days. He used to be alone, and he never dared to sleep too much. After a lot of time, I fell asleep. It seems that people are really gregarious animals. The loneliness of being alone is really maddening. I can't even sleep at ease. The most intuitive feeling right now. I slept for such a long time. It looks like I'm really tired. Di Ping looked at his watch and saw that it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, having slept for more than 3 hours. When he got up, Di Ping washed his face and felt refreshed immediately. The tiredness in his body were swept away. Now he felt full of strength. Smile and walk out of the room. During the lunch break, he slept on the bed and had already thought about it. He was going to set the base at this green edge. This was the result of his careful thinking. There were several reasons. 1. Although his current ability has improved well, he doesn't know what the outside world is like. A few mutant dogs have made him disgraced. Although he wins, it is still quite dangerous. If he encounters a real overlord in the jungle, what should I do about the tiger lynx, etc.? So he urgently needs to improve his strength, and opening a tavern is the fastest way to increase his strength. Once he has a few heroes in his hand, his strength will increase rapidly. Only in this way can he be faster. Went home to save his parents. 2. Here in the suburbs and close to the urban area, there are correspondingly fewer mutant animals. If you know that the most animals are in the wild mountains and forests,
It will definitely not work in the mountains and forests.
In the urban area, there are also many mutant animals, mice, cats and dogs, and even the biggest ones. The zoo is definitely not a safe place, so it is much safer here.
3. The area of this community is quite large. There are 2 buildings and many villas.
The space is large enough, and it is more convenient to build the system by yourself.
So after these 3 reasons, Diping finally decided to stay here.
He was not going to go to the Bianzhou base developed by the military region. Once he entered the base, his movements would be limited. He thought about how to tell these people, and whether these people would stay, he really didn't know. Not bothering about this issue, Diping opened the door and walked out of the room, his expression stunned, because he found that these people were all concentrated in the hall, 1 or 2 sitting on the sofa. Their expressions were a little dull, and there seemed to be a look in their eyes. The gray layer of despair. Yushujie still had tears in her eyes. She didn't know what she was thinking, only the little girl was lying in her mother's arms and humming a song softly.
What's the matter, everyone? These people didn't even notice Diping coming out.
Diping seemed to see something wrong, so he greeted with a smile. Diggo, Mr. D. At this time, several people were suddenly awakened by Diping's voice, and they stood up and greeted each other.
What's wrong? I think your expressions don't seem right.
Diping waved his hands and sat on the sofa. His eyes swept across several people's faces, and asked softly.
D.
I am, Fatty shouted and stood up, looking a little excited. I didn't come out for a long time.
Don't worry, you sit down first.
Diping saw that Fatty seemed to be overexcited, and without a word, turned to look at Cheng Chao. Brother Chang, come and tell me what happened? He knew that among these people, Cheng Chao should be the most able to explain things in a clear and orderly manner. Li Shang spoke very little. It was too simple and sometimes he couldn't understand it. The whirling appearance is not the best person to talk to, so he asked Cheng Chao to speak.
Hey, it's so miserable. Cheng Chao heard Diping tell him to say. His expression was a little sad. He let out a long sigh and said, just now the radio reported that the government started to retreat at 11 a.m.
Oh, what happened to the retreat? We didn't catch up. Did something happen? When Diping heard this, he immediately looked straight. He felt that things might not be very good, otherwise the faces of these people would not be so bad.
There are not many people who got the news. There are about 50,000 to 60,000 people. The way is safe.
The mutant animals don't dare to attack this large team.
It's just that there are too many people.
By the way, it turned out that something happened. It was too tragic. Speaking of which, Cheng Chao also burst into tears. His voice was a little choked, and he could no longer speak.
What the hell is going on? Diping was a little anxious.
How could something happen to so many people, and how much happened? So he asked Chui anxiously.
I'm sorry, Brother D. Let me breathe back. Cheng Chao was a soldier after all, and looked at Diping a little unhappily, then straightened up and touched his face with both hands, only to calm down and say, let the big army go. When we arrived at the Emperor Lake, for some unknown reason, a crocodile suddenly rushed out of the Emperor Lake, smashing the team, and then the mutant animals that followed also rushed up, and the team was basically wiped out. After saying this, Wan Chao was a little choked up again, and the others were also in tears, and Yushujia was even more unbearable, sobbing in a low voice, her hands tightly covering her mouth, and her shoulders kept shaking. A crocodile broke up a team of tens of thousands of people? Are these tens of thousands of people just decorations? Diping's eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. Yes. I don't know that the crocodile that Wang Badan put in the Dihu Lake really should be cut off. The fat man cursed through gritted teeth. Brother D, do you know how big this crocodile is?
Cheng Chao finally came back to his senses, seeing Diping still in disbelief, then looked at Diping and said, this crocodile is 5 meters long. How tall? More than 20 meters long, fast, one mouth can kill several people, and its tail is like a pillar, and it can sweep away armored vehicles, let alone people, especially with scales that are harder than steel. The gun was just a white spot, and the army's artillery couldn't be hurt, and half of the tens of thousands of people were killed or injured by this beast. After Cheng Chao finished speaking, there was still a look of horror on his face, as if he had experienced it himself. The crocodile, which is 5 meters high and 20 meters long, is bigger than the mutant crocodile in the movie, and it can't even be hurt by a gun. The matter was serious. Diping also sat down on the sofa in a flash. Originally, after this several times of strengthening, his body strength was as much as 1,000 genes, and his speed was 2 or 3 times faster than ordinary people, and he felt invincible in his heart. This time it seemed like he had been hit by a heavy blow, which made him flustered. He didn't expect these animals to mutate so fast, and some animals mutate so terribly. He heard from the radio the day before yesterday that there are tigers with 3 or 4 heights. Thousands of people saw it and killed countless people.
He was very fortunate that he didn't rush home.
With his current ability, he felt that he had become stronger, but now it seems that compared with mutant animals, he is still in the food chain. At the bottom of the bottom, he just climbed up a little bit, and he was secretly happy.
He was really a frog in the bottom of the well.
At this moment, he corrected the mentality of contempt before and began to face this mutated world squarely.
Can I survive in this world?
Di Ping's face was a little gloomy, as if he had lost his direction and motivation at this moment.
No, I still have a system. Yes, I still have a mysterious system. I will definitely become stronger and stronger.
I want to let the existences that threaten my life step on my feet. Suddenly Di Ping looked shocked. He remembered he still has the system, he has trump cards, and he doesn't believe that he can't survive in this apocalypse with golden fingers. Then he really becomes an idiot and incompetent. Thinking of this, he regained his infinite power from the bottom of his heart, and his fighting spirit was high again.
Since God gave me this opportunity, I must live a different life. How many people survived, and where did they go?
Di Ping thought for a while before slowly raising his head to look at the crowd. The radio said that people were scattered. Some people from the army and the government successfully rushed out of the city, while others were chased and fled everywhere.
Hiding is now impossible to count.
The radio car escaped into a shopping mall before it was safe. There are still hundreds of people following, and the information will be sent after it is safe, and I hope everyone will not go in this direction. Cheng Chao had completely calmed down at this time, and told Di Ping the matter one by one.
Alas! This is an era of many disasters.
Death may be a good thing, but only if you are not affected by disasters, but it is even more difficult for the living. Di Ping stood up, walked to the window, and gently opened the curtain a crack, looked into the distance and sighed softly.
Yeah. It's more difficult to live. Cheng Chao also sighed. I don't know, what are your plans?
Di Ping suddenly turned to look at the crowd and asked.
Plan?
Several people looked at Di Ping and looked at each other again. Even Yashujie stopped crying and looked at Di Ping with teary eyes.
Brother Di, I'll go there.
At this moment, the fat man stood up suddenly, looking at Di Ping with excitement and said firmly.
Me too.
Li Sheng was also sitting on the sofa, cutting his nails with a knife. His expression relaxed, but his tone was extremely firm.
Brother Di, what's your plan?
Cheng Chao seemed to ask casually. I'm going to stay, I want to make this a safe base, and I want to give thousands of people a place to live and live.
Di Ping's eyes flashed, and he said firmly and powerfully.
At this moment, there seemed to be a ray of light on her body. The eyes of several people looking at him were full of enthusiasm. Yashujie seemed to be stunned by his momentum at this moment, and her eyes were full of brilliance. The little girl's eyes flashed with little stars.
I think that uncle is really handsome at this moment. Okay. Brother Di, this is the last time I'll call you like this from today.
I'll call you Brother Di from today. I won't go there anymore, I'll mess with you. Cheng Chao also stood up with a shout. He is a soldier, and he prefers people with heart and blood like Di Ping.
A sound of Di Gu also recognized Di Ping's leadership.
Cheng Chao was a boss who made a lot of money. Before the end of the world, he was even better than Di Ping. He has a hotel management company and has reduced assets in dozens of hotels. He is also over 100 million people, so it is difficult for ordinary people to get his approval, so he is willing to call him Big Brother.
Anyone who does business to this level is a fool.
He has been a soldier and has seen blood. He knows the force of the army best, but he has seen the powerful fighting power of these mutant dogs, and the crocodile that can't help with artillery fire. He knows these times have changed. When you see Di Ping's powerful abilities, this is definitely not something that ordinary people can have.
If you think that animals can mutate, it means that people can also mutate. If your guess is correct, then this era will be a strong man. In the era of respect, following powerful people is the most correct way.
Of course, he has to follow the correct way. What's more, Di Ping is a person who values love and righteousness and can be followed with confidence.
Di Gu. I messed with you too.
Lao Luo also stood up to express his position.
Di Gu. I'll stay too.
Yashujie also stood up, blushing, and her eyes were still full of tears. As soon as she stood up, the little girl who was sitting on her lap flashed off. The little girl stood on the ground with her mouth on the ground and her hands on her waist, sulking.
Good. Let's help each other in this last world.
Di Ping didn't have much confidence that these people followed him, but he didn't expect these people to follow him so firmly. First, he was moved, and second, his heart was soaring. He thought that my brother was also a member of the team, and he was also happy. Haha smiled and stretched out his palm. Come, several people stretched out their hands at the same time and put them on Ping's palm. The 5 people were excited, and their eyes were full of warm flames. All the sadness and decline just now disappeared. And me too. At this time, Nan suddenly climbed up on the coffee table and stretched out her chubby little hand, magnifying the hands of everyone. Haha good. And our Nan. Everyone laughed, Ping also laughed. Come on, let's help each other. Together in the same boat, several people said in unison, although the sound was not loud, it took root with a strong force, and everyone looked at each other, no more decadence in their eyes, and some just had an extremely firm belief in the future. After a while, the excited people calmed down, everyone sat down, Ping took out a cigarette, and a few people shared one, while Yoshuje asked Nan to play in the room. I'll tell everyone about my plan first. Ping lit a cigarette and took a deep breath before slowly saying. He never smoked before. When he was in college, he didn't smoke when there were 6 people in the dormitory. After Su Xiao left him and went to the United States, the strong pressure made him smoke. He knew that smoking was not good, but every time the pressure when it made him unable to breathe, he would smoke one, and he felt that this would make him feel a lot more peaceful. Seeing everyone lighting cigarettes one by one, all their attention was on his face, and then slowly the first step is to collect food and water. Without sufficient food, it is very difficult for us to survive. The second step is to clean up the mutant animals in the community as soon as possible, so as to ensure the safety of this place. He paused when he said this. He took another puff of cigarette, and the smoke was sucked into his lungs and then spit out, and his face was covered in smoke immediately. Third, the other is to search for people living in the community. We have to try to recruit like-minded people together. There are many people and strengths. It's big, the community is so big, we must build a high courtyard wall if we want to be safe, and the current wall can't stop mutant animals from entering. After saying this, Ping snuffed out the cigarette but that was left in the ashtray, then looked up at everyone and said, this is my current thinking and plan. If you have anything to add, you can talk about it. I don't have anything to say. I will do whatever Brother D wants me to do. Fatty Chin Gang was the first to express his position. A foodie who just eats without thinking. It's true that he can't think of anything. This is what Li Sheng suddenly said. You dead face paralyzed, you simply say that my rice bucket is ready. It's still elegant, can you tell me if you have the ability? The fat man pointed at Li Sheng's face and gritted his teeth. I don't mind either. Li Sheng shrugged and said indifferently. Crap, face paralysis. You can't take care of your own life if you come to see brother. Fatty yelled in anger, spit in his palms and rubbed his hands quickly, calling out to Li Sheng to come out to practice, but he was on his own. The feet stand firmly without moving a single point. Cut. Li Sheng leaned on the sofa with his hands on his shoulders angrily. Okay, Fatty, sit down and get down to business. Ping knew that these 2 people liked to joke around, so he wouldn't really persuade him, but now that he's serious, he can't let these 2 treasures make trouble here. Brother D, I feel that the gas is out of stock in cooking today, and it may stop at any time. Do we collect some gas to fill? There are 3 restaurants outside the community, and there must be some in there. Do we collect some? Yu Shujie after thinking about it, he said crisply. Well, this is also a problem. Okay, let's go and see it tomorrow. Ping also knew that the gas would not last long, and the fuel had to be prepared early, and the amount of bread and instant noodles alone was enough. If only I could collect some frozen meat. I wonder if there are cold storages in these restaurants. Fatty asked with bright eyes when he heard that the restaurants seemed to be suddenly excited. Eating meat even after you've become a pig? Li Sheng is an interesting person. He never speaks very little, but he likes to be with the fat man. Whenever he has a chance, he never misses it. You are envious and jealous. Fatty laughed proudly. Fatty, I finally know why you are so fat. Ping also laughed and mocked Fatty. Brother D, I'm good at this. If I don't eat meat for a day, I'm tired. The fat man smiled and patted his head with embarrassment, and then suddenly slapped his thigh with a face full of regret. Bring it up to eat, you have to let it go, this dog flesh rolling god can't stand still, you people are really wasteful. Nausea, suddenly Yu Shujie covered her mouth and retched. Sister Yu, do you have it? The fat man said suddenly as he watched Yu Shujie suddenly covering her mouth and retching. You're a big bastard. You fat man, these dogs have eaten people, how dare you eat them? Vomit, Yu Shujie gave the fat man an angry look, and then vomited twice.
What's the matter? Dogs still eat shit. Don't people still eat dogs?
The fat man turned his eyes and retorted.
Ouch, Yu Shujie couldn't bear it any longer and ran to the bathroom. I said, Fatty, can't you pee and pee? Di Ping was a little disgusted by what the dead fatty said.
Originally, he had also thought about whether these mutant dog meats could be eaten or not, and he was about to test it. This made him a little bit unbearable when the fat man messed up, so he hurriedly stopped it.
Damn fat man, next time you have this idea, don't eat my food.
At this time, Yu Shujie came out of the bathroom and stared at the fat man fiercely as she walked and said, her face was still a little pale, and it seemed that she was really disgusted by the fat man.
Oh. Alright. It's such a pity. It must be delicious when stewed.
Fatty said impatiently, and then muttered with a regretful look on his face.
Fatty.
This has provoked public anger, and even Chang Chao stood up and shouted in a low voice. Li Sheng even raised his foot on the fat man's butt, and the fat man fell on the sofa. Yu Shujie vomited again and ran again into the washroom. The fat man fell onto the sofa, and seemed to know that he was in trouble. He sat down on the sofa again and lowered his eyebrows and looked like a little woman.
Can you imagine? A fat man weighing more than 200 kilograms, with a fat face, his eyes and nose are protruding, and he looks like a little daughter-in-law who is angry? Could be worse than this.
Di Ping knew that this fat man Shen Gang was a living treasure, and he liked eating and playing tricks, so he didn't care about him, he could only glare at him angrily. When Yu Shujie came out of the bathroom again, her face was even paler, her steps were a little messy, and it seemed that she was vomiting a lot.
Mom! Are you going to have a baby?
At this moment, Xiao Nan Nan suddenly ran out, pulling her mother and asking in a tender voice.
Ha ha!
Everyone laughed when they heard Nanan's words.
Naughty girl, Mom is just not feeling well. Let's go and play.
Yu Shujie's face suddenly turned from white to red, and she quickly bent down to explain to Nan Nan. Everyone sat around the sofa after laughing for a while. This time laughing relieved the inner pressure, and the long-term tension was also diluted a lot.
Okay. If everyone has no other opinions, we will settle this.
Di Ping leaned back on the sofa, crossed his hands on his chest, and glanced at everyone. Everyone shook their heads and said it was meaningless. After all, it was the first time for everyone to go through the apocalypse.
No one knew what to do.
Now there is only one way, one is to survive, or to do everything possible to develop the system function. As long as the system function develops, I believe that I can go further in this apocalypse.
Okay. There's nothing else to do. Starting tomorrow, we'll clean up this building and collect food. Di Ping finally decided.
It's only after 5 o'clock, it's still too early to eat.
Di Ping doesn't care about these people and starts today's exercise.
The usefulness of practicing swords in the past few days is simple, but it is really useful in battle. If not, I've been practicing sword swinging for the past few days, and it's hard to say whether I can still stand here now. Swinging the sword again, Di Ping suddenly felt that the originally heavy Han sword was now light and fluttering. When waving it, he always felt that the strength could not be achieved better, it was just that there was no other weapon in his hand, and now this Han sword was waving. The sword is already his best weapon. This time, Di Ping changed his set from 25 times to 100 times. His strength increased too fast.
It just doesn't feel right. Sometimes walking doesn't seem so neat. The body and consciousness always feel that they can't cooperate. Before, he accidentally crushed the soap dish while taking a bath. You must get acquainted as soon as possible. Split, chop, sweep, pick 5 movements to complete. 1 movement is 100 times, and 5 movements are done exactly 1 set. There are 500 times. Di Ping has practiced 5 sets before he feels that his strength has reached the limit, and he can do it again. It is possible to overdose, but if the overdose is dangerous at night, it will be troublesome. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw Di Ping practicing the sword. It wasn't because Di Ping's movements were too handsome, and the movements were really ugly, but Di Ping's movements were too fast. Every sword was swung as fast as lightning. Unclear, the sword cut through the air and chirped. Seeing Di Ping's constant swinging of the sword, everyone knew that Di Ping's strength was not without reason. It was the result of people's persistence in exercising. The sword was only swung thousands of times, and the whole body was sweaty under the sweat. Perseverance and perseverance?
This further strengthened Di Ping's intention to follow. Such a person is worth following.
Di Ping practiced swinging his sword and began to practice physical strength and flexibility.
After all the work was done, it was already dark. When he saw that it was 7 o'clock, he ordered Yu Shujie to cook and wash the sweat on her body.
Dinner is relatively simple. The coal fire is getting weaker and weaker and may be extinguished at any time.
I simply made a la carte, everyone ate hastily, and they were very full at noon. After eating, Di Ping assigned a vigil. Lao Luo kept the first half of the night, and Li Sheng kept the second, so that everyone could sleep peacefully. After a night's rest, Di Ping woke up before 6 o'clock and couldn't sleep again. He slept well at noon during the day, but at night there was no electricity, let alone playing, so he could only sleep, and at this point, he was drowsy and full of sleep. If you can't sleep, you might as well get up. After a simple shower, I opened the door and went out. I smelled the sweet smell of steamed buns, and I was a little confused. Who made the steamed buns? Walking into the hall, I saw that there was a chopping board on the coffee table in the hall, and there were noodles on the chopping board, and on the coffee table were 2 baskets full of steamed buns with white flowers, and the dining table was also full, and there was a person sleeping on the sofa. It was Yu Shujie. Her face was covered with noodles, her hands were covered with noodles, and her clothes were covered with fine noodles. She was sleeping fragrantly. It seemed that this woman must have been steaming so much all night. Steamed bun. Approaching lightly, I saw the woman sleeping with her head resting on the sofa, with some flour on her face. Her beautiful face was even more tender, like a fairy who had descended from the earth. Arms, brows raised from time to time, seems to be very painful. It should be a dream. There are 2 faint tears on the face. It seems that I cried in the dream. Di Ping's heart was violently touched. He stretched out his hand, and gently brushed away the messy hair on Yu Shujie's face, with a gentle face. She was also a poor woman, Di Ping sighed in his heart. He bent down, wrapped his arms, gently picked up Yu Shujie, turned and walked towards his room. When he walked into the room, he gently put her on the bed. Di felt that her body was really soft, and it was very comfortable to hold. There is a faint fragrance that is introduced into the nostrils, and there is a feeling of reluctance to let go. Hold back your heart. Di Ping pulled a thin sheet to cover her, looked at her for a while and sighed and turned and walked out of the room. But he didn't know that when he turned around, the sleeping woman on the bed quietly opened her eyes, stunned. Looking at the background of Di Ping's departure, his eyes were blank, and there were emotions, confusion, and loss in it. It was very complicated. It wasn't until Di Ping closed the door lightly that he woke up silently. His face flushed red, and he pulled the sheet with both hands and put his face in the sheet. Di Ping walked out of the room and saw that there were more people in the hall. It was Li Sheng. When is this guy here? No one was there just now. Brother Di. Li Sheng saw Di Ping come out of the room. His voice was a little excited. He secretly let out a sigh of relief, and his tense face relaxed. Why didn't I see you just now? Di Ping didn't know where this guy came from, but no one was there just now. The steamed buns were out of the pot just now. I'll go collect them. Li Sheng showed Di Ping the box of steamed buns he was holding in his hands, and the steamed buns were still steaming hot. Just now, when Di Ping carried Yu Shujie into the room, Li Sheng happened to be coming out of the kitchen. If Di Ping would have heard it normally, but when he was feeling the tenderness of the woman, he was distracted, and he was too focused to hear it. Li Sheng moved. Li Sheng saw Di Ping carrying Yu Shujie into the room, and he was a little confused. Although he followed Di Ping, he also had his own limits. He was afraid that Di Ping would attack Yu Shujie at this time. If he stopped, Di Ping would be unhappy if he stopped, and he felt uncomfortable in his heart. When he saw Di Ping walking out of the room quickly, he was relieved, and at the same time felt a little guilty, feeling that he should not have misunderstood Di Gu. He was so how inappropriate it is to take care of yourself and others and misunderstand Di Gu because of this. So when I saw Di Ping walking out of the room just now, the sound of Di Ge's cry was moved, ashamed, and more respectful. It should be said that from this moment on, Li Sheng felt that it was worth selling his life to Di Ping. Under the mountain, he is no longer confused. Di Ping didn't know about these inner activities, and he didn't even know that it was just a simple action that caused such a big fluctuation in Li Sheng's heart, and he didn't know that today's unintentional action subdued a doomed follower. People do a lot. This person may not be grateful to you, but sometimes a small thing that you think is small can't be small, may be grateful to you. During the Three Kingdoms period, Cao Cao came out barefoot to greet Suyu and immediately moved Suyu and gained Suyu's allegiance, and Suyu planned Wu Chao for Cao Cao and defeated Yuan Shao at Guandu. This was the famous Battle of Pingguandu. Sometimes it is not necessarily a monstrous kindness that wins people's hearts, it is often just a small matter, because these unintentional little things truly reflect a person's heart. After 7 o'clock, everyone got up one after another. In the morning, there was no need to cook. There were so many steamed buns. Yu Shujie was afraid that the gas would go out at night, so she made more steamed buns. Di Ping found a few bags of mustard from the box, and a few people wouldn't forget about eating steamed buns with mustard greens. Everyone was eating, when Di Ping's door Yu Shujie came out of the room, and everyone immediately looked at her and stared blankly at her. Yu Shujie didn't expect everyone to be sitting at the dining table. The dining table was facing Di Ping's room. It wasn't until Yoshujia walked away from the room and closed the door with a bang that everyone woke up from the sluggishness, and for a while they all looked at Di Ping's eyes with the same look. What did I say about your eyes? Nothing. I saw her falling asleep just now, so I went to sleep in the room. Di Ping looked at everyone's eyes, his head was covered with black lines, and he was holding a steamed bun in one hand. He patted his forehead innocently with one hand. I rely on you. Di Ping's forehead sweated anxiously when he saw everyone's unbelievable expressions. When he saw Li Sheng suddenly thinking that Li Sheng was there just now, he hurriedly looked at him. Li Sheng hopes that Li Sheng can make a clearance. Li Sheng, you were there just now, did you see it? Li Sheng shook his head blankly with an innocent look on his face, then lowered his head to nibble on his own steamed buns, and also nibbling on the side dishes. Mum. Di Ping almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He didn't think that Li Sheng was really shriveled. He didn't pay attention to it, but now he understands the essence of this guy. He waved his hand and said, "Don't explain it to you unscrupulous guys. The thoughts are too impure." Ha, the average person suddenly laughed. Di Ping was too scary yesterday. Killing a mutant dog was like cutting vegetables. He was covered in blood and looked like a madman. The other one was unfamiliar to everyone, and I didn't know each other for a long time. Seeing that Di Ping's face had been sullen, he even cut off Wang Delen's hand with a sword. In fact, everyone was a little afraid of him. Everyone knew that there was a vigil last night. Di Ping could not do anything to Yoshujie, but it was a little unexpected to see Yoshujie coming out of Di Ping's room, so he made a joke, especially after Li Sheng regarded Di Ping as his elder brother. His depraved nature was exposed, and he slapped Di Ping with a knife. When everyone saw Di Ping sweating on his head because of a misunderstanding, he was at a loss, and he was anxious to explain, and found that this was the big boy next door. This decisive young man is not scary, but rather cute, so everyone burst into laughter with relief. "Oh, you bastards, how dare you insult me?" At this time Di Ping realized that these people were insulting him, and his heart suddenly warmed, knowing that these people really regarded him as brothers. "I thought that you guys would join forces to smack me, then I would play with you too." Thinking of this, I said with a straight face, "Okay, I decided to clean up the community today, you guys will lead the way." Ah! The fat man bit the steamed bun in his mouth and immediately fell on the table, screamed miserably, and immediately looked at Di Ping, his innocent eyes filled with infinite pity. "Brother Di, I can give all of my 200 kilograms to me. You, don't feed me to mutant dogs. You fat man, is it disgusting?" "It's alright, don't put it off. Eat. I won't be able to eat after watching for a while." At this time, Cheng Chao scolded angrily. Everyone was laughing again. This dead fat man is a pistachio, and every time he makes him laugh or cry, a fat man can be disgusting like this. A dead fat man can be cute. The question is, are you good looking? After a while, Yoshujie also came out of the room with her little girl in her arms, with a normal expression, as if nothing had happened, but the ruddy ears revealed that she was not as calm as she appeared at this time. It's not fun to overdo it, so I don't bother about it anymore. "Sister you, today we are going out to clean up the floor to collect food, so don't go there and stay at home with Nan. Di Ping said to Yoshujie after everyone finished eating. "Well then. I can't help either," Yoshujie said a little disappointedly. "It's also necessary to look after the house. No matter who asks us to leave the door, don't open the door." Di Ping smiled and comforted. The four of Fatty were already ready, waiting for Di Ping with their weapons. Di Ping was speechless when he saw the weapons in everyone's hands. Fatty was still steel, and Li Sheng was holding a baseball bat. The steel pipe that is more than 1 meter long. Luo Quan has a shovel with white ash on it, which seems to be what he usually uses for work. Although he can't see it, he just can't do it. Now that the workshop is not open, there is no way to make weapons. Just do it. When he went out, Di Ping asked Yoshujie to close the door. He wanted to sweep the building and make sure that he and others had a safe place. There are only 2 families on his floor, his own family, and the family on the left. They don't know if they are still there, and they haven't heard any movement. Now they are just checking and cleaning the front of the door. A group of people stood at the door. Di Ping motioned to Cheng Chao and asked him to knock on the door. Why did he let Cheng Chao go? Cheng Chao had the most friendly face and a righteous face, not to mention his good looks. It is believed that perhaps the homeowner will feel more at ease by letting him call the door. Bang bang, is there anyone? Cheng Chao nodded, stepped forward and called the door softly. There were more than a dozen calls, but there was no movement at the door. Di Ping listened intently and did not hear any movement in the room. It seemed that no one was there. Fatty, did you have this family last time you gathered? Di Ping turned to look at Fatty and asked softly. Brother D, the last time I called the door, no one responded.
I thought no one lived there?
Fatty thought for a while and said, after all, it was impossible to forget what happened the day before yesterday. No, there are people living in this house, and I heard voices from across the street the night before.
Di Ping remembered that there were people in this house. Then what should I do, Brother D?
Cheng Chao knocked again, but there was still no one, so he had no choice but to turn around and ask Di Ping.
You get out of the way.
Di Ping thought for a while, and reconfirmed that there must have been someone in this house before, and he didn't follow the crowd to the provincial government, it must be at home, and now he is silent, either because he is afraid to speak out, or maybe something happened to someone. Di Ping walked to the door and grabbed the door handle. The doors of this community all opened outwards, so it was difficult to knock them open, and it was difficult to open them with force, which made the mutated mice and mutated dogs in the building very difficult.
Less likely to crash in.
Di Ping grabbed the door handle with both hands and gently pulled it a few times.
The whole door shook. Di Ping saw that the door was indeed strong.
Seeing that Di Ping was thinking, he held the doorknob with both hands, slammed his shoulders hard, and gave a light drink. He yanked his shoulders violently, and 1,000 genes of force suddenly launched. Kaka, the door creaked violently, and the dust on the top of the door fell. When Di Ping saw the door, he kicked his feet on the ground, the veins on his shoulders burst out, and he stared at the door and drank. Boom! The steel door was pulled out by Di Pingsheng, and the steel bolt on the top of the doorframe with the thickness of the child's arm was bent and deformed, and the cement on the door was pulled and shattered. The upper and the head were gray, and he reached out and took the long sword in his hand. When I turned around, I greeted everyone into the room, but when I turned around, I found a group of people staring blankly. He looked at Di Ping as if he had seen a monster. No wonder these people were a little surprised, to know what kind of power it took to open the door. The thick steel bars in his arms are bent.
This is not what Superman is.
They have seen Di Ping go mad and know that he is strong, but they did not expect to be so strong.
Brother D, are you sure you're not Superman?
The fat man swallowed and squeezed the flesh on Di Ping's arm, as if to confirm whether he was a real person.
I'm a human being, let's go, enter the room, you follow me, be careful.
Di Ping slapped Fatty's hand in annoyance, and then greeted everyone to enter the room.
The layout of this room is the same as Di Ping's, but the decoration style is slightly different.
Di Ping is a simple Western-style dress, and this one is also a Western-style dress, but it is indeed a luxury dress. The decoration is gorgeous and unusual, and it looks very neat. The faint scent of fat powder was clearly a woman's residence. Di Ping carefully moved into the room step by step with his sword in hand, using his eyes and ears together.
Dige, dead man.
At this moment, the fat man suddenly exclaimed.
Be quiet.
Di Ping saw it for the first time, but the fat man startled him and shouted softly. This is a woman, wearing a black casual nightgown, leaning against the brown leather sofa, with her head raised and her long black hair hanging down on one side along the sofa. The reason why it is called dead is because that Yang's face was pale, and his eyes were still round, as if he was looking at the crowd. Approaching slowly, Di Ping could see clearly that the woman's chest was slashed on her clothes, revealing her snow-white skin, but her chest was bloody, as if a hole had been opened, and her internal organs flowed out on the sofa. Although Di Ping killed a lot of mutant dogs and saw a lot of tragic images, just this sight made his heart churn. Vomit at this time, the fat man couldn't help it, and turned around and vomited with a wow. Di Ping endured the discomfort in his heart, looked at the wound on the woman's chest, and suddenly thought, this is a scratch from an animal's sharp claws.
Be careful, there may be mutant cats. Di Ping's expression suddenly changed. He remembered this woman.
He seldom saw her going out. He only went downstairs when he went to the supermarket to buy things. He had only lived here for 2 months, and he had seen this woman no more than 5 times. This woman is always alone, holding a white kitten every day.
Di Ping glanced left and right and found that the glass was not broken.
It seemed that the cat was still in the room, but he didn't know where to hide. He had never seen a mutant cat. Animals are like killers, they always hide in the dark without making a sound, and when the opportunity comes, they will quickly take action.
Di Ping was a little nervous. He didn't like the feeling of being stared at.
No matter how strong he was face to face, he would dare to go forward and do it.
An opponent like a cat was the most troublesome.
As soon as everyone heard it, they looked at the woman's exaggerated wound, and the pieces of minced meat that came out of the sharp claws made their scalps numb, and immediately clenched their weapons nervously.
Fatty Chen Gang didn't vomit anymore, and looked around nervously. Di Ping glanced at the roof and found that he could rest assured on the roof.
Although the roof of this decoration is a flat roof, it has a shape, but there is no dark groove, and there is no space for cats to hide, so just pay attention to the surroundings.
You all go out and block the door for me.
Ping thought about it and felt that these people couldn't be of much help in the house. He also cared to take care of them not to be attacked.
Brother D, we are here to help you.
Fatty waved his weapon, although his tone was a little nervous.
It's alright, let's go out.
That way I don't have to be distracted, so I blocked the door to prevent it from running out.
Ping explained with a smile.
Okay, Gu, be careful. The fat man and the others slowly retreated in response. The four of them lifted the door with all their strength and moved towards the door, while Ping stood by the door, looking left and right with sharp eyes.
Block it! Quick!
Ping suddenly shouted and urged. Then the long sword stared at the study, and he saw a white shadow flashing in the study just now. Knowing that this guy is very smart, it seems to know what he and others are doing.
It's late!
Ping suddenly shouted in a low voice. The white cat knew that it could go out through this door, and it wanted to go out just now, but a few people were not far from the door, and it felt a strong fluctuation of blood energy from Ping, which made it a little scared and did not dare to move easily, but when it saw that D and the others were going to block the door, it couldn't wait any longer.
It finally waited for this opportunity to get out, and it definitely didn't want to give up.
It could only rush out, hoping to rush out before it was blocked.
Chop!
Ping saw the white shadow flashing, rushing towards him, fast as lightning, and shot straight at his face. He immediately slashed with his sword. Ping's sword was like a shooting star, slashing down towards Bai Ying with a screeching scream, and in the blink of an eye, Bai Ying followed, but Bai Ying suddenly turned sharply in mid-air. His body forcibly dodged the blade from Ping's left quickly flashed.
Thorn!
A sharp object pierced through the clothes, and at the same time Ping felt a burning pain in his left arm.
Actually injured, the speed is so fast.
Ping secretly took a deep breath. He thought he was already very powerful, and his speed was even more abnormal. Who would have known that this white shadow was faster, and he would hang up without checking it?
Ping blushed a little, and was even more angry.
Bang! Bai Ying crossed Ping and rushed towards the door, but the fatty and a few people just happened to close the door tightly, and Bai Ying slammed his head against the door panel, making a soft sound. Meow! With a harsh scream of pain, the white shadow rolled down. Ping's body turned sharply, and only then did he see that it was a white cat.
It was really cute, but it was a little big, like an ordinary rural dog.
The white cat was meowing, with pitiful eyes in its eyes, afraid to stare at Ping tightly, as if begging Ping to let him go, but the original blue eyes are now blood red, weird and bloody. Staring at it makes people shudder.
Cute animals always make one's heart soften.
Ping's mind just relaxed, and he suddenly wanted to take away the terrifying wound of the female corpse on the sofa, as well as the terrified and unbelievable eyes.
He was ruthless. This little thing is not superficial, so kind.
Meow! Just when Ping was in a trance, suddenly the white cat screamed, his body slammed into a bough, his limbs grabbed the ground, and his body was ejected like an arrow, heading straight for Ping's door. Paralysis. Ping thought that this little guy was deliberately showing weakness and taking the opportunity to sneak attack, and immediately cursed angrily, but did not dare to neglect. He turned his body sharply to the left, and past the white cat's gleaming claws, and the long sword in his hand. Even more, the sword turned and swept out. Chirp! The long sword swiped with him, and the power of his arms and the power of turning around, the speed of the sword was faster, like lightning and thunder.
Meow! The white cat didn't seem to expect Ping's reaction to be so fast. He turned around in this short period of time, and he didn't change direction quickly, but the cat's body rolled in the air, rolling in the space like a ball, and actually hides Ping's deadly sword. It's a dog. Ping was dumbfounded and said to himself, this ghost is so fast, I don't believe that evil. Ping hated in his heart. He gritted his teeth and prepared to go forward. He must kill this cat today. It's too scary to have such a cunning and extremely fast mutant cat lurking beside you. If you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, then there is a reason to prevent a thief for 1,000 days. You have to guard against it. Meow! The white cat seemed to know that Ping was not easy to mess with, so he turned around and ran away with a low whistle, and rushed into the room with a swoosh. This little thing is too cunning. Ping scolded secretly, this white cat is really cunning. As soon as he can't do it, he runs away, and then sneaks up when the opportunity arises. I can't let it go. Ping felt very upset. This white cat is not only ferocious, but also different from ordinary cats. If you miss today's good opportunity, it will not be so easy to kill it next time. He can't keep a ticking time bomb by his side. Determined to eradicate this cunning white cat, Ping approached the room lightly with his sword in his back. That's really embarrassing. This is a bedroom with an area of more than 30 square meters.
It is also decorated in Western style.
There are not many things in the room.
There is only an oversized white leather Simmons bed, a white combination dresser, a 55-inch ultra-thin TV and a wall. A tightly closed 5 doors connected to the top of the large wardrobe. The door is facing the floor-to-ceiling window balcony.
Ping moved in carefully, looking around like a divine light, hoping to see where the white cat was hiding, but although the room was not big and didn't have many things, there were quite a few places to hide, such as under the bed, curtains, wardrobes. Who knew this guy would learn to open cabinet doors? After looking around, he couldn't see the shadow of a thin white cat, and he couldn't hear a single sound. Ping was agitated for a while. Since cats are proficient in the art of lurking, they can be described as silent. It is not easy to find them. So easy.
I'll see you run there this time. Ping's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the door on his left. He took 2 steps forward slowly, placing one hand on the door thumper, and then exerting force.
Bang! The door was closed by Ping.
Meow, the white cat is really smart. When he saw Ping shut the door, he seemed to know that it was a big deal. It was not like closing the door and hitting the cat, so he let out a loud bark, jumped out from behind the curtain, and jumped onto the bed, blood red. His eyes stared at Ping, his eyes flickering fiercely.
Phew! Ping exhaled lightly, thinking that animals are still animals, and their reactions are still slower than themselves. Aren't you fast?
But you have to eat my suffocation. I will compress your space step by step, and see how your speed works.
Meow, the white cat also seemed to be in a hurry.
With a meow scream, his limbs kicked off the bed. Immediately, there were several cracks in the sheet with a stab, and then his body flew straight into the air like an arrow from a string.
Dipin! It's good to come!
Ping shouted and waved his sword to meet him.
Stab! Screw! Dead cat!
Ping's attack failed again, and the sharp claws of the white cat scratched several wounds on his body at a time.
Come again!
Ping beat and drank again, rushing the last time.
Chirp! Boom! What? I chop! Clang! What?
For a while in the bedroom, there was a flurry of chickens and dogs.
One cat and one person kept coming and going. You sword and I paw.
Pieces of cloth were flying around, the wardrobe was cut into pieces, and clothes were flying everywhere.
Ho-hoo!
Ping leaned on his long sword, panting heavily, sweat dripping from his body, and the clothes on his body were no longer in good condition. They became strips with traces of blood, and there were 2 lines on his face. The shallow blood was oozing blood, and the white cat opposite him had all the hair blown out, and the fur was missing a piece in the east, and the long hair was covered with bloodstains, and the blood-colored eyes stared at Ping desperately. He seemed to want to bite him to death.
Maid, come, ah.
Young master, I just don't believe I can't cure you. Oh.
It hurts to death.
Ping breathed heavily while holding his sword. His eyes were fixed on the white cat, and he was panting and grinning.
I'm bored. Brother still.
After taking a few breaths, Ping felt that he had regained some strength, which benefited from his uninterrupted swinging of the sword every day during this short period of time, which enabled him to persevere.
Meow.
Seemingly provoked by Ping, the white cat screamed fiercely and shot over again, only at a much slower speed.
Look at the hidden weapon.
Suddenly, Ping, who was originally standing with a sword, gave a strange smile. He picked up the long sword, and a long red dress and autumn clothes that fell on the ground was picked up by him, and went straight to cover the white cat that was rushing. Meow, the white cat didn't expect Ping's move. The coat covered the sky like a net, and he couldn't dodge if he wanted to. The claws swiped frantically, and the clothes made a tickling sound.
Go to hell!
Ping's body moved as the coat flew out, and he threw himself on the big bed from the ground.
Call!
Snapped, the big sword was riding in the wind, slammed down on the head, with a whistling sound. It was hitting the white cat wrapped in the coat. Meow, the white cat screamed and slammed on the ground beside the bed with a loud bang, and then there was a tremor in the coat, and blood slowly flowed out from the ground under the coat, and the shaking slowly stopped. Boom! Ping stepped forward and slapped with 2 swords again. He was going to die if he hit a snake. He couldn't give it a chance to turn around.
Isn't it often played in movies?
Who knows how to pretend that he is dead? He can't give this white cat a chance. This mutant cat is too cunning. As the saying goes, a cat has 9 lives, and its bones are soft, so it is difficult to fall to death. So Ping didn't cut it, but slapped it with the back of his sword, because he was afraid that the force surface was too small to hurt the white cat. He didn't relax until a cloud of green soul energy slowly lifted into the air, and then rushed into his body with a stream of light to strengthen his body. The little mutant cat actually made himself not like a ghost or a ghost. Fortunately, he thought of an idea, otherwise it would be really bad today. This white cat mainly loses in strength, its speed is fast, but as long as it doesn't get hit directly, the damage is very limited.
If this cat is stronger, it should be lying here today. D.
Found soul energy, the system is turned on, the tavern is not built and cannot be stored, consume energy to strengthen the host body. At this time, the system beeped again. Ping felt a warm current rising from his body, but this feeling was not as strong as the previous few times, it was much weaker, not as strong as the mutant dog. Feel the strength increase very few.
No!
Ping suddenly exclaimed. Although he felt that his strength did not increase, it seemed that his body had become more sensitive, and his reactions seemed to be faster.
Could it be that different soul energies can strengthen different directions?
Ping felt the changes in his body carefully, thinking uncertainly in his heart. He had a feeling that his guess was right, but this time the increase was not much. The next time you try to kill again, you will know just by trying, so he is not bothering about this issue.
Brother D. Are you alright?
At this moment, the fat man's voice came from outside the door.
I'm fine, come in.
Ping knew that it was not the time to study now, so let's have a chance in the future. He just heard Fatty's anxious voice and replied loudly.
I'll wipe. Brother D, are you sure you're not demolishing the house?
When the fat man opened the room and saw the scene inside, they were all confused.
Ping glanced at Fatty angrily, and hated in his heart. Didn't this Fatty see his brother's tragic appearance? Still caring about the house. Wow! Brother D.
Where are you playing performance art?
Fatty seemed to be surprised when he saw what Ping was wearing. Damn Fatty, I've decided that the next time I encounter a mutant cat, I will lock you up with it. Let you understand what performance art is. Ping said, staring at Fatty and gritting his teeth. Hey! That can be done. Brother D, didn't I think the atmosphere was too tense to create an atmosphere?
The fat man immediately smiled, licking his face and leaning over. Go away, my brother is about to throw up looking at your face.
Ping really wanted to kick the dead fat man out.
That's horrible. This was the first reaction when several people saw that the coat was lifted, and saw that the white cat's body under the coat had no shape, as if it had been run over by a truck, flattened, with protruding eyes, and a twisted nose and mouth.
The intestines flowed and the blood was blurred.
Brother, you are too explosive. The fat man said with a look of surprise.
Damn fat man, didn't you see the tragic appearance of my brother?
If it weren't for the fact that my brother had some means, you should have collected the body for me now.
Ping scolded angrily. So smart?
Cheng Chao was also a little suspicious. He knew Ping's strength, his strength and speed were super fast. This cat shouldn't be easy.
Well, it's really amazing.
Ping also looked straight, looked at the four of them seriously and said, you must be careful when you encounter mutant cats in the future. This thing is too fast, and ordinary people have no reaction time at all.
Well, knowing Gu, we will be careful.
The four nodded in response, their expressions very serious. Even Ping said that it was so powerful that this mutant cat was definitely not easy.
Another crystal nucleus.
After resting for a while, Ping got up, and with a swing of his long sword, he broke open the head of the white cat, and took out a crystal nucleus the size of a fingernail, secretly happy in his heart. Although several people watched Ping take out the crystal core and didn't know what it was, they did not ask any further questions.
If Ping wanted to tell them, they would definitely say it. Wouldn't Ping be unhappy if they asked what they didn't want to say?
Okay, pack up, wrap that woman in a sheet, and bury it together. In the last days, people's lives are as cheap as grass.
Ping put away the core, looked at the mess on the ground, and said with a sigh. Don't worry, Brother D.
Several people hurriedly responded.
Ah. Gu, what's wrong with you? Are you injured?
When Ping called to open the door of her house and was about to change her clothes first, Yushujia was startled when she opened the door and saw that Ping's clothes had become like this, with blood all over her body, and thought she was injured.
Don't worry. It's okay, I'll change my clothes. Ping smiled casually and waved his hand.
When I opened the door again, a lot of food was already placed at the door, including rice, noodles, and some ham and other foods.
Brother D, this woman's house is hiding a lot of food. It's only half of it.
Chang Chao walked out of the opposite room with 2 pots of oil and a large package of retail in his hand, and said happily when he saw Ping.
It's a good thing.
Then we'll all move to the house.
After a while, we'll be sweeping the house, and we'll definitely be able to collect a lot.
Ping is also very happy. The food for survival in this apocalypse is really too important. A group of people quickly moved all the things into the house. and then carried the personal-shaped cloth bag downstairs. Ping led a few people to sweep down layer by layer, and the living people in this unit were basically called together. I went to the provincial government, so there was no one at home. I collected a lot of water and food, and the small storage room at home could not fit in, so I had to put it on the balcony. It's just too little meat, Fatty said with some dissatisfaction. You're fat, you should eat less. Cheng Chao laughed as he looked at the fat man's body of more than 200 pounds. Brother D. The gas has stopped. At this time, Yu Shujia looked at Ping helplessly and said, It's about to stop? Ping had already made preparations, but he was a little disappointed when he heard it. He thought he could last for 2 more days. As soon as the gas stopped, he couldn't make a fire to cook, so eating bread and ham would definitely not work. Didn't you say last time that there should be a restaurant at the door? Let's go and have a look. Ping suddenly remembered what Yu Shujia said yesterday, so he made a decision. Brother D. Are you really going? Fatty asked nervously. Then just eat bread, can you be full? Ping said speechlessly, this fat man, sometimes timid than the sky, and sometimes timid like a little rat crossing the street. Of course, now the rat is more timid. Then let's go. Fatty finally got the upper hand and decided to go together. When everyone stood at the gate of the community again, the mood was indescribable. Just 2 days ago, hundreds of people set out from here. When they came back, they were only a few of them. They were fortunate and a little sad. Ping looked at this original reinforced concrete world. At this moment, it was like returning to the original. There were huge trees in the sky and thick weeds everywhere. He couldn't see the distance when he lifted his eyes. There are countless beasts, standing in this desolate ancient times. People seem to finally feel their insignificance at this moment, not the overlord of this land, but the food that may be hunted at any time. This kind of status change, if you can't adapt, you will be eliminated. Pressing the throbbing in his heart, Ping waved his hand and said softly, Be careful, follow me. Go! To the east of the gate is the supermarket, where Ping used to grab food, and the west side is full of all kinds of messy small shops, among which there are mostly restaurants. There are 5 or 6, mostly small shops, only 2 larger restaurants. The grass on the steps has been stretched out, but the cement is too thick, and there are still a few people on the steps, so it is relatively convenient to walk. Ping took it to the front of the first store, which is a hot pot restaurant, thinking that the store must be there is meat, and this store has a lot of scale. There are 300 or 400 square meters upstairs and downstairs, and there is usually a lot of traffic, so there will be no less food that should be prepared. Pry the door. Ping looked in along the glass door, and then ordered. Okay. At this time, Lao Luo stepped forward and saw that he was holding a large scissors in his hand, which was specially designed to cut steel bars. This was found in a house that was being renovated while cleaning the floor. Ping thought that this thing was useful and let Lao Luo brought it. Crack! After a sound of iron and steel, the U-shaped lock was cut in half and Li Sheng took it off. Okay, Dick. Lao Luo wiped the sweat on his forehead. This kind of lock is difficult to cut, and the steel is relatively hard, but Lao Luo took a lot of effort. Ping nodded, and Guang walked in first. At this time, it was bright outside, it was almost noon, and the sun was hanging in the sky, so there was plenty of light. Although there were no lights in the store, it was not dark. So, gather all the things you can use, and take them away in a while. I'm staring outside, hurry up. Ping looked around and found no danger, so he said to everyone, and walked to the door by himself. Look carefully at the outside through the glass. Okay. Look at it. The fat man replied with a smile, and rushed to the back kitchen first. Brother D, there is a cold storage inside. But the door is locked. At this time, Lao Luo hurried out to report to Ping. You stare outside, I'll go in and take a look. Ping also hurriedly asked Luo Kuan-yu to stare at the situation outside. He went in to check. Generally, the cold storage is full of frozen meat, and now there is no shortage of meat. Brother D. As soon as he walked into the back kitchen, he found that the 3 of them were gathered at a small door. This small door was the entrance of the cold storage. This kind of door was very thick and generally not easy to damage. Ping didn't talk nonsense. He walked over and looked at it, and found that the door is also a pull-out type. It uses an inner lock and can only be opened by a key. It is difficult to use violence without tools. The cold storage is integrated, unlike Mendy. The flat blasting force can be pulled apart. Forget about this. Have you looked in the store to see if the key is in the store? Ping saw that it was difficult to open it with his own strength, so he didn't want to use the effort. Thinking about the possibility that the keys in the restaurant might be managed in a unified manner, maybe they were stored in the store, so he asked the three of them. "We've searched all over, but we can't find anything," Cheng Chao said helplessly. "That's only violent breaking." Di Ping looked at the thick iron door. His head was a little big. He held the wrench and tried to pull it hard, but he didn't move, and his heart also felt powerless. Bang bang, Di Ping's eyes swept across the side of the cold storage wall. His eyes lit up. He hurriedly stepped forward and knocked, and the wall made an empty sound of bang bang. Di Ping was overjoyed when he heard this sound. The doors of the cold storage are small and turntable, and the doorposts are all steel posts. Once locked, all four sides are covered with steel bolts. Generally, it is not all thick steel, generally double-layer iron sheets, with an insulating layer in the middle to protect the heat from loss. "Look to see if there are any tools. Break through this wall," Di Ho said to the crowd while touching the wall. The three hurriedly searched the store to see if they could find a suitable tool. "Brother D, is this okay?" The crowd rummaged through the boxes for a while, when Cheng Chao suddenly shouted happily holding a red fire axe. "Bring it here." Dealey was overjoyed. "Is there anything more suitable for breaking the door than this? Honey, why is there such a thing in this store? It's so powerful." Di Ping handed the sword in his hand to Li Shang, who was following up, took the fire axe from Cheng Chao's hand, and tried it on his hands. "Breaking the wall is much better than owning a Han sword. You all get out of the way." Di Ping turned around and said to everyone. Di Ping looked at the wall of the cold storage. His arms were hard, and the fire axe slashed straight down with a whistling sound. Boom! The fire axe made a loud bang when it beat the leather, and the metal wall of the cold storage that was not too thick suddenly cracked a long scar, revealing that the insulation materials inside were all foam and sponge. Bang bang! Di Ping saw that there was hope, and bang bang just went down with a few axes, and the foam immediately flew. "Open!" Several people standing not far away suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The wall was cut into pieces, and the gap more than 1 foot long suddenly rushed out, and everyone in the ice shivered, and everyone's faces immediately showed joy. The reason why Di Pingren was pleasantly surprised was because the icy cold air showed that the meat in the cold storage would not deteriorate. They thought that the electricity had been cut off for 3 days, and the meat in the cold storage could go bad at any time, but everyone didn't think about it. The cold air is difficult to dissipate, and it is full of frozen things, and the cold air itself cannot be dissipated in a day or two. "I'll go in and see." At this time, Li Shengyu asked himself to come forward. It was also because the hole was more than 1 foot long and wide. It was really hard to get in. Among the people, only Li Shang was thinner. Of course, Di Ping was thinner. Going into the hole, let's talk about it. It's all Di Ping's efforts to cut down the wall, and a few people can't sit back and enjoy it. "Okay. Be careful, go in and open the door." Di Ping nodded after thinking about it. The current cold storage door is generally equipped with a switch inside, because in the past few years it was reported that many people entered the cold storage by mistake and then the door was closed and the inside could not be opened, and they were frozen to death. So the current cold storage design will have a switch inside. The door it can be opened from the inside even if it is locked. Fright everyone moved a stool, and Li Shang stood on it and carefully probed into it. The hole was full of curled iron sheets, which would be scratched if not careful. Wound. The cold storage was dark, and the light that penetrated into the hole was not enough to illuminate it. Li Sheng could feel the wall and reach for the door as soon as he entered. Did Li Sheng find it? Cheng Chao stretched out his head and asked in a low voice. No. Can't see anything. If only I had a flashlight. The fat man complained in a low voice. The pot can't be opened to lift that pot. How many houses in the city have flashlights now? Cheng Chao said with a blank look at Fatty. Found it. Suddenly Li Shang was pleasantly surprised, and then there was a sound of steel rubbing, creaking and piercing the eardrums. Open. Everyone immediately exclaimed in surprise. The door clicked and was pushed open from the inside, only to see Li Sheng walking out with his arms and shivering. Okay, it's so cold. In the hot weather now, everyone is basically wearing only half sleeves. The temperature in this cold storage room feels at least 5 degrees below the retail price. Wow! So much meat. Fatty was already impatient, pushed away Li Sheng who was still shivering, rushed in to see what was going on, and then exclaimed with a satisfied look on his face. Di Ping went in and took a look. Sure enough, this hot pot restaurant is usually doing good business. He has long guessed that there should be a lot of meat in storage. Although there are not many things in the cold storage, there is a lot of meat. There are hundreds of frozen chickens and whole sheep. There were also 5 or 6, and a dozen or so chunks of beef, each of which weighed as little as 30 pounds, and there were a lot of animal viscera, all of which were frozen hard.
Brother D. What should I do? There's nowhere to put it when I move it back.
Cheng Chao looked at this succulent with a look of joy and then asked worriedly.
Move some back to eat first, and plug the rest of the holes. It should be stored for a few days before you finish eating.
Di Ping also thought of this problem. Now that the power has been cut off, these meats can't be stored at home. So I thought of a compromise.
Brother D, are you moving now?
The fat man rubbed his hands together and swept back and forth over the meat with greedy eyes.
Move 2 sheep, get 10 chickens, and you can get some beef.
Di Ping looked at him a little funny, and nodded without talking nonsense.
Okay.
The fat man responded excitedly, then he rushed towards a whole sheep, picked it up and walked out. There were not many things, so I moved out in 3 to 5 times, and found a few big bags to put the meat in, so that it would be easy to carry in a while.
Have you found the gas?
At this time, Di Ping suddenly remembered the purpose of everyone coming to the restaurant, so he asked Li Sheng who was packing.
Brother D, look, there are 5 cans in the back kitchen, all full.
Li Sheng put down his hand and pointed back towards the back kitchen.
Great. Bring it all back. Let's bring the meat back first.
Di Ping was immediately overjoyed, and then stretched out his hand to easily pull up a bag of frozen chickens weighing 70 to 80 pounds. He seemed to remember something when he put it on his shoulder, and arranged to Cheng Chao, who was about to carry a whole sheep. Cheng Chao, please say goodbye first. Carry it, you close the cold storage, and the hole is blocked.
Save all the air conditioning from running away.
Okay, Dick. Cheng Chao replied and gave Li Sheng the sheep brother in his hand.
Walk.
Di Ping walked out of the store first, Li Sheng and Fatty followed closely. Fatty carried a whole sheep and a bag of frozen beef in his arm.
Brother D.
Lao Luo, who was on guard outside, said hello in a low voice when he saw Di Ping and others coming out.
Is there no movement outside, Lao Luo?
Di Ping nodded, then carefully extended his head to look out, while asking Lao Luo.
No movement? Okay. Let's go.
Hearing that it was all right, Di Ping called Fatty and Li Sheng to go out first, and the 3 carefully walked towards the community. Fortunately, nothing happened on the way, and the 3 safely sent the meat to Di Ping's house on the 8th floor. When Yushuji saw these meat dishes, she was also smiling, and the little girl jumped up with joy, saying that she finally had meat to eat. If Yushuji glared at her and asked her to be quiet, this girl would have jumped to the sky. Without much nonsense, the 3 of Di Ping put down their things and walked downstairs quickly. Cheng Chao and Lao Luo were still in the hotel, so he was not very relieved. He didn't know what was wrong. He always felt a little uneasy, as if he wanted to.
What happened?
The 3 carefully walked out of the community again and came to the door of the hotel, but the 3 of them were suddenly stunned.
The glass door that was originally good.
At this time, it was indeed shattered on the ground, and the glass was scattered on the ground in a mess. Di Ping felt a chill in his heart.
Lao Luo.
Di Ping shouted in a low voice.
Clang.
There was a sudden sound of a foreign object falling from the store here, and it seemed that something had been knocked off.
You back off.
Di Ping's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly clenched the hilt of the sword, staring sharply into the store, and whispered the 2 behind him.
Dai Gu. Let's go together.
Fatty and Li Sheng did not listen to Di Ping's words and retreated, but Shang Xuansheng took a firm step forward.
Di Ping was moved for a while.
The 2 of them hid in the back with peace of mind when they were not in danger, while Shang wanted to fight side by side with him. Regardless of whether it was true or false, it was enough to have this heart. It was impossible for Di Ping to let them come forward. They were just ordinary people, and there was only one way to die when they encountered mutant animals.
Don't be rude. Stand back. Listen to the order.
Di Ping snorted in a low voice. The 2 had no choice but to step back slowly. Their faces were helpless, annoyed, and moved, but Di Ping turned his back to them and couldn't see the expressions of the 2 of them. Seeing the 2 retreat, Di Ping carefully stepped on the broken glass and moved to the store step by step. The store was full of tables, chairs and benches, and there were many partitions, so it was difficult to see what was inside. It is relatively strong, and the light is injected from the glass wall, making the room very bright without light.
Di Ping didn't dare to relax a little. His eyes swept around from time to time like electricity.
With the strengthening of various functions of his body, his various senses became stronger and stronger. He faintly smelled a faint stench in the room, and there was a kind of no sense of oppression. He clenched the sword of Han in his hands tightly, and quietly raised it to his chest, with the tip of the sword pointing upwards, protecting the whole person behind the sword, and it was easier to use the sword to resist in case of situations. I will use it today. I moved it step by step, and the closer I got to Di Ping, the more I could smell the stench. It would be a lie to say that Di Ping was not afraid, but Cheng Chao and Lao Luo did not know life and death. He had already regarded them as his own brothers, so even if there were wild beasts inside, he had to go in and find out. Thinking of this, Di Ping's timidity disappeared immediately, and the only thing left was his worries about his brother. No traces of the two were found in the hall, and no signs of injury. Moreover, the store was the same as when he left, and there was not much change. It seemed it's not like a scene of mutant animals fighting, and there is no blood left, but the stench in the air must be emitted by mutant animals. Are these two in the back kitchen, or will they go there? Di Ping glanced around and confirmed that there must be no two people in the hall. It could only be the back kitchen. If there was no back kitchen, the two of them could only run out. He put his eyes on the back kitchen again, moved his footsteps slightly, and slowly moved his body into the small door of the back kitchen. The light was blocked by Di Ping, and the already dark space suddenly became darker. Suddenly, a rapid babbling sound sounded, and at the same time, a stench of incomparably strong wind hit him in front of his door. Snake! As soon as Di Ping heard this voice, he immediately judged in his heart that it was a snake. It was just that the time was not in a hurry. It is a good hunter of nature, and this mutation makes this natural expression more perfect. Dare not to be slighted, Di Ping felt a strong wind blowing towards the door, and then saw a black shadow, coming towards the face as fast as lightning. Di Ping's body turned to the left like a conditioned reflex. The long sword across his chest stabbed forward. Boom! A sound was like an iron rod hitting a muffled drum, and the sound was dull. Di Ping felt a strong rebound force, and bounced the long sword back. His arm was numb, thumping. He took 4 or 5 steps back to stand up. The long sword kept vibrating and buzzing. And Di Ping's hands kept shaking, as if he couldn't hold the sword. Haiying didn't feel well either. He was dizzy after being slashed by Di Ping's sword, and he made a sharp, piercing sound of pain. Russell Di Ping had just stabilized his body when there was a rustling sound from the kitchen door. It was the sound of a snake crawling, and the speed was very fast. Di Ping hurriedly took 2 steps back and left the door. I saw the shadow quickly swim out of the darkness, and then Di Ping saw the whole picture of the shadow. Sure enough, he was not wrong, it was indeed a snake, and it was a huge python. The python slowly swam out, and then stood upright with a snake head the size of a sea bowl. The snake letter, which was about a foot long, was spitting out a high-pitched sound, and a pair of blood-red eyes shot out cold eyes, staring at Di Ping. Made him feel shivering. The black scales on his body were dense and hard. The body was 10 meters long, the head stood in the hall, and the giant long snake tail was still held behind it, not fully exposed. There was a shallow scar on the python's head, and there was a trace of blood on it. This should have been injured by the sword that Di Ping cut out just now. Obviously, Di Ping was shaken back, and the python seemed to be uncomfortable. Di Ping was not without disappointment when he saw the wound. Originally, the Han sword was his best weapon, but as the number of mutant animals encountered increased, the Han sword became less and less able to make merit. This sword can also be regarded as a world-class sword. The craftsmanship has been improved, but it still can't really hurt this mutant snake, let alone the super mutant crocodile that wiped out the team of 10,000 people. The giant python seemed to be very angry at this time, and its erect body shot at Di Ping violently. The bloody mouth was pressed down like the top of Mount Tai, and Di Ping could clearly see the 2 huge fangs. Di Ping's mind was highly concentrated. When he saw the python rushing towards him, he quickly retreated and avoided the python's mouth. He raised the long sword in his hand and slashed at the head. When with a loud bang, the long sword chopped into the air and hit the ground, and immediately sparks shot everywhere. The floor tiles shattered into several pieces, and Di Ping's hands went numb, so he threw the sword away. Di Ping didn't expect the python to react so quickly. If it missed a hit, it would quickly retreat. It came and went as fast as lightning. Di Ping's speed was fast enough. Can imagine the speed of the snake's attack so fast. Call. Boom. Di Ping was just about to raise his sword to return to the defense, when a black figure whistled with a strong wind and turned back in front of him. Di Ping didn't even have time to return the sword, and with a bang, the black figure flew out from the center of his chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his body smashed into a table, and the elm table smashed to pieces. Lying on the pile of broken wood, Di Ping felt like his chest was about to burst, and he wanted to vomit blood. This blow was powerful enough to hit him with black eyes. With one hand on his chest, he realized that the black shadow that drew him was the tail of a giant python. At that time, he was patronizing and attacking the head of the snake. He thought that the snake was so cunning. When the attack was withdrawn, the tail of the snake was secretly drawn, which made Di Ping even react. Nothing.
Pooh. Di Ping sprayed the blood from his mouth and wiped it with his hand, then stood up slowly. The giant python was still standing there without attacking, but the blood-red eyes seemed to be full of ridicule, as if he was laughing at Di Ping's self-control. Fucking to be despised by a snake. Others despise me, and you, a dead snake, dare to despise me. Come. Fight again. Di Ping felt his heart explode with a bang, his eyes were blood-red, and a murderous intent rushed out of his body, kicked off the broken wood on the ground, shouted and swung his sword towards the giant python. Di Ping was irritated. What he hated most in his life was the way others looked at him. Of course, Su Zhao's family looked at him with this condescending look, as if he was a little reptile that could easily be run over to death at any time. But he endured everything for love. Because of this look, he has suffered so much, and endured so much humiliation in making things difficult for 3 years, but he has survived it, happy loved ones. But in the end, everything he suffered became a joke. The woman he fought for did easily become someone else's bride. He became a complete idiot. His self-confessed success was just a joke in the eyes of others. It's a joke, he understands that he wants to die, because he lost the pillar of striving, but when he remembers that his elderly parents finally stopped the pace of death, from this moment he decided that he would never tolerate anyone trampling on his dignity. Even if the eyes are not enough. Seemingly feeling Di Ping's monstrous killing intent, the giant snake also hissed, the snake body bent into a bow shape, and then shot out suddenly, as fast as lightning, coming straight to Di Ping, 5 or 6 meters away in the blink of an eye. Cut! Di Ping took one step forward, with a force on his feet and a sudden jump, the long sword in midair raised his arms and slashed straight down with all his strength, the sword thundered, and the potential energy was able to split mountains and rocks. Chirp! The long sword screamed, and the air seemed to be cut through. The giant python did not expect Di Ping to suddenly speed up and jump up. At this time, it was too late for the snake's head to hide. The sword was already in the air, but the giant snake swayed its tail in the air and turned sideways, with its huge long tail like a whip in the next direction. Di Ping swept in. Call the snake's tail is as strong as it is, whirring. Snapped. The long tail was sweeping behind Di Ping's right back, and the sound was deafening. Di Ping screamed that his clothes were torn to pieces, and his body flew out diagonally, smashing a table and chairs again. Puff Di Ping spat out a mouthful of blood again, feeling that half of his body was numb, but at this moment he seemed to be in a state of madness. Ah! Come again! With a loud shout, Di Ping rushed towards the python again. The python seemed to have a cat-and-mouse mentality, and Snake threw up in a hurry, his ears piercing, his eyes deepened with disdain, seeing Di Ping rushing again, and the snake's body rushing towards him again with a sharp shot. Wrong body cut! Seeing that the giant python was about to bite Di Ping suddenly turned sharply to the left. After letting go of the python's head, the man turned his sword around in the air, his arms used force, and the long sword slashed down with a whistling whistle. As soon as the python bites the air, it seems to feel wrong, but at this time it is no longer in a hurry to withdraw, and he wants to repeat the old trick. Puff! The giant snake was still a step too late. Di Ping used the fastest speed, the snake head passed the sword body, but the neck did not let the sword edge slashed. The huge strength and speed the giant python's scales were as strong as steel. A wound of more than 10 centimeters was drawn down to the bone. At the same time, there was a loud bang, and the tail of the snake like a whip was also drawn on Di Ping's back. The giant python screamed in pain, and blood flowed out from the neck wound, pattering on the ground, and soon merged into a small pool. It seemed to be injured by a small insect, making it very painful. Angry, the giant python let out a roar, and his body was like an electric shock to Di Ping, who was still struggling to get up. It seemed that he was not ready to play anymore. Haha, is enough. Come again. Di Ping stood up again at this time, his face was covered in blood, and his clothes were shattered, holding a long sword with a frenzied smile, and rushed towards the giant python again. Although Di Ping's face was full of madness, he was actually very calm in his heart. He knew that his speed and strength were not comparable to this giant python. The only factor that could win was to use the carelessness of the giant python, so he had to act crazy to provoke him. The python, it was very successful just now, but the python seems to know that he has been fooled, so now he is extremely angry and wants to kill this little bug. Enduring the huge pain in his body, Di Ping quickly rushed towards the giant python, which suddenly opened its mouth and let out a loud roar, and the snake's tail was drawn again with wind. Again! Di Ping saw that it was as thick as the mouth of a bowl and the tail of a snake swept over with an earth-shattering might. Woo! Before Di Ping could stand up, the snake's head fell down like a hammer. Hold! Di Ping cursed inwardly.
At this time, the sword could no longer stand up, so he had to press his palm on the ground, and his body rolled on the ground like a gourd, knocking the fatal blow backwards. Boom! There was a huge earthquake on the ground, and the giant snake head smashed on the ground, and the tiles on the ground were shattered. However, if Ping smashed it into a meat pie, it would be so powerful. I caught. The giant python also seemed a little dizzy due to the huge impact, and its head swayed again and again, trying to break free from the dizziness. Ping, who had already stood up, could let go of this opportunity, let out a low roar, and rushed forward with a long sword. It is even cut in the air. Ping was still in the air. Seeing that the long sword was about to be slashed at the neck of the python, his face was full of joy. If this blow hit, the python would be seriously injured if it didn't die. Boom! It's just that Ping fought well. When Ping was about to hit it, the python head suddenly slammed into his arms without warning. Ping, who was unprepared, suddenly felt as if he was hit by a high-speed car. There was a loud noise, which seemed to be mixed with the sound of broken bones. The man flew straight out in mid-air, and blood spurted out of his nose like no money. Boom, boom. Ping flew straight to the door and hit the glass door. The glass door shattered into pieces, and the man flew out and fell asleep on the steps. Diego. Fatty Li Shang had long listened to the ping-pong thoughts inside, and was extremely worried. At this time, he suddenly saw Ping flying out in a bloody mess, and immediately rushed up with a scream. Daegu. How are you? The two hurried over and hugged Ping, their voices changed, and Fatty was even more sobbing with tears on his face. You, let's go. Ping's vision was a little blurry at this time. He felt that his body was not like his own. He didn't expect the python to be so cunning. He was also unprepared, and when he hit it straight, he could hear the clicking sound and knew that he must have broken a few ribs. Brother we're not going. Let's go together. The fat man shook his head violently with tears in his eyes. Li Shang didn't say a word. He slowly stood up with a baseball bat in his hand. His face was full of determination, and he didn't seem ready to leave. Come on. Ping slammed into the flesh and drank it with a strong voice. Then he tried to stand up with his arms, but he overestimated himself and the injury was too serious. No, we won't go. Early death and early super life. Fatty wiped his tears, picked up the steel bars on the ground, and stood in front of Ping with Li Shang, his eyes resolutely looking at the giant python that was slowly swimming out. Brothers! Ping felt a rush of enthusiasm in his heart, his eyes blurred, and his heart was filled with emotion. Russell the giant python swam out leisurely, the blood-red eyes were cold and ruthless, as if it was not looking at life, but a stone. When it swept over the two fat men, it was even more ignorant, just staring at Ping behind the two, as if not looking at it. Taking these two people seriously, only Ping, who was lying on the ground halfway, could arouse its interest. Ping thought that he might have to explain it here today. He didn't expect that he would not escape this final fate with the golden finger, but at this time, his heart was peaceful. It seemed that these were not terrible, and he looked at the two of his own in front of him. Brother, although the two of them were trembling all over, they didn't let go. What else do you want in this life with such a brother? Come on. If you want to kill brother pass me first. The fat man suddenly shouted loudly, raised the steel bar in his hand and rushed towards the giant python. Snap! The giant python was like swatting a fly, and with a light sweep of its tail, it swept out the fat man weighing more than 200 kilograms. Boom! The fat man fell to the bottom of the steps, rolled twice on the grass and stopped moving, and blood spurted out of his mouth. Fuck your ancestors! At this time, Li Shang immediately shouted angrily and rushed forward when he saw that Fatty was injured. Snap! The python swept its tail again, and Li Shang slammed into the wall, spurting out a mouthful of blood and sliding down the wall. People could no longer move, and the python didn't even look at it, but just stared at himself. Fuck! Beast! I'll kill you! Ping wanted to wait for death, his whole body was in terrible pain, but when he saw the two brothers protecting him from being swept away by the giant python, he didn't know if they were alive or dead. Thinking of fighting hard with the giant python, it was just in vain. The heavy injury made him unable to get up at all, and after trying several times, he fell back down again. The python just watched quietly, the disdain in his eyes was even heavier. I'm fucking. Ping worked hard over and over again, and the whole ground was stained red with blood, and his hands kept swiping across the broken glass on the ground, turning into wounds, and blood gushing out. His eyes were full of blood and tears. Congratulations to the host for breaking the shackles of human beings and awakening their potential through their own efforts. Potential level B. Congratulations to the host for unlocking his potential, acquiring talent skills, and flame strengthening B level D. The host opens the potential system independently, and presents the system skill exploration technique D. The host has already unlocked his potential in advance. Please build a tavern as soon as possible to open the occupation system and complete the job transfer. D Ping, who was working hard to fight the python again, suddenly felt a shock in his body, as if something opened in his body, and his body immediately relaxed, and there were constant beeps in his mind. Melted into one with myself, it seems that this is my own memory, very clear. After a while, the body shook again, and a powerful energy suddenly rose from the depths of the body and quickly flowed into the whole body. This time it was stronger than ever before, so that D Ping's whole body trembled. Every time the warm current flowed to one place, the wounds on the body quickly improved, the skin and flesh were itchy, and the bones all over the body were also rattling, and it felt like a force was awakening in the body, and the warm current came and went quickly. 10. It disappeared after a few seconds, and D Ping's face was full of joy, thinking that there was no way out, but he didn't expect to wake up at this last moment, and there was such a powerful reinforcement, more than the sum of the past. D Ping felt his own surging power at this time, a strong killing intent in his heart, his eyes fixed on the giant python. The coldness in his eyes seemed to be looking at a dead object. Looking at D Ping, who was standing up slowly, the giant python seemed to feel something was wrong, and a terrifying aura suddenly appeared on this little worm who was already the flesh of his own mouth. What was wrong? Its brain. It was impossible to turn the corner for a moment, but the animal's sensibility made it known that it could not wait, and that the little bug must be killed immediately, and there was a shrill babble and the body shot straight at Dipin. Kill! D Ping raised his head suddenly, his aura suddenly exploded at this moment. He felt that he was only receiving more than 2 times less power than before. With pride, he shouted wildly, and threw his fist at the giant python. The giant python that just jumped in front of D Ping was shocked by D Ping's tyrannical aura. But D Ping didn't stop. The punch seemed like a rushing thunder. It came with a gust of wind and thunder. The giant python had no time to respond. The fist had already hit the forehead, and there was a loud bang. The blood was flying in the air, showing how powerful D Ping's punch was. Before waiting for the giant python to land, D Ping stomped his foot on the ground with a bang sound, like lightning flashing out, dodging his body and following up, flying a whip leg in the air, his legs like steel pillars with endless power. Pumping air, they all let out a loud roar, hitting the python's waist. Bang! The body of the python, nearly 10 meters, was twisted together and flew out. Come again! D Ping moved again and followed behind, grabbed the python's tail, screamed with both arms, and slammed the python into the ground. Boom! There was a loud noise, the ground shook for a while, the concrete flew around on the steps, and the giant python spurted blood. Boom! The giant python was smashed on the wall, and the tiles on the wall splashed. D Ping was like a violent gold steel, carrying the snake tail of the giant python smashed wildly. Boom! For a while, the thumping sound kept, the ground kept shaking, like an earthquake, the flesh and blood of the giant python flew. Diego! At this time, a weak cry woke D Ping from his anger. Looking at the voice, he saw that Fatty had climbed up and leaned on the steps at some point, while Li Sheng had also woken up by the other two. Protecting, it is Cheng Chao and Lao Luo. Boom! As soon as D Ping threw down the python corpse, he walked over quickly with a look of surprise. Fat Li Sheng, are you all okay? Great! D Ping was excited. Originally he thought he was going to lose these 2 brothers, but he didn't expect them to be alive, so he hugged the 2 of them, tears streaming down involuntarily. Brother D. We are too useless to help you. Fatty said with a disappointed face, his voice full of guilt. What nonsense! You are all my brothers. Can brothers be separated from each other? Don't say such things in the future. D Ping stared at a few people and blamed him. Brother Chang, Lao Luo, did you hide there? I thought you were eaten by this beast? D Ping asked with some doubts when he saw Cheng Chao and the 2 standing in front of him intact. Brother D. After you left, I found a whole huge python skin in a shattered glass box, and there were a few huge snake eggs under it. I thought this might be a snake nest. Cheng Chao said, with a shocked expression on his face, and then looked at the bloody giant python over there before continuing. I was startled at the time, so I hurriedly wanted to inform Lao Luo, leave together, and go back and inform you. Speaking of which, he seemed to be frightened, his face turned pale for a while, and after a while, he slowly said with a long breath. Lao Luo and I were about to go out when we heard the squeaking noise in the grass, and the grass kept shaking, and the speed was super fast. Before we could react, a huge python's head stuck out of the grass, just in time to see the 2 of us. Cheng Chaoyue said that he was more frightened. It seemed that he had not woken up from the fright at the time. Lao Luo was obviously frightened, his lips were purple, and his body was still shaking.
What happened after that? You ran away there.
Ping patted the two on the shoulders, and the two slowly recovered. We were frightened at the time. After seeing this big snake, it was definitely too late to go outside. I had an idea and thought that the cold storage could hide first, so I pulled Lao Luo and ran inside. Cheng Chao said excitedly while wiping his sweat. The giant python also saw us, and rushed in. It just hit the glass door, and the glass was broken. Cheng Chao glanced at the broken glass on the ground. Only then did Ping know that the glass door was so broken. Fortunately, it was blocked by this glass door. As soon as Lao Luo and the two of us entered the door and closed the door of the cold storage, the giant python rushed over. Fortunately, the hole that was broken before was blocked by me, otherwise it will be a big trouble today. Cheng Chao said sadly. We didn't dare to come out until we heard Diga shouting, but it became like this as soon as we came out. Lao Luo also said, with some regret on his face, we didn't help anything, and let you all die. Injured? Ha ha. I said about my brothers, don't care too much. Ping laughed and patted the two of them to comfort. Let's go, look at this big guy. Fatty, are you two getting up? Ping, who was looking at the fat man half lying under the steps, asked with concern. Being able to get up, this dead snake is quite powerful. Fortunately, the man is thick. The fat man spit out bloody spit and stood up slowly while holding on to the steps. Li Sheng didn't seem to be seriously injured. He was softly supported by Cheng Chao and looked at Ping weakly and said, Brother D, I'm fine, just rest. Ping asked the two of them to support Li Sheng and walked towards the giant python lying in a pool of blood. Fatty was not bad. He raised his legs to keep up. Although Bu Dai was still a little vain, he withdrew his worried eyes and swept his eyes to the ground. Of the python. Suddenly, a message appeared in front of D's eyes, and Ping thought to himself, could this be the system skill exploration technique? Variant Black Python, Bloodline Level, Low, Talent Skill, None, Enhancement Level, First Order Second Order, Skill, Lightning Strike. Could this be the information of the giant python? This exploration technique is indeed very useful. In the future, I can check the information of some mutant beasts without having to touch the black one by one and not know what it is. Ping scrutinized the information and thought to himself. Lightning strikes, darling, no wonder the dead snake's tail flicks so fast that it can't dodge. If it weren't for the potential stimulation at the critical moment, he would definitely die. Ping secretly said luck. Brother, are you sure you're not King Kong? Fatty asked with a look of horror when he saw the shapeless body of the giant python on the ground. Damn fat man. Ping bit his face. This dead fat man is getting more and more cheap and dare to call himself a gorilla. It seems that he needs some eye drops. Hey! Brother D, I was wrong, I am a wounded. The fat man wanted to lift his feet up when he saw Ping's face sinking, and hurriedly pretended to be pitiful, like a wounded lamb. Go ball. Don't be disgusting with me. Ping looked helpless. This fat man was too shameless. In fact, not only Fatty has such doubts, but Cheng Chao and several others also want to ask, Brother D, are you a Superman? It's just that they are not as thick-skinned as Fatty. Yes, I didn't look at the dead snake lying on the ground. If it could still be called a snake now, I would have thought it was a broken sack and cracked everywhere. Ping took a closer look and found no valuable information. He picked up the Han sword that fell on the ground, smashed the python's head with one sword, and took out a ball of delicate jade-like beads the size of a red date. It's bigger than any of the previous ones. Ping didn't have exploratory skills before. I don't know what rank the mutant dog is. Maybe this mutant snake is stronger than the mutant dog. Just know. His mother. Ping suddenly cursed. He took a step back, his face in disbelief. At this time, the giant python suddenly raised a fist-sized green soul energy and rushed into its body quickly. The reason why Ping scolded was that he didn't expect this giant python to have such a strong vitality, and it has only died now. Just now, he was only interested in smashing it, but he didn't pay attention to the energy. Being alive really frightened him. Found that soul energy cannot be stored. Consume energy to strengthen the host body. A massive energy rises up in Ping's body at one time, but this massive energy flows through the whole body according to Ping's current feeling. Better than nothing. With his current strength, the strength is really small, and the increase of several tens of kilograms has little effect, but it is better than nothing. Brother D. How to deal with this giant python? Cheng Chao asked after watching Ping collect the crystal nucleus and looking at the corpse of the giant python. Ping grabbed the python's tail and took a few steps forward. With a slap in his arms, he turned around, and easily threw the python up and out. With a huss sound,
the python rolled like a hemp rope. It flew out, smashed into a big tree by the road with a clatter, rolled over a few times and hung on the tree, shaking constantly. Put it here to shock the mutant animals. Di Ping clapped his hands and said with a smile. The eyes of several people were shocked. Although they had seen Di Ping's bravery just now, it was really impressive to see Di Ping throw a giant python into a tree 30 meters away with ease like a hemp rope. Difficult to accept. Let's go. We have to move the gas tank. Di Ping took 2 steps and seemed to feel that the crowd was not following, so he turned around to say hello again. He saw the shock in the 4 people's eyes and the admiration in their eyes. Although he had experienced a lot and had grown a lot, he still enjoys this look, knowing that aside from everything, he is only a young man of 25 or 6 years old. Oh. It's coming. Then everyone withdrew their shocked eyes, quickly followed Di Ping, and walked towards the store. After a while, everyone walked out of the restaurant again, only to see Di Ping connecting the 2 gas tanks with 2 ropes, holding the 2 gas tanks on one side as if they were weightless, while only Lao Luo was carrying the other one behind him. Chao supported Li Shang and Fatty seemed to have recovered a lot, but he actually followed, and his footsteps have been a lot quicker. Under Yu Shujia's worried eyes, Di Ping and his party returned to their house, placed Li Shang on the sofa to lie down, and then moved the gas tank into the kitchen. Lao Luo was an expert here. The gas stove, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and finally they were able to eat a hot meal. Di Ping went to the bathroom again, and pulled off the clothes that were out of shape on his body. There was not much water, and he didn't dare to waste any more. He simply scrubbed it. The feeling is gone. Di Ping couldn't help feeling the violent power in his body. Although the injury was not minor this time, and he almost died, the harvest was also huge. He always thought that he would have to wait for the tavern to be built to unlock his potential. The potential has been reached, and the potential has reached the B level. He has been playing this game for a long time, and he knows that D rank and C rank heroes are the easiest to obtain, while B rank will be more difficult, but when it comes to a rank and how difficult it is to obtain S and SS ranks, it depends on refresh. The probability of the call is too low, and most of Di Ping's S-level heroes are also obtained by charging money. I just don't know if the potential level in the real world will be the same. What kind of level is the B-level potential? It's a rare thing. He doesn't know now, and he can only take a step by step. In fact, he was a little disappointed in his heart. He didn't expect that he was only a B-level potential. You must know that the difference between the potential levels is obvious. First, in the initial use, the higher the potential level, the higher the starting point, and the later is the increase will be different every time you upgrade. For example, the increase of D level is 1 per level, then C is increased by 1.5, B is 2, so when you reach SS level, it directly increases to 4. What do you think the difference is? It is more and more the bigger it is, so the potential level determines your future development. How can B-level potential not disappoint Di Ping? In addition, the biggest gain today is that he has acquired 2 skills, a talent skill. So far, he has not checked the use of this skill, but he has already used the other skill, exploration, which is too practical. He has a feeling in the future, this skill will be of great help to you. After changing into a new set of clothes, everyone was sitting around the hall talking, and the fat man was talking with a bright face, talking about the thrilling scene of his giant python. It seems that you flew into the grass with one move. Li Shang said in his weak voice as if he couldn't listen to someone's bragging anymore. Dead face paralysis, not dead yet. Don't speak, can be in a hurry. When Fatty was exposed, his face turned red, and he stared at Li Shang and gritted his teeth. Can suffocate. Li Shang still had that calm look on his face, and ignored Fatty's anger and said lightly. Put. Yu Shujie was amused by Li Shang's words, and couldn't help but burst out laughing, and everyone laughed in fright. You. Fatty rolled his eyes for a while, pointing at Li Shang. You were speechless. Diego. Cheng Chao was sitting by the window. He saw Di Ping as soon as he came out, and hurriedly stood up and said, Digo. When several people heard the voice, they all stood up one after another. Even Li Shang, who was half lying, was about to get up. His eyes were full of respect. Okay. Sit down. You can do whatever you want at home, don't do it, I'm not comfortable. Di Ping waved his hands reproachfully, then looked at Li Shang who was half upright on the sofa. Just be honest. You think you have the flesh of a fat man. Lie down. Dai Gu. I didn't mess with you? The fat man was also shot while doing it, and complained innocently. You fat man, are you complimenting you? Your body is equivalent to armor, otherwise you would have to lie down like Li Shang. Di Ping scolded with a smile. Hey! Don't talk about it, this is also our advantage, isn't it? Do you want to teach you to gain weight when you have facial paralysis? If you were like me today, you would be fine.
The fat man seemed to feel that Di Ping was right, and immediately smiled. Turning his face to Li Sheng to sell Treasure Road. Li Sheng gave Fatty an angry look, then lay on the sofa and ignored him.
Li Sheng, how are you feeling? Did you hurt any internal organs? Di Ping asked worriedly when he saw the pain on Li Sheng's face.
I don't know if I'm hurt. It's just that sometimes my chest hurts when I breathe. Li Sheng said weakly, as if he didn't dare to speak loudly.
It's possible that you're injured, and we don't have a doctor here.
Di Ping glanced at the crowd and saw that they were shaking their heads, and then said, You try to lie down and don't move around. We'll see if we can find a doctor in the afternoon.
Thank you, Brother D.
Li Sheng struggled to get up, a flash of gratitude flashed in his eyes. Life and death, brothers, you're welcome, don't say such things again.
Di Ping smiled and pressed Li Sheng onto the sofa to lie down again.
There was gas at noon, and the fire could be used to cook.
Yu Shujie simply cooked a few dishes.
This time, there was an extra meat dish in the dish, which was served in a pot. This was what Di Ping ordered. He hadn't eaten meat in the sky, and he was a little greedy himself, so he could only eat vegetarian food. A pot of stewed mutton, solid pieces of mutton, and some carrots, that's a fragrance. Everyone's mouth is full of oil, and Sha Nan Nan is sweating profusely, and even the talking mouth is busy today chewing meat didn't have time to speak, and Di Ping ate 2 big bowls of meat before he felt warm in his stomach. Di Ping felt that as his body function improved, his demand for energy would also increase, and it would become more and more difficult for ordinary food to fill his stomach. Meat will be his main food source. Di Ping fought 2 thrilling battles in the morning, and his mind was exhausted, especially the battle of the giant python. At one time, he thought he was going to die here, but he finally survived with the stimulation of his potential. Now the mutton is in his stomach, and there is food in his stomach. As soon as he relaxed, he immediately felt lazy and lacked any strength.
I'm going to bed, wake me up at 2.
Di Ping instructed Yu Shujie, who was cleaning the table and tableware, and then walked into the room with heavy steps. Lying on the bed, I wanted to study the skills I acquired, but as soon as my head touched the pillow, my eyelids were hard and I couldn't open my eyes, and I fell asleep after a while. This time Di Ping slept very deeply, he didn't even dream, and he woke up suddenly when Yu Shujie knocked on the door.
The time was just 2 o'clock.
After feeling the fatigue on his body, it was finally swept away, and the surging power was once again. It's a great feeling to fill your whole body. Turned over to get up, washed briefly, and went out of the room. Everyone had already gathered in the hall, and they were talking casually. When they saw Di Ping coming out, everyone got up and gave up a seat on the sand. As soon as he took his seat, Yu Shujie brought a cup. Tea, the fragrance of tea is overflowing, and the smell is refreshing.
Brother D. What shall we do for a while? Chun Chao asked softly, looking at Di Ping who was drinking tea.
After a while, we swept the building on the side and collected the food and water.
Di Ping said without looking up while drinking tea.
This is a long-established plan.
This community has only 2 buildings.
After cleaning up the villa area and ensuring the safety of this community, he dares to reveal the buildings in the system.
He does not want to expose his secrets to the public. In front of too many people. Di Ping always had a sense of urgency.
If he didn't make use of the system's functions, he would feel uneasy for a day. Only when he learned about the appearance of the super mutant crocodile in Dihu Lake, he felt that the world had undergone fundamental changes, and all kinds of animals had undergone fundamental changes. The speed of the mutation is too fast, and the original overlord of the human land seems to have fallen behind in this mutation. So far, he has not encountered or heard any information about the human mutation. When I saw that the trees in the community were still growing day by day, getting bigger and bigger, the wild mutated as if the wild world was full of crises. With trees like this, it is conceivable that animals are also speeding up day by day. The mutant cats and dogs are already unmanageable, and the mutant python he encountered today made him worry to the extreme. He had seen the species of pythons. Originally they were black pythons that often appeared in the countryside. He had only seen the size of a pole with the largest one. But today, this one has grown so much that it is already comparable to the giant boa in the Amazon. This series of changes made him have a strong feeling that it will become more and more difficult for human beings to survive, especially the fast-growing grass and trees are crowding out the space for human activities at a frantic speed. Protection, how many human beings can survive really becomes a problem. Today's potential opening made him particularly excited. Until then, he had a strong desire to open the system, because he saw hope from it. The potential was there and it was very similar to the game. The system reminded him to open the tavern as soon as possible to complete his career. Changing careers made him see another world. He eagerly wanted to know whether this career system was only for him or for everyone. He had to say that it was only now that he really paid attention to the system from the bottom of his heart. It seems that a voice said in his mind that the system must be turned on. This is the last hope of mankind. Sitting on the sofa, Di Ping didn't speak and thought carefully.
Li Shang lay on the sofa and couldn't move.
Fatty Chang Chao and Lao Luo checked the things they were going to bring.
He took his Han sword from Yu Shujia's hand and gently pulled it out of the sheath.
There were many cracks in the originally sharp blade, and he felt a little sad that the sword could not keep up with his progress. This sword can be regarded as a weapon that represents the current top-notch skills of human beings and can't keep up with the mutation speed of mutant animals. If it was replaced with a sharper sword today, it would be able to kill a giant python with just one sword.
He almost lost his life on the spot, and Li Shang couldn't lie down and couldn't move.
Di Ping sighed lightly. The activation of the system was imminent, and at this time he really wanted to embody the system immediately, by a weapon, and see what the weapon of the system looked like.
Is it as powerful as in the game? Let's go.
Di Ping put down all the distracting thoughts in his heart, greeted the three people who were ready to stop, and walked towards the door.
Do.
Suddenly, two very soft knocks came from outside the door.
Di Ping's body froze, and his footsteps stopped in mid-air.
Several people were also shocked. There was no one in this building, so why would someone suddenly knock on the door? Di Ping was a little annoyed that he was distracted just now, but he didn't notice anyone approaching. He signaled to several people not to move, and walked over lightly, lying on the cat's eye and looking out. Through the cat's eye Di Ping saw a very young girl outside. She was not short, more than 1.7 meters tall, with long black and smooth hair that fell to her shoulders. With long eyelashes and two thin eyebrows hanging like a crescent moon, it can be said that she is a very standard beauty. Among the beauties Di Ping has seen, she can only score more than 90 points, but at this time, this beauty was sweaty and anxious. Panicked again, the black and beautiful eyes swept around, full of panic.
Who are you?
Di Ping looked at the woman and felt that there was nothing wrong with the woman, and after listening carefully to the downstairs, there was no other sound except the woman's rapid breathing, and then asked in a low voice.
Ah. You, hello. I'm from building 2.
The woman was startled by the sound at first, and immediately looked at the door in surprise, and asked anxiously with joy on her face.
Is there a problem?
Di Ping watched the woman's every move through the cat's eyes.
It wasn't because Di Ping was too careful. Everything could happen in the end of the world.
There was nothing wrong with being careful.
Demeanor. Can. Let me in? I'm scared.
As the woman answered, she glanced around in panic, then looked at the cat's eyes. Her eyes were full of fear and desire, and her face was as pale as a piece of white paper.
All right.
Di Ping thought about it, but decided to open the door.
He didn't think the woman was pretending.
Her eyes were very real.
The fear and panic didn't seem to be pretending.
The acting was over. Di Ping gestured back after speaking, and several people understood that Yu Shujie retreated cautiously, while the other three took up their weapons and were ready to deal with emergencies at any time.
Ah. Thank you.
When the woman heard Di Ping's voice, it seemed like the sound of heaven, and her face immediately burst into a smile like a flower.
The originally frightened and distorted 5 views also showed her original beauty.
It's beautiful. If Yu Shujie is compared to flowers that are in full bloom, then this woman is just beginning to open the buds, a mature charm, with a kind of intelligence and softness to give people a kind of warmth and restlessness, while the other is youthful and beautiful, exuding all over the body. A kind of indescribable freshness and tenderness. It seems that the flowers in the morning with the morning do give people a throbbing. Di Ping, who has been in a state of struggle, used to see only Su Xiao in his eyes, and could no longer tolerate others. It's not that he hasn't seen beautiful women in these years, but he has never looked into his heart, just swept his eyes. It's over after seeing it, and when he woke up from Su Xiao's dream, his Ango heart was smashed to pieces. It seems that because of his solid thoughts on Su Xiao, he lived more freely. After a while, he began to really ignore everything in this world, including his perception of women. Di Ping shook his head and suppressed the throbbing in his heart deeply. He had his own final insistence in his heart. He did not allow himself to be here.
The end times when people are not human beings also degenerate and sink. He has the most basic bottom line of being a human being.
This is the key to his success, Di Ping's super self-control.
The door opened a crack.
Although Di Ping felt that this woman did not seem like a bait, he still had to be careful. The door opened a crack enough for this woman to come in, but he believed that with his current strength, there were not many people can push open the door he wants to close. The woman rushed in through the crack of the door with a surprised look on her face, as if there were wild beasts behind her. As soon as she entered the door, she leaned against the wall and panted heavily, pressing her hands on her chest, as if she wanted to make her heart beating violently. Hold down to save yourself from jumping out. The woman wears a loose short-sleeved mix-and-match corset chiffon shirt on the upper body, revealing a white and tender waist, and wears a pair of corset elastic three-quarter jeans on the lower body, which fully reflects the straight and curved long legs. Pausing for breath, the loose chiffon shirt couldn't hide how majestic the undulating towering place was. Di Ping was also stunned by the beauty of the woman. Just looking out from the door mirror, he already felt that the person was very beautiful. Now, from a close distance, he felt that the woman's 90-point rating was a bit low. Ping's firm mind, which has been honed by killing in the last days, is only reflected in one negligence. When I look at the three big men again, they all look stupid. It was also a look of admiration, but Lao Luo was the most indifferent among the three, and his eyes swept up and down, and there was no reaction. Di Ping sighed inwardly. People are indeed different lives, different circumstances, and different lives do not create different characters. Fatty is really handsome. He never hides his views and attitudes. Being a super soldier, he has good self-control and has his own bottom line. Lao Luo has been working for a long time and is at the bottom of the society. He knows what he can and needs best, and the performance of these three people satisfied him, because there was no lust in their eyes, which was enough to show that the three people were not bad, which made Di Ping very relieved. He didn't want anyone in his team. The idea of lust, such a person is definitely a harm in the team, and there will always be an accident. If any one of the three shows a little performance, he will definitely kick this person out of the team. Fortunately, all three passed his test well. From the moment he saw this woman, Di Ping had such an idea in his heart, so he opened the door to let the woman in, took a step back and completely exposed the woman to everyone, so as to observe the performance of the three of them, which was a well-intentioned effort. What? Seemingly feeling too quiet, the woman opened her eyes and found three men in the room looking at her, screaming in fright. Speak now. What's the matter with you? Di Ping held Han Jian in his arms and asked the woman with a flat face. Me. The woman shrank back when she saw the fear in front of her, a little nervous and scared, and she couldn't speak properly. Girl. Don't be nervous. Speak slowly. This is Yu Shujie walking out of the room, walking past a few people, stepping forward and pulling the woman to comfort her softly. What? The woman seemed to find support at once, and suddenly hugged Yu Shujie and lay on her shoulders and started to cry. Her tears seemed to flow down like a spring. Yu Shujie glanced at Di Ping and saw him nodding. Then she lightly patted the woman's back to reassure her, and said softly, "It's okay. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. It's safe here, don't be afraid." After a full 2 minutes, the woman seemed to slowly calm down and left Yu Shujie's arms. She kept wiping tears with the back of her hands with both hands, and said thank you in tears. Yu Shujie was like a close sister, gently comforted the woman, then pulled the woman to the sofa and sat down. The two were talking in a low voice, and the four men, you look at me, I look at you, don't know what to do at this time. Wang Delin. Di Ping was immediately angry when he saw this person. This person was Wang Delin. He could see a woman tied to a chair beside the bed. The woman was also naked, with tape around her mouth and her arms tied behind her back. He leaned back on the chair, his legs were tied to the legs of the chair, he was struggling desperately, and two large white legs were exposed at the end of the half-exposed bed, and the legs were tied to the end of the bed by ropes. He regretted it, he had never regretted it so much, even when Su Shao left, he did not regret the efforts he had made to chase after him, and he regretted it today. The few people in this room were the ones he let go before. On the sofa the man sitting naked was Bai Hanlin, and there was also a thin young man. These people were all there. At this moment, Di Ping's heart seemed to be gripped by life, and he couldn't breathe. He had never felt so much pain before. He didn't expect that he would let go of these people for a while, but instead of repenting, these people became one. A poisonous snake, how could they do it? How could people do this? Di Ping's eyes widened as if blood and tears would flow out, his hands clenched with a rattling sound, and he was about to break the sword. Dai Gu. Ah! At this time, the fat man also rushed in, and when they saw the scene in the room, they were also stunned. What? Yi Lu followed behind and screamed when she saw the scene inside. Ah, yes, it's D. D? Brother D, bro? At this time, Wang Delin, who opened the door, also saw Di Ping, and stammered with a pale face in fright.
Damn you all.
Di Ping's blood-red eyes stared at Wang Delin, and then he swept over everyone in the room and said word by word. These people were frightened by his blood-colored eyes without a trace of vitality, and they all trembled. They all knew Di Ping is powerful, not to mention Di Ping's murderous aura at this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a movement of his body and a wave of the long sword in his hand. Chirp! The sword pierced the air and let out a loud whistle, and the sword light flashed past the young, thin man who was doing errands at the nearest dining table. Puff! A stream of blood spurted out like a spring, and the young man's head flew from his neck. What? Di Ping kept moving sideways, his body dodged in front of the sofa, and with a flat sweep, a red line appeared on the neck of the man who was standing behind the woman, and then his head slid to the side, and blood spurted out immediately. And his stature kept going. As soon as the long sword was sent, a sword plunged into the man who was holding the woman's hand. The tip of the sword passed through his body, piercing the heart, and when the long sword was drawn, a bloody arrow shot out. In the blink of an eye, Di Ping killed 3 people in a row, as fast as lightning, and everyone did not react. 2 of the 3 had already moved their heads, and 1 of them died. What? At this moment, there was a scream, and everyone in the room was startled and screamed. Ah! No, kill me. At this moment, Bai Hanlin, who was sitting on the sofa, finally came to his senses. He pushed the woman in front of him violently away, and knelt in front of Di Ping with a thud, bursting into tears. Brother Di, don't kill me. Don't. Kill. I am willing to be a bull and a horse for you. Di Ping kicked him away, and Bai Hanlin immediately crawled over and knelt on the ground to kowtow to Di Ping. There was a loud thud, and he was frightened. Seemingly suddenly remembered something, he pointed at Wang Delin and cursed angrily. Yes. It's all Wang Delin who forced me. I really don't want it. I wanted to let you die, but what do you all do? I don't want to kill, you have to force me. Di Ping gritted his teeth and said, looking at Bai Hanlin who was kowtowing and crying on the ground. The corners of his eyes were about to burst and he kept shaking his head. I regret it now, so please die. Puff! As soon as the long sword was delivered, with a puff, the long tip penetrated Bai Hanlin's chest and protruded from his back. Bai Hanlin seemed to stare at Di Ping in disbelief. His face fell to the ground unwillingly. Then Di Ping turned to look at Wang Delin, and the long sword he was holding was dripping blood. What? Wang Delin was swept away by Di Ping's eyes, and suddenly jumped up with a scream, suddenly turned around and ran back to the room, closing the door of the room with a bang, while Di Ping glanced at it. Diego. At this time, Fatty and the others were also frightened, and Yi Lu fainted out of fright. Fortunately, Chang Chao supported them. When they saw Di Ping walking towards the interior, they shouted nervously. Di Ping glanced at them with a pair of blood-red eyes. The 3 of them suddenly fell into an ice cave. What kind of eyes? Mercilessly cold, looking at the 3 of them as if they were looking at dead things, without a trace of anger, but with a hint of order. The cold murderousness of life. The 3 of them were suddenly speechless when they were swept away, but Di Ping just glanced at it, turned and walked towards the door, kicking up. Boom! The thick door was like a piece of paper, smashed into sawdust with 1 foot, and Di Ping walked in 10,000 steps without looking at it. The woman tied to the chair saw that the door was broken and Di Ping walked in slowly. She struggled fiercely, but when she saw the murderous look and blood-red eyes in her eyes widened and she didn't dare to make a sound. No, come over again and I'll kill her. Wang Delin was standing behind the bed at this moment. A naked woman was tightly sandwiched between a broken shoulder tied with a white cloth, and he was waving a long and short knife in one hand, his face pale and hysterical, shouting. Damn you! Di Ping's voice came out coldly between his teeth. Di Ping! Our wells are not like rivers. You pass yours and I pass mine. Why do you care about me? At this moment, Wang Delin seemed to be no longer afraid, and his voice was no longer trembling and stuttering. The knife in his hand was tightly pressed against the woman's neck, and the woman was pinched by his broken shoulder. It seemed that he was too powerful, and he held Wang Delin's arm with both hands. Coughing. Why? Di Ping repeated a sentence, as if he was bowing his head in contemplation. The red in his eyes faded a lot, and his mind that had been bristled with murderous aura and anger was much clearer. Yes. Why? You are in your building 1, I am in my building 2, you play with your woman, I play with mine. If you think it's not enough, I can give you 2 more. Wang Delin, feeling that Di Ping was persuaded by himself, he immediately felt relieved, and his tone was much more relaxed. He glanced at Di Ping contemptuously, thinking that no matter how bad you are just being careful, waiting for Lao Tzu to have a chance to play against you. Why? Di Ping murmured this sentence in a low voice without answering.
What do you think of these two? I just got these two and I have to enjoy them. I'll give them to Brother D. Let's see how he behaves properly.
Wang Delin looked at Di Ping and just lowered his head and pondered. It seems that he is not ready to do it again, and feels that he should add more fire, so he gritted his teeth and glanced at the two women in the room.
What?
At this moment, Wang Delin screamed. It turned out that he was holding the woman's neck a little tight. When the woman was struggling, she grabbed his broken arm and almost burst into tears.
You bastard, I'll kill you.
Wang Delin clutched his broken arm and watched the white cloth on it stained red by the seeping blood. He gritted his teeth and cursed angrily. He stepped on the woman's hair to prevent her from getting up, and even raised the sharp knife in his hand to stab the woman on the bed. At this time, the woman tied to the chair saw that Wang Delin was about to kill the woman on the bed. She struggled fiercely, whimpering in her mouth. Seeing that the sharp knife was about to pierce her chest, the woman on the bed struggled a few times and her hair was trampled on. He was so tight that he couldn't get up at all, and he stopped struggling in despair.
Chirp! Put! Ah! Suddenly, a
sharp sound sounded, like a sharp arrow piercing the sky, and then a puff sounded like a sharp knife into the flesh, followed by a scream of one person.
Tuck!
The woman who was struggling on the chair stopped struggling at this time. Her eyes widened and she looked in the direction of the bed, while the man on the bed who had closed his eyes and was about to die seemed to open his eyes without waiting for the pain. The scene in front of her suddenly screamed. I saw that the original murderer Wang Delin was pierced by a sword and nailed to the wall by a powerful force. The long sword was still humming and vibrating, and the blood was lying down along the long sword, and his chest was dyed red. Wang Delin looked at Di Ping in disbelief, muttering in his mouth, unable to hear what he was saying, and blood kept pouring out of his mouth.
Didn't you ask me why? I'll tell you. I'm better than you, and I can kill you.
Di Ping expressionlessly passed over the woman tied to the chair, and walked slowly to Wang Delin. His voice was flat, but he said word by word with incomparably firm strength.
I don't agree.
Wang Delin suddenly shouted, a mouthful of blood spurted out, then tilted his head, and the sharp knife in his hand fell to the ground, dead, but his eyes were still open, staring at Di Ping with infinite resentment.
You have to die if you don't agree.
Di Ping glanced at Wang Delin's body contemptuously and said lightly, and then drew out his long sword, and Wang Delin's body fell to the ground. Di Ping walked to the bed, cut the rope tied to the woman's legs with a sword, then went behind the woman tied to the chair and cut the rope.
Get dressed and come out.
Di Ping said lightly, turned around, and walked out of the room, and gently closed the door of the room.
Diego.
Several people came up worried and said with concern, their eyes were full of worry.
Clean up. Find a place to bury these people? Di Ping's voice was full of exhaustion and weakness. Killing people is not a happy thing.
He killed these people in anger, and his mood was mixed at this time.
Okay. Di Gu. The fat man responded. Brother D, these people should be killed. Brother D should not be burdened.
Cheng Chao looked at Di Ping with a lonely face, and finally said. Cheng Chao was a soldier, and he had seen blood before.
He knew the feeling.
It was the first time he killed someone, and after 2 days of vomiting, he recovered. He understood the mentality of killing the first time. At that time, it took a long time for the instructor to enlighten him before he changed his mentality. He was afraid that Di Ping's mentality would have problems, so he reminded him.
I'm fine. I'm just a little tired, you go.
Di Ping pulled the corner of his mouth forcefully, and patted the super strong shoulder.
She's dead. Di Ping walked towards the door. Now he only wanted to smoke a cigarette outside.
When he walked past the dining table, he found that the woman lying on top of him didn't move, his eyes were still wide open, and the blood from the corners of his mouth had stopped gushing out. Lao Luo he was standing on the side and stretched his hand to the woman's nose. When he saw Di Ping coming over, his eyes were filled with tears and sadness.
It's easier for her to die. Find a place to bury it alone. Di Ping looked at the woman's scarred body in the secret place of a wolf.
The bloody chest and the wide open eyes seemed to be accusing the injustice of this world. He sighed, and your voice was full of desolation. These people really deserve to be killed, it's not too much to die 1,000 times. Lao Luo gritted his teeth and kicked a head next to his feet, as if he wanted to put all his grievances in this head and kick it out. At this time, Yi Lu, who was lying on the sofa by Cheng Chao, woke up faintly. Seeing Di Ping standing in front of her and looking at her, she stood up in a panic, shaking her whole body.
Are you afraid of me?
Di Ping looked at Yi Lu, who was shaking like chaff, and asked in a calm tone.
No.
Yi Lu stammered, shook her head and waved her hand,
but her eyes were full of fear. Look to see if there are two of your friends in the room. Ping laughed at himself, then pointed to the door of the room behind him. Oh. Yilu hurriedly nodded her head a few times, then moved her footsteps a little bit, ran a few steps over Ping and ran to the room, opened the door and rushed in, then closed the door tightly with a bang. Ping shook his head with a bitter look on his face, stepped over the stabbed middle-aged corpse on the ground, walked to the balcony, pulled it open, took out a cigarette case, lit a cigarette, and took a deep breath. One mouthful, and then a long spit, and the smoke enveloped his face in an instant, making it impossible to see the real thing. Looking outside through the window, the sky is blue, and there is not a single cloud in thousands of miles. At this time, the sky is so clean, the whole land is covered by lush trees, and there is a sweet smell in the air. Everything seems to be very beautiful, but I don't know how many tragic things are happening under this beautiful sky at this time, how many ugly things are being staged. Ping's heart could not be calm for a long time. He is not a person of compassion, but what he saw today made him feel like he couldn't breathe, and his heart was very painful. But why some people's human nature has been twisted like this in just a few days, he doesn't understand, really doesn't understand. He doesn't know how these people get rid of their hands. Those naked eyes staring at it flashed in his mind. The hand that made him smoke trembled. He didn't want to kill, really didn't want to, but he was forced to kill. These people didn't repent until they died. What kind of human nature is this? The cigarette burned his finger, and he didn't feel any pain until it was pinched out by his finger. He took out another one and lit it and took a deep breath. Being sucked into his lungs seems to be the only way to relieve the pain in his heart. Looking up at the gorgeous high-rise buildings in the city not far away, at this time, they only nodded their heads, standing alone in the virgin forest, like pages and pages of lonely boats in the sea, which may be submerged at any time. He suddenly felt a heavy cushion on his shoulders. This beautiful land should not endure such hardships. Although she was imperfect in the past, Ping was even a little annoyed at her in the past, but at this time he realized how beautiful it was in the past, with only a few in her original order. All the ugliness would only exist in the shadows, instead of being so naked without a hint of concealment. Thank you. At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly came from behind him. The voice was very soft and soft. He heard a gentle wind and light rain in his ears. The unyielding woman was followed by the woman tied to the bed and Yilu who was supporting her. You are not afraid of me. Ping looked at her, then glanced at the scattered corpses in the room, and the blood red all over the room, and then said lightly, he did not expect this woman who had been fighting all the time to have such a soft and outrageous voice. Why should I be afraid? Damn these people, kill them and you're a hero. The woman also glanced at the corpse on the ground. Although there was fear in her eyes, her face was firm as she looked at Ping and said word by word. A hero? Ping looked at Yilu, who was dodging his gaze, and said with a self-deprecating smile. Yes. Hero. At this time, the woman who Yilu was supporting also said in a positive tone. The woman's voice was very clean as the grasslands that had just been washed by the rain, like the lark in the dream forest that had never been polluted. He was staring at him with gratitude, excitement, and reverence. Ping felt a little dazed for a while. Did he enter the beauty's nest? These three people stood together with their own styles. One was as gentle as the wind-blowing willows, the other was as clear as a lily after the rain, and the other was like a morning flower. Ming people, it's just that at this time he was in a mess, and he didn't have the slightest mood to appreciate the beauty. If you still have the strength, go and help them. Ping retracted his gaze, raised his chin and pointed at the two women. One of the two women was covered in blood and trembling with fear, while the other only knew how to cry with her body bent. It is good. The three women responded. Yilu still didn't dare to look at Ping, her eyes were dodging, as if there was something terrifying about him, while the other two women happily turned around to help. They were busy until night, when a group of people carried the house full of corpses to the bottom, dug a pit and buried it, and buried the dead woman alone. The group brought 5 women back home, and Yushujia was shocked. Now, Ping was covered in blood, murderous, and tired. He looked scary and distressed, but Nan refused to come near him. Take them to wash up. Get them something to eat. Ping looked at the 5 women behind him, and then instructed Yushujia, and then, without speaking, entered the room and closed the door. What happened to Gu? Yushujia seemed to see Ping's desolation and loneliness, and she wanted to shed tears when she felt a sudden pain in her heart. At this moment, she felt her heart hurt so much that she really wanted to hold him in her arms to comfort him. Alas! Let's talk back. Set them up first. Chengchao let out a long sigh and then said weakly, he knew what Ping was doing now, but no one could help him at this time, and he could only pass the test himself.
Yushujie also knew that it was not the time to ask this question, so she could only put aside her worries, touched her tears, and greeted a few women to wash with her.
Di Ping didn't come out as soon as he entered the room, and he didn't come out at night.
There were so many people in the room, it should be lively, but these people were very quiet, and none of them spoke, even in normal times. The fat man has also been sitting on the sofa with his head buried in silence. A few women are even more silent, and the little girl has been leaning on her mother's arms and can't even sing her favorite song. In the evening, a table of meals was cooked, and none of Chung Chao moved. Yushujie tried to call Di Ping several times but was blocked by Chung Chao. A few people sat like this, and the 5 women were already hungry. Some of them hadn't eaten serious food for 2 or 3 days, and their eyes were faint when they were hungry, but they didn't dare to move when they saw the table full of dishes and the leaders didn't move, and they could only watch and swallow. Yi Lu and 2 girlfriends are better, but the other 2 women are not good enough. They wanted to stand up to eat several times, but they didn't dare to move. Before Wang Delen's place, the 2 of them suffered a lot, but they were completely scared.
Brother D, what's wrong with him?
It's been 5 or 6 hours since he came out.
Will something happen?
Yushujie asked a few people with tears in her eyes. Several people were silent. The fat man buried his head in his arms and did not raise his head. Lao Luoba was smoking one cigarette after another, while Chang Chao stared at a painting on the wall, and his mind drifted up without knowing it. There, Li Shang, who was lying on the sofa, also swept over the 3 of them anxiously.
Brother Chang, what do you think? Didn't get everyone, so I could only stare at Chung Chao and asked anxiously. No way.
Chang Chao's attitude was very firm. He shook his head and refused to speak.
You?
Yushujie's chest went up and down angrily, but she couldn't do anything without talking about her.
In fact, let's not talk about Di Ping today. These people have a very strong impact. Everyone is ordinary people.
Fighting rarely happens, let alone killing people. Today, Di Ping's state is too scary, killing people. For example, drinking water and chopping vegetables, people's heads flew up and blood gushed into the sky. This visual impact was too great. That's why Yi Lu was afraid when she saw Di Ping.
You saw someone cut off a head in front of you. Not afraid, Yi Lu's reaction was normal. Even Lao Luo and Fatty felt scared when they looked at Di Ping at the time.
Only Chang Chao has experienced it.
He can understand and understand better.
At this time, everyone can only wait and wait for Di Ping to figure it out and adjust it. It may be bad for others to intervene, so he is determined not to let Yushujie disturb Di.
Flat. This is a kind of change. This is war, this is life and death. On the battlefield, if you don't kill others, you will be just like you. It's a very simple matter. The general has no lives in his hands, and if he doesn't listen to one, he will be dead. Haven't you heard of the emperor's rage and corpse for thousands of miles?
The hands of the king in history were not stained with blood. Di Ping, an ordinary person, had to go through the process of becoming a general and becoming a king. Only in this way can he complete the transformation. Maybe after the transformation is completed, Di Ping's mentality will change. He didn't know whether it was good or bad, but he knew that any change would not come without a price. The food on the table filled the room with fragrance, but the people in the room didn't seem to smell it. They all lowered their eyebrows and didn't know what to think. It seemed that the food was not fragrant at all, but it was fragrant or not. Only they know whether they want to eat or not. Crack! A door slammed, like a thunderous explosion, and all the people in the room were startled from the silence.
Why don't you eat? I can't stand the smell. I'll eat it if you don't eat it.
A man's low and hearty laughter came, and everyone's faces suddenly burst into smiles. The dull air in the whole room dissipated in an instant, and the sun filled the hall. 3 full days have passed since the last incident, but building 1 has become lively. Di Ping has not been idle for the past 3 days. He swept the building 2 and rescued 5 more families, a total of 27 families. After that, he also swept the villa area and brought back 13 people. The people in the villa area suffered the most losses in this accident. 30 single houses and more than 100 consecutive rooms were only found. These people, the rest are either unoccupied or have broken glass and bloodstains in the house, which should be attacked by mutant animals. So far, all the people in the entire community have been concentrated here, and together with Di Ping and the others, there are only 50 people left in this community, which can be said to be a heavy loss. The resident population of this community is definitely more than 1,000, and now less than 1/10 of them survive. It shows how difficult it is for human beings to survive in such an environment. In the process, Di Ping killed 2 more mutant cats, 5 mutant mice and 1 mutant dog. It's impossible for so many people to live in Di Ping's room, so we packed up the 7.8-story building above and let these people live in. Now these people don't think it's inconvenient to live in one room for so many people. If there are fewer people, they will feel insecure. Later, Diping strengthened the group of people between the ages of 18 and 50, and implemented daily patrols on duty to ensure everyone's safety. Li Shang's injury was not fully healed yet, but he got better soon, thanks to a doctor. Yi Lu and her two best friends, who were rescued by Diping, did not expect that one of them was a doctor or a surgeon, the woman with a clear voice called Xiao Nan. This woman was called Ning Nan, the attending surgeon of the second affiliated hospital of the Provincial Medical University. Shang, returning doctor, with very professional techniques. Li Shang had a broken sternum, and she repositioned it, which made Li Shang's pain much less, and another girl with a soft voice was named Lu Bingyu. Ping smiled, this really doesn't match her personality, how could a woman who was full of femininity fit this name?
Lu Bingyu is not simple.
She is from the capital, and her family seems to be very powerful. She also owns a company. This time, she ran out to relax, and Yi Lu was her classmate in college.
Lu.
Now he is also working as a psychological counselor in the second affiliated hospital, focusing on adolescent psychological problems. Ning Nan also met Yi Lu when they were in the hospital. These people were rescued by Diping, and they were very happy, because they could finally have enough food and a good night's sleep when they got here. The whole building number 1 is full of vitality, and it seems that there is one place that makes people satisfied. Besides, the place is quiet these few nights.
For some unknown reason, even the mice don't come into this community.
Diping thinks that he may have killed too many in the past 2 days, and these mutant animals are also afraid.
Specifically, it's not the reason he doesn't want to know, it's not better. He comforts himself. There is a big event tonight. He has something to do.
After the killing in the past few days, he finally has the conditions for the realization of the castle.
He is about to start the construction of the realization system.
Now, after dinner in the evening, he made an excuse to go downstairs and walk towards the back of the building.
He has been optimistic about the location.
The two small high-rise buildings are located in the middle of the community, near the gate, and are surrounded by the villa area on the left and right and back. When cleaning the villa area in the past 2 days, I found that the villa area in the back occupies a lot of land. There is a large building, one of which covers an area of 2 acres, and there is a small river on the side, which just surrounds the villa. In front is a flat bridge that can be opened to traffic, and there is an arch bridge in the back connecting the garden, which is in the shape of a half moon,
just to surround the villa in the middle. This is specially developed by the community.
The selling price is more than 200 million, but no one has bought it, so it is empty.
The villa is fully furnished, and you can move in with the bag.
He is going to have the castle here.
How big? Thinking that this 2 acres of land should be enough.
Diping stood on the flat ground in front of the villa and looked around. At this time, the originally beautiful grass had all turned into waist-length weeds, covering the villa and surrounding it.
It was less beautiful and more desolate.
Like an old house that has been vacant for many years. After calming down, I didn't think about it anymore. I meditated in my heart, and ordered the realization of the castle.
The castle cannot be bound to reality.
There are buildings, please confirm whether it is manifested here.
Sure, Diping was a little excited,
and hurriedly confirmed that he didn't expect that the castle had to be realized directly, and it couldn't be bound to the real building, but at this time he couldn't care about anything else, and then realized it first.
Drip, start to manifest, 1%, 2%, 99%,
100% at this time. Diping found that there was a sudden turbulence over the villa, as if the sky was wrinkled, and the colorful streamers flashed, like the northern lights. It was really beautiful, and Diping's face flashed with brilliance. Thunder, 10,000 razors shuttle across the sky like the end of the world. The whole city changed from extremely quiet to extremely noisy in an instant. Countless mutant beasts were roaring, rolling up and down, and the sound shook the sky, but the sound was full of fear, as if a great terror would come, and at this time, one of the humans hiding in the city was one. He was so frightened that he didn't know what kind of monsters these mutant beasts were making.
Boom!
Suddenly Diping felt a dull thud in his heart, and a loud noise sounded in the sky, and then the sky seemed to collapse, and a purple vortex appeared out of thin air. The vortex turned faster and bigger, and finally formed a 1-meter black hole in the sky. The entrance of the hole was pitch black as ink, and I don't know where it was transmitted, but bursts of palpitating energy came from the black hole, as if there were terrifying monsters inside, which made people's scalp tingle, and they dared not look directly. In Diping's horrified eyes, the black hole trembled suddenly, and a black dot was shot out of it. The black dot penetrated the black hole, and immediately became bigger and bigger. Finally, a model-like medieval Western-style building appeared in the sky. The castle, like a mirage, is looming in the rainbow of energy in the sky. The city security begins to sink slowly from mid-air, and every point it sinks, it gets bigger, and the villa directly below is like being smashed into particles, a little bit become nothingness. The castle was huge, not as big as Di Ping imagined. Not only did it occupy the location of the villa, but it also occupied all the dozens of villas in the back. The area exceeded Di Ping's expectations. It was too simple. Di Ping kept retreating until he reached the bridge before he left the castle. He did not expect that a castle would occupy all the villas and gardens at the back of the entire community. Di Ping did not elaborate. Calculated, but the area must be less than 10 acres of land. The castle kept pressing down. It seemed to be very slow, but it was actually very fast. In less than 10 seconds, all the buildings on the ground within the castle disappeared without a trace. An ancient Western-style castle appeared in front of Di Ping, and the brilliance disappeared in an instant, and the sky disappeared. Peace was restored in the middle of the night, and the night was deep and quiet, as if nothing had happened. The smoke gradually dissipated to reveal the true face of the castle. It was only at this moment that Di Ping really felt the majesty of the castle, which deeply shocked his heart. Standing on the bridge, Di Ping looked around, and in front of the castle gate opposite the bridge, the grass that was originally waist-high turned into a flat lawn, as if it had been manually trimmed. The castle was more than 30 meters in front of Di Ping. Standing quietly, it looks like a huge monster, exuding a terrifying momentum, like a dragon sitting on a tiger plate. Outside the castle is a tall outer wall. There are crenels on the wall, like an ancient city wall. The castle is surrounded by 5 spires. The tower is about 20 meters high. There are many branches on the wall of the castle. The small window looks like a shooting observation port. Each of the 5 sentry towers occupies an area of no less than 40 to 50 square meters, and there is a large tower building in the center of the castle, about 30 to 40 meters high, occupying an area of 40 to 50 square meters. The land is definitely more than 100 square meters. Di Ping looked at the castle and liked it more and more, and couldn't help but walk towards the castle. My great master, your faithful servant, the castle steward Patton, welcomes the master back. Di Ping just walked to the gate of the castle. The large and thick steel door of the castle opened with a click, and inside came a 50-year-old western-faced old man in a butler's dress. The old man smiled on his face and respectfully greeted him. Dickie said politely. Housekeeper? Di Ping asked suspiciously, looking at the old man with curly blonde hair, high nose, blue eyes, and a respectful smile standing by the door. Yes, master, I am your castle steward. My existence is to serve you and be responsible for your living in castle management. Butler Patton replied respectfully. Why are you in the castle? Di Ping didn't know how this Barton appeared. Could it be said that it was created by the system? Respected master, I exist for you and have been waiting for your arrival in the castle. Butler Barton bent lower. You don't know how you got here, do you? Di Ping asked a little reluctantly. Yes, master, in my memory is waiting for the arrival of the master in the castle. The mission given is to serve you, all your orders are my highest orders. Patton bowed and saluted again, his face full of piety, as if Di Ping at this time was his god. All right. Di Ping was a little speechless. It seems that this Barton really doesn't know anything, and he doesn't know where he came from. It seems that it is someone from a powerful system who doesn't know where to get it. This is not the time for entanglement, since he can only use the mysterious system now. Before it does anything to hurt him, he still has to trust the system. Take me a tour. Di Ping let go of the distracting thoughts in his heart and looked at Patton, who was standing in front of him with respect. It's my master. Barton bowed, made a polite gesture, and asked Di Ping to enter the castle. Di Ping did not hesitate. He had long wanted to take a good look at what his castle was like. Di Ping walked into the gate first. This steel gate is really not small. It is about 10 meters high, 5 or 6 meters wide, and a foot thick. It looks thick and scary. It was the room where the concierge stayed. He walked past the concierge and entered the castle. He was very shocked. Entering the door is a hall, with a wide corridor on the left and right. At this time, the lights in the hall were on. Di Ping's eyes could see the situation in the hall through the door. He walked in quickly and was immediately shocked by the decoration in the hall. On the spot, the area of the hall was no less than 1,000 square meters. The high glass curved ceiling was fitted with glass. Through it, you could see the shining stars in the sky, making people feel like being in a sea of stars.
There was even a huge crystal chandelier hanging down from the ceiling. Hundreds of bright and clean lamps illuminate the entire hall, reflecting on the bright and clean marble floor, making it look bright. The hall is surrounded by beautifully carved Roman stone columns, supporting the glass dome of the hall, and forming a circular corridor with a width of about 3 meters on the wall. This should be a venue, and it is absolutely not a problem to accommodate 1,000 people. It is not a problem to hold meetings or events here. At the innermost part of the hall is a portal leading to the outside. The lights outside are not too bright, only a small garden can be seen vaguely, and many flowers, plants and trees can be seen vaguely. What's in front of Patton? Di-Ping did not step forward, but turned to ask Patton, who had been quietly following behind him. In front of the master is a small garden, and through it is your city tower. Do you want to see it? Barton bowed forward and pointed to the other side. Wait a minute, where do the corridors on both sides lead to? Di-Ping thought about it and rejected Barton's proposal, but turned to look at the 2 wide corridors at the entrance of the hall and asked Barton. Master, the one on the left leads to the accommodation building, and the one on the right leads to the functional building. Patton pointed to 2 channels and introduced them to Di-Ping one by one. Go to the accommodation building and take a look. Di-Ping glanced at the 2 passages, and finally decided to go to the accommodation building to take a look. Di-Ping's heart is happy when he sees it. It can be said that there are more surprises. This accommodation building is divided into 3 floors and more than 300 rooms on the first floor. Each room is not large, only less than 10 square meters, and the decoration is very simple. However, it is not a big problem to live 4 or 5 people here, and more than 1,000 people can be accommodated on the first floor alone. The second floor is a little better, each room is about 20 square meters, each room has more bathrooms, and the decoration in the room is also much better. It is completely feasible for a family of 2 or 3 people to live here, after all it is a lot more convenient, but there are fewer rooms, only 100 or so. The third floor is even more beyond Di-Ping's expectations. Each room on the third floor has 40 to 50 square meters. The standard configuration of 2 bedrooms and 1 living room not only has a bathroom, but also a small kitchen. The family living here can fully enjoy themselves. Making a fire to cook and eat, Di-Ping couldn't seem to like it. However, there were fewer rooms on the third floor, and there were only less than 50. Seeing this, Di-Ping whispering for a moment, he already had his own plans in mind. After reading the dormitory building, Di-Ping and Barton came to the other side. Only then did he realize that the second and third floors of the dormitory building and the outer functional building were connected by passageways, so he could walk directly without going down to the first floor. Go to the opposite side. As the name implies, the functional building can be thought about in the same way. Di-Ping has a general understanding of what this functional building is used for. The first floor is the training floor. There are more than a dozen training rooms, large and small. It is not a problem to accommodate 300 to 500 people in the large one. However, the equipment in the room is not simple. There are all kinds of training tools. Yenran is a black stone with a blue color on the ground of the martial arts field. You can see that the hardness is definitely not low. The suction effect is great. The second floor is just the dining floor. There is a large canteen. Thousands of people eat in it loosely. There are tables, chairs, and benches. It can be seen that the castle system has carefully considered these details. This second floor is not only a restaurant, there are also 2 high-end small restaurants with luxurious private rooms, which should be the so-called leading small stoves. The most interesting thing is that there is also a small bar. It is completely in the style of a small Western bar, with a small area, and hundreds of people can drink in it. Di-Ping went up to the third floor with a satisfied smile. The third floor was the conference floor, a large conference room, 3 small conference rooms, and one called the war room. There were several maps hanging on the wall, but Di-Ping didn't take a closer look at the pictures. The most interesting thing is that there are 2 theaters on the third floor. Although the area is not large, it is not a problem to accommodate 100 or 10 people to watch a movie. This is the end of the world. This castle is a good place for people to enjoy. You can think of everything. Life, entertainment, and battle are all available. It is a must-have for home travel. This is a round tower. Not only does it have stairs leading to the surrounding area, but there is also a dedicated elevator from the first floor to the tower. Di-Ping is really convinced by this system. The main tower is the tallest building in the entire castle. In front of the glass window, Di-Ping can see the whole castle, the walking path on the wide city wall, the glass dome on the square, and the community outside the castle. In the distance is the endless forest sea, and the stars twinkling in the sky. It seems that everything he is looking at is under his feet.
Suddenly, a strong arrogance rises in his heart. Everything here is his own, and soon he will have more. More things, more powerful strength. With such a powerful system, he can't live better in the end times, and he doesn't have to live anymore.
The tower where the fort master lives is not as simple as a simple house.
It has a special restroom for the fortress.
On the top floor, the light is excellent, and there is a large floor-to-ceiling glass window.
At this time, Di Ping is standing in front of the glass window, watching night view outside. There is also a small conference room in the tower, an office, a training room on the lowest floor, and a central control floor of the castle. The Castle Master Control Room has a powerful integrated system, which can check the situation of all system buildings, as well as the occupied resource land, send command information to anyone generated by the system, and communicate with each small shelter and resource land in time. It is said to be the center of the entire shelter. Although these functions can be completed by Di Ping's system, he has a more convenient function, that is, when Di Ping is away, he can authorize the commander to manage all this, so that when Di Ping goes out there can also be someone here to command the overall situation in a timely manner, so as to avoid problems caused by poor communication.
Barton, how can there be electricity in this castle? Where does it come from?
Di Ping watched the entire castle surrounded by lights. Whether it was a room or a room, even the corridors were led by street lights, which had to be powered by electricity.
Master, there is a small energy gathering circle below the castle.
When Barton heard the words, he pointed his finger on a virtual screen, and a scene immediately appeared.
It was a place like a basement.
It was not big, about 100 square meters.
There is a small white jade round bead inlaid on the top, and the 12 round beads seem to be connected by a bright light. The waves are constantly flowing, and the whole room is bright and bright.
A thicker pillar, with the thickness of an adult's thigh, on top is a prismatic irregular object like a crystal. The light emitted by the 12 beads eventually gathers on the middle crystal, making the crystal seem to be electrified.
Light and dark. Can this thing generate electricity?
Di Ping saw it straight, that such a thing that was only in fantasy novels really appeared in reality, but with a smile, his own system appeared. Yes, master, this energy gathering circle gathers the energy of heaven and earth, and then converts it into electrical energy to supply the energy of the entire castle. Patton explained to Di Ping after turning off the screen. Di Ping looked at the time. It was already past 12 o'clock, and it took so much time to complete the tour of the castle, but he never thought that this castle is not small, but it is also more than 10 acres of land.
And it has a lot of functions.
It is normal to use it for a few hours.
This is a simple look. If it is finely rotated, it is impossible for a day. Don't dare to waste any more time. What he is most looking forward to now is the manifestation of the tavern.
Only when the tavern is manifested can he recruit heroes, and his strength can grow rapidly.
Di Ping sent it out with Patton's respectful and affectionate demeanor, and stood at the door until he saw Di Ping finish walking, then turned around and entered the castle, and the iron gate behind him slowly closed. After crossing the small bridge, Di Ping walked to the right.
There were 5 rows of townhouses on the right, each with 5 doorways. He had observed this place a long time ago. It was simply a good place to build a manor warehouse or a workshop. So he would prepare to put all these buildings here. Standing in front of the first row of townhouses, Di Ping thought about it. The system interface appeared in front of him, clicked on the manor, and clicked on the building bound to reality.
Whether to bind this building as a manor? Yes. Di Ping decided in his heart. Binding requires 5 crystal coins.
If the host has no crystal coins, please exchange it with the system. Di Ping was waiting for the system to bind, but Di Ping told him to consume crystal coins, but he had crystal coins.
Where do I go to exchange crystal coins?
Di Ping scolded the system with a black line. He played the game and knew that this building and construction were all consuming wood. Who knew that when he got here, he actually asked for crystal coins, but crystal coins were what they were. Crystal coins can be exchanged with crystal cores, and the exchange ratio is self-exchanged according to the energy level of crystal cores. It seems that the system heard what Di Ping was saying, and explained it with a tick. Di Ping was a little puzzled. Usually, when you ask him to handle this system, he has no shit. Di Ping thought that the system would not interact with people, but often at critical moments, he would give advice in a timely manner. Ping didn't know whether the system was unwilling to communicate with him or was naturally cold. The system exchanges 10 crystal cores. Di Ping tried to ask. He now has a total of 22 crystal nuclei, which he has carefully accumulated over time.
Exchange successfully, get 12 crystal coins. Sure enough, with a beep, the system actually exchanged it for him, and 10 crystal cores were exchanged for 12 crystal coins. Binding begins. A light suddenly appeared out of nowhere and swept across the row of 3-story townhouses like a brush. The light swept across, and the villa immediately changed like a dream, like magic, changing rapidly, just a minute or two. Later, the row of villas turned into a building that looked like a western farm, and then the light burst out like bubbles, and suddenly disappeared, leaving only a manor with a changed appearance. Just when Di Ping was shocked by the mysterious and powerful abilities of the system, the gate of the manor actually opened, and a midday man with an oriental face walked out with 10 people who looked like peasants, greeted him with a smile, and arrived at Di Ping. In front of the plane, bow and salute. Respected master, welcome to come. The manor's manager, Dylan, is waiting for the master's dispatch at any time. Di Ping knew after Barton's incident that this might be another person gifted by the system to manage the manor. Hello, Dylan. Di Ping felt that neither Barton nor Dylan were like intelligent robots. There was no difference between talking and doing things and real people, so he did not treat them as robots, but as ordinary people. Derlin is terrified. Dylan hurriedly bowed his body lower, and the smile on his face became richer. Although the words were frightened, the satisfaction on his face was no different. Master, please check the manor. Although Dylan was happy, he did not forget his responsibilities, and respectfully led Di Ping to the gate of the manor. The manor occupies a large area, with 3 or 4 acres of land and 3 floors of space. There are wood processing workshops, grain processing workshops, iron training workshops, crystal processing workshops, and a mithril processing workshop. Each workshop has a production line. Di Ping's eyes are hot, the system is too powerful. Di Ping has never seen this multi-production line, I don't know how to get it out. What's even more terrifying is that there is also a material delivery room in this manor, which is actually connected in the teleportation array of the resource land. The resources of the resource land can be directly transferred to this manor for production and processing, but this thing is not used now, and Di Ping has no resource land available. At this time, there were 10 workers in the manor, and Di Ping needed to recruit more workers to work in the manor, and these production equipment had to wait for resources to come in before they could really operate. Master, please open up the resource land as soon as possible and let the manor run. Dylan took Di Ping to watch the whole manor before he looked at Di Ping earnestly and said, Okay, I know that. By the way, Dylan, what should I do with this food production? Di Ping needs to connect the team to get through the resources now. It suddenly occurred to him that he was most concerned about the food issue. Now that he has a lot of staff, the food issue is the most urgent problem to be solved at present. Master, food can be brought in from the outside for processing, or the master can assign workers to develop land to grow food crops. Dylan explained. As long as they are allocated, they will open the land themselves? Di Ping was overjoyed and asked hurriedly, he wanted to know more details. Yes master, the manor has perfect kenning tools, as long as the master delimits the scope, the workers will reclaim and plant according to the requirements. Dylan confirmed Di Ping's conjecture. That's good. Dylan, you have allocated all 10 workers to cultivate and grow food. Scope? Then the land in front of the manor, you watch the cultivation. When Di Ping got Dylan's affirmative answer, he hurriedly ordered and gave Dylan an area. This community is now Di Ping's sphere of influence. Of course, the more food you grow, the better. Yes. My master. Dylan responded respectfully. After that, Di Ping and Dylan talked a lot about the manor, and then gradually understood the power of the manor. The manor can be said to be the foundation of Di Ping's development. Only with sufficient food can Di Ping feed more people. In order to supply more workers in each processing plant, more workers can produce more resources. Only with more resources can you upgrade the tavern workshop to recruit more heroes and build more powerful weapons, so that your own strength can be improved more quickly, and then you can conquer the outside world, develop more resources, and provide more resources for the factory. This can be described as a link. The manor is the foundation of everything, and good management of the manor is very important to him. Di Ping chatted with Dylan for a while, and finished the arrangement. Seeing that the time is actually 2 o'clock, he has to hurry up, build the tavern, build all this, and he can finally start building the tavern. At this time, he was a little excited, and he walked quickly to the left of the castle under the respectful eyes of Dylan. There are single-family villas more than 200 meters away from here. The layout of this community is that the south and east faces are completely the single-family villa, the west is the row and the superposition, and the back is the best part of the community,
with gardens and large single-family villas, and the 2 small high-rise buildings where Di Ping lives in the middle and front. Di Ping chose a 3-story villa with more than 600 square meters as the binding object. He felt that the shape and size were similar to that of a tavern. It was suitable for a tavern, and it was not far from the castle. These buildings should be built on the edge of the castle to facilitate management. Standing in front of the villa, Di Ping opened the system interface again, and clicked the icon of the tavern with excitement. Do you designate this building to be bound to the tavern? Then the system beeps again. Yes. Di Ping quickly confirmed in his heart. Drip. Consume 5 crystal coins to create a tavern call. An aurora appeared over the villa again, like a dream. The magic light and shadow flashed back and forth. The villa changed in this light, like a transformation. The shape of a tavern changed. The time was very fast, just a minute or two. The light disappeared, and a 3-story tavern appeared. The tavern was an ancient Chinese building, with carved beams and painted edifices, with cornices and corners, but the windows were made of glass through windows, and you could see the scene under the soft lights in the tavern. There are Chinese-style bashin tables, and there is a long Western-style bar counter inside the tavern, so this tavern is a combination of Chinese and Western styles, but it still looks reasonable, not too sudden. There is also a wine in front of the hotel. A Chinese character wine is written on the flag, which is waving in the wind. Master, Wuan, the tavern steward, welcomes the arrival of the master. At this time, a middle-aged burly man from the east trotted out of the tavern, went down the steps, and greeted Di Ping with a smile on his face. Hello, Manager Wu. Di Ping had already met Barton and Dellen, so he was no longer surprised. Knowing that this was definitely a gift from the system, he also said hello. The master broke the villain. Wuan saluted with a look of fear, while repeatedly saying that he did not dare. Okay, Steward Wu doesn't need to be too polite, and you don't need to be too polite with me in the future. Just feel free. Di Ping interrupted Wuan Dao with a smile. Owner. Wuan was moved, but also accompanied by anxiety. Just as he was about to say no, he was interrupted by Di Ping waving his hand. Okay, Steward Wu, show me the tavern. Di Ping interrupted Wuan. He just wanted to recruit heroes as soon as possible, then he had time to entangle with Wuan here. According to the master. Wuan didn't want to say more, so he led Di Ping to the tavern as ordered. The area of the tavern is not small. There are 300 or 400 square meters on the first floor, and there are many tables, but at this time there is no one person, only 2 service staff at the bar, who are wiping the cups in boredom, their eyes drifting here. When they see Di Ping, Wuan came in and immediately straightened his body, looked at Di Ping and saluted, and under Wuan's gesture, he lowered his head and continued with the boring thing at hand. Under the guidance of Wuan, Di Ping checked the functions of various places, and found that this tavern not only has the function of a tavern, it can not only drink but also accept tasks. It functions like a mercenary union. There is a window on the farthest side of the first floor. There is a big screen on it, which can scroll quest information non-stop. All the mercenaries in the tavern can accept the quest, and then accept the quest in this window, and hand over the quest reward after completion. This is simply the mercenary guild in the novel. Seeing this function, Di Ping's heart flashed, and he had an immature idea brewing in his heart, but it is too early, it is not yet time, and the conditions are ripe, it can be implemented. Thinking of this, Di Ping pressed the idea in his heart, and then went to the tavern. The first floor is where the mercenaries drink and meet, exchange information and other work, while the second floor is a private room, which is provided for some gathering places that need a quiet place. There are not many rooms, only about 20 rooms. At this time, the second floor is on the second floor. There was no one. Di Ping went all the way up to the third floor. The third and second floors are not open. Anyone can come up. From the third floor of the second staircase and the third floor, there is a closed black iron door in front of you, which is tightly closed, and there are 2 standing at the door. A guard in full steel armor with a broadsword. Identity confirmation, have permission. As soon as the 2 of them approached, a green light shot out from an Iron Man. Di Ping was about to dodge, and found that the light seemed to be just scanning, but it didn't move. The light disappeared, and then a cold voice came from. The 2 Iron Men came from them, and they seemed to confirm their identities and took 2 steps back sideways, and the iron door behind them slammed open. Wuan, who is this guard? Di Ping couldn't understand a little. The 2 guards who looked like iron jars looked like real people, but their voices were a little different, so they asked Wuan in a low voice. Master, this is the battle puppet equipped in the tavern. Wuan explained that Di Ping was not asking, but he was horrified. This system is too mysterious. Now the battle puppets have been made out, but think about it,
even Wooen and the others have made it out. Aren't robots just playing tricks? The two went through the iron gate to the third floor. The core function of the tavern here is that not only can heroes be recruited to serve them, but the most important thing is the place of inheritance. Anyone who has reached their potential can come here to carry out professional inheritance and conduct skill learning, and every time you reach a certain level, you can come here again to learn new skills. Wooen introduced the functions of the third floor to Diping while leading him. Diping was very excited. This was what he needed the most at the moment. It is to give pillows to sleep. Originally, he thought that the tavern was the function of recruiting heroes. Who would have thought that it would have such a function? Diping believes that this place will become a holy place for many professionals in the future. Anyone who wants to change jobs and learn skills can only come here. This place is definitely a place that all professions want to protect, no one can touch it, and this tavern will also be a place where all professions gather. When I went up to the third floor, I felt that it was very simple. The whole third floor was very simple. There was no complicated structure. There is a 2-meter triangular column. The column is thick at the bottom and thin at the top. The thickest part is 1 meter in diameter, and the top part is about 30 centimeters thin. The whole high platform was dizzy when he entered and looked closely. Diping quickly withdrew his eyes and did not dare to look any further. Wooen introduced that as long as the inheritors who meet the requirements put their hands on the pillars, they will be guided by the inheritance pillars and complete the inheritance learning skills. This recruits heroes from there? Diping looked around and couldn't find a place where he could recruit heroes. He was at a loss for a while, but suddenly his eyes lit up. Is recruiting also from the system? Diping hurriedly opened the system, looked at the tavern icon that was already lit up, and with a tap, a familiar interface appeared in front of him, with 10 heroes displayed on the top, and there was not a single hero in the table now, and the bottom one was empty. There are 3 buttons for recruiting new recruits, upgrading the tavern, and leaving. As expected, it was the same as the game. Diping was overjoyed, looking at the new recruiting button. Bless the gods and Buddhas. The Avalokitesvara has appeared. Diping prayed secretly in his heart, hoping to open a high-level potential hero. The chance of recruiting a high-level hero in the game is too low. Only with scrolls can you recruit decent heroes. High potential heroes, D ranks are the most, C ranks have a relatively high chance of appearing, B ranks rarely appear, A ranks are even more rare, and S ranks are even more difficult. As for the legendary SS ranks when playing games, I haven't seen it before. I only saw other players have SS level, and I don't know how they got it. After praying, Diping finally ordered new recruits ruthlessly. The virtual screen flashed, 3 card samples were displayed, and 3 heroes in the middle row slowly appeared. Diping glanced at it and cursed inwardly. A piece of shit, although it's all D level, not even a C level. Looking at the familiar batch 1 image refresh icon below, I gritted my teeth and thought, what a pit. These stinky hands are all D level, at least a C level comfort. Change another batch, I don't believe my hands can be so stinky. The screen then displayed 2 messages. The next one was Legendary Recruitment Scroll. Diping chose to use the crystal coin first, but he did not dare to use the Legendary Recruitment Scroll. He remembered the S-level hero in the game. The recruitment price is not low, just don't even think about it because of the crystal core on your own. Is it better to be honest? The screen was blurred for a while, and then slowly appeared. Diping almost cursed her mother. What a bad luck. It's all white D level, and he can't even see a green C. Did he do something bad today? After thinking about it for a while, he didn't remember what he did today. I didn't block anyone's chimney, I didn't sprinkle salt into anyone's rice, I didn't pour laxatives into the well, and I didn't even peek at a woman taking a bath. Diping was furious, thinking that I don't believe it anymore, and make another batch to make this last shot. Use 5 crystal coins, use legendary recruitment scroll. Diping's heart froze, he actually wanted 5 pieces, how much he had in total, 5 pieces for building the manor, 5 pieces for the tavern, 1 piece for each refresh, and now only 1 piece plus 12 crystal cores in hand from the performance of the system. It seems that the crystal coins are hard currency. All recruitment and construction must use crystal coins, and the crystal cores are not very useful. He decided to exchange them all. 12 crystal cores exchange for 15 crystal coins. Yes, Diping's crystal cores are completely gone, and now there are only 16 crystal coins. I hope they can be used. Once again confirmed, the screen was blurred and changed again, and after a while, the light and shadow fell, and the 3 heroes were revealed. Ah! Did I just say it? My character is still very good. This time, 3 different heroes appeared,
1 D rank, 1 C rank, and 1 B rank. Ping didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. His heart skipped a beat, and he was disappointed again and again. This time, I actually got a big joy, B rank. This is a very difficult hero to play in the early stage. I didn't expect it to be brushed out only twice. Quick pick. Ping said slowly, and hurriedly clicked on the B-level potential hero, ready to select it.
Damn it! Don't bring people like this.
Seeing that 50 crystal coins were needed to recruit the hero, Ping was struck by lightning and almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. There are only 5 crystal coins in the tavern, and now recruiting a B-level hero costs 50, so why not grab it? Ping's eyes were full of resentment when he looked at the B-level potential heroic mage with shining blue light. It's just that no matter how resentful he is, he can only accept the reality, reluctantly looks away from the B-level hero, looks at the C-level hero, and seeks the next best thing? And NB-level potential hero is a barbarian, called Boogie, looks like a Western European blood, unusually burly. Ping sighed, C-level is C-level. Finally, I glanced at the B-level hero, and then I chose it. Fortunately, the C-level potential hero recruitment price is 10, and I just have 16 crystal coins, which is enough to recruit this hero.
Confirm. Use 10 crystal coins. Ping finally clicked on recruiting and used 10 crystal coins.
The screen flashed, there was a vacancy for this hero, and there was no response after that.
What about people?
Ping looked left and right and saw no one, only Wuan, the owner of the tavern, accompanied him. Just when he wanted to ask Wuan, there was a sudden rattling of the 3-sided square column in front of him, and he hurriedly moved his eyes to look, and saw that the column suddenly slowly separated from the middle, turning into 3 small columns, and a beam of light from the center of the separation position lights up. The 3 small pillars are further apart, and the light in the middle is getting bigger and bigger. There are waves of energy fluctuations, among which the clouds and mists roll, and there are also lightning flashes, like electric snakes constantly wandering. After 2 or 3 squares, suddenly the energy slammed outward and spread the light, and then as if being absorbed by a powerful force, it slammed back, the energy shrank, and a figure appeared in the light and shadow.
Ping, who was shining brightly, hurriedly blocked his line of sight.
When the energy suddenly contracted, a burly figure suddenly appeared in the space of the column, and a strong tyrannical aura suddenly rushed out from this figure, like a real impact. The force hit Ping like a powerful wave, and Ping took 2 or 3 steps back before he stood still.
Ping was shocked.
He didn't expect this recruited hero to be so powerful. Before his face was revealed, he could oppress him with just his breath.
He retreated again and again.
He couldn't bear it, but he was full of expectations for this hero at this time. Boom! At this time, the burly figure made a sudden movement, stepped out of the light and shadow, and slammed like a mammoth, and stepped on the ground roared, and it seemed that the ground shook a bit.
Master, Boogie listens to you.
The figure stepped out of light and shadow, and his eyes flashed for a while. When he saw Ping, his eyes suddenly flashed, and he knelt down on one knee. The sound was like thunder, and the whole space was buzzing, and Ping was even deaf.
Please get up. Heroes don't have to do this.
Ping pressed his ears with both hands to feel better, and then looked at the figure kneeling on the ground with his head lowered.
Thank you, Master.
The burly figure thanked him, and then stood up with a shout. When he stood up, Ping felt what it meant to be really strong. His body was about 1.8 meters. Although it was not too tall, his body was too scary. The 2 arms are more like 2 pillars, and the blue veins on them are intertwined like strong tree roots. This Boogie is the image of a Western European, with red hair, a big red beard, eyes like copper bells, a square nose and a wide mouth, like a barbarian in the darkness. Just relying on this figure gives a lot of people a strong pressure, and most people don't dare to look at him at all. The barbarian Boogie was only wearing a leather vest and a pair of leather shorts. He had no equipment in his hands. Ping cursed in his heart.
This system is the same as in the game.
Looking at the barbarian Ping in front of him, the more he likes it. This is a C-level hero. Although I don't know how powerful this barbarian named Boogie is, he can oppress him by his breath alone. This muscle knows that force will not be too bad. And NB level, first order level, skills, slamming, cosmic strike, wild dance, underground race, but unlike the people who live in the underground world, he has a unique tenacity. He yearns for the life on the earth, and is a wanderer who was driven out of the underground world. He obeyed the call of the Lord of Asylum and came to the earth to fight for the Lord of Asylum. Ping watched Boogie standing quietly beside him, but finally couldn't help using the exploration technique. He wanted to see the information of the heroes he recruited, but the hero information was very simple. Seeing the hero's racial potential level and professional level, Ping felt that Boogie was much stronger than himself at this time. Although he had strengthened it many times, he was not weak, but this feeling in his heart was very strange. Looking at the 3 skills displayed on Boogie's information, Ping suddenly thought that maybe the difference between him and Boogie is here. Although he has strength and speed, in addition to the non-combat skill of Scout, Ping also has a talent skill, Flame. I still don't know how to use the enhancement, so there is no means of attack, and the lack of combat means is pitiful. Thinking of this, Ping looked at the 3-sided column and his heart was full of enthusiasm. The system kept reminding him to open the tavern to complete the occupation inheritance. Now that the tavern is completed, and a C-level potential hero has been recruited, the next step is to complete his occupation inheritance. Only then can the strength increase rapidly, and in the face of this apocalypse can we have a stronger survivability. Wuan, are you putting your hand on it? Ping stepped forward with an uneasy mood, stretched out his finger and pointed at the column that had been restored to its original state, and then asked Wuan, who had been following him the whole time. Yes, master. Put your hand on it, and focus your mental energy on the column. Wuan quickly explained. It is good. Ping calmed down, and slowly stretched out his hands towards the column. His movements were very slow, and his expression was calm, but his slightly trembling palms showed that his heart was not as calm as it appeared at this time. He finally put his hand on the column. It was a black iron column with a very cold surface. The coolness came from the palm of his hand to Ping's body. Feeling the coolness, Ping sank and concentrated his mental energy on the column. With the intricate runes on the column, Ping felt a trance in his head. The runes on the column seemed to suddenly come to life. The light kept flashing, and the colors were constantly changing. Suddenly, a more powerful icy aura poured into his body along the palm of his hand. I immediately felt like my body fell into an ice cave, shaking slightly uncontrollably. Potential level B, meeting the conditions for opening a career, please choose a career. At this time, the cold voice of the system suddenly sounded in Ping's mind, and at the same time Ping's eyes suddenly darkened, and he appeared in a square. The square is large, more than 200 square meters, and the square is round. The ground is a white embossed floor, depicting a pair of battle scenes. There are warriors wielding swords, wizards with staffs, and even barbarians with large axes. These people are fighting with various beasts. You can feel the intensity of the battle without looking at the relief, which makes people emotional. Look at the statues around the square standing on the edge of the square, and the outside of the square is an empty space, and nothing can be seen. It seems that this square is standing in a void space out of thin air, and it is shocking to watch. There are 6 statues in total, evenly distributed around the square. Ping took a closer look at them one by one. Ping, who has played this game, can easily distinguish the statues. Holding a big axe and howling, there is a flat-ended rifle aiming at the shooter, and a bowed body holding a short knife in his hand. It seems that the one who is sneaking carefully should be a stalker. The serious face should be the nurse professional priesthood in the game. Ping looked at these occupation statues and understood that he must choose his own occupation. Ping's favorite is the warrior. He likes the warm-blooded feeling of charging ahead with a sharp blade. He is not used to hiding behind and casting spells, or he is a sniper, so he won't choose a mage or a musketeer. For stalker, forget it. This is a profession that walks in the dark. He doesn't like it. Nurse priesthood? Then don't joke. Look at his chest, is big enough. Barbarian, he is a little moved. Just thinking about the image of the barbarian, forget it, or the warrior is handsome enough. Without any hesitation, Ping walked to the warrior holding the blade high and stood in front of the statue. Only then did he feel that it was not a statue, because the statue carried a mysterious energy fluctuation and a faint pressure, although not strong, but you can still feel that the statue seems to contain a powerful force. Choose a warrior, are you sure? Just as he walked in front of the statue, a beep sounded, and a voice appeared in his ear. Confirm. Ping didn't think much, and directly confirmed his choice. Inheritance begins. At this time, another beep sounded, and suddenly a dazzling light emanated from the soldier's eyes, like lightning that pierced through the darkness. It was bright and fast. It shot at Ping in the blink of an eye. Shot. Immediately, the rays of light came out, and Ping was tightly wrapped in the middle like a cocoon of energy. At this time, Ping seemed to have lost consciousness. He even put it into a hand gesture. His eyes were closed, his brows were furrowed, and he seemed to be thinking about something. The time seemed a little long, but it was actually very fast. In less than a minute, the light emitted from the statue's eyes slowly retracted, and the light cocoon that wrapped Ping was still there. Still sitting on the ground, his eyes were closed, But his expression seemed to calm down, so he did not make a sound. After more than 10 seconds, Ping finally shook his eyebrows, opened his eyes for a moment, and the moment he opened his eyes, a sharp edge flashed, like a meteor piercing the night sky, just flashed away. Warrior inheritance is completed, consumes 5 crystal coins at this time. An icy voice sounded in Ping's mind, as if a thunderous explosion sounded, and Ping suddenly stood up in shock. At this time, he was not in the mood to look at his career like this, but felt annoyed in his heart. This system actually consumes crystal coins to start a career. This does not tell him that at this time, he only has a pitiful crystal coin left. It's really back to before liberation. His mother. Ping had no choice but to utter a foul language. This system was more than Huang Shiren, and there was no one who didn't want money, and all the crystal coins he had saved so desperately disappeared. It's useless to scold again. At this time, the system actually doesn't say a word. It just ignores you. Whether it should be deducted, Ping is helpless. Fortunately, he has successfully started his career. He thinks about it and becomes happy again. You can earn money if you don't have coins, but it's different when you start a career. At this time, Ping calmed down and felt it. He was overjoyed immediately, thinking that the crystal coins were really worth it, and his strength even increased again, from the original 3000 Jin to 4000 Jin, although Ping I haven't measured it, but this feeling is not wrong. He can understand how much the strength has increased. Before, there was 3000 Jin of strength, and now it has increased by only 1/3. Isn't that obvious? At this time, Ping actually had 2 tons of giant force, which is unimaginable. Ping let go of the joy of increased strength, and carefully felt the changes brought about by his career. There seemed to be something more in his mind. He focused on the investigation, and sure enough, some information suddenly appeared in his mind, and these information seemed to be imprinted in his mind. In the same way, what I remember is really, it has completely become a part of my memory. Skill? Ping clearly knew what information he had in his mind. He knew that these 3 skills were slashing, taunting, and collision. It seemed that he had practiced these 3 skills countless times. Ready to use right away. At this time, Ping couldn't look inside. He couldn't see the situation in his mind. If he could, he would find 5 groups of light flashing slowly in the foggy space of his mind. It is the skill that Ping learned. It has 2 skills that he learned before, exploration and natural skill flame enhancement. Ping, who was overjoyed, suddenly felt dark in front of his eyes, and when his eyes adjusted again, he found himself back to the scene where his hands were on the surface of the column at first, withdrew his hands, and retreated to Wuan again. Luckily, he looked at Ping. Congratulations to the master on the success of the inheritance. The 2 congratulated in unison. After delaying in the tavern for a long time, he understood everything he could understand, and then he left with confidence. When he left Boogie behind. This base can be said to be his foundation. He didn't want problems, as long as Boogie was here. He believed that the problem should not be a big problem, and even if there was a problem, the system would give him a reminder, and he would not miss anything if he came over quickly. In fact, he was worrying about it. What kind of system exists? It can easily go wrong, and it should not be miraculous. When I came out of the tavern, it was almost 6 o'clock, the sky was bright, and there was already a ray of red light in the east. The red morning light was transmitted through the gaps of the towering trees, shining on the green weeds, and the leaves were covered with dew droplets. There is a fantastic brilliance below. There is no noise of human voices, only the slight breeze blowing, the rustling sound of leaves shaking gently. The whole world seems to be enjoying this kind of silence. Ping, who was standing in front of the tavern, took a deep breath. There was a faint sweetness in the air. What if this world was not the end of the world at this time? No pollution, no noise, no disputes. This is a world that people yearn for. Ping quickly returned to Building 1. The team members on duty on the first floor opened the corridor door in surprise. These people didn't know when Ping went out. Yes, the grass and trees were full of dew all night, and no matter how careful you were, you still got wet, so everyone knew at a glance that Ping had just returned from outside. Dai Ge? Are you back? Ping only remembered the faces of the 2 team members, but did not know their names. Well, is there any problem? Ping stepped into the door and patted the dew on his body while asking softly. Brother D, it's safe. We didn't sleep all night, and we didn't find any problems. One of the dark-faced young men in their 20s replied respectfully. It is good. Ping was relieved after hearing that nothing had happened. Looking at the dark but energetic young man in front of him, he asked, What's your name? Brother D,
My name is Li Shuang.
The black-faced youth immediately blushed and replied with a look of surprise, and then pointed to the short boy who was on duty with him about his age and said, Captain, his name is Wang Feng.
Dai Gu.
You, hello. The short young man named Wang Feng greeted Di Ping excitedly.
Very well, brothers, are you working hard? Di Ping smiled and nodded to the two of them.
He was very satisfied with Li Shuang's young man. Not only did he respond well, but he also didn't forget to introduce his friend at this time to let him know.
This is a chance for his friend to show his face. This person's personality must not be bad, and it can be cultivated. Under the respectful eyes of the two, Di Ping walked upstairs slowly.
When Di Ping opened the door, he was shocked. It turned out that the room was full of people. She didn't speak, she just kept silent. The whole room was filled with a strong and maddening silence. Everyone opened their eyes and looked in one direction. Only Nan Nan was held by Yu Shuje and sat beside the sofa. Deep sleep. The whole room fell silent, and Di Ping didn't even hear when Di Ping opened the door. When Di Ping opened the door and walked in, these talents suddenly woke up. Seeing that Di Ping suddenly stood up, his deadly eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that the sunlight quickly dissipates the haze, and each and everyone looks at Di Ping with concern, blame, surprise, and an unspeakable sense of relief.
Yu Shuje looks at him even more.
It was full of joy and excitement, her eyes were misty, and tears seemed to flow immediately, but she was biting her lip and held it back.
Even Lu Bingyu and Ning Nan were worried and happy.
Only that Yi Lu still seemed to avoid Di Ping's sight.
Why are you all sitting? Are you not sleeping? Is something wrong? Di Ping didn't know what was going on with these people.
He saw the dark circles around his eyes were full of tiredness, and he obviously hadn't slept all night.
Could something happen? So hurriedly asked. My brother. Where have you been? We're dying.
At this moment, with an exclamation, Fatty Chingang rushed out like a whirlwind and hugged Di Ping's happy avenue. Di Ping didn't expect this dead fat man to be so fast. He didn't realize that he was hugged by this dead fat man. He doesn't like being held in the arms of men. The most important thing is that this dead fat man doesn't like to take a bath. He will smell bad if he doesn't take a bath all day in the summer, not to mention that this guy doesn't know how long he hasn't washed it. Ping suddenly felt like he was holding the garbage factory in his arms, and he almost fainted.
Fuck you.
You fat man, my brother is very upright and not interested in you. Di Ping twisted and threw the fat man out and then made up for it. The fat man immediately flew onto the sofa, and the sofa almost collapsed with a thud.
Brother D. You are so ruthless. People worry about you all night. The fat man climbed on the back of the sofa, turned his head and looked at Di Ping Jiao resentfully. Ow. Don't be disgusting, you fat man. Di Ping almost didn't spit it out.
He glared at Fatty before walking towards the crowd amid the laughter of the crowd. This teasing made the atmosphere in the room a lot better, diluting a lot of the depressed atmosphere. After Di Ping sat down and everyone chatted together, he knew what was going on. As soon as he left last night, these people didn't care, they thought he was looking for him, but Zwa couldn't wait and couldn't come back, so everyone was anxious, so I started searching the whole building, but I couldn't find it. But a few people didn't dare to make too much noise. After all, now that the organization is big, it is no longer just a few of them, but a team of dozens of people.
Di Ping can be said to be the backbone. If people knew that Di Ping had an accident, the organization might collapse immediately, so the principals only dared to find it secretly, not to publicize it.
Di Ping didn't come back until midnight. These people felt panic, and the sky was falling. Without Di Ping, they didn't know how long they could live. But they searched everywhere they could. It was too dangerous outside at night. It's a food delivery, and it doesn't make any sense to go out, so people like this gather here, hoping that a miracle will happen in the sky and Di Ping can return safely. By the time it was almost dawn, these people were almost completely desperate, and they all held the idea that something must have happened to Di Ping, but they didn't expect Di Ping to come back gracefully at this time.
How could this not surprise everyone? People who were about to die of thirst in the desert suddenly saw a clear spring in front of them.
Di Ping looked at the pair of eyes looking at him eagerly, and suddenly felt a sense of relief in his heart. It seemed that he felt responsibility at this moment. Although he had the idea of protecting more people before, it has never been so real now. These people are living in front of him, and everyone places their hopes on them. This kind of hope makes him feel the pressure and a kind of warmth.
I'll take you to see something good in a while. Di Ping didn't explain where he went yesterday.
Originally, he didn't want to open the castle to everyone so soon, but this time he felt that these people were attached to him. Although not everyone may be sincere, most of them still, since he really depends on himself. It doesn't make much sense to hide the castle at this time, and the most important thing is that he has to run on both sides, which is really inconvenient, so he decided to open it up to everyone. What good stuff! At this time, the fat man finally squeezed up again, looking at Di Ping earnestly. Find a good place to bathe you. You're going to smoke people to death. Di Ping glared at Fatty Chen Gang angrily. Ow! No! Brother D, will you let me go? The fat man covered his face and cried out with a look of hopelessness. Damn fat man, you won't have food if you don't wash? Yu Shujie suddenly joked on the side. That's right. If you don't wash, you won't have any food to eat. The crowd also laughed and agreed. Ah! You are all bad people. The fat man covered his face in his palms and wailed. Haha, everyone laughed happily for a while. This dead fat man can always make people so happy. Prepare breakfast, have dinner, I'll take you there. Di Ping stood up, instructed several people, and then smiled mysteriously. I believe you will be pleasantly surprised. What is it? It's still so mysterious? Watching Di Ping walk into the room, several people started talking in the hall. They knew that what could make Di Ping say good things must be good things. Now Di Ping was a god-like existence in their eyes, and he seemed to have nothing to do. No, can such a person talk and play casually? Di Ping took a brief shower. He had been busy last night, and he really felt a little tired. The main thing was that after his body was wet with the dew on the grass, the wet dew was sticking to his body. He had to take a shower, and now but don't save water, take a good bath. The reason why he is not afraid of wasting water now is because he learned from Barton that there is a perfect water purification system in the castle. There is enough clean water to use, and there is no need to worry about running out of water. While taking a bath, Di Ping familiarized himself with several skills he had acquired in his mind, and these skills had not been seriously studied since they were acquired. Exploration, this is a skill earned by the system. It is undoubtedly very powerful. Although Di Ping rarely uses it, he feels that this skill is very practical. It can not only see the strength of the opponent, but also detect some unknown things. Its function. Flame strengthening. Only now did Di Ping understand what is going on. This skill is to add flames to the palm or weapon to increase the fire damage. It can be said that it is also a very useful skill. It should be regarded as an ability, right? Di Ping then looked at the 3 skills he learned when he started the warrior profession. These 3 skills can be said to be the best use of the warrior's combat power. Although they are very basic, for Di Ping, it is undoubtedly a help in the snow. Then it relies on pure power. For example, the slashing skill is actually a concentrated power to quickly swing the weapon to cause damage to the enemy. This is a kind of skill use of power, and the taunting skill is a kind of mental power to provoke the enemy. It is a means of making the opponent angry. Di Ping can't understand the principle at all, and the collision is to use the force to break out rapidly, and the speed is stimulated to quickly smash the enemy. One is to quickly approach the enemy, and the other is to use the impact force to hit the enemy and cause damage. The 3 skills are not the kind of powerful feeling that destroys the world, but Di Ping thinks that this is practical. These skills can be said to be able to make the best use of their own strength, and they are quite useful. The difference between those with skills and those without skills is it's very big. For example, Di Ping now feels that he can beat 10 people when he was not transferred before. Di Ping had already familiarized himself with the skills and had taken a shower. Then he left the bathroom. It took him a long time to find a piece of clothing that he could barely put on. Originally, Di Ping didn't care much about wearing it, so he only had 2 or 3 sets of summer clothes. The damage rate of his clothes is too high these days. Now he has no clothes to wear. Fortunately, there are 2 old clothes to wear. Breakfast is not very rich. Although there are a lot of supplies now, everyone knows that this kind of food is eaten less and less. As time goes by, who knows how the end of the world will develop and how long it will last, so everyone is consciously saving food. In the morning, I got some steamed buns, cooked some porridge, opened a few bags of mustard, and everyone still ate deliciously, especially the people who were rescued by Di Ping felt very happy. After breakfast, Di Ping took the people who lived in his room and walked downstairs first. Fatty, Luo Kuanyu, Cheng Chao, Yu Shujie, and Nan Nan also came down. Li Xingshan was not yet fully recovered. It was still a little uncomfortable, so he didn't let him come, and the 3 newly joined Yi Lu's best friends also followed. The other 2 women seemed to be very afraid of the outside world and refused to come out, so they let them take care of Li Shang. Everyone followed Di Ping to the back of the building. The whole community was full of giant trees that towered into the sky and the weeds that were almost waist deep under the trees. The trembling eyes of several people were full of fear and cautiously looked left and right. It seems that he is afraid that there will be monsters rushing out of the grass at any time. Dai-gu. How far is it? Fatty was the most timid. At this time, he asked Di-Ping with a trembling voice, and his eyes were stooped and quickly glanced around, like a wounded bunny. Almost. Holmium-Ping looked back at the fat man, he smiled and said, "Why are you afraid?" "I'm afraid of my grandson." Fatty was most afraid that people would look down on him. When Di-Ping said he was afraid, he immediately kept his waist and raised his voice. "Be quiet. Don't invite mutant dogs." Chang Chao followed behind Fatty and drank in a low voice. "Oh." Fatty also seemed to feel that his voice was loud. He shrank his head and hurriedly covered his mouth with his hands, his eyes swept around in horror, and he patted his head when he saw that there was no movement. The small high-rise is not too far from the villa area, only about 300 meters. Because there is a small garden area in the middle, you can reach the villa area through the small garden area. The viewing trees in the garden have grown extremely huge. There are no traces of the original landscape road, and everyone can only walk forward, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. It is extremely difficult to walk, and it takes more than 10 minutes to walk in just a few hundred meters. When he stood in front of the castle again, Di-Ping felt the majesty of the castle. It was different from what he saw last night. It was so dark last night that he couldn't see it at all, but only now did he see it clearly. The castle was bathed in the morning. In the sunlight, the glass windows of the castle reflected a dazzling light, and the tall tower drew long shadows on the ground in the sunlight. Covering an area of more than 10 acres, the castle is like a city sitting on the ground, and the tall city walls around it are more like copper walls and iron walls, giving people a sense of security. The group of people stood on the bridge and looked at all this with dull eyes. They were all familiar with this community. Whoever lives in this community does not know that this villa with the largest area has come to visit it, and this villa is on the way. The advantage is that it is located in the center of the garden. Many people have seen it when they come for a walk, so they are a little surprised. The villa didn't seem to be this big before, right? When was it rebuilt? Everyone was confused for a while. No one would have thought that Di-Ping used the system to realize it. Although many people believe in ghosts and gods in modern society, it is still unimaginable for many people to imagine such a surreal thing. Wouldn't have thought it was human beings. The gate of the castle slowly opened with a creak, and a group of people were suddenly startled, all nervously looking at the slowly opening castle gate. "Let's go!" At this time, Di-Ping saw the gate open, but greeted everyone and walked down the bridge first, towards the castle gate. "Diego!" Several people exclaimed in the back. "It's okay. Come on." Di-Ping didn't turn his head, just waved back. The few people looked at Di-Ping with no intention of stopping at all. They gritted their teeth and finally looked at each other, and then they walked together and quickly chased after Di-Ping. "Master welcomes you back." When Di-Ping walked to the door was fully opened, and Patton walked out from the inside quickly and saluted Di-Ping. "Where's Boogie?" When Di-Ping left yesterday, he asked Boogie to come to Barton to arrange for guarding the castle, so when he saw that only Barton asked. Boogie went to inspect the territory for safety early in the morning. Patton followed Di-Ping into the door, and replied respectfully, "Come in." Di-Ping stepped into the door, and it seemed that something was wrong. When he turned around, everyone looked at him like a monster, and then he said hello. "Don't worry, his name is Patton." Di-Ping saw that several people looked at Patton in amazement and immediately understood that there was a strange castle, and there was also an old man from the west. What if there was no doubt? Had to stand up and explain. "Hello everyone. I'm Patton, the castle's steward. Welcome to the master's castle." Barton saluted everyone with a respectful demeanor. These people were all masters and friends, and he had to respect them accordingly. His attitude was very good. No matter how surprised a group of people is, but when they enter the castle, they are stunned by everything in front of them. The castle is so beautiful, bright lights, clean and tidy environment, elegant rooms, beautiful bathrooms, and perfect meeting and training venues. It's great to live here. A group of people have put down all their fears, and they are running around, touching and watching. It seems that everything is new and surprising. Also, don't say that all these people here have seen it. I had never heard of it, and even Di-Ping was full of surprises when he saw it for the first time, like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Di-Ping looked at all this with a smile, watching these people rush up and down for a while. Nan Nan even ran around in the hall, and from time to time curiously touched this and that. It seemed that all of this happened. It's so intriguing.
After a full hour of madness, everyone woke up from a state of madness, gathered in the hall one after another, and looked at Di Ping again as if looking at a god. To find such a good place is simply divine. No one knows that these things are realized by Di Ping, let alone believe it. Of course, Di Ping can't tell them. Dai Gu. Are we going to live here in the future? Fatty rubbed his hands in surprise and asked Di Ping while licking his face with a smile. Yes. Today we will start moving here. Di Ping smiled and looked at the crowd and replied. Oh. Everyone jumped up and shouted excitedly. You can choose a room on the second floor. Di Ping and everyone calmed down from their excited emotions, and then said to everyone, Brother! Can I live on the third floor? At this time, the fat man suddenly looked at Di Ping with a flattering expression and asked, What do you say? Di Ping looked at the fat man calmly and said lightly, Ah! Who wants to live on the third floor? Who said just now that they want to live on the third floor? The second floor is good, and the room is just comfortable to live in. Who dares to say that the second floor is not good and I am anxious? The fat man let out a whimper immediately, then looked straight, looked at the crowd and yelled loudly. Everyone looked at the fat man speechlessly. Can people be more shameless? Who said it, not what you said? But Fatty also asked everyone what they were thinking. Who doesn't want to live in a better room? Although the second floor is good, but the third floor is still incomparable with the same presidential suite. I have my own arrangements for the third floor, you will understand later. Di Ping looked at the crowd with a faint smile and said, he guessed that he might have some thoughts in his arrangement these people, so he thought it would be better to explain. People who live in this castle in the future are only qualified to live in if they have achieved a certain amount of credit. And the third floor is even more demanding, but you can only live in under certain conditions. It is already an exception for you to live directly on the second floor. You have to work hard. If you are caught up by later people, it will be very embarrassing. Brother D, what conditions must be met? Cheng Chao is also envious of the conditions on the third floor. He used to be the boss, and the food is good. Although he is not now, he will certainly want to live better if he has good conditions. You are the first group of people with me, so I will give you benefits and live directly on the second floor. In the future, if you want to live in the castle, you need to become the management team, and the second is to achieve a certain contribution value, and then we will have a contribution system. And the first is to unlock the potential. Di Ping looked at the crowd and said 3 conditions. These conditions were what he thought of last night. The castle is so big, it would be unrealistic for everyone to live in it, so classification is necessary. Potential? What potential? Cheng Chao asked with a puzzled look. If you want to talk about the first 2, everyone can understand it. What is the third potential to unlock, let alone him? The other people are also confused, and what Di Ping said unlocking potential doesn't even know what it is. What is potential? Di Ping looked at him like a curious baby, smiled slightly, and said, then let me explain it to you in another way. You all know that now dogs have mutated, cats have mutated, and mice have mutated. Now, even beasts like tigers and crocodiles have mutated, which means that all animals have mutated. Di Ping looked at a few people calmly, paused slightly, and looked at them mysteriously and asked back, then will human beings, as the spirits of advanced animals, mutate? Have you ever thought about it? Although Di Ping's words were plain, it was as if a bomb had been thrown on the lake. A group of people, you look at me, I look at you, full of horror. In fact, it's not that everyone has not thought about these issues. Everyone may have guessed more or less in their hearts, but they have not found that someone has mutated, and they don't know what will happen to people if they mutate, whether they will bite people like a mutated dog, so they all subconsciously. Ignoring this question, Di Ping suddenly threw it out today, and everyone was caught off guard. Can humans really mutate? Is it still human after mutating? Yu Shujia's face was disturbed, as if she was very worried that she would soon become a crazy mutant, biting people everywhere. Then do you think I'm normal? Di Ping said with a slight smile. The voice was not loud, but the shocked people all stepped back, looking at Di Ping with doubts and panic in their eyes. Okay, stop teasing you. Di Ping looked at everyone's expressions and knew that there were too many surprises for everyone. Actually, it can't be said to be mutation, because it should be said to be an evolution, or it can be said to be awakening, and I prefer to use the word awakening. Everyone has their own unique talents. This talent is hidden and usually will not be revealed, but once this talent is awakened, it gives us great power. Di Ping and everyone settled down before throwing out his theories. Di Ping thought about these questions. After he inherited the warriors in the system, he felt that he had found the answer to the question he had been looking for in his heart. This should be a kind of talent evolution.
The role of the system is to guide people to unlock their talents and learn to master this evolutionary force. Animals can evolve, but humans, as the spirit of all things, should not be unable to evolve, but it may be more difficult. Humans have been away from nature for too long, and their absorption and sensitivity to the energy of heaven and earth are much lower than those of animals and plants. This may be human beings the reason why I haven't seen an evolutionist so far. Evolution. Everyone seems to be attracted by Ping's theory, and they all savor it carefully. Yes, it is evolution, animal evolution, tree evolution, and evolution towards higher-level creatures, and human beings are also evolving, such as greater strength, faster speed, stronger body, etc. This is the potential to be opened, showing various only by unlocking the potential. Can human beings fight against mutant animals in such a drastically changed world and continue to survive? Ping briefly summed up what he thought and combined his system knowledge to tell everyone, but he didn't know if these people could accept it. Good, then why do humans mutate so little? Cheng Chao quickly woke up from the shock and discovered the core of the problem. There are some things I haven't observed and understood, but I have thought about it. At present, I have analyzed that there may be two reasons. One is that humans are no longer simple animals. They have left the jungle to live in groups, and have learned to use tools. Wild humans have begun to degenerate, so that the digestion and absorption of energy by their constitution is getting weaker and weaker. The second is that humans may be advanced intelligent creatures, and the mutation is more complex. This is not what I can know. Ping thought for a while before saying, he also had some doubts about this question that he couldn't understand by himself, so he could only answer this much, but seeing the disappointment and panic on the faces of several people, he pretended to lighten up and comforted them with a slight smile. There's no need to worry. I believe that more and more humans will mutate in the future, but we haven't encountered them yet. Daigo, are you an evolutionary? Cheng Chao's eyes flickered, and he looked at Ping with burning heat, but he asked the question that everyone wanted to ask the most. Not bad. I have evolved and awakened my talent. Ping glanced at everyone and said calmly, in a very casual tone, as if it was just a small matter. Ah. Really? No wonder Brother D is so powerful? There was a lot of chatter and talk, with envy, fear, surprise, and joy in their voices. In short, each had his own thoughts. Okay, let's not discuss this issue. Ping waved his hand to interrupt everyone's discussion. Looking at a few people, he seemed to have nothing to say, especially a few women. His eyes were eager to make him restless. Don't worry, you will know gradually, maybe some of them will evolve soon, and once the evolution is completed and the talent is turned on, you will become stronger. Clap. Ping looked at the people who were still in a state of shock, and clapped his palms a few times to attract everyone's attention. Then he said with a smile, you can live in this castle today, and you can choose your own room. It's a good room for you to wait. Don't cry if someone else steals it. Okay. Grab the room. After listening to Ping's words, everyone didn't think about this issue, although everyone was still shocked, but it was still a little far away from him, not to mention that when Ping asked them to choose their own room, they immediately became excited again. What kind of mutation? Leave me alone, don't delay my room selection. With a hula, he ran upstairs in a frenzy. You pulled me, for fear of falling behind and others ahead. Ping smiled as he watched the jokes from behind. It's not that Ping doesn't want to share the room on the third floor with a few people. The main thing is that he has already made up his mind. The 3 previously made plans are his initial plans. The world has changed, and the strong will be respected. The living conditions of the people are also necessary. Everyone is equal. Ping is not an ideal person. He does not think that it is really good for everyone to be equal. The strong should have the privilege of the strong, seeking equality everywhere. The strong want the strong and the weak to be equal, which is itself a kind of inequality. After more than an hour, these people finally chose their own rooms. They all seemed to be satisfied. They came downstairs with a smile while talking. Fortunately, except for the location of the rooms, the other decorations were the same. There is nothing to contend with at most, such as small issues such as Shangyang or not. It is still a good choice to have a few more people in the second floor room, and there will not be many conflicts. Taking a few people to the manor, Ping has already discovered the changes in the manor. A field has been reclaimed in front of the manor, with an area of about 1 mu. 5 or 6 workers are digging the soil and planting something in the field. The manor steward Dylan was also standing in the field playing with a machine that he didn't know what to use, and Boogie was also standing not far away and carefully observing the surroundings. Master, you are welcome to inspect the manor. Dylan saw Ping's group coming from a distance, and immediately put down his work and greeted Ping with a respectful look on his face. Okay,
Dylan doesn't need to be like this in the future. Ping stretched out his hand to support Dylan's genial Tao. Dylan was very moved, and his voice was a little excited. Thank you, Master, this is what I should do. What are you doing? Ping knew that he couldn't talk about the characters given by the system. Although they looked like normal people, the respect and humility in their bones still made him a little unaccustomed. Unpleasant. Go back to the Master, we have 10 workers in the morning to open up this soil, and now we are planting the seeds. Dylan pointed to Tian Tu and explained to Ping. What seeds? What are you planting this season? Ping is also from the countryside. He knows that there are no crops to grow in this season, so he asked inexplicably when he heard it. Dylan took out a small cloth bag from his arms, pinched a few seeds from it, and handed them over. Master, this is the special seed of our manor, a kind of grain, which is not affected by the season, germinates in 7 days, and corpels in 7 days, 7 days of development, 7 o'clock maturity. When Ping heard the great joy, he hurriedly took it over to take a look. It was similar to wheat. There was nothing special about the seed. It looked very ordinary, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Worried about nothing to eat? How much is the yield? Are there many seeds of this kind? Ping suddenly thought that if the yield was too small, it would also be a problem, as well as the seed problem, so he hurriedly asked. Master, the yield of this acre of soil is about 2,000 kilograms. You don't need to worry about the seed problem. You can directly save the seeds after they are mature. Dylan took the seeds from Ping and put them back into the pouch while explaining to Ping. Okay. Great. Ping was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the manor system was so powerful, and the food problem would be the biggest problem facing human survival in the future. He didn't expect the system to be easily solved. How could he be unhappy? Owner. Dylan looked at the ecstatic Ping and seemed to have something to say. What did you say? Ping saw that Dylan had something to say and smiled slightly, indicating that he was free. Master, the problem now is the shortage of manpower. If there are enough people, we can open more fields. Dylan complained to Ping as he watched the workers busy sowing in the fields. Ping laughed and said, Didn't I just come here to solve this problem for you? He really came here today to solve this problem. After laughing, he waved to the people behind him. Too many amazing things happened in the morning, not to mention the magic of the majestic castle, and there is another manor-like building, and there are more than a dozen people who are actually farming. Is this the end of the world? Normal life again. They kept looking around and touching, as if Grandma Lu entered the Grand View Garden and walked over quickly after seeing Ping greeting her. This is Dylan, who is in charge of this manor. Ping introduced to the crowd that Dylan stepped forward to salute everyone, and Chang Chao was almost numb. With the previous Barton in front, he was not too surprised, and they all stepped forward to introduce each other. Ping's idea is very simple. He has seen that the manor can recruit workers directly from the system or from the real world. Let's not talk about the recruitment price of system workers. In reality, can Ping continue to keep these people for nothing? It is the right way to let them work on their own to be self-reliant. No matter how much it costs, it is also unfavorable for development. Raising idlers for nothing. When Ping told everyone what he thought, everyone was very happy and felt that it was a good idea. These people were fine if they were idle. The old and weak women and children could work in the manor as workers and get food. Strong men can form a team to ensure the safety here, so that the division of labor is clear, and the development of this small base is better at hand, so there is no problem at all. When everyone heard that the effect was cooked once a month and a large amount of food was provided, they were immediately excited and almost all jumped up and shouted, "Is there anything more important than safety and food in this apocalypse?" Now that this problem can be solved, how many people can still be unhappy? Ping in the tavern didn't think about taking everyone there now. Let's take it slow. I really wanted to reveal too much. I was afraid that these people would be really scared, so I ordered everyone to go back and prepare for the move, and summoned Boogie, who was responsible for the security of the manor in the distance, and asked him to get acquainted with him, and then followed the crowd to help with the relocation. For the appearance of Boogie, everyone has been speechless. Isn't this day's surprise enough? Even now that Ping has personally come out and said that this is a god, they will believe that this boss has surpassed human cognition. Those who survived in the community heard that there was a safer place with sufficient food and in the water area, they all jumped up immediately. In these days of survival in this last world, these people have realized how important the environment of safety in the past is. Every day, they feel unhappy in their lives and yearn for a more free life. But life is gone. It was only when I lost it that I realized how rare it was to have a stable life before. So now there is such an environment, everyone is very excited, hands and feet are so swift, and things are moved cleanly in just one morning, even tons of food are quickly moved over, and when everyone gathers in front of the castle, all behaved like Fatty and the others before. Shocked, surprised, excited, crazy, etc. After being amazed, excited, and unbelievable, everyone felt a sense of satisfaction and pride in their hearts. It seemed that there was such a place for them to live in. It was a blessing from the heavens, and someone really knelt down and thanked God loudly. In the morning, a group of people finally moved in. There were not many main items. Each person could get all the belongings with one package. The most remaining thing was food. It was very fast for these people to work together, and there were only more than 50 people in total. There are only 20 adult men, and the rest are either old or weak or women and children. The men were formed by Di Ping as an escort team long ago. These team members were all arranged to live on the first floor of the castle, and the family was divided into a single room. I will live there soon, and then arrange all the older women and women into the manor and hand it over to Dylan to be responsible for the production of the manor. After these people entered the manor, Dylan, the steward, specially entered the training room for training. It seems that the manor system carried out knowledge transfer, and they started simple work very quickly. According to Dylan, as long as there are 10 days and a half months, everyone can become proficient. As for the 5 women rescued from Wang Dylan, Yi Lu, and Lu Bingyu, because Ning Nan is the person the doctor needs now at the base, it is not easy to assign Yi Lu and Lu Bingyu to work in the manor. While the other 2 women are not so lucky, I was going to go directly to the manor to engage in production, but in the end, the castle also needed service staff and people who would cook for the guards, so I left these 2 women behind to be in charge of the castle's hygiene and cooking for the team members. Now that there are fewer people, these 2 can do it completely. And Yu Shujie is still in charge of the diet of the main characters of Di Ping. Di Ping is also used to eating the food she cooks. It may not be easy to eat the food made by others. Originally, it was necessary to recruit a few maids according to the request of the big butler, Patton, serving Di Ping, but letting Di Ping refuse it. What kind of person is he really? The landlord, the old wealthy, or the emperor? If he really wants to do this at this stage, it will definitely make people turn away. He is not the kind of person who just got a little a person who starts to wiggle his tail when he achieves it. Di Ping stood at the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window in his room and looked out. The tower was very high, only 30 meters high. Standing here, he could see the scene of the whole area. Patrol back and forth, people in the manor not far away are also coming in and out. There are also many people in the fields who are cultivating the land, and Boji is patrolling with guards in the distance to prevent mutant animals from attacking the workers who are cultivating. People in the entire base were busy with their own affairs, but Di Ping could see the smiles on their faces from here. They seemed very happy and safe. It was a thriving scene. Looking at this scene, Di Ping felt how necessary all his efforts were. Although he had never known these people, but now that these people gathered here to live together, they could provide him with a safe living environment. He felt warm in his heart and seemed very happy. Shouldn't you be happy? Brother D. Drink tea. At this moment, a soft woman's voice sounded behind Di Ping, which startled him from his deep thoughts. He didn't need to turn his face to know that this woman was Yu Shujie, because no one could enter this tower except with his permission. This castle is not like an ancient castle at all, but more like a war fortress in science fiction. It is completely an intelligent electronic control system. Like this tower, the control is the most strict. No one can come without Di Ping's authorization. The castle has many weapons let you die without knowing how to die. And now he has opened the authority of this tower to the people he trusts the most. Except for the main office of the office, which is not authorized, all the rest have authorization. Become isolated. Now he was standing in his huge living room, and Yu Shujie made Di Ping a pot of tea and brought it in. Thank you, Mrs. Yu. Di Ping took the tea with a smile. A scent of tea mixed with the scent of a woman's body floated into his nostrils. Only then did he realize that Yu Shujie must have just taken a shower and her hair hadn't been dried yet. It was wet and messy. It was draped over her shoulders, her delicate and fair jade face was a little red because she had just taken a shower, as if she was about to drip. She was wearing a one-piece gray skirt without pleats. Her curves were fully revealed, not only revealing her thin and white shoulders. She didn't dare to look any further and hurriedly lowered her head, but when she lowered her head, she saw the slender and greasy thighs that couldn't be covered by the ultra-short dress, and her nostrils suddenly became slightly a feeling of heat.
He hurriedly took the tea, sat on the rattan chair in front of the window to cover up his embarrassment. While drinking tea, he turned his eyes away and dared not look at Yu Shujie again. To be able to hold back and not rush up is already his extraordinary concentration. Yu Shujie looked at Di Ping's embarrassment, and her heart burst into laughter, and her face flushed at the same time. She didn't think that she was wearing this dress and ran to make tea for Di Ping. Her husband usually couldn't see such clothes when he was at home. Every time she wears it, she blushes, but today, after taking a shower, she suddenly wanted to wear this kind of clothes, and ran to Di Ping's place. Yu Shujie secretly scolded herself for being shameless, but she also enjoyed Di Ping's desire to look, but she didn't dare to look, and she glanced at the corner of her eyes from time to time. Thirsty, I drank a cup of tea in a few seconds. Drink slowly, it's a little hot. Yu Shujie blushed and said angrily. She stepped forward to take Di Ping's teacup, and went to the coffee table to pour another cup. Sister I'm not thirsty. Di Ping stammered that he was not thirsty, but he took the teacup and drank it in 2 gulps. Put. Yu Shujie couldn't take it anymore. She covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Her eyes were crescents, and her 2 long eyelashes trembled slightly with the smile. She looked at Di Ping's embarrassment and thought that this was still that one. The undefeated god of war who was decisive and majestic. This is actually a shy little boy next door. Her laugh attracted Di Ping's eyes again. Di Ping looked at Yu Shujie, who was full of amorous feelings. He smelled the refreshing fragrance, the flamboyant curves, and the charm that was already like a ripe peach. The string seemed to be plucked suddenly, and suddenly his breathing was a little short, his eyes were a little red, and he was full of desire. Sister Yu Shujie was awakened by this call, and only then did she see the heat in Di Ping's eyes, and her breath tightened in fright. Although she didn't know that the string was hung wrong today, she came to tease Di Ping, but she was really not ready. Accepting a man now, although her relationship with her husband is in crisis, and she has a great affection for the man in front of her, but she is really not ready. When she sees Di Ping's look, she acts like a mature woman, of course, knew what Di Ping's reaction meant. Okay, take a break. I'm going down to accompany my daughter. Yu Shujie said in a panic and hurriedly opened the door as if to escape and ran down, stumbled all the way, as if a ghost was chasing her. When she saw Yu Shujie running out in a hurry, and the fear in her eyes, Di Ping suddenly woke up, hurried to the coffee table, raised the pot to her mouth like a buffalo drinking water, and then let out a long breath and fell down on the ground. He was facing the sky in the rattan chair, panting heavily, and it took a few minutes for his breathing to slow down. Di Ping secretly scolded himself for his lack of concentration, and finally he couldn't hold back and almost had an accident. With his current strength, Yu Shujie would not have a chance to resist, but this was not what he thought. If he really wanted to do this, what is the difference between him and Wang Delin? Di Ping thought he had poor concentration, but it was not the case. From the end of the world to the present, it can be said that Di Ping has experienced too much. One is the oppression of survival, fear, and always wonder if life can be guaranteed. Fear and loneliness has nowhere to solve. Then he went through battles of life and death again and again. I can imagine what kind of journey he had in his mind at that time. All these were accumulated in his heart. He usually suppressed them and couldn't see them, but once they accumulated to a certain extent, they would break out. Look at why many people in the last days suddenly changed from good old people to evil people who do all kinds of evil, sometimes even more evil than some evil people. Controlled to do all kinds of unimaginable things, become extremely brutal and crazy. Di Ping had a sign of losing control just now, but fortunately Yu Shujie ran away without a goal. His strong willpower worked again, and he resisted making no mistakes. Although he did have a good impression of Yu Shujie, she was beautiful and gentle. Who doesn't like a woman? But really let him do something, he really can't do it. After staying in the room for half an hour, Di Ping completely calmed down. He also felt that his state didn't seem right, so he sat in the rattan chair without moving, breathing lightly to adjust his mind. Inside, let the mind calm down. Di Ping calmed down. Then he picked up a pack of cigarettes from the coffee table next to him, took out a cigarette and lit it and took a deep breath. The sudden change in his heart made him a little scared, and he was really afraid that he would lose control. Fortunately, nothing happened in the end, otherwise I really don't know how to face Yu Shujie. He is a smart person. He has learned a lot from his experience over the years. The change made him a little worried. At that time, I felt like I couldn't control my inner desires. When I saw Yu Shujie, I had the urge to run away on the spot. Rejecting this idea, Yu Shujie wouldn't be able to run away at his speed if it wasn't for the last line of bottom line suppressing him. Di Ping sighed after he finished smoking a cigarette. He didn't understand what was going on with him now, but he felt that he had some psychological problems, but he really didn't know what the problem was.
Di-gu. Di-gu.
While Di Ping was thinking about it, Fatty's exaggerated loud voice suddenly came from the door, and then the door was violently pushed open with a bang.
What's wrong, fat man?
Di Ping pressed the cigarette butt in the ashtray and looked up at the fat man who was rushing into the room, sweating profusely and panting, and asked calmly.
Di-gu. There's something big going on.
As soon as the fat man entered the door, he shouted anxiously.
What happened?
Di Ping originally thought that with Fatty's exaggerated temperament, there should be no big deal, but when he heard something big, he immediately stood up and looked at Fatty and asked loudly.
Di-gu. Someone is calling for help on the radio.
The fat man was panting heavily, wiping the sweat off his forehead.
Damn it! Fatty, this is the big thing you said.
Di Ping was so angry that he almost kicked the fat man out. He thought something big happened, but it turned out that someone was asking for advice on the radio.
What kind of big thing was this? It's a big deal. Di-gu.
When Fatty heard Di Ping's words, he immediately argued, his face flushed.
Di Ping sat back in the rattan chair in a good time, okay?
You tell me it's a big deal to see someone asking for help. There are so many people asking for help in the last days, can I handle it? Looking at the angry fat man. Seeing that Di Ping was thirsty even after drinking tea, the fat man grabbed a cup, poured a cup of tea from the teapot and drank it, then wiped his mouth and told Di Ping the matter one by one. It turned out to be like this.
Usually a few people are fine in the room.
What they like most is to turn on the radio and listen to the information from all parties. Today, the fat man just moved into the room and took a shower and felt bored, so he ran to see the injured lying in bed with limited mobility. Li Shang, but Cheng Chao also came over, so the three of them got together to play cards, and Li Shang liked to turn on the radio every day when he had nothing to do.
Covered. The three of them didn't know what to do for a while.
In the end, after the three of them discussed it, they still felt that it was too big and had to tell Di Ping. So Fatty was so impatient, he ran to Di Ping in a hurry.
What did the radio say?
That's right, the same announcer was still broadcasting information on the radio, but this time, instead of releasing information, it was calling for help. This radio station has a radio car with a complete communication system. The communication car has self-generating power. As long as there is oil supply, it can exchange information with the outside world. At first, when the large army migrated, it failed, and the radio car entered the underground base with a small team.
As its external communication tool.
The end of the world is critical. Although many base stations have lost power and stopped working over time, and the communication signal has become weaker and weaker, some military or government backup high-frequency electronic communication equipment can still be used so. And this radio car can also receive some outside information, and the radio station will broadcast these information one by one to inform more people. It can be said that most of the outside information that Di Ping knows comes from here. The radio station sometimes talks about the progress of the construction of the military base, sometimes it says that powerful mutant animals have been found there, sometimes it says that people have gathered here again, there are already thousands of people, etc., and sometimes they talk about trivial things to boost morale, but these 2 days suddenly there is something wrong with the style of speech. The female announcer's voice is always trembling, and the most important thing is that she often mentions words such as food and food. It is not difficult to imagine that the daily food consumption of these people gathered in the small base is very large, and the food source is also a problem, which has become more and more serious in the past 2 days.
Things have become even more uncontrollable today.
Usually, these people always organize a lot of teams to go out to find food, and they can get a little bit. Although sometimes many team members never come back, only a few people here can survive.
But an accident happened today.
A team of people was searching for food and accidentally brought in a group of mutant dogs. There were 50 or 60 mutant dogs in this team. They followed the footsteps of the search team and were fortunately found in time. When there were 30 or 40 people, the entrance was blocked, and the mutant dogs were not allowed to rush in. Although most lives were saved, the problem came.
These mutant dogs didn't go away.
It seemed that they knew that there were many people below and settled down. I thought that these guys would leave after a while, but I never thought that it was all afternoon and they didn't have the momentum to leave at all. The food in the underground shopping mall was already exhausted, and the team searching for food could not get out. It was okay for 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days. Whoever suffered this, not all of them starved to death in it.
Can you go out? Are you kidding me?
Don't look at the thousands of people here, there is really no one who goes out to face these dozens of mutant dogs.
With such courage, although they know that they will starve to death if they don't go out, no one wants to be bitten to death by the mutant dogs. It can be said that these people already terrified. The leaders of the small base decided to ask the military region for help as soon as they discussed it, but they were disappointed. The military region is inseparable from the support now. There are various problems in the base construction, and it is also attacked by mutant animals from time to time. It is also a heavy loss. It is impossible to send a living force here at this time. So the dead horse became a living horse doctor, and the radio station broadcast information continuously, hoping that someone would receive support. Although no one reported any hope, even the most powerful army was unable to come to help. Who else could have the strength to support? What about yourself? After listening to Fatty's speech, Di Ping fell silent. He didn't know what to do. Although he had a certain strength now, he knew that he was still too weak in the face of mutant animals like crocodiles. From here to this underground, the distance from the base is definitely more than 10 kilometers, and there is no way to know what kind of danger lies in such a long distance. Can't help it. He couldn't bear the thousands of lives lost. Looking at Fatty's earnest eyes again, he couldn't say whether he would save him. But the heart is very kind. If you can say no to the answer, you will be fat. The child must be sad. To be honest, Di Ping already regarded Fatty as his good brother. It was really hard to let him down. He was caught in a dilemma. Boom! At this time, someone knocked on the door again, awakening Di Ping, who was in deep thought, and then motioned to Fatty to open the door. As soon as the door opened, a group of people poured into the room. Li Shang was led in by Cheng Chao and Lao Luo. Yi Lu, Ning Nan, Lu Bingyu, and even Yu Shujie, who had sneaked away just now, rushed into the room. Fortunately, Di Ping, this suite is relatively large, so it will not be too crowded when many people come in. Sit everyone. Di Ping looked at the anxiety on everyone's faces and the complicated look in their eyes. Didn't he know why these people came? He sighed and let everyone take their seats. The quaint European-style wooden sofa in the hall was also loose. Di Ping was still half lying on his rattan chair with a purple sand teacup in his hand, but his eyes kept on everyone's faces. After a few people sat down, they fell silent. No one spoke first, and all of them looked heavy and lowered their eyebrows silently, as if they were thinking about something. You all know the matter? Tell us your opinion. Di Ping was the first to break the silence. A few people look at me, I look at you, with different expressions on their faces. They don't seem to know how to speak, but in the end they all focus on Di Ping, with hope flashing in his eyes. No, I'm not in favor of saving it, it's too dangerous. Let Brother Di go. What if something happens? At this time, Yu Shujie suddenly stood up. Her voice was hurried, her face flushed red, and she was very excited, even a little angry. Then, Brother Di, what about those people? But there are thousands of people. At this time, the fat man stood up abruptly, looking a little excited, and looked at Di Ping anxiously. The look of anticipation in his eyes was extremely strong. Damn Fatty, do you want to kill Brother Di? Yu Shujie stared at Fatty angrily and shouted, whoever has the ability will go. Why do you have to take Brother Di to take risks? I didn't. The fat man was even more excited for a while, his face flushed and he hurriedly explained. You didn't? You didn't ask Di Gu to save people? Do you know how far it is from here and how dangerous the road is? Yu Shujie interrupted Fatty with dissatisfaction, pointing to his nose and shouting angrily, also, there are dozens of mutant dogs gathered there. How do you want to deal with Di Gu alone? Do you want to kill Di Gu or what? If you have the ability, you can save it. The words were hurried and fast like a barrage of cannons, and the fat man scolded again and again. As he stepped back, sweat dripped from his forehead. Di Ping was a little stunned for a while. He didn't expect that Yu Shujie, who is usually gentle, would suddenly react so strongly, like a hen protecting her child, spreading her wings to protect her back so that the eagle would not take the child away. Thinking of this, Di Ping touched his nose in embarrassment, and suddenly he was so cared for by a woman, which made him feel a warmth in his heart for a while. I don't. I want to hurt Dick. The fat man was in a hurry and stammered, and he couldn't say what he said, and the sweat was even more like water. Fat man, sit down. At this moment, a weak voice sounded, and it was the injured Li Sheng who whispered to him for gaining weight, but it seemed that his words had aroused the injury. Fatty stopped to defend when he heard Li Sheng's voice, looked at Yu Shujie, who had been staring at him angrily, and everyone else, and suddenly found that the eyes they were looking at him seemed a bit wrong. Suddenly he understood something, his face turned pale, and he looked at Di Ping with some pleading eyes. Di Gu. I know, Fatty, sit down first. Di Ping waved his hand and interrupted Fatty's words. In fact, Ping knew that Fatty really didn't want to hurt him.
His mind was very simple.
When he heard the news, he was anxious and only thought that Ping was so powerful that he should be able to save people. He didn't think about the danger. At this time, he was awakened by Li Shang. Seeing the eyes of everyone looking at him, he thought of the depths for a while. Fatty is ruthless, but it doesn't mean he is stupid. He suddenly felt that he was a little too much. Doesn't this make it difficult for Gu? He also claimed to be Ge's life and death brother, but isn't he forcing Gu to take risks by doing this now?
Hearing Ping's words, the fat man's face looked better, but just looking at the eyes of everyone, he felt bitter in his heart, bowed his head in silence, and never dared to speak again.
It was completely different from his usual lively personality. Quiet time. Sister Yu, sit down too. Ping only then gently comforted the angry Yashujia when he saw the fat man sitting down. Fatty said he doesn't have this kind of thought, he just loves to be anxious, so don't you blame him. Yashuji also seemed to suddenly feel that her reaction was too intense at this time. She blushed and hurriedly sat down. She lowered her head to her chest and did not dare to look at everyone. Even more embarrassed, she was not Ping. How could he not let everyone suspect that he was so nervous, and his ears were red just thinking about it. Although Ping looked at Yashuji's shy look a little funny at this time, he was even more moved in his heart, and it felt good to be cared about by others. Brother D. I'm not in favor of saving people either.
Cheng Chao, who had been silent for a while, suddenly spoke up.
Oh. Brother Chang, tell me something? Although Ping was puzzled by Cheng Chao's performance, he still asked calmly.
Cheng Chao's demeanor seemed to be hesitant, and finally he said with difficulty, Brother D, we are all alone now, with only a few dozen personnel, and the combat power is even weaker.
Don't even think about surviving.
After saying this, Cheng Chao paused, and suddenly his voice became louder.
So we simply don't have the strength to save so many people.
We don't have enough food supply, security, and personnel transportation.
How to save people? Ping looked at Cheng Chao and was very satisfied.
He knew that Cheng Chao was a soldier, and the duty of a soldier was to protect people's life and property. This was his creed in the army. Although he left the army, but he has his own perseverance, but deciding not to save people at this time should have experienced a difficult inner struggle for him.
I don't agree either.
Li Shang, who was half lying on the sofa, looked gloomy and said in a low voice.
Li Shang is a little different from Fatty.
Li Shang has a cold and warm face, speaks few words but is persistent in his heart. Once he is sure of one thing, he will never change it. Since that day, since he decided to follow Ping from the bottom of his heart, everything about Ping is his most important thing. It can be said that Ping's interests are his highest interests, so it is normal for him to disapprove.
People like Li Shang are a bit like knights in the West. The most important thing is perseverance and loyalty.
He can live or die for the object of his allegiance. This kind of person is very rare in this society, and it can be said to be an outlier. In this century, money is paramount, everyone is self-centered, and everything is self-centered. It's just 250 foolish, so people like Li Shang can be said to be a really rare species. People like him usually have few friends, and they never give up their feelings easily, but if they give up, they will not hesitate to go through fire and water.
I don't agree either. Lao Luo's boring gourd also spoke up.
Lao Luo adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. For him, he is willing to help others without harming himself, but this dangerous rescue obviously does not conform to his survival logic.
He is definitely unwilling. Not everyone can do nothing, which is normal.
We also think it's too dangerous. At this time, Lu Bingyu's soft voice came. Ping saw the eye contact between the three girlfriends and knew that this represented the meaning of the three of them. Basically, everyone here disagreed with the rescue, and I'm afraid it would really be put on hold. In fact, from the heart, Ping is not willing. He is not a selfless great sage. If he has the ability to save him, he will not refuse.
However, although his strength is not bad now, who knows that a mutant crocodile like Dihu can? How many are there?
The most important thing is that now his system has just started to manifest, everything has just started. What if he goes out and something happens? He not only has this group of people to take care of, but also his parents are waiting for him to rescue him. He can't take it lightly. Abandon life. DS system task released, task rescue, successfully complete the task, reward 500 crystal coins, a weapon Wujin sword, and deduct 100 crystal coins for mission failure. Does the host accept it? When he was about to speak, and decided not to go to the rescue, a system voice sounded in his mind, and a task appeared, which immediately interrupted what he was about to say. For Ping, Although he has unlocked his potential and completed his career inheritance, fundamentally, he is only a college student who has just graduated for 2 years. Although he has achieved small achievements in these years and his temperament has grown rapidly, he is still a young man after all. It is impossible for ordinary people who grew up in a peaceful age to face unknown dangers without fear. Although Di Ping had a vague idea of cherishing the world after the system was in place, he would have to wait until he had a certain strength. With his current strength, let alone cherishing the world, it would be good to be able to save himself, but now it is different, under the system.
The mission is over, and the reward of 500 crystal coins is quite a lot. He has been exhausted in the past few days to get 20 or so, and the most important thing is a war knife. He has long felt that the Han sword in his hand is not enough. Isn't this the same as giving a pillow to drowsiness? Although there are risks, it is different when there are benefits. Didn't the great Marx say that? If there is 50% profit, capital will take risks. For 100% profit, capital will dare to trample all laws in the world, and Di Ping feels that he is a capitalist now, and he can take risks for crystal coins. He is short of money now. The 500 crystal coins drooled, and there was a Wujin sword, which was a good thing, so he had to take this quest, and he had to complete it. Since things must be done, he does not hesitate. It is not his style to look forward to the future, otherwise he will not get tens of millions of assets in just 3 years. No more arguing.
When Di Ping thought of this, he immediately made a decision, which alarmed everyone who was arguing in a low voice, and then slowly said, "I know you are all for my own good, I'm afraid it's too dangerous." After speaking, his expression darkened, and he said with some emotion, "But this thousands of lives.
It's really impossible to say if you don't work hard."
Diego, several people exclaimed and looked at Di Ping in astonishment, as if they couldn't believe how he would suddenly make such a decision.
Was it obviously going to die? Don't worry.
Di Ping waved his hand to stop everyone, his eyes swept quickly. He found that Cheng Chao and Yilu's 3 daughters were all happy, especially Cheng Chao's eyes flickering with surprise. Lao Luo was also surprised. Li Sheng's face was calm. It seems that he supports whatever decision Di Ping makes. Only Yu Shujia has anxiety, worry, and a touch of emotion in her eyes.
It is very complicated.
Even the fat man who had lowered his head looked at Di Ping in surprise, his eyes flashing. Surprised and moved, he put all of these into his eyes.
I won't mess around either.
Don't worry, I just want to take a look. If I can save me, I can save it.
If I can't save it, there's nothing I can do.
Di Ping looked at everyone and assured. The distance is too far. What should I do if there is danger? Yu Shujie asked nervously, her beautiful eyes staring at Di Ping, full of worry. Di Ping smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry.
I'm not that stupid. If I can't beat it, I'll have no problem running. Brother Di, let me accompany you."
Cheng Chao stood up suddenly, his eyes firm, as if he was going to die with Di Ping.
"I'll go as well and I."
Fatty also stood up abruptly to express his position, and Lao Luo spoke immediately. Only Li Sheng did not speak, but his eyes were a little sad.
"Okay. It's not that we are still together at the banquet."
Di Ping smiled wryly xyly and waved his hand. "I'll go by myself, your current strength will follow. I'm not hitting you, I really can't help you." Everyone knew that what Di Ping said was the truth, so they sat down helplessly, and Lu Bingyu and the 4 daughters knew that these men were not good enough.
Di Ping already had a plan in his mind. He would definitely be weak if he went alone.
If he brought Boogie, the safety of the castle would not be guaranteed.
After all, there are dozens of people here?
So Boogie has to stay, then he can only take advantage of today's time to go out and brush monsters, see if he can hit more crystal cores, and come back and recruit a hero to take him on the road, which will be safer.
But,
at this time, a few people wanted to say something, but Di Ping reached out and interrupted. "Don't be, you keep your home, so that I can go out with peace of mind, that's it.
I will leave tomorrow morning.
After I leave, you will be responsible for the affairs here."
Everyone in Di Ping quieted down, and then he gave a few people a task.
"Brother Chang, you are in charge of patrolling the escort team." Di Ping thought for a while and then said, "By the way, Boogie, I will stay. You and him will clean up the mutant beasts in the community as soon as possible to ensure the safety of the mana reclaimers. Yes, Di Gu."
Cheng Chao stood up straight from the sofa, guaranteed to complete the task.
Di Ping smiled and nodded. Fatty, together with Lao Luo, organize some people to repair the walls of the community, and strengthen the places where mutant beasts can easily come in.
Okay, don't worry Di Gu. The 2 stood up and assured. Brother Di.
Yu Shujia looked anxiously at Di Ping and asked, "And what about us?"
"That's right. And what about us?"
Lu Bingyu's 3 daughters also called out.
Okay. Of course you all have tasks. Deeping smiled and looked at the four handsome and charming women. His heart moved slightly, but he quickly regained his mind and smiled slightly. The management of the living personnel in the castle, and the population allocation of the manor, but all of you are responsible. Deeping's face turned serious after speaking. This matter is very important. How about it, can you do it? Humph. The four girls were unconvinced, and Yushujia raised her pretty face. Don't underestimate others, we promise to complete the task. The other three girls also followed behind and nodded. Deeping looked at the four girls, laughed and said, okay. I believe in you. Deeping's face changed, his smile disappeared, and he looked at everyone in the room with a serious face. After I leave, you should discuss everything more. Don't make a conflict? Brother D, don't worry. Several people hurriedly assured him. Watching a few people file out of his room, Deeping leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes. His mind turned quickly. From the performance of everyone today, it seems that these people are not bad. They know the seriousness of the matter. They are not blind and unprincipled. The way to survive in the end times. Of course, except for Fatty, it seems a little too idealistic, but this is not a bad thing. I believe that will change gradually. In such a world, it is difficult for an unprincipled old man to survive. He believes that Fatty will quickly understand. After resting for a while, Deeping put on a sports suit and went out with a sword. He didn't inform anyone. It's just past noon, so it's business to take advantage of this time to get some crystal cores and recruit more heroes. Moreover, he saw that the system warehouse icon was also lit up, and the construction of this warehouse was imminent. Although he did not know what the warehouse was used for, he believed that the system produced was absolutely fine, but all of this required the consumption of crystal coins. Quickly out of the gate of the community, the trees on the road became taller and the weeds were more luxuriant. The mutated snake that Deeping had hung high on the branch before was still there, but it was already smelling a little under such weather. The sun hangs high in the sky, and the sun is a bit poisonous. Although the temperature is not too high due to the abundance of vegetation, the grass is still a little hot at this time. Deeping is already sweating after walking a few hundred meters. On the road. There are much less grass and trees on the road. Although the road is unevenly damaged by the roots of the big trees, it is generally better than walking in the grass, but there is less space here, and you can feel a slight breeze. The giant trees on both sides are shaded by greenery. Days, it feels a lot better without direct sunlight. Deeping was walking forward cautiously, when suddenly there was a humming sound not far ahead. Deeping listened carefully. It seemed to be the humming of a pig. He grew up in the countryside, and his family used to feed pigs. He was very familiar with this voice, so he slowed down and moved forward softly. Passing around a few abandoned cars, as expected, 3 black pigs 50 meters ahead were arching under the roots of the tree, as if they were looking for something to eat, and they were humming happily. Deeping looked at the 3 black pigs and they were really big. These 3 mutant black pigs were nearly 1 meter 5 in height and 4 meters in length. 2 huge fangs protruded from their long pointed mouths, and they stretched out their feet. It was 30 centimeters long, and the hair on his body stood upright like steel needles, which made his scalp tingle. From the outside, the 3 were not domestic pigs, but ferocious wild boars. What terrified Deeping even more was that the 3 wild boars were so powerful that when a car seemed to be blocking it from arching the ground, just 2 huge fangs flew the car 5 meters away. Wild boars are not only powerful but also fast, and their main vitality is strong. Once they are attacked, they will rush over to find a sound and run slowly, either dead or disabled. Therefore, many hunters are reluctant to hunt before the apocalypse. Mess with this animal. Deeping had a feeling that the power of this mutant wild boar might not be inferior to his own, and it might be stronger than himself. Thinking of this, Deeping didn't know whether to do it or not. If you don't do it, there are 3 here, which means that there are 3 crystal nuclei. I'm really afraid that I can't do it. You must know that once a wild boar is crazy, it is a fierce animal that even a tiger dares to fight. Crack it! Deeping was thinking about whether to do it or not, when he accidentally stepped on a branch, and the tree board snapped. Although the sound was very small, on this quiet road, the sound was like a needle falling in a quiet room, clearly audible, and immediately. The 3 wild boars stopped arching the ground. Chi-Chi raised her head and looked in Deeping's direction. Shit! Deeping stood there embarrassed for a while, scolding secretly. At this time, he was no longer in a hurry to hide, and he happened to be watched by 3 wild boars. The 3 wild boars seemed to be very angry when Deeping interrupted their feeding. Their hair exploded, and their red eyes were bloodshot. The 3 giant wild boars almost as tall as one person ran like a mad rushing bull. The momentum was huge.
Every time the giant pig's trotters landed on the ground shook, and everything on the road was swept away by 3 black winds. Looking at the 3 giant beasts rushing towards him, Di Ping didn't dare to face him even though he was powerful. He didn't even know how powerful he was, so he honestly chose to dodge. Mi Yuan flew straight from the side of the road to behind a big tree. Boom! With a loud bang, a jeep off-road vehicle where Di Ping was standing just now was directly smashed into pieces by 3 black lights. The parts of the vehicle were scattered and shot, and the frame of the vehicle flew high, rolling over a dozen meters, and then smashed heavily on thick tree trunks. The 3 wild boars are very confident in their speed. It seems that they did not expect Di Ping to dodge easily and just hit a vehicle on the side of the road. Although they knocked the car into the air, they were not feeling well. He stopped shaking his dazed head. Good chance! Di Ping was overjoyed when he saw this. The wild boar was no more than 5 or 6 meters away from him, which was the best distance to attack. Crash! He couldn't wait to rush up at this time. He thought of the skill collision, so his mind moved. Luck collided with the skill. The whole body suddenly spewed blood, the fascia was agitated, the body was tense like a bow, suddenly kicked the ground with a bang, and the ground was rubble. Flying, and one of the body moved from extremely quiet to extremely moving, and shot out with a swoosh, like a streamer passing by. It seems that the space has lost its effect at this time. The afterimage is still in place, and the person has appeared in front of the nearest wild boar, his body slightly sideways, with one elbow in front, the elbow and half of the body hit the boar's breast. Boom! A muffled sound resounded like a giant drum. Ow! With a scream, the wild boar seemed to have been hit by a fast-moving train. It flew out more than 10 meters and hit a big tree by the roadside. On the ground, blood was gushing out of his mouth, a faint humming sound came from his nose, his body kept twitching, and he slumped on the ground and couldn't move. Di Ping was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the impact to be so powerful. The perfect combination of speed and strength would achieve such an effect. When attacking in particular, it seemed that all the strength of the whole body was concentrated on the elbow and half of the body. The impact force only felt a little numb in half of the body, and the blood was tumbling for a while, but there was no injury. It seems that this kind of force will greatly strengthen the body's defense. Ow! Just when Di Ping was stunned, the 2 wild boars saw their accomplices being attacked and fell in a pool of blood, and their eyes were immediately red. After the collision just now, Di Ping already knew that his strength was really extraordinary, and this giant wild boar was completely out of the question, so he was no longer afraid, and a strong fighting spirit rose in his heart. Come! With a loud shout, he rushed towards the 2 wild boars. His eyes were full of excitement. The speed of 1 person and 2 pigs was extremely fast, and they were about to collide. It was more than 2 meters high and jumped over the heads of the 2 wild boars. Di Ping's excitement did not mean that he was dizzy. Just now, he was riding the dizzy wild boar and accidentally hit the side. The fangs that are about 10 centimeters long are enough for him, but he is flesh and blood. The 2 wild boars knew that they had hit the air, and their bodies slammed, their hooves pressed firmly on the ground, and 4 marks were drawn on the ground. All the wild grass on the road was plowed by the 2 wild boars. Then he turned around and wanted to rush back, but since Di Ping dodged, how could he have no backhand? Before the 2 wild boars turned around and stood firm, their bodies dashed forward. Slash! Muscles trembled all over, strength surged, and the Han sword quickly slashed out along a strange angle. The sword hummed and flashed red light, seemingly breaking through the limitations of space, and struck a wild boar's neck like thunder and lightning. Puff! There was a soft sound when the sharp blade pierced the flesh, and the wild boar's neck was immediately cracked with a gap of about a foot long, and the bone was deep. Ow! A wild boar on the side was not slow to react. Seeing Di Ping dodge to attack its accomplice, opened his mouth and bit Di Ping's arm. Just looking at the sharp teeth of the wild boar, if Di Ping was bitten constantly, his arm would have to be injured. Di Ping has slowly honed his fighting style in these few battles. Once he hits, he immediately withdraws and retreats. As soon as the mouth of the wild boar touches his clothes, he has already retreated. Boom! The wild boar's teeth clenched together and made a huge crashing sound. The power was so terrifying that even steel could be bitten into 2 pieces. Di Ping was horrified. Ow! The injured wild boar seemed to be even more fierce in its pain, and with a roar, it suddenly rushed towards Di Ping again. Di Ping's footing was unsteady at this time, and it was too late to dodge, so he had to bite the bullet and slashed with his sword. Boom! The long sword was slashing the wild boar's head, but I didn't expect the wild boar's scalp to be so hard. The long sword only made a loud bang, only a white mark was cut, and not even blood came out. It was just a huge force. The wild boar screamed in pain and stepped back again and again. Di Ping's palm was numb from the shock of the powerful anti-shock force. Di Ping didn't expect that the damage difference between the skill slash and the normal slash was so great. Before, the slash felt effortless to inflict a nearly foot wound on the giant wild boar, but now he can't even break the defense. It seems that the skills he felt at the beginning were really very important, and it was a better use of power. After taking a few steps back, before Di Ping could stand firm, a wild boar roared and rushed up, bowing its head and picking at him with two huge fangs. Damn it! Di Ping cursed inwardly, kicked the wild boar's head with a violent kick, and slammed the wild boar's head to the ground with a bang. The strong impact made his legs numb for a while, and he hurriedly used his body to eject backwards. Fei retreated 4 or 5 meters away, trying to jump out of the attack range of the two wild boars. Ow! Di Ping underestimated the ferocity of the wild boar. The injured wild boar was chopped by the sword and took a step back, shook his head, and rushed up again with a low roar. The speed was even faster. As soon as Di Ping landed, it arrived. Let the wild boar collide. This big guy is powerful, and has a pair of big fangs, which can be injured or disabled. Di Ping has no choice but to use the sword to do too little damage to this big guy at this time, and even with skills, it is difficult to kill with one hit. Their powerful strengths cannot be brought into play. Moreover, these two giant wild boars are not only thick-skinned, but most importantly, they are different from mutant dogs. Mutated dogs like to pounce, and the key positions are easily exposed, and this big guy greets him 3 ways, so that you can't use swords. Cut. How much damage can the back do? No wonder people in martial arts novels look down on such people. Dodging, Di Ping had to dodge the collision of the wild boar again, and then jump to the top of a bridge car on the side of the road. Boom! He had just stood on the top of the bridge car, and the wild boar he had kicked on the ground before had already rushed up and hit the bridge door with a loud bang, and the bridge car flew out 2 or 3 meters away. It was too late to jump out of the car, and it was also hit by this powerful force that the whole person flew out with the car. Boom! Di Ping slammed heavily on the trunk of a huge sycamore tree by the side of the road, and his chest felt stuffy for a while, and he almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was extremely depressed at this time. He didn't expect to encounter 3 wild boars on the first day he went out to hunt. He didn't expect that the 2 wild boars would be so difficult to deal with, attacking one after another without giving himself time to react at all, which made him very aggrieved. The strength exceeds these 2 wild boars, but there is no way to take them for a while. At this time, Di Ping suddenly discovered that the injured wild boar was blocked by the flying bridge car and flashed 5 or 6 meters away. At this time, the wild boar that had just hit the car seemed to be shaken by the strong anti-vibration force, and its hair was blinded for a while. Di Ping, when he saw Di Ping's 4 hooves, he rushed towards Di Ping. Good chance! Di Ping's eyes lit up, and he seemed to think of something. He didn't move. Seeing that the wild boar had rushed in front of him, he suddenly exerted force on his feet, and his body was raised on the ground, rising more than 2 meters high. Boom! With a loud noise, the huge sycamore tree hugged by 2 or 3 people swayed violently, the bark flew around, the wild boar just hit the tree, and the 2 long fangs slammed into the thick trunk and pulled it out for a while. Not coming out. Di Ping looked overjoyed. This was what he thought of just now. He remembered watching a documentary. When a wild boar collided with a big tree, it would not hide, so he wanted to use the big tree to knock the wild boar stunned. He stabbed his fangs into the tree trunk and couldn't pull it out, so he didn't dare to think about his body's whereabouts and rode on the wild boar. Flame enhancement. At the same time, Di Ping used the skills and talent enhancement that he had never used. He only felt a shock in his body, and a kind of energy suddenly emerged from the depths of the body and rushed straight to the Han sword in his hand. Call! The sword body of Han Jian suddenly turned red, like a layer of flame burning on the body of the sword. A scorching feeling rushed to the face, and there was a burning smell in the air instantly. The long sword plunged straight down from the back of the wild boar like oozing mud. The sound of a sharp blade cutting into the flesh was accompanied by the sound of hot iron burning the flesh. It made the scalp numb. There was not a trace of blood gushing out, and the smoke was still smoking at this time, as if the blood had been dried up, and a strong aroma of barbecue could be smelled. Ow! The giant wild boar let out a shrill scream, shaking Di Ping's ears numb, and then the wild boar began to struggle fiercely. Perhaps it was a threat of death. The wild boar would become extremely violent, and his body swayed back and forth, trying to throw Di Ping off his back, but Di Ping dared to be negligent, and hurriedly clamped his legs tightly, holding the same amount of hands with both hands. Hold the sword handle so that the boar does not throw it off. Di Ping viciously stirred the blade, and the wild boar let out a scream in unbearable pain. For a while, the whole forest was full of the shrill screams of wild boars. It was heard far away, and the other wild boar stood there for a while, not knowing what to do. Helped! Ow!
It seemed that he could no longer bear the pain. The giant wild boar suddenly roared and broke the two fangs in half with a violent force. The body was out of control and immediately twisted and ran frantically. Di Ping felt that he had used all his strength. The clip was a little numb, but he didn't let go. His hands kept turning the sword body for a while in the wild boar's body. Ow! The wild boar frantically swirled a few times and felt that Di Ping had no intention of getting rid of it, and immediately roared and ran, but its internal organs were already in a mess by Di Ping's twist. All internal organs were ruptured, and ran out of Bai Limi, then fell to the ground with a bang. His body kept shaking, and his mouth was roaring in a low voice. The last injured wild boar was actually not lightly injured, and the wound was bleeding non-stop. The wild boar that Di Ping rode just now was too crazy, it couldn't get in the hand, and when the wild boar fell, not only was it not afraid actually, he screamed and rushed to Di Ping again. Di Ping's legs were pressed by the wild boar at this time, and he watched the wild boar rushing from 100 meters away. At this time, he did not dare to delay. He shrank his legs and kicked the wild boar away. Come! Di Ping was also aroused bloody at this time, and he was madly drinking with a powerful force, and the wild grass around the violent pressure was bent into one flame enhancement this time. He didn't want to dodge, he was going to resist. He wanted to see what kind of damage effect the slash and flame enhancement would achieve. Di Ping's sword trembled, and a flame quickly covered the entire body of the sword. His body suddenly rushed forward to meet the mutant wild boar. Seeing that one person and one beast were about to meet, the violent impact shattered all obstacles on the road. Di Ping shouted angrily, and his whole body surged with power. This power brought the long sword to slash even faster. The long sword held a scorching flame and drew a red flowing shadow in the air. All were beheaded. Puff, ka, the sound of the sharp blade piercing the flesh, accompanied by the sound of the knife cutting into the bones, made the pores of the listener's body tighten. Ow! The wild boar roared only half, and half of its head was chopped in half. The powerful force not only chopped the pig's head in half, but also smashed the wild boar's head into the ground with a rapid impact, splashing blood on the ground. Di Ping took a long breath as he watched the wild boar lying on the ground dripping with blood while holding his sword. Discover the soul energy and gain 10 soul energy points. At this time, the heart of the wild boar, whose head was broken in two, stopped beating, and a mass of soul energy the size of a dark green ping-pong ball rose from the body of the wild boar, and then turned into a streamer and rushed into Di Ping's body. The system prompt sounded again, but this time was different from before. The energy did not strengthen itself, but was collected. Di Ping didn't check it carefully at this time. The other two were injured by him and fell to the ground. They haven't received soul energy yet. Obviously, the two wild boars are not dead. Di Ping also felt very tired in this battle. When is it time to rest? I found a fingernail-sized crystal nucleus from the head of the wild boar in two halves, and then walked towards the other two wild boars. Sure enough, the hearts of the two wild boars were still beating. Di Ping was not polite, and he raised his sword and fell. The two crystal nuclei were in hand again, and after 2 beeps, he gained 20 energy again, and now he has 30 soul energy, but he doesn't know how to use it at this time. Wait for a safe place to check it slowly. After a fight just now, there might be mutant animals coming over this big movement. This place is not a place to stay for a long time. Di Ping cleaned up and left quickly. He was right. It took 5 or 6 minutes for him to leave. A few mutant dogs of my family actually got together. After walking for another kilometer or so, Di Ping found a van parked on the side of the road, and hid in the back door of the taxi to prepare to rest for a while. Although he didn't suffer too much damage from the battle just now, his mind was not. It is not a small consumption, and the physical strength is also a lot of consumption. If you don't find a place to rest, it will be difficult to deal with danger. He took out the water he had brought from his small backpack, drank a few sips, and then lay down in the carriage to rest, recalling the gains and losses of this battle. This is a habit that Di Ping has developed over the years, and he summarizes the day every night before going to bed. Gains and losses, so that he can grow faster. Today's battle made him feel that he still has a much poorer fighting awareness, whether it is strength or speed far surpassing these wild boars, but he was actually embarrassed by 3 wild boars. Thea took a lot of energy to be killed, which is not normal. During the battle, he realized the power of the skills, and the combined skills were so effective when applied. The wild boar's hard scalp, which could not be cut by the sword, was split into 2 halves under the skill. It can be seen that the skill can be used properly. Combat power. The collision skill in the battle just now was very powerful, but he didn't use it very well. After the first meritorious deed, a pause made him lose the initiative. If he hadn't been stunned and continued to collide with the skill, he would definitely be able to seriously damage a wild boar. Yue can solve it easily by himself. It seems that he has too little experience, and his reaction is obviously unable to keep up. Moreover, he is not enough in the use of power, and he can't manage to retract a lot of time, and a lot of power is wasted, resulting in physical loss. The summary of this meeting made Di Ping understand more of his mistakes, and gradually improved his combat awareness. With more and more combat experience and continuous summarization and learning, he believes that the next battle will definitely perform better. Better, and it has to get better. It was very quiet outside the car, and there seemed to be no insects. After resting for half an hour, I drank half a bottle of water, and ate 2 hams and a hard-boiled egg. I felt that my physical strength was almost recovered, so I got off the car and continued walking towards the city. Tomorrow, he is going to the small gathering place to rescue the more than 1,000 people trapped in the underground shopping mall. If he wants to walk along the road, he has to go to the city first, and he is going east along the outer ring of the city, so explore more. The road will be better tomorrow. After walking another kilometer, I don't know if it was good luck or bad luck. I didn't encounter a mutant animal. The whole world was terrifyingly quiet. In the grassy forest, the sun was already moving westward, and it was almost 4 o'clock. Di Ping thought about it and prepared to go back. Today, he has walked 3 or 4 kilometers. It may be dark after walking for a while. In the world of beasts, although he is already a professional fighter, he has not yet reached the situation of invincibility, so he still has to be careful. Half an hour later, Di Ping cautiously came to the place where he was fighting the wild boar again. He didn't dare to go too fast. Who knew what mighty beasts were hidden in this lush forest, so he was vigilant all the way, but this not only drained his spirits. It's a waste of time, it's impossible to walk fast. At this time, there was only a trace of blood left in the fighting area. The 3 wild boars were gone, but there were still bloodstains on the ground, which should be traces of the corpse being dragged by some animal. The ground was cleaned very well, except for blood down, and the animals that hunted for food had long since disappeared. Di Ping's scalp was a little numb when he looked at it. These 3 big wild boars looked like tall horses. They were all eaten up in just over an hour. The boundless and infinite dark forest seemed to hide infinite terror. He didn't dare to stay any longer, and quickly walked towards the community. I was careful all the way. Fortunately, the weather was calm, and until I entered the community, I never encountered any mutant animals. It seemed that the mutant animals were all hidden. I really wanted to find it, but it was really hard to find. The big snake is still hanging on the trunk of the tree. Any animal to eat, there may be a higher position. Di Ping thought. When the castle reappeared in front of Di Ping, he suddenly felt a sense of returning home. The strong sense of fear in the outside world disappeared, and what followed was warmth, watching the family members who were still cultivating the fields. And the guards who didn't move on the city wall. His heart became extremely calm at this moment. Diego. As soon as Di Ping appeared on the bridge, the guards on the city wall found him, the gate slowly opened, and 2 team members came up to greet him with joy on their faces. Nothing happened? Di Ping nodded. In fact, looking at the expressions on the 2 people's faces, he knew that there should be no change, but he just asked to feel at ease. Daigo, everything is normal. Okay. Brothers have worked so hard, be careful. Di Ping smiled and nodded, with concern in his eyes. It's not hard work, Brother Di, please rest assured, we must keep our eyes open to ensure there is no problem. The 2 immediately promised excitedly. Master, welcome back. At this time, Barton had long been greeted at the gate of the castle, still humble and polite. Barton, have everyone settled down? Di Ping smiled slightly, then asked as he walked in. It's all arranged. It's just that the maid who will serve the master hasn't been decided yet. Patton bowed and followed behind Di Ping, responding as he walked, and then suddenly changed his tone and returned to the question of the maid. Don't worry about it now, talk about it later. When Di Ping heard it, his head was big. This was not because there were maids serving in the old and wealthy era of the landlord. If you really got a maid, what would you say? Now that you don't have any guarantee of safety, you want to enjoy it. It's not far from death, so I hurriedly called. Cut off Patton's words. Barton also seemed to feel that Di Ping was a little unhappy, and he didn't want to talk about this topic, so he didn't talk nonsense, and followed Di Ping silently, until he sent Di Ping into the main tower, served Di Ping into the bathroom, and prepared his clothes before going downstairs. I was busy with my own business. Although there are not many people in this big castle, there are indeed many things to do. Lying in the pool, soaked in lukewarm water,
Di Ping felt that the pores all over his body were so comfortable that he wanted to cry out. His fatigue seemed to be washed away by the gentle flow of water. He thought to himself that this system is really good. Sex is really enjoyable, and if you are not careful, you will really sink into it. The system will exchange all the crystal cores for crystal coins. Di Ping didn't forget what his mission was to go out today, that is, to collect crystal cores to recruit heroes. He really didn't want to go out alone. It was too uncomfortable to face a silent world. When he died, he cursed inwardly. 3 crystal cores have been exchanged, and 4 crystal coins have been obtained. Di Ping let out a long breath. He was really nervous just now, for fear that the energy of these 3 crystal cores would not be enough. If he could only replace them with 3, and the remaining one he had before had only 4, it would not be enough to recruit a D-rank hero. Fortunately, I didn't let myself down. I really exchanged 4 plus my original one, which is exactly 5. This is enough to recruit a D-level potential hero. In fact, it's not that he doesn't want to recruit higher-level people, but it's just that there are no crystal coins, right? He also has a misunderstanding that he may be limited to the game. In the game, the D-level hero can be said to be the worst hero at the bottom. Basically, no player will recruit such a hero, but don't forget that this is a reality and can be activated. Potential is very difficult, most people are ordinary people, this D-level potential hero should not be too bad. Di Ping had this kind of thought today. In fact, to put it bluntly, he still had no money in his hand. If it wasn't for him, he couldn't look down on D-level, at least he had to be B-level or above. A poor man has to think like a poor man. After careful calculation, he thinks carefully. Suddenly, he has this idea. Once this idea arises, he can't stop rushing in his mind. There is a strong test idea, whether it is correct or not. Then you have to verify it yourself. Anyway, I have 10 hero positions, and I only have 1 now. It's really a waste and it's not scary. After collecting all the crystal coins, Di Ping opened the system again. A virtual interface appeared in front of him. Every time he opened the system, Di Ping felt an illusory and unreal feeling. He couldn't figure it out himself. Now is not the time to think about this, he endured the distracting thoughts in his mind, and directly opened the tavern recruitment interface to enter the hero recruitment interface. The interface was blurred for a while, and the 3 heroes slowly revealed. Sure enough, luck was not always good, 3D level potential heroes. Appears in the system recruitment interface. Di Ping only has 5 crystal coins now, which is not enough to refresh at all. Fortunately, he is recruiting D-rank heroes this time to verify his guess. These 3 heroes, the first shooter, is directly excluded. Why? You must know that after these heroes are recruited, they are naked and have no weapons, so where can he shoot weapons for him? The second is still a barbarian, but Di Ping has recruited a barbarian boogie, and now he is recruiting and repeating. The third is a mage, and she is also a female mage. This is more in line with Di Ping's idea. He is a warrior, and it would be better if he has a long-range attack occupation. Click directly to select the mage and confirm the recruitment. He has heard Wuan, the tavern manager, say that the recruitment can be carried out directly in the system. It is not necessary to be recruited on the 3rd floor of the tavern. As long as the system is confirmed, the recruitment tower on the 3rd floor of the tavern will automatically start. After completing the recruitment task, Di Ping completed the recruitment in the bath. A red light surged in the system, covering the female mage, and instantly the female mage disappeared from the interface. At this time, the recruitment tower on the 3rd floor of the tavern suddenly lit up, and the densely packed mysterious runes on the pillars shone one by one. The prism slowly opened, and the more it opened, the larger the energy mist condensed in the middle of the column, and the electric light swam in the dense fog, like thousands of thunder snakes. The more concentrated the fog, the denser and larger, gradually spread outward to form a large fog that tightly wrapped the 3 prisms. A minute later, there was a faint sound of thunder in the thick fog, and suddenly the fog accelerated and enlarged, and the tight then suddenly retracted, compressed back between the 3 prisms, forming a human-shaped light group. The thick fog gradually dissipated, and the light gradually dimmed. A tall man wearing a black cloak appeared in the space of the column. The whole body was tightly covered, and even his face was hidden in it. The figure paused for a few seconds. Only then did he walk out, and Wuan, the steward of the tavern, had already greeted him in the lobby on the 3rd floor. At this time, Di Ping did not see all of this. He saw that the image of the female mage disappeared on the recruitment interface, and another hero appeared below the barbarian boogie in the hero interface of the tavern. The positions were all empty, and it was determined that the recruitment should be successful, so Barton was summoned to bring the female mage Gina.
Although this castle is an ancient building, it is like a sci-fi movie. It has a complete artificial intelligence system.
Ping slept in the bathtub and just told the heir to arrange Barton to go to the pub to pick up people, and Barton received it.
Ping was not used to the notification of the castle's intelligence system at first.
After Patton explained it again and again, he really felt it was too convenient. If such a large castle did not have this set of intelligent things, it would be troublesome to find someone. When Ping washed and dressed neatly and came to the living room, Patton was already waiting here, with a female mage wearing a black cloak standing beside him. The female mage has removed the hat that covers her head and put it on the back of her head. Her golden hair is naturally curly and simply draped over her shoulders. The suction force seems to suck people's soul in. The eyelashes are slender and curved, soft and not out of balance. The eyebrows are straight and slender, like a slender willow flying diagonally. The high nose is erect, the bridge of the nose is like a knife, and the lines are clear. The mouth is not large but unusually full, the corners of the mouth are slightly upturned, and a faint smile is always on the face. Not only is the person extremely beautiful, but there is also a kind of bewitching charm. Although the figure is covered by the big robe, the faint curves can still be seen. The figure should also be very good. On the contrary, there is a kind of heroism.
Master. Gina listens to you.
The female mage, Gina, looked at Ping for 2 seconds, her eyes changed instantly, and she instantly showed respect, and she suddenly knelt down on one knee and lowered her head with her right hand raised in front of her towering chest to salute.
Ha ha.
Please get up quickly.
Ping was very happy, smiled and helped the female mage Gina, who was half kneeling on the ground, and said enthusiastically, Gina is welcome here. Although he was a little shocked by Gina's beauty just now, he still reacted very quickly, and he didn't lose his humility. Although the heroes I recruited respected me, it was better to be a little bit of a man. It's just that when he put his hand on Gina's arm, despite the fabric, he could still feel the softness and warmth that made people's heart beat, and there was a refreshing faint fragrance lingering on the tip of his nose. Hot, you must know that although he was in love, at that time, he was still in college with Su Xiao, that is, hugging and kissing, so he is still a first brother. Although Su Xiao is also very beautiful, that kind of beauty is not. Compared with Yu Shujia's peach-like mature and rich woman, the impact on young men is much weaker, but this Gina is different from Lu Bingyu's natural delicacy. She is enchanting and charming, especially matched the faint fragrance on the body. When I smell it, my heart rises like fire. Ping felt that something had gone wrong recently, and he couldn't hold back his desires more and more. It was like a teenager who suddenly became enlightened about men and women, and became extremely impulsive. This is how he is now, a little bit. When the external cause was triggered, he just couldn't control it. Gina, who was lifted up by Ping, responded with a blushing face and a soft voice, "Thank you, Master." The voice was sweet and soft, and it went straight to the heart of the heart. This voice seemed to have magic power, arousing the devil in Ping's heart. Ping only felt his heart skip a beat, blood rushed up to the top door, his forehead buzzed, and his palms involuntarily increased their strength. "Master, it hurts." The arm that seemed to be grabbed by Ping's powerful strength was in pain, and Gina cried out in timid pain, tenderly groaning to the bottom of her heart. For Ping at this time, it seemed like fire fell on dry wood. Boom! Ping was involuntarily breathing, panting, like a bull in heat, staring at Gina in front of him with red eyes. What? It seemed that Ping was abnormal. When he looked up, he saw Ping's eyes full of desire. Gina seemed to be a frightened bunny, and her body swayed timidly and screamed back. "Ah!" This exclamation, like thunder in the sky, woke up Ping, who was about to run away. When he saw Gina, who was like a bird with a fright in front of him, Ping was horrified, his pores shrank, and beads of sweat poured out like spring water. Cough cough. Barton quickly served tea to Miss Gina. Ping let go of Gina's arm in embarrassment, took a few steps back, coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment, and greeted Patton while serving tea to relieve his embarrassment. "It's the master." Barton had been standing by the side and bowed his head silently. Like a statue, he didn't react at all to Ping's actions just now. At this time, he heard the order and went out immediately. Ping was full of doubts at this time. How could he suddenly become so anxious? Gina is very beautiful, but not so beautiful that Ping couldn't help but commit a crime as soon as they met, right? He didn't know there was a problem. He thought it was because he was too tired recently. At this time, Gina was here, so he couldn't think about it anymore, and shook his head with a headache. "Gina, I was rude just now." Looking at Gina, who was still a little overwhelmed, Ping said a little unhappily.
Ping is not the kind of person who is in a hurry, otherwise he would not have been fighting for Su Xiao for all these years, and he has been guarding himself, so he woke up and felt that it would hurt Gina, and expressed his regret very sincerely, although Gina the others were recruited by the system, and he respected himself very much, but he never regarded them as servants, but felt that they were flesh and blood, and the expressions in their eyes and words were completely normal emotions. Definitely not robots, so it was even more so. Treat these people as his friends and relatives, so he doesn't want to leave a bad impression in Gina's eyes. He was indeed a little rude just now. He was lustful for Gina, and it's nothing to express grievances. Gina didn't seem to expect Ping to apologize to him and waved her hands again and again in panic. Gina is frightened. The master doesn't need to apologize to Gina, and then her face flushed, looking at Ping and said timidly, "It's Gina. I bumped into the master, as long as the master thinks, Gina will obey." It was a little too sudden just now, and she panicked for a while. Although she was recruited by the system, she was indeed a living human with her own emotions. When she felt Ping's strong desire just now, she was a little scared, and then she was shocked. Call out. So Gina stood there, panicked and didn't even dare to lift her head. She was afraid that her performance just now would make Ping unhappy and cause the owner's anger. Seeing sincerity in his eyes, he was immediately moved in his heart, knowing that in their world, masters have the power to kill or kill their servants. If they are dissatisfied, they can be executed at any time. Even resistance is a sin, not to mention that masters want their bodies to become followers. She had already made all the preparations, that a master like Ping was so generous and kind. She was immediately moved and felt that she was not wrong. Gina, let's drink tea. Ping's heart jumped when he heard Gina's blatant words. His blood was about to boil again, and he hurriedly suppressed the heat in his heart. He felt that he was too shameless. The owner of the house was very embarrassed. At this moment, Barton came in with a tea tray, which gave him a chance to relieve himself and hurriedly asked Gina to drink tea. "Thank you, master." Gina also seems to be blushing for her initiative just now. After all, she is still a young girl, and she is still very simple. Just now, it was just her loyalty that influenced him to take the initiative a little bit. At this time, she felt hot on her face after thinking about it. Hearing Ping's greeting, he hurriedly took the tea from Patton, and a blush even crept up his ears. Ping looked at his heart with emotion. These recruited heroes didn't know where the system came from. They all seemed to have their own complete personalities and human emotions. He was just like what he thought before. People. Gina, where are you from? Ping sat on his rattan chair, holding a teacup in his hand and smelling the fragrance of the tea. His floating heart slowly calmed down, and then he looked at Gina and asked, "Master, I am from the city of Kalen, the Star of Sadness, and I was recruited by the master to become a follower of the master." When Gina heard Ping's question, she quickly put down her teacup and replied, "Where is that star?" As soon as Ping heard it, another planet appeared. This planet is there. Earth people have always regarded themselves as the only human race in the universe. Then there will be another planet of human beings. It's just that I don't know where this Thad star is, so I hurriedly asked. "I do not know either?" To Ping's disappointment, Gina shook her head in confusion. "Then how did you get here, do you know?" Ping was a little unwilling to give up. Since he didn't know where the Thad star was, how should he know? "I was recruited by the master. After I agreed to the contract, I fainted. When I woke up, I came to the master. I don't know how I came here." To Ping's disappointment, Gina shook her head in confusion, as if she didn't know the process of getting here. But, at this moment, Gina seemed to suddenly remember something and changed her mind. "But what?" Ping Ishi thought that Gina remembered something and hurriedly asked. "However, I seem to have learned a lot during the days, including the language of the master here, and some skills, which I hadn't learned when I was in the academy." Gina was confused and seemed to be thinking about something, and then suddenly said excitedly. Ping patted his head full of black lines. It seems impossible to get too much information from Gina, but one thing can be proved, that is, these people are really living human beings, just human beings from different planets. I don't know how the system brought these people to Earth, and then turned into recruiting heroes by itself, but I don't need to know about it, as long as these people can help me. In the subsequent exchange, Ping knew what kind of planet that is. This planet also has technology like the Earth. There are cars and trains on the ground, planes in the sky, and satellites in the sky. It seems that the technology is stronger than the Earth. There are quite a few, and the preliminary near-Earth planet development has already begun, but the Earth believes that it will develop to the near-Earth planet development in a few decades, so the difference is not too far away. The only difference is that this planet has magic and martial arts, and has become an indispensable part of people. The school of magic and martial arts is just like the ordinary schools on Earth. Culture is no longer the main subject. The main subject is the professor of various magic and martial arts. It is a martial artist who is even more powerful to the point of flying to the sky, so technology is only an auxiliary means, and the continuous development of human potential is what everyone pursues. On this planet, magicians and martial artists are more prestigious and superior, and the highest power of the planet is in the hands of these people. Everyone wants to be a great magician or martial artist, and Gina just developed her potential. Became a magician that everyone respected. She was originally an orphan, but once it was confirmed that she had unlocked the potential of a D-level mage, she entered a higher academy to learn magic knowledge. Although D-level is not high, it is also very extraordinary. It is extremely difficult to realize the potential, that is to say, only one person in 10,000 people may reach the potential. It is conceivable how rare D-level is to become everyone. It's normal to be envious. Gina has just been in school for a year. She has only learned the most basic magic knowledge, learned elementary meditation, and inherited her first skill, fireball, so she happily went into the mountains to try to hunt and kill alien beasts. The little brat with the sky and the earth ventured deep into the land where mutant beasts are rampant, encountered high-level mutant beasts, and fled to the death, and she was lucky to hide in a cave to escape, but she was left alone in this mountain inside and lost. There are countless powerful mutant beasts outside. If no one rescues them, it will not be far from death. Suddenly, a voice told her that as long as she was a follower of one person, she could not only survive, but also learn more advanced knowledge and enter a higher level of cultivator. She suddenly became happy, knowing that being a follower of some strong people on this planet is not only not a shame, but a very honorable thing, because there are many profound things that cannot be learned in the academy, and the powerful skills of good meditation are all in the hands of some big families. Ordinary people don't even want to learn it. So can she be unhappy that becoming a follower of some powerful families will have the opportunity to learn this knowledge? So she happily agreed. After agreeing, she suddenly fell into a coma, woke up again and came here. At the same time, she did learn some skills and some unlearned knowledge. What she didn't know was that the system had injected some knowledge into her while she was sleeping, and at the same time, it had also subtly joined Deeping's absolute obedience. Although they were on the same planet, once they became followers of others, they could not betray her for the rest of their lives. It is also miserable. Following the contract itself has the imprint of the soul to prevent betrayal. It is just that the system injected it is more domineering. Once violated, there is only death. From the chat, I learned that Gina was just 19 years old, just equivalent to many girls on the planet who just went to college. It's just that Deeping rolled his eyes when he heard Gina's age, and thought to himself that this is too early for development, right? Looking at Gina's chest, straight legs and mature and charming face, she looks like a 19-year-old. It's simple and deceptive. I think the women of Sod may mature early. It can only be explained that way. The two chatted for nearly 2 hours before Deeping told Barton to arrange for Gina to live on the third floor. There were only one resident on the third floor, a new female mage Gina, and the barbarian Boogie. On the third floor, Deeping decided to arrange only professionals for the senior management of the base. There are few people in the base and there is no clear division of labor, so he asked Li Shang and Fatty to follow him first to live on the second floor. When the responsibilities are clear, the third floor has to be opened, which can be regarded as a kind of welfare. Look at the time, it's almost 7 o'clock, and through the glass window, I can see that the smoke has risen in the manor, and the people working in the fields have started to carry tools to the manor in 2s and 3s. Outside the manor, you can already see the surrounding manor before and after. 2 acres of grassland were reclaimed into fields, and the yellow-black soil was opened to form straight long trenches. As long as you are a rural person, no matter how long people live in the city, people's nostalgia for the land seems to be innate. This long cultivated field seems to have yellow and black soil that represents the hope of a good harvest tomorrow. Deeping is a child from the countryside, and he has a special love for land. Looking at the land that has been reclaimed, it reminds him of his childhood doing farm work at home. Although he is very tired, he is very satisfied, especially his father. Looking at the crops growing in this field every day, there is always joy and satisfaction on the happy face. It seems that the fields are not millet but gold. When I grow up, I realize that watching the crops grow in the fields is not a good idea. Just the crops is the hope of the family. Looking at this field at this time, I suddenly felt this feeling in my heart.
It is hope, it is contentment. I have been busy for money all these years, but in the end I find that I am not happy, and I always feel that I am very tired and very tired. Hard work is always on the way of chasing money. At this moment, when he let go of everything, he realized that people are so simple, just want to live with hope and satisfaction and be happy. Thinking of this, he misses his parents thousands of miles away even more, and wants to go home to save his father and mother even more urgently. How great! He clearly knows that his current ability is not enough to travel thousands of miles to save his parents. Not only will he not be able to save them, but he may not be able to live, so he can only speed up the development of the system's functions and make himself stronger quickly. He believes that his goal is fast. Mom and Dad, you must wait for me, you must wait for me. I will go back soon, Diping murmured in a low voice. Clenching his fists tightly, he secretly decided to speed up the pace. He didn't have much time for himself. More than a week has passed since the end of the world, and the living environment must be getting more and more difficult. Boom! At this moment, a knock on the door interrupted Diping's contemplation. Come in. Diping didn't turn his head back and said solemnly, his eyes still looked at the slowly sinking sunset. Brother D, the meal is ready. The door creaked open, and a soft and glutinous voice came. Diping didn't have to look back to know who it was. That's right, it was none other than Lu Bingyu, a woman whose name was seriously incompatible. It's you. Diping then withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Lu Bingyu with a smile, this long, delicate and beautiful woman. Who does Brother D think? Is it Sister Yu? Lu Bingyu seemed to be a little dissatisfied with Diping's words, and said in a slightly disappointed tone, but as soon as he said these words, he seemed to feel a little ambiguous in his tone, like jealous, and his fair face turned red. Ha ha! It's too late to be moved by the beauty of Lu Damei who asked me to eat. Of course I will be surprised. Diping immediately felt amused when he saw Lu Bingyu's charming and shy demeanor. The thought just now made him change a lot, opened up some knots in his heart, and he became a lot more cheerful, so when he saw Lu Bingyu's shyness, he immediately wanted to tease him. Digu is not trying to make me happy, right? Although Lu Bingyu was a little shy, she still raised her head and stared at Diping when she heard Diping's words. Her eyes were full of anticipation. The big eyes flickered and flickered. Diping's heart was confused. Jump. Cough, that's of course. Diping knew that his state was unbearable. Those big eyes were matched with a soft and dead voice, alas. He quickly coughed twice to hide his embarrassment, and then nodded. Then let's go eat. After finishing speaking, Diping didn't dare to look at Lu Bingyu and hurriedly walked out of the room, not caring about the beauty standing in the room. Lu Bingyu looked at Diping who hurried out of the door and suddenly pursed her lips and secretly smiled. Her eyes were full of narrowness. She wanted to tease Diping, but she didn't expect this person to be so nonchalant, like a pure and big boy. Do's face turned red, but her eyes flashed with intense interest. This person was mysteriously tight, which made her want to explore. Diping didn't know that when he walked in front, he just looked at people with his own eyes. He thought how could it be so simple for a young lady like Lu Bingyu who came from a famous family in Jingzhou. Growing up in such a big family all the year round, he didn't know how to do it. The way the young family does things, will it be as simple as a little girl? He never thought that Lu Bingyu was just teasing him for fun. When Diping arrived at the special small restaurant on the second floor, Fatty and others all came here early. There were 3 restaurants on the second floor, 1 large restaurant, and 2 small restaurants. One of the small restaurants was the most high-end restaurant, and the interior decoration was the same. The high-end hotel was divided into rooms, and Diping and the others dined in the largest room, but at this time, there were only these few people, and the team members were all eating in the large restaurant. There were only Fat Man Li Shang and old Luo Labinji Uningnan. Yi Lu, Yu Shujie and Nan Nan were eating, which seemed very empty. Diping asked Patton to bring both Boogie and Gina together through the system, and introduced everyone to know each other one by one. When everyone knew that these 2 strong men and beautiful women were actually people with the same potential as Diping, they were shocked. Are curious about the coming of these 2 people, and this magical castle, but everyone knows that Diping is willing to say that although they have many questions, they dare not ask. Simple meals, this is Diping's request. Now the food is not too abundant, the fields have just been cultivated, and the crops will not be available for a while, so save as much as you can. Everyone seems to have their own minds and eat quietly. After the meal, Diping just explained it briefly. After everyone said a few words, they let each of them go back to rest. Diping had to leave early tomorrow morning. If he had to rest earlier, everyone stopped talking. Diping returned to his room,
took out the city map that Chung Chao had found for him, studied the route, and marked it with a marker. It is on the main road of the road, and some roads are quite wide. I remember that the trees on the roadside are not big trees, and they will not grow up like the big trees at the gate of the community that originally had adult wastes. Thick, so that the degree of damage to the road surface should be lighter, so it is easier to walk. After confirming the route, Diping simply washed up and slept on the bed. Diping casually flipped through 2 pages of his book and was about to fall asleep when he suddenly remembered that he had killed 3 wild boars today and also gained energy points, but he did not strengthen himself, and seemed to have collected them. Now, according to the gameplay in the game, it is collected in the tavern system. I don't know if it is here, and how can I use it myself? I recited the system in my heart. The system interface appeared in front of Diping, and I clicked on the tavern. Sure enough, the tavern displayed soul energy, 30. 2 heroes were displayed in the tavern box, one was the barbarian Buji and the other was the mage Gina, and clicked on the avatar. The same as the game, it shows the hero's information, level, occupation, skills, and equipment column, but the equipment column is empty. There are 2 options at the bottom, one is to solve the problem, the other is to upgrade, and Boogie upgrades to the next level. It shows that only 15 points of soul energy are needed, and then clicking on Gina to upgrade to the next level is only 10 points. The upgrade points of the 2 are actually different. Diping understands after thinking about it. The 2 men, Boogie, are C-level potential heroes, while Gina is D-level. These 2 potentials are different, and the growth rate of each level is different. It seems that the heroes have different potential levels. The energy required for the first level is also different, and the high potential level requires more energy to upgrade. Now Diping only has 30 energy points, which is only enough for Gina to upgrade to the 3rd level, and how much energy does his B-level potential need? Thinking of this, Diping researched the tavern for 3 times and couldn't find a place for him to level up, let alone how many energy points he would need to level up, so he had no choice but to close the tavern. Just as he was about to shut down the system, he suddenly found that the interface of the system was different, and he didn't pay attention to it at ordinary times. At a random glance, he just saw an extra avatar of himself in the upper left corner of the interface. He didn't notice when the avatar appeared, if it wasn't just casually looked at the interface and will definitely ignore it. I hurriedly clicked on my avatar, and sure enough, a message appeared in front of me. Castle host, Diping, occupation, warrior, level 1, buildings, castle, manor, tavern, recruited heroes, 2. There was an upgrade button at the bottom of this string of information. Diping was overjoyed. He hurriedly clicked to check it out. A message was displayed. It takes 20 soul energy to upgrade to the next level. Whether to upgrade, it really made him guess right. The potential levels are different. As expected, the energy required to level up is different for each level of magic energy, which is twice as much as that of the D level. That is how much experience is needed to achieve the SS level. Diping was a little stunned when he thought about it. Now that I have 30 points to level up, I will set off tomorrow to save people. Of course, the stronger the strength, the better. Leveling up, Diping decided to act immediately and level up a little bit. There was no reaction at all, there seemed to be no feeling at all. Just when Diping was a little disappointed, there was a sudden heat in his body, a mass of energy rose from the depths of the body, and then the blood in the whole body boiled. The blood was like a sea of fury, rampant in the body, and it seemed that you could hear it. With the sound of blood rolling, Diping's heart was beating like a giant drum, and the blood was rushing through the body with strong energy. At this moment, Diping seemed to have turned into a red-hot lobster, with scary red skin, as if the boiling blood would burst out of his body in the next moment. The intense pain was like the waves of the waves helping Diping. He didn't expect it to be so painful to upgrade a level. He couldn't breathe, and the bones all over his body cracked, and his flesh was more like a burning pain. Diping was all curled up on the bed, sweat dripping from his whole body. Diping roared in pain, clutching the sheets tightly with both hands, his teeth clenched and rattled. At this moment, he lived like a year, and every second made his heart ache. But just when Diping couldn't bear it and was about to faint, the boiling blood finally calmed down, and the pain gradually disappeared. Only a gentle palm brushed, making people feel relieved to the bottom of my heart. The originally swollen meridians felt numb at this time, and the bones seemed to be humming refreshingly under this warm energy. Every time the energy went to this place, it became hot and numb. There seems to be a feeling of new meat growing. It's just that the heat flow lasted for about a minute, and then it began to slowly disappear. The last trace was not found. It seemed that it had never appeared, but Di Ping felt that his strength was strengthened again, and the strength of his body was also strengthened. When all the energy disappeared, Di Ping carefully felt that the strength that this level up did not seem to strengthen was not much. It looked like 200 gene, which is nothing to his current 4000 gene giant strength, but don't forget, this is a lot of improvement every time you level up. You must know that the first level in the game is to be upgraded to 10 levels, and the 10th level is also 2000 kilograms. That is a ton of giant power, and it is definitely a superhuman level now. I saw it. Looking at the information again, it turned out that his level had become the first and second level, and then seeing that the soul energy in the tavern was only 10 points, Di Ping sighed in his heart, and it seemed that the road to upgrade in the future was still very long. Then he found that there was sticky black substance in his sweat, and a strong stench. Di Ping felt that he rushed to the bathroom to rinse, and after washing the soap twice, he felt clean. Di Ping felt clean after taking a bath. The whole body is light and refreshed, and it seems that the body has become a lot lighter. However, he was extremely tired, so he changed a bedsheet casually and fell into a deep sleep. He was silent all night. The next morning, Duo Di Ping woke up on time at 6 o'clock. At this time, his usual biological clock was used to it, and he would wake up at 6 o'clock. After a good night's sleep, he felt relaxed and full of strength. The bones all over his body rattled between his hands, and the powerful force filled his entire body, giving him the confidence to look at the world. Povu punched a few times, the punches were strong and steely, the punches were whistling, and there was a roaring sound, as if the air was bursting, and a soaring arrogance rose from Di Ping's heart. A punch can kill a cow with one punch. That's right, it takes minutes to kill a cow with the current strength. This powerful strength makes him want to rush out and fight with a mutant beast now. But at this time, Di Ping simply did some physical exercises. With the rapid growth of Di Ping's strength, many times he could not control his strength well, and he had already crushed several teacups, and these simple exercises can really make him familiar with his own strength more quickly, and control his strength as soon as possible. He was really distressed before. Finding this method has obvious results. There is still a long way to go to be precise. Brother D, be careful all the way. Brother D, you must pay attention to safety. At 7 o'clock in the morning, a group of people gathered at the gate of the castle, and Di Ping was surrounded by them. Everyone looked at Di Ping with reluctance and worry in their eyes. It was Di Ping who set out with Gina, and these people gathered farewell. All right. I won't go very far, maybe I'll be back in a day. Don't worry. Di Ping was most afraid of such a farewell scene, as if he would never return once he left, and his heart was also astringent looking at the eyes of everyone, and he hurriedly smiled and waved his hands to stop everyone. Brother D, take me with you. At this moment, Fatty's eyes were full of regret and hopeful. Okay, Fatty, don't act like a woman, you just need to guard your home. Di Ping was also a little moved. Although Fatty was a little timid, he was sincere to others, so he lightly patted Fatty on the shoulder and smiled comfortably. Cheng Chao, you are the most stable here. I'm gone, you can take care of this place. Di Ping looked at Cheng Chao and said sincerely, although others are gone, he is really worried here. Cheng Chao is not bad. After inspection these days, he is a person who can bear heavy responsibilities. Among these people, Cheng Chao is the most stable. He is a leader, and with him watching, I feel more at ease. Brother D, don't worry, I will do my best. Cheng Chao stood upright and looked at Di Ping's assurance with a serious face. By the way, the team members should keep up with the training, safety is more important, don't be negligent. Di Ping seemed to remember something again, and warned Cheng Chao again. Yes. Cheng Chao is another salute, with a firm and powerful tone. Buji, let you stay, you must obey Brother Cheng's arrangement and ensure the safety here. After establishing Cheng Chao's temporary leadership, Di Ping turned to look at Boogie who was carrying the fire axe and said that Di Ping couldn't get Boogie a weapon for this fire axe, so let's use this axe first. It's the master. Barbarian Boogie is very simple, with a simple and honest face, and his voice is like a bell. Di Ping felt that there was nothing to arrange. Castle Barton would be in charge. The tavern is not open to the public. Wuan can handle it. There are more things in the manor. I have also arranged to help in the past, so I can at least share some things for Dylan. Di Ping glanced over at Yushuje, who was looking at her eagerly. Di Ping returned a relieved look, while the other three girls, Di Ping, just glanced over and said nothing. No need to say much. Di Ping set off with the female mage, Gina, until the backs of the two were completely hidden by the trees, and a few people slowly recovered and walked towards the castle. When Di Ping left, Several people seem to have lost their souls at once, and seem to be missing some pillars. It's no wonder that these people usually rely on Ping for everything, and it can be said that they live under Ping's wings, so they don't need to think about anything. Go, immediately make a few people feel uncomfortable.
But this is a good thing.
Before the end of the world, these people were not Jiao, but they were suddenly useless when the end of the world came.
They could only rely on the strong to survive.
And now Ping's departure, these people can also grow up quickly, and become Ping's real right-hand man, rather than a responder who can only be arranged. 2 flowers bloom, 1 for each. Let's not talk about these people, let's look at Ping and Gina. Ping took Gina, and the two left the community, got on the road and went all the way to the south. It was more than 10 kilometers from here to the rescue area. Ping has not calculated the exact distance, but it must be more than 10 kilometers. It's 5 kilometers away, and Ping usually drives past this place, first along the road to the city for 5 kilometers, then all the way east, and finally arrives at this underground shopping mall, which is a small base where thousands of people gather. The sun has risen, and the red sun shines on the road through the leaves. There are still dewdrops on the leaves of the weeds. The slight morning wind blows, and it actually brings some chills, which is not like the temperature of summer at all. Since I just explored the road yesterday, I walked much faster.
It only took about 20 minutes for the 2-kilometer road. I came to the van that was resting before, and walked all the way. Not a single mutant animal was found. It seems that the animal has not woken up at this point, or has just returned to the nest to rest. Gina was wearing a black trench coat and her head was tightly covered, revealing only half of her fair face. She followed Ping step by step, as if she had entered the role of a follower. Her sharp eyes swept around from time to time. It was no longer the weak little girl Ping had when she first met. Her dark blue eyes flashed alertly, as if there were blue lightnings shooting out. Any movement in the surroundings seemed to be unavoidable for her to detect, and her little face was tense. Tight, with a serious and focused expression. This does not look like a student who has just entered the Magic Academy, but rather like a mature veteran. It seems that the system is definitely not bad, Ping thought to himself. Ping is okay, not too nervous.
After all, he has already traveled this road by himself, so he should feel more at ease. Besides, there are 2 people walking together to be with him.
It is not like he was alone. It seems that there is only oneself in the world.
That kind of loneliness and fear will make people mad. Ping is not a person who likes loneliness. After half an hour, I finally finished the road that I explored yesterday, and there are unknown road conditions below, so be careful. Ping stopped, glanced around, took a deep breath, and decided to walk forward, while Gina followed closely. The sun shines through the gaps in the leaves. The 2 figures cast long shadows on the ground. The road is full of cracked cement blocks, and weeds grow tenaciously. There are grass hills everywhere, and abandoned cars can be seen on the road from time to time, many of which have been covered with vines, revealing a kind of desolation. Chirp, birds chirping. Suddenly, a sharp and high-pitched voice came from the sky in the distance. The harsh voice pierced through the sky, as if it was ringing in Ping's ear.
A jolt is the sound of birdsong.
From the end of the world to the present, he can say that this is the first time he has heard birdsong.
Master! Don't move!
Ping was about to look up at the sky, but suddenly Gina's eager low voice came from behind him. He knew that Gina would not talk nonsense, and stopped immediately. Chirp, another shriek, like a metal stroke, was long and sharp. This time the sound was closer, as if it exploded directly in Ping's mind. The tweet from a few miles away, this time it was almost 1,000 meters, and it was obvious that the speed was fast.
Eagle chirping.
This time, Ping confirmed it even more.
This is the call of an eagle.
Before the end of the world, this kind of creature could be said to be the overlord in the sky. Of course, in addition to human fighter jets, it can be regarded as the peak of the food chain in the sky, which is extremely ferocious, and ordinary cats and dogs can mutate after the apocalypse.
You don't need to think about it. Before the apocalypse, you know that this kind of raptor was extremely ferocious. How could it not mutate woolen cloth? Boom!
A gust of wind and thunder came from a distance, as if thunder and wind howled. Immediately after the sky darkened, a huge shadow covered the top of the head, and at the same time, a strong momentum pressed down, and the desolation and madness carried an awe-inspiring aura of loneliness. Ping only felt that it was difficult to breathe suddenly, his legs bent involuntarily, as if he was about to kneel in the next moment, and Gina was even more unbearable.
Maybe about to fall.
Ping groaned wildly in his heart, clenched his teeth tightly, and suddenly lifted his strength, which offset the pressure, straightened his legs, and stretched out his arms to embrace Gina, who was about to close her eyes and collapse. Hurrah! At this time, the leaves began to sway, as if being blown by the strong wind, and Deeping knew that it was close. Clap clap, the sound of a few flaps of wings was like a furious sea hitting the shore, and the vigor was vertical and horizontal, rolling up a gust of wind, and the trees swayed wildly. This is the wind pressure formed by the flapping of the wings. Deeping dare not move to hold Gina and look down at the ground. The creature like an eagle must not look at it. If you look at it, it will find you immediately. The rustling of the leaves became louder and louder. Suddenly, a dark cloud passed overhead like lightning, and the ground suddenly turned black, as if rain was coming. The wind became stronger and stronger, and the trees seemed to be crushed by the wind. The weeds on the ground also swayed wildly with the wind. It was like a plane streaking across the sky, making a roaring sound. Deeping watched the huge shadow on the ground pass by before quickly looking up to the sky. He still wanted to see what such a powerful eagle was like. Gosh! Deeping exclaimed involuntarily. At this moment, he felt that his breathing had stopped, and his surprise was too great. When he looked up just now, he only saw a golden lightened shadow, but the golden shadow of light had scared his scalp numb. The first impression is that it is big, too big, no wonder it is like a black cloud pressing the top. This strange bird spreads its wings like a plane. It is definitely more than 20 meters, every time its wings move. Deeping seems to be able to see that the space is distorting. It flew at a low altitude, and the trees that were pressing all the way were swaying non-stop. The speed was as fast as lightning, and it just flew out of the ground when he raised his head. Deeping could only see the background through the gaps in the leaves, and it flew away in a blink of an eye. It seemed to be chasing something, but Deeping couldn't see it. And no. Call. After a long breath, Deeping felt his heart pounding, and he always thought that he had begun to become stronger. Who would have thought that today was really a blow to the head? There was a huge crocodile in front of him, and now there is a huge eagle. It can be said that it hit him in an instant. A sense of powerlessness rose in my heart at the same time. Deeping felt that he had to work harder. The world was too crazy, and it was a problem if he didn't work hard to survive. However, he believes that he will become stronger. What can this eagle count for? He has golden fingers. As long as he is not an idiot, he will definitely become stronger and stronger by relying on the system, and he will definitely stand at the peak of this world. Have this confidence. Gina. Deeping took a few breaths before slowly calming down his excitement. Only then did he think of Gina. Seeing that Gina, who was being held by him, seemed a little confused, he hurriedly called out softly. Owner. Gina just woke up from her daze, looking at Deeping who was holding her, her face flushed with panic, and she lowered her head and cried softly. Is Gina okay? Deeping then let go of his arms and asked with concern. Master, I'm fine. Gina is too useless to protect Master. Gina regained her footing and looked at Deeping with a lost expression, her voice full of self-blame. Ha ha. Gina. Believe me, we will become stronger and stronger, and this eagle will be caught and stewed. Deeping laughed and looked at Gina and said with pride. Gina seemed to be shocked by Deeping's arrogance, blushed and bowed her head in response. Her voice was like a mosquito. At this moment it seemed that the little girl's soul returned to her body. Let's go. Looking at Gina, who bowed her head shyly, the enchanting charm on her body immediately radiated out like a tide, her fair and reddish face, and her thin waist that could be held in her hands. Still a naval dress? The white flowers were dazzling. Deeping almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Split. It's going to kill you. When Deeping glanced at Gina's high-slit skirt, the hem was slightly open, revealing her slender and fair thighs. Deeping secretly screamed that he was dying, and he felt the blood rushing all over his body, as if it was about to spurt from his nose. He came out, and at the same time, there seemed to be wild grass growing rapidly in his heart. No! Deeping slammed the tip of his tongue. The pain made him wake up immediately. Under what circumstances? He was still thinking about this. It seemed that Dingley was getting worse and worse. He resisted turning his face away from looking at Gina, and exhaled quickly before his breath calmed down. Master, what's wrong with you? At this time, Gina seemed to see that Deeping was different, and said softly with concern. It's okay. Let's go. Deeping didn't turn his head back, as if a few words popped out of his teeth. Oh. Gina sighed, looking a little confused, but she kept up with Deeping's pace, thinking about what happened to the master. After all, she is still very young. Although she knows about men and women, she is still very hazy, and more importantly, she does not know how powerful her lethality is. The two of them didn't speak. Deeping didn't dare to look back now.
He walked forward with his head down, and completely calmed down for a while. But then he discovered the problem. Just now, he just focused on controlling his emotions, but he didn't realize that he would be walking very fast this time. He was 2 kilometers away from the elevated overhead road in front of him, and there was no movement at all. Seems too calm, doesn't it? Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and he thought that the line just now was where the eagle flew over. With the momentum of the giant eagle, no mutant animal dared to stay on this line. Di Ping was overjoyed. God help yourself. The viaduct that used to be crowded with traffic in the past is now standing quietly, like a statue that has been standing for thousands of years, so demure, and the loneliness still reveals the arrogance of being independent from the world. Of course, this is nonsense. It's okay under the elevated, the holly tree planted in the middle is not too big, but only 5 or 6 meters high. Although it is lush, it can't cover the road. There are landscape trees on both sides of the road, Magnolia japonica. When the seedlings were planted, they were not big and only about the thickness of a child's arm. Now they are only as thick as the mouth of a bull, and they are no more than 10 meters high. The road in front of the flat community is much better. If you drive, you can still walk, but if you want to die, drive it. The sound of the engine in such a silent world is as simple as shouting mutant animals with a loudspeaker. Di Ping, who originally wanted to walk on the viaduct, suddenly thought that the eagle that flew by just now still didn't have the courage to walk in the open air without shelter, so let's go down honestly. There are not many vehicles abandoned under the elevated road. When we just arrived in the urban area, there is not much traffic at night. When the end of the world comes, only a few fast-moving vehicles collide and are abandoned on the road. Stay on the road. Chirp. Suddenly there was a whistle in the sky, just like the whistle I usually hear, coming from a distance. Hurry up. As soon as Di Ping heard it, he immediately pulled Gina to hide under the magnolia by the roadside. The broad leaves of the magnolia could just block the view of the sky, and the half-human high weeds under the tree just covered the body. Chirp. The whistle was getting closer and closer. Di Ping looked up and saw a flock of birds flying out of the city from the far sky. On closer inspection, there were about 20 or 30 birds, flying quickly with their wings outstretched. Mayako? This group of flying birds was very fast, and they flew over from the city after a while. At a closer look, Di Ping recognized that this was a scorpion. However, if it is said that this is a scorpion, because the scorpion is a bit big, almost like a wild duck, it is 2 times bigger. The original simple and cute scorpion is about 5 or 6 centimeters long at this time, and the barb in front is sharper. It's the eagle's beak. Damn! Di Ping cursed secretly. A few days ago, I was still thinking about why I couldn't hear the birds' calls every morning, thinking that the birds were all dead. Is it really a crow's mouth? What bird do you want? These birds don't appear now, but the way they appear on the stage makes me a little unacceptable. For example, the oversized eagle just now, you said that some people will believe in the plane, and this pheasant-sized mylar, in groups, who knows it won't eat enough food and want to switch to meat? However, with the strong aggressiveness of all the animals that have been seen since the end of the world, these mynappers are definitely not peace messengers. The group of mylars in the sky flew closer and closer, and they were about to reach the top of the 2 of them. Di Ping stared at this group of mutant mylars. Although these mynades were mutated, they still kept the old tradition of flying in the sky and changing various formations. The whistle whistled. Di Ping also couldn't judge whether these scorpions would also be extremely aggressive. It is better to be careful or not to show their faces. Master, be careful. Just as Di Ping was staring intently at the flock of scorpions in the sky, Gina's exclamation suddenly came from behind him. Di Ping was nervous, and hurriedly retracted his gaze. Out of the corner of his eyes, a white shadow flashed out of the grass by the roadside and went straight to him. Blazing. There is no time to think about it. Bai Ying's figure is like lightning, so close to him, he has no time to think. In the blink of an eye, a cold light has already approached his face. At this time, it is too late to swing the sword. Di Ping's instinctive reaction is a short one, and one is on the spot. The lazy donkey rolled 18, its body dripping and rolling out 5 or 6 meters away. Although this trick is not good looking, in martial arts novels, heroes disdain to use it, but it cannot be denied that it is really easy to use. This roll is just avoided, and the mutant scorpion attacks a rolling person and rolls out a few meters, widening the distance from the enemy. At this time Di Ping had already pressed the ground, the man had already jumped up, the white t-shirt on his body was covered with dust, and he was angry at that time. Today, he almost capsized in the sewer. If Gina hadn't reminded him that he must be hit, it seems that he is still careless, which makes his face a little red, and his heart is even more angry.
and his eyes swept sharply at Bying. It turned out to be a white cat, nearly a meter in length, bigger than some adult dogs. It looked like a little tiger. At this time, he was staring at Di-Ping with half-squinted eyes, blood flashing in his eyes, and his body was half bowed, the hairs all over his body are exploding, and he seems to be ready to attack at any time.
Exploration. Di-Ping's thoughts moved, and a probe was thrown over, and a message was immediately revealed. Mutant cat, bloodline level, none, innate skill, none, enhancement level, 0 level, skill, none. Dead cat is courting death.
Di-Ping scolded him when he saw this. An ordinary mutant cat that had not even unlocked its potential and had not advanced yet dared to sneak attack on him.
How could he not let himself get angry? Killed by the sword. Meow. The white cat seemed to be angry too.
This time, the attack with all odds was in vain.
Usually it was a good hunter.
Today, this shame must be taken back, so he rushed to Di-Ping with a low roar.
Act recklessly.
Di-Ping scolded secretly, raised his legs, and was about to rush to chop and kill this wild cat who didn't know the sky was high and the soil was thick. Boom, there was a sudden explosion, and a fire broke out in front of Di-Ping, and the mutant cat was hit by a group of big fireballs shot from behind Di-Ping by lightning, and the fireball immediately wrapped the white cat into a larger ball.
Fireball. Meow.
A shrill scream came from the fireball, and the fireball suddenly fell to the ground. The white cat kept rolling on the ground trying to put out the flame, but it was all in vain. But no matter how he rolled, the flame was like the poison of
the tarsus.
Lau Lau stuck to it and couldn't get rid of it, but the white cat's meow became weaker and weaker. After 10 seconds, the white cat stopped struggling, and the flame this slowly dissipated, revealing a black thing on the ground, and a smell of barbecue.
I rely on.
Di-Ping stared blankly at the white cat barbecue that turned into a mass of black carbon on the ground, and 1,000 fucking horses were running in his heart.
Is this the mage? Is this the D-level potential that the most dishonest person in the game hates dogs? He's so strong.
Di-Ping scolded inwardly, this is much more handsome than his own fighters. He knew that he had chosen a mage, who would think mage is much more fun than the game. This fireball is so handsome, so strong explosive power, so strong flammability, really dipped to death. Gudong swallowing his saliva, he looked back at Gina in disbelief, and saw that Gina was looking serious, a small hand stretched out, palm slightly open, facing the direction of the white cat, very handsome. Di-Ping's eyes there was a frenzy, and I was almost drooling.
Ah! Master!
Gina, who had a serious face at first, seemed to sense Di-Ping's gaze. She raised her head to look at Di-Ping, and found Di-Ping's envious and fiery eyes.
Road! Gina!
Di-Ping woke up from his thoughts when he heard Gina's voice, and quickly wiped the saliva that might flow from the corner of his mouth, looking at Gina.
Master.
Gina replied softly, her blushing still not dissipating.
You're great. Di-Ping raised his big mother's finger and praised Gina. Indeed, Gina performed very well.
It wasn't her who reminded herself just now that she might have been tricked, and the follow-up reaction was also perfect, so she didn't have to do it herself.
Thank you, Master. Gina suddenly grinned, and seemed to feel embarrassed again.
His face turned even redder, and he bowed his head and thanked Di-Ping softly. Found soul energy and gained 6 energy points. It was 6 points of soul energy again, and only from knowing the function of this soul energy, Di-Ping saw that the mutant beasts were full of energy and crystal coins, and he was about to become a money fan.
Cuckoo! Suddenly there was a chaotic cooing sound in the sky. Broken!
Hearing the cooing sound, Di-Ping's scalp suddenly numb, and his thoughts are broken. Just now, I was only focusing on dealing with the mutant cats, but I forgot that there was a group of mutant mylars in the sky. Others came out from the grass under the trees, and the whole thing was exposed in the middle of the road, which was very eye-catching. The miserable meow of the mutant cat just now came out far away, unless all the scorpions were blind or deaf, but this was impossible. When the scorpion screeched quickly, it immediately sounded overhead.
Knowing it's broken, it's really unbearable. Gina, hurry up and hide.
Di-Ping was in no hurry to come and shouted at Gina in a hurry. Looking up, sure enough, a group of scorpions that were flying ahead were hovering in the sky at this time. With the sound of cooing, dozens of scorpions turned out to be like cannonballs falling from the sky, rushing straight towards this side. When he got down, Di-Ping was shocked. These mylars are not 3 or 2, but they are easy to deal with. 30 or so, swarming up, it takes a little effort to kill you. It is really uncomfortable to be pecked twice. You can know this just by looking at the hooked mouth.
Guys are not as messy as they seem. Why don't you hide? Di-Ping was also about to find a place to hide.
When he looked back at Gina who was standing still, Di-Ping suddenly became angry.
Didn't he call for you to hide? Why are you standing still, stupid? Owner?
Gina stood there and didn't move, looking at Di Ping aggrieved, but her eyes swept helplessly. Damn it, seeing Gina's expression, she was stunned for a moment, and then she glanced around and wanted to scold. That's useful. This viaduct is 10 meters high and the space is so large. There is no difference between the presence and absence of the siege, but there is nothing around. There are only trees, and the main thing is not big.
Di Ping suddenly stood up Blackline. Come on.
I just happened to get a few scorpion soup to eat today. Seeing that there was nowhere to hide, Di Ping stomped his foot, bit, and said fiercely, throwing the scabbard aside, holding the sword in both hands, his eyes fixed on the air.
Gina, hide behind the tree. Di Ping instructed Gina behind him without turning his head.
The group of scorpions was very fast, falling like an arrow, with a whistling, long whistle, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the sky above Di Ping. At this time, Di Ping was holding his sword in both hands, his eyes were sharp, and he was staring and waiting for the mutant giant scorpion to pounce. Suddenly Di Ping saw more than a dozen small fireballs roaring out from behind him, launching like rockets with a long tail of smoke, and heading straight for the swarms of scorpions that were slanting down. The group of scorpions also seemed to sense the danger, and immediately flapped their wings, trying to reduce the speed of their fall. Suddenly, the sky was a mess, and dozens of Mylars had a traffic accident in the sky. They were crowded with each other, and they flapped their wings in a panic and wanted to fly out, but it was too late.
Boom, with a loud bang, fireworks burst into the sky immediately.
More than a dozen fireballs surrounded the group of scorpions and then exploded, blasting out 10,000 flaming balls. Immediately, the poison smeared on the scorpion and ignited, and the scorpion turned into a group of flying fire crows in the sky, flapping its flaming wings, dyeing the whole sky red. For a while, the crackling sound continued, and it was accompanied by the screams and whining of the scorpion, which was heart-wrenching and extremely tragic. Puff the scorpions, like birds hit by guns, fell to the ground with flames, and the sound of thuds continued, accompanied by the sound of squeaking and burning flesh, and there was a strong fur burning in the air.
Odor.
A minute later, the last scorpion landed on the ground and turned into a cloud of gray carbon. The road was covered with a layer of black stuff for a while, and there was smoke from time to time. The originally noisy environment immediately quieted down, and it was quiet. Scary, only the squeaking sound of oil coming from the corpse of the black hovu on the ground. The fireworks in the sky also slowly dissipated in the air. Di Ping held his sword up as high as he did, his body was sluggish, he should be in a state of shutdown at the moment, his eyes were fixed on the piles of fire on the ground.
The corpse of Yin Zizi couldn't react for a while.
To say that the fireball that killed the white cat just now shocked him, now this mage directly subverts all his cognition, he did not expect that the profession of mage is so destructive in reality. The use of elements is indeed not comparable to ordinary power. It is not difficult for him to kill these mutant scorpions, but it is impossible not to be injured. He may be hurt, but he still can't achieve the realm of sword dance. It doesn't take 3 to 5 minutes to kill 30 birds, don't even think about it, you know where your abilities are, and if he dares to blow the air, he will die faster than anyone else if he doesn't recognize his own strength in this apocalypse. The mage is just a simple skill. He remembers that the game calls this skill ignition, which is equivalent to the group attack version of fireball. It can release a dozen fireballs around the enemy to form a chain explosion, causing explosion damage and fire damage to the range class. Originally, this is a bunch of data in his image, but whoever wants to use it will become so terrifying in reality. At this time, Di Ping regrets it a little, really regrets it. If he felt a little regret just now, then now he regrets going to his grandma's house. Originally, when he chose a soldier, he felt that the soldier would rush to kill, the sword would see blood, he was extremely domineering, and his passion must be very refreshing, but at this time, when he saw that the soldier's bland skills were as simple as the mage, he regretted it. Looking back at Gina, who was standing not far behind Di Ping, she was agitated for a while, and seemed to feel Di Ping's eyes. Standing there with his head bowed, no dare to look at Di Ping. Oh my god. Di Ping patted his forehead secretly. Is this the female mage who destroyed dozens of mutated Mylars with a single hand? Don't say that others don't believe it, even Di Ping doesn't believe it when he sees it now. Such a charming little woman who blushed at first sight was a master at wielding her hand to kill mutant beasts. Mage? Mage. Di Ping was a person who seldom envied others, but at this time he was really envious. He felt that a warrior was not as good as a mage. He should study more and not blindly choose a profession. Oh right, I don't know if I can choose again? Di Ping suddenly thought to himself. Once the inheritance can't be changed again, please don't mess around with the host. The warrior profession is one of the strongest professions. Just as he was thinking of a sudden beep, the cold voice of the system resounded in his mind again, directly criticizing Ping.
Ah! Can you hear me?
Ping was overjoyed when he heard the sound of the system. The system usually ignored him at all, but sometimes he suddenly said a word.
Why did he suddenly open his mouth today? Could it be that the system is not mechanical, but intelligent?
Ask. There was silence in my mind, no sound, and as before, the system ignored Ping at all.
System, why don't you speak, make a sound? Ping asked again, but the system remained silent. Where are you from? Have a word? Ping asked without giving up. Master, what's the matter with you?
Gina stood not far away, watching Ping muttering in a blank mouth, not knowing what was wrong with him. She stepped forward and asked worriedly.
Oh. It's okay.
Ping stopped when he heard Gina's voice, and scolded you inwardly, and then replied listlessly.
Crystal nucleus.
Ping suddenly slapped his head.
Aren't the corpses in this place all nuclei? I almost forgot about it.
Let go of the system, and I will talk about it later when I have a chance.
It is too dangerous to stay in the wild now.
Ping quickly stepped forward and first took out a crystal nucleus from the mutated cat corpse.
The size of the little finger was only a little bigger than the one obtained from the mouse.
Looking at the mutated corpse of the mutated scorpion, Ping was a little uneasy for a while. It is not known whether these mutant birds have crystal nuclei.
Don't worry about it, just take a look and see.
Ping put down his worries about gains and losses, stepped forward and broke open the head of a mutated scorpion. A suet white jade as small as a red bean appeared on the head of the mutated scorpion.
Ping was immediately overjoyed, and even though the nucleus was small, it was a mosquito. It's also meat when I'm small. Gina watched Ping look for the crystal nucleus in the mutated scorpion.
She did not know where to find a knife to help find the corpse to find the nucleus. After 10 minutes, all the mutated scorpions were broken.
Nuclei collection is complete. Ping didn't dare to delay, and took Gina forward quickly and left this place.
Fortunately, there is a bus stop 500 or 600 meters in front.
There is a bus parking lot. This station is located under the viaduct. There is a small house in the station, which should be the place where the duty personnel live. Ping gently pushed it open with a click.
The room is relatively simple, only about 10 square meters, with a small bed, a small table and a chair. There is a small TV on the table and nothing else. After taking Gina into the door, Ping closed the door lightly. When I came to the door, I breathed a long sigh of relief. He took the backpack off his back, took out 2 bottles of mineral water and handed it to Gina. He sat down on the chair and took a few mouthfuls to quench his thirst.
Gina also gently twisted the mouth of the bottle and put it on her rosy lips.
She took a sip and closed the bottle. The red lips were stained with a little water, and she seemed to feel her rosy tongue sticking out playfully. He licked his lips. If Ping saw it at this time, he must have called for help again, and he was exchanging crystal coins at this time.
He wanted to see how much crystal coin the mutated scorpion's crystal nucleus could be worth.
34 crystal cores are exchanged for crystal coins, and 16 crystal coins are obtained. Ping was overjoyed when he heard 16 coins. Originally, he thought it would be good to change a few coins, but he didn't expect to exceed his expectations by so much. 14 coins are enough to recruit a sea-level hero, and his strength can be further strengthened.
Today he looked at the giant eagle.
With the emergence of giant eagles, it is conceivable that birds have also mutated. After that, a large number of mutated birds will appear, and the living environment of human beings will be further deteriorated. It will be difficult to move, and one's own strength must be further strengthened,
in order to survive better in this apocalypse.
Before the end of the world, with the development of human urbanization, the living space of animals has been gradually compressed, and wild animals have become less and less.
Only some mountainous or remote areas can wild animals survive. Also the result of forest protection of the ecological environment.
Therefore, the mutant animals in the city are mostly mutant cats and dogs. More mutant animals come from zoos in the city center, as well as animals in several pet markets in the urban area. But a bird is different. Although the living environment of the pre-apocalyptic birds is also squeezed, there are still many birds, even in the urban area. Although there are few raptors, there are still many ordinary birds.
So Ping has a sense of urgency.
Strengthening his strength is what he wants most at the moment, so the system interface opens.
Ping clicks on the tavern. There are still 2 heroes displayed in the tavern box, but the value of the crystal coins above the heroes has changed from 0 to 16, and the soul energy value has also changed, and it has become 72. Di Ping is immediately happy, knowing that 72 is enough for him to upgrade to 3 levels. No nonsense, let's upgrade first. At this time, recruiting heroes is put aside first, and the most important thing is to become stronger. He exited the tavern in a hurry, clicked on his avatar, and directly clicked on the upgrade item. After clicking 3 times, Di Ping did not blink, 3 golden lights flashed, and Di Ping's level had changed. It has become the 1st and 4th level. Thinking of upgrading Di Ping, he felt scared. The pain from the previous upgrade made his heart palpitate, but for the sake of strength, he couldn't do anything about it, he had to upgrade even in pain. Resisting the fear in my heart, I confirmed the upgrade. He closed his eyes tightly, waiting for the pain to come, and after a few seconds, a mass of energy rose from the body. This warm energy is like a stream of water, quickly rising from the depths of the body, turning into warm currents wandering around the body. Every time the body starts to get hot and hot, it feels itchy and numb, and the energy flows through the meridians and meridians. It will be like a needle prick, but not very painful, just a little numb. When the energy flows to the bones make a clicking sound, which seems to become stronger, and then flows to the flesh. When the flesh tightens, it seems that every cell is making a satisfying sound, quickly becoming denser and tougher. Another surprise for Di Ping was that this time there was no pain from the last time. Although it was slightly uncomfortable, it was completely tolerable. The refreshing feeling made him a little intoxicated, so cool. But the energy came and went quickly. After half a minute, the energy didn't dissipate without a trace, and finally went straight to the Dantian position of the Qi Si along the Du Meridian. Di Ping suddenly felt the heat rising in the Qi Si. Seems to be widening outward, accompanied by acupuncture-like pain. The entire lower abdomen seems to be punctured by needles, and the intensive pain makes him uncomfortable. Di Ping groaned, and the sweat on his head fell. Fortunately, the pain disappeared in just a few seconds, and the energy slowly floated down. "Master, how are you?" Di Ping let out a long sigh, and then wiped the sweat from his head. The few seconds just now felt like a year. At this time, Gina had already discovered Di Ping's condition and had already left the bed and was standing in front of Di Ping, looking at him with concern. "I'm okay." Di Ping slumped in his chair, panting heavily, as if he hadn't recovered from the pain just now. It will be very painful for the master to return to his Dantian for the first time. At this time, Gina took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the sweat from Di Ping's forehead, while saying, "How do you know?" Di Ping screamed in surprise when he heard it, grabbed Gina's hand and asked nervously, how did this Gina know that she was in Dantian? Could she see it? Di Ping was extremely surprised at this time. "Master, you hurt me." Gina's face suddenly changed, and she frowned and looked at Di Ping in pain. "Oh. I'm sorry, I was too surprised just now." Di Ping hurriedly let go of his hand. He knew his strength, neither light nor heavy. This Gina's delicate woman could be grasped by his big steel hand. I have seen in the academy the brothers who are warriors go back to Danhai, and the teacher who was there at the time also said that warriors strengthen their bodies in the first order, and when they reach the first order and fourth order, they start to strengthen the Sea of Qi and prepare their vitality for the second order. Are you ready? Gina carefully explained while stroking Di Ping's painful jade wrist. I see. It was at this time that Di Ping came to understand, thinking that he was really careless. Since he knew that Gina's world was a magic martial arts system, he should ask more about this knowledge, so as to save himself from being a little white man who can't see anything in the dark. You know, you can't learn to cross the river by feeling the stones, right? This is cultivation, and you can't make a single mistake. A single mistake may lead to infatuation, resulting in immeasurable consequences. Then Di Ping excitedly asked Gina some questions, but he was disappointed? Thinking about it, I think too much. This Gina has only been in school for half a year, and the things she has learned have not been taught by the system, and the system is full of magical knowledge. Just now this was just because I happened to see the senior brother's promotion teacher talking about this place. Di Ping's reaction just now was exactly the same as that of the senior, so he made a bold guess. All right. Di Ping said helplessly, bowing his head dejectedly. After picking up his mood again, Di Ping checked his own upgrade. He felt that his strength had increased by 600 Jin this time, and his strength had officially increased by 5,000 Jin. Feeling the surging power, it seems that there is inexhaustible strength. It is really ruthless to lift up and move ruthlessly without a ring. Thinking that Li Yuanba, the first fierce general of the Sui and Tang dynasties, is just like this, right? Strength is a strange thing. It can turn a weak person into a strong person, and it can make the strong person stronger. It seems that this world is not in sight. It really feels like daring to go to the 9 heavens to imprison the dragon and catch the turtle in the 5 oceans. Di Ping really had such an idea when he felt the vigor in his body like the waves of the Yellow River. At this time, he figured out that how the military generals in ancient times dared to rush and fight in the 10,000 army. This is all the infinite courage given by the power to dare to fight between heaven and earth. At this time, he was like this, and he wished that he wanted to rush to kill and smash everything that stood in front of him. There was a bloodthirsty urge in his heart. Taking a few deep breaths, suppressing the frenzied agitation of myself, I suddenly felt a jolt, and my heart jumped. I felt that I couldn't increase my strength like this in the future. If I increase my strength so quickly, not only would I not be able to effectively control the finer strength, he couldn't even control his mentality. This bloodthirsty impulse made him feel scared for a while. He thought maybe this was the aftereffect of the one-sided increase in power caused by the insufficiency of the insane state of mind mentioned in the novel. From this, Di Ping thought that the urge to explode these days may also be related to this, because it is not like his character at all. Super self-control is something he has always been proud of, and he has almost tripled twice in the past few days. Out of control, it has reached a serious level, and he must pay attention. Although he does not know if his guess is correct, there is a feeling that tells him that this idea is inseparable. She opened the bottle, drank a few more sips of water, and suppressed the fear in her heart. Gina stood in front of Di Ping and kept looking at Di Ping with concerned eyes. She felt that Di Ping seemed to have a lot of mood swings just now, but she didn't know it. For some reason, I was very worried about Di Ping's state. I'm fine, you can rest for a while. We'll set off in a while. Di Ping had completely stabilized at this time, looked at Gina who was concerned about him, and smiled gently. Oh well. Seeing that the expression on Di Ping's face had calmed down, Gina also nodded obediently and returned to the bed to sit down, then sat cross-legged and closed her eyes to adjust her breath. Di Ping took his eyes off Gina, opened the system interface again, and clicked on the tavern icon. He wanted to see if the new heroes in the tavern were refreshed. Click on the hero recruitment interface again, and at a glance, the hero has been refreshed. At this time, Di Ping has understood the rules of the system. The hero recruitment is refreshed once a day. It should be refreshed after 12 midnight, because I slept last night. It was almost 11 o'clock, and he also glanced at the hero that had not changed, but it had changed at this time, and the same was true for the previous 2 times. This correspondence knew that the system refreshed the rules. The 3 heroes are lined up, all of them are D-level heroes, but Di Ping has given up his original view at this time. In the game, D-level is the weakest, but the female mage Gina has subverted his belief, knowing that the D-level potential is also quite powerful. Although Di Ping knows that D-level is not weak, but who doesn't want better if there is good? Don't be stupid if you have C-level and have to have D-level? Maybe Di Ping was unlucky today. This refresh was all DS and not a single C. Di Ping was a little annoyed for a while, and he was tangled about whether to refresh. He knew that he would get a crystal coin in a flash. I finally got it a little bit, but I can't use it indiscriminately. But in the end Di Ping didn't give up and clicked refresh. The golden light flashed, the interface blurred for a while, the 3 heroes slowly faded, and disappeared after a while, and 3 heroes slowly emerged in the flashing, becoming clearer and clearer, until the golden light disappeared and the 3 heroes completely appeared in the system and the interface. Shit! Di Ping scolded angrily. Sure enough, he was unlucky. There were still 3D ranks in the system. If you run out of coins, there are really good heroes who don't even need to cry. Forget it. Di Ping sighed helplessly, and turned off the system. Sometimes life is necessary, and if there is no life, don't force it. He still felt very open-minded. Gina. Ready to go. Packing up her backpack, she looked at Gina Dipping, who was sitting cross-legged by the bed, and greeted her softly. Good host. Gina's eyes widened when she heard Di Ping's voice. She smiled brightly, and jumped off the bed. Di Ping opened the small door, looked outside and found nothing unusual. Then he walked out of the hut and took a deep breath of the fresh air outside. It would be great if it weren't for the apocalypse, Di Ping was thinking in his heart, but knowing that it was a delusion, he shook his head and took Gina away. This time it went very smoothly. The road was quiet and there was no movement at all. The sun had already risen high, and the flames fell from the sky and scorched the earth. Fortunately, there were many trees and dense forests, and the temperature was not too high. Di Ping did not feel too much walking under the trees. After passing the sun, the 2 of them were very fast. They had walked 4 or 5 kilometers from the hut. It was only 9:30, and they were getting closer and closer to their destination. It should have been the hottest season, but at this time it was not hot at all, and the slight breeze was blowing and it was still cool. As long as it was not directly exposed to the sun, I could not feel the burning sensation. I looked back and followed me closely. Gina, who was on the side, saw that although she was covered in a mage's robe, her face was as smooth as jade, and there was no sweat at all, as if she had not gone so far. "Gina, are you tired? Do you want to rest?" Ping felt that Gina was a woman after all, so it would be better to ask. Caring about women is a man's job. "Master, I'm not tired." When Gina heard Ping's question, she immediately smiled and replied softly. "Damn." Ping looked at Gina, who was so beautiful because of her smile, and her heart skipped a beat again. An evil fire rose from her lower abdomen, her face changed and she quickly suppressed it. "It's promising. It seems that the mood problem is affecting me more and more seriously. This time the upgrade is too reckless. The previous power has not been fully controlled, but it has increased again, so why is it playing a game? Just now, even walking was light and airy, sometimes heavier and sometimes lighter, with unpreparedness and serious power leakage, but fortunately, after walking for a few kilometers, it was considered a lot better." When Gina saw Ping's reaction, she immediately covered her mouth and smiled softly behind Ping's back. Her 2 big eyes were curved into a cute crescent moon, and a seductive charm spread, but Ping didn't know all this. The girl deliberately had to take good care of her. He was trying to calm down his already restless mood. "If you have time to see Gina, not to mention he has to dare to watch it." The two said nothing. Ping didn't dare to look back, and Gina didn't dare to talk nonsense if the master didn't say anything. They just walked forward silently, and after walking another kilometer, the ring road was finally finished, and the rest of the road was in the urban area. Although this is a new area, it has been developed for more than 10 years, and it has already become what it is. There are high-rise buildings on both sides of the road, and the danger increases greatly when you get here. There are buildings on both sides of the road, and there may be mutant animals rushing out at any time. So random. Landscape trees are also planted on both sides of the urban area. After the mutation, they all grow into giant trees in the sky. The trees are so thick that 2 or 3 people hug each other. The strong root system even destroys the road surface. The cement is broken and raised, but it is stronger than the suburban ones. Weeds grow tenaciously among the empty floor tiles. 2 green belts are formed on both sides of the street. There are many accident vehicles parked on the road, some of which have been burned to skeletons, and bloodstains can be seen from time to time, but no bodies have been found. The shops on both sides have closed doors and some are open. And the glass was broken on the ground, but it was still frighteningly silent, and there was no human being, except for Ping, of course. The usually noisy streets are silent at this time, as if humans disappeared from the city overnight. A gust of wind blew, and the garbage bags on the ground rolled with the wind. The echoes between the building and the building give people a desolate feeling of prosperity and desolation. "Be careful, Gina." Ping greeted Gina without looking back. This kind of environment made him feel hairy in the bottom of his heart. It seemed that the two were walking on the ancient land, and a desolate and dead silence tightly wrapped the two of them, generally making people breathless. "It's the master." Gina also knew that this was not the time to play, so she responded in a serious tone, and watched carefully with vigilant eyes. Looking at the location of the underground shopping mall on the map, there should be less than 3 kilometers, which is not far away. He believes that as long as he is careful on the road, there should be no problem. Holding the long sword in his hand, Ping walked forward cautiously. His eyes swept his surroundings sharply from time to time, his ears even stood up, listening to the surrounding movement. The lightsaber is easy to use, and you don't need to draw it out when you are in danger. Originally, I wanted to learn to be handsome in martial arts movies, but it was really not practical. Whoa! Ping and the two walked past the door of a supermarket. Suddenly, a sound of glass breaking came from the supermarket. The sound was extremely harsh in this quiet environment. Ping was startled. Hiding behind a big tree, he looked towards the supermarket. This supermarket is not big, with only 3 facades, and all of them have floor-to-ceiling glass windows. There are no lights in the supermarket and it is very bright. Ping carefully moved to the door and probed to look inside. There are shelves that are as high as 1 person, blocking the line of sight, and you can't see what's going on inside. Yu Lai was originally a member of the food collection team of the underground base. There were 10 people in their team. They had gone out 2 or 3 times. The harvest was not bad each time,
and nothing went wrong. It's okay, who knows what's going to happen. When they each returned to the underground base with a large bag of food on their backs, they were attacked by several mutant dogs as soon as they arrived at the shopping mall square. Biting, blood splattered. A few people were scared and immediately turned around and ran wildly, and 2 or 3 people were directly scared and stupid. Their legs were shaking, their eyes were straight, their mouths were shaking, and they were frozen there and didn't know how to run. Who else would care at this time? Anyone who can run will run like crazy, for fear that the mutated dog will catch up with the slow runner. Yu Lai was the one who responded faster. He grabbed his frightened companion, Lu Han, who had been unable to react. He turned and ran away. After being pulled by Yu Lai, Lu Han finally reacted and hurriedly ran. At this time, a violent barking sounded one after another. This was because more than a dozen mutant dogs heard the movement and rushed over from various dark places. The few who didn't run were already too late to react, and they were immediately arrested. The mutant dog chased after him for a while, biting wildly and splashing blood, and the screams stopped one after another. There were even a few mutant dogs who did not participate in the attack, and even chased after the fleeing people. This time, these people were frightened, and they ran like crazy. Listening to the screams that came from behind, these people could not wait. Parents have 2 more legs. It's just how their speed can be compared with these mutated dogs. The mutated dogs that were chased later quickly caught up with the 2 behind people, and several mutated dogs rushed up, and immediately screamed. Run! Yu Lai didn't even dare to turn his head back, shouted at the remaining 4, and rushed forward. Fortunately, this kid has good physical strength. He is a good runner in college. This acceleration surpasses everyone else. He runs ahead, and runs faster and faster. Only Lu Han is behind. The other 2 are white-collar workers at work. They usually have physical labor. They were out of breath after just running a few steps, not to mention speeding up. They were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they ran slower and slower. Now, wait for me. Yu Lai and the 2 ran around a corner and were nearly 50 meters away from the 2 behind him. At this moment, 2 screams came. He knew that the 2 behind him did not run away. Looking back, I saw that a hotel door was open with 2 pairs of eyes, and rushed in with a sullen expression, then found the stairs and quickly ran upstairs to find a room to hide. But in fact, they didn't know that after the mutant dog knocked down the last 2 people, it was also the last 2 mutant dogs that followed. The red-eyed mutant dog seemed to have forgotten them at all, just frantically biting the 2 people on the ground, and let them escape. Yu Lai and Lu Han didn't know this. They hid in the hotel and didn't dare to go out after being beaten to death. It has been swept away, not even a hair is left. The 2 are helpless, can't they starve to death? After several investigations, it was found that the mutant dog did not seem to be chasing after him, so he dared to go downstairs to find something to eat. I don't know how many people have been swept by this neighborhood for a long time. There is nothing to eat, so I have to walk far away. Finally, the 2 of them walked around and found that there was no one in the supermarket, so they opened the door. When they saw the food on the shelf, the 2 of them were already hungry, and they grabbed the bread on the shelf and ate it, but Lu Han choked on the food too quickly, and in a hurry to get water, he accidentally knocked off the bread on the shelf. A glass jug. The glass jug slammed to the ground. This time, the 2 of them were terrified. If the loud voice was heard by the mutant animals, the 2 of them were so frightened that they didn't dare to let it out. Lao Lai doesn't seem to be moving? Yu Lai and Lu Han hid behind the shelves and didn't dare to move. After waiting for more than a minute, they didn't hear any movement outside. Lu Han couldn't hold back any longer. Lai said, "It's good that you can be careful, your heart will scare you out." Yu Lai pierced Lu Han's waist with his fingers and complained angrily. He. Accident, all accident. Lu Han also knew that he almost got into trouble and embarrassedly touched his head and smiled awkwardly. "I'm so hungry, I'll eat more, I almost choked to death just now." Lu Han felt that there should be no danger, and took a bag of bread from the shelf, opened it and bit it, looking like a starving ghost. "You kid is helpless. You can't wait for a while, and you don't know what's going on outside. Hey, I said you can't slow down. Don't choke again." Yu Lai was helpless when he saw Lu Han who was gobbling down, so he could only remind him in a low voice. "There is this." Lu Han shook the mineral water bottle in his hand gently, and his mouth was filled with noodles and said vaguely, "Yu Lai really has nothing to say about his best brother. He has a big heart and is scary, and he is a big-hearted person. I remember that when I was in college, I talked about a girlfriend. The friend dumped, the crying one is sad.
It is true that the hearer weeps and the seer is sad. The brothers in the dormitory were really sad when they saw this guy. When did he cry like this? So they wanted to take him out to drink, but when he heard that he was drinking, the crying stopped immediately, and he pulled a group of petrochemicals with a smile on his face. My brothers went to drink. You didn't see him at the wine table. God couldn't hold back. He ended up getting drunk. The next day people went to play ball happily. The land is not like him. From now on, these brothers know that this guy is so arrogant that no one is willing to care about anything with this guy, because you can't care about such a person. If you want to fight or kill today, maybe you will have to pull it tomorrow. Go for a drink with what you call a brother. Yu Lai was also very hungry. At the base, he could only get 1 or 2 pieces of bread a day. That was enough to eat, but his stomach was always empty. They were all soft. I was frightened just now and I forgot to be hungry. At this time, when I saw the incense that Lu Han was eating, I immediately groaned in my stomach, and hurriedly grabbed a piece of bread and stuffed it into my mouth. It's just that they didn't know that although the voice of the conversation just now was soft, it was really heard by Di Ping, who carefully walked to the glass door and listened. You must know that Di Ping's ears have been strengthened a lot now. He could hear a rat running past, not to mention the voices of 2 big men. Gina followed behind Di Ping, but instead of looking into the supermarket, she kept scanning the street and guarding the back for Di Ping, but she also listened to the truth. You must know that the most powerful mage is spiritual power. Although she couldn't express her spirit, her super spirit made his hearing far surpass that of ordinary people. She might not be under Di Ping's, and she could hear the movements of the supermarket clearly. The two looked at each other quickly. Di Ping winked and asked Gina to stay outside. He went in. Gina also looked back to show understanding. Di Ping lightly lifted his steps and moved to the supermarket, taking his steps lightly, like a civet cat. It does not dare to walk too fast, for fear of disturbing the people inside. Whoa, Yu Lai and Lu Han were eating a mouthful of bread and a mouthful of water. They were eating happily. They even winked at each other from time to time. The beautiful foodie, until a sword with a cold light stretched out in front of the two immediately choked. Looking at the sword with the cold light shining in front of him and the man holding the sword, both of them were scared out of their hearts. This man is so scary. There seems to be a tangible murderous aura pressing him tightly. His body is cold, his hands and feet are numb. The boss with his mouth open in shock. The bread in his mouth can't fit because he eats too much after a while. They came down, but neither of them dared to move, and the bread and water in their hands fell to the ground with a clatter. Big brother. We'll just eat some bread. Give me money. Lu Han's face was pale with fright, and he stammered. He took Di Ping as the owner of this shop, thinking about eating a few pieces of bread. Can't he just give money? Big brother, we are just looking for something to eat, not bad guys. Yu Lai is obviously much stronger than Lu Han. Although his voice is a little trembling, his speech is still very smooth. What's your name and why are you here? Di Ping also saw clearly that the two of them were dressed like students, and they had no weapons on their faces, and their faces were simple. He believed that in his own eyes, the two did not look like evil people, so he lowered his sword and pointed at them. Road. This eldest brother, my name is Yu Lai, and his name is Lu Han. We are both university students. When the end of the world comes, we will hide near here. I am too hungry to come out and find something to eat. Only then did Yu Lai stop his trembling voice, and his tone became more stable. He wiped the crumbs from the corner of his mouth with his hand while answering Di Ping's question. Just the two of you? Di Ping immediately put down his sword, but his spirit did not relax. He stared at the two of them, trying to see something unusual in their expressions. There were originally 10 people, but now there are only 2 of us left. Yu Lai's expression darkened, and he lowered his head and said in a low tone. After hearing this, Lu Han, who was at a loss and still in panic, also had a dark face. It's not easy to survive in the last days, so mourn. Those who are alive must live stronger. Di Ping sighed. He reassured him that he had experienced life and death. He had seen too many lives and deaths, and he even killed himself. He understood the pain of watching the death of the people around him. After seeing the two of them look better, he continued. Can you tell me what happened? What can't be said? People die. Yu Lai let out a long breath and said with a deep sense of helplessness. We are members of the food collection at the nearby underground mall gathering place. Are you from Bawa's underground base? Di Ping heard the underground shopping mall, and immediately interrupted Yu Lai's words with a shock. The nearby underground gathering place was probably the one called Bawa Underground Shopping Mall by Fatty and the others, so he hurriedly asked. Road. Yes. Big brother knows where? Yu Lai was taken aback by Di Ping's exclamation,
and he immediately questioned when he heard that he knew the gathering place.
Did something happen to the gathering place? Why are you here?
After getting Yulai's affirmative answer, Deeping secretly thought to the question, and he looked anxious. He thought that something had happened to the underground base.
Otherwise, how could these two people appear here? Did he come a step late? If I had known that I would come alone first, I didn't need to delay for half a day.
We don't know the current situation of the gathering place.
We didn't run out of the gathering place. We didn't go in.
Yulai was a little surprised at Deeping's strong reaction, and he wondered if this person was also from our gathering place, or did he have relatives there?
Otherwise, why would you be so excited? It didn't come out of it? Then why are you here? Can you tell me what's going on?
Deeping heard that the two didn't run out of the gathering place, and he didn't know the current situation of the gathering place, so he had to ask how the two appeared here. We are from the food search team at the gathering place. We went out to collect food the day before yesterday and returned to the gathering place in the afternoon. As soon as we arrived at the square, we were chased and bitten by a group of mutant dogs. Fortunately, the two of us ran fast, and none of the other teammates escaped. We didn't even go into the gathering place, so we didn't know if something happened to the gathering place, and we didn't dare to go back, so we had to hide upstairs near here. We were so hungry that we couldn't bear it, so we couldn't come out to find food. The quality of this student, Yulai, is really good. He made things clear in a few words. Lu Han, who was beside him, was also back to normal at this time.
Wrong. Can you tell me about the underground gathering place? Can you guarantee that so many people gather together to eat and live?
Deeping picked up 3 bottles of water from the shelf, handed them 1 bottle each, and twisted the lid to take a sip. After walking for a long time, he was still thirsty. Seeing that both of them drank the water, their expressions were completely calm. Then he asked,
"Guarantee?
It's good to have a place to hide, nothing to ask for, not even a piece of cover, let alone what to eat. Our search team is better able to have 1 or 2 pieces of bread a day. Not even 1 piece can be guaranteed. Some are old and infirm, and some are hungry." Yulai shrugged helplessly.
Who is in charge of the gathering place? And there is a shortage of food, didn't they think of a way?
Deeping also knew that it was indeed a hassle to eat and drink these thousands of people, but there was always a manager in this gathering place, right?
Have you come to this situation and have no idea?
Fuck. They eat and drink, so who cares if you live or die?
Lu Han's mentality broke again.
He was scared to death just now, but this will be normal again. He scolded when he heard Deeping's words, with a very serious expression on his face.
Is indignant. Oh. What's the situation, can you tell me?
Deeping felt wrong when he heard it, as if there were a lot of hidden inside stories.
However, it is normal to think about it. Before that, he and Sandalin and his party even engaged in infighting.
He locked himself and others outside, almost killed himself, and even dared to kill a woman with some food behind him.
And this small base has thousands of people.
With the changes in human nature in the last days, it is not surprising that anything will happen. They only care about their own food, but they care whether we live or die. The food we searched for, they have to collect them all, and only give an extra piece of bread. Those who can't go out will only give half a piece, and some will not give it, but they eat it every day.
Drink, alcohol and cigarettes are better than women.
Lu Han said that his eyes seemed to be spitting out fire with resentment on his face.
Who are they?
Deeping listened to Lu Han talking about them, but he asked who they were.
It's not those officials. Lu Han said angrily. Don't you know how to reason with them? Deeping asked. How do you reason?
They want someone to have guns and guns, so let's reason with them with both hands. Lu Han rolled his eyes and looked at Deeping like an idiot.
Old Lu.
Yulai listened to Lu Han's bad temper.
For fear of angering Deeping, he reminded him in a low voice.
At this time, Lu Han also knew that he had gone a bit too far, and immediately closed his mouth. Deeping also touched his nose in embarrassment, and seemed to feel that he was asking this question a bit idiot, so he smiled and indicated that there was nothing wrong.
How many mutant dogs have you seen gathered outside the base?
Deeping stopped asking idiot questions, and started asking about the base's siege. The two of them suddenly had a look of horror on their faces.
Yulai said in a trembling voice, I don't know, we didn't even dare to look at it, we turned around and ran away.
Fear, there are many, I listened to a dozen.
Don't be afraid, you are safe now.
Deeping looked at the trembling two and understood that they must be frightened, so he patted the two of them and comforted them warmly. The three of them chatted like this. Although Yulai is more mature, he is still a little too tender compared to Deeping,
who has been in the market for 2 or 3 years, let alone Luhan, who is very energetic. After a while, I wished that the bed would shake clean after urinating several times an hour, not to mention the situation in the base. The people in the base all fled here after the last government retreat. There were originally only 500 or 600 people. Finally, the people who slowly ran away gathered, and the number has exceeded 1,000 people. The beginning was not good. There was a supermarket in the mall, and there was a lot of food, not only vegetables, but also oil and grain, and there were a lot of bread and biscuits in the warehouse. The base was led by a Go Zhongping and a dozen other officials who had not been evacuated. With all the senior officials in the province evacuating with Lian Fong, he was already the highest-ranking official here. The nearly 100 police officers who failed to evacuate naturally had to obey the management of the leaders. Although the police weapons are not as good as the military, they are enough to deter ordinary people, and Go Zhongping has naturally become the highest power holder here. At the beginning, when there was no shortage of food, Go Zhongping and the management did a pretty good job. Everyone had something to eat and drink. Everyone felt that this person was a good leader. He was a good leader who could consider the people. But you must know that the daily consumption of these thousands of people is very terrifying. The supermarket food is consumed at a fast speed every day. When Go Zhongping and the management felt that something was wrong, when they checked that there was not much food left, many people don't do it, especially some policemen who are not very good in themselves took the lead in making a fuss, demanding to stop the distribution of food and give priority to those who protect the underground base. Although there are some conscientious police against it, the people are still only a minority, and there is not much right to speak at all, and the power of Go Zhongping and the management actually comes from the support of these policemen. These people only have guns to deter thousands of people in the underground base. They also understand that they cannot let themselves lose the support of these people, or their leaders will have to step down at any time, so they agree with the opinions of these people, and the food starts to be cut. Saving distribution is not enough. Consumes quickly too. So these people have a bad idea. Let people with strong health go to find food, otherwise not only will the food stop, but also the safety cannot be guaranteed, and they will be driven out. Although the people in the base were all against it, who would dare to go out and die, but these people had guns in their hands. After killing a few people who were leading the trouble, the people in the base understood that they could not resist, they could only accept it, and they could only starve if they didn't go to find food. People in peacetime are not hungry at all. They can be hungry for 3 days or 2 days, but no one can stand it for a long time. The base formed one search team after another, and one spent to find food. Although every day some people couldn't come back, and sometimes teams of people left their lives outside, hunger would make people crazy and forget about it. Afraid, still went out to find food. But even if they found food, when they arrived at the base, they found that the manager of the base actually asked them to hand over the food, and then only let them keep a small part of it. Although these people were very angry, no one dared to resist and could only endure it silently. If you don't give it, you won't be allowed to enter the gathering place. Moreover, these people seem to be more and more adaptable to this apocalypse, not only deducting food, but also using food to tempt the hungry women in the base to satisfy their selfish desires. As time goes by, they seem to enjoy the thrill of power, and these people are even more aggressive, and even openly target the beautiful women in the base, but the people in the base dare not speak out. The silence of everyone fueled these people's arrogance. They regarded themselves as kings in the end of the world and recklessly released their inner darkness. Fortunately, there was a deputy mayor Han Zhonghua in charge of agriculture and forestry with some conscientious police officers. They have been resisting, but after all, the number of people is limited, and their weapons and equipment are not comparable to the opponent. But there are always women who are hungry and accept food, and once these women can't stand their temptation to enter the urn, they will be devastated by them. Go Zhongping also began to degenerate, allowing these people to mess around, and he himself enjoyed the best resources and possessed the most beautiful women. He seemed to enjoy the current time even more, and no one could restrain him from arbitrarily using the power in his hands. If he hadn't been trapped here and couldn't get out, he really wanted to live like this every day. It would be like being suppressed by various forces every day before the end of the world, and everything he wanted to do was supervised and controlled. How to do it? Listening to the two people talking about what happened in the base with resentful expressions, Di Ping's heart was suddenly filled with anger. There were Wang Delin and a few people who had lost their conscience and released their inner darkness, and now there are people in the underground base. Under the pressure of the apocalypse, not only did not take care of each other when human beings faced a crisis, but instead, they were controlled by their own inner desires and turned into darkness, greed, and evil. Get down to doing these evil things.
Ping felt that the blood all over his body was about to boil, the fire of anger in his heart was about to burn himself, and a strong killing intent rose from his body. In his heart, he had already sentenced these people to death. Although he did not want to kill, some people can no longer be counted as human beings, and they are even worse than animals, and living is polluting the air. He is not God, not Yama, nor is he a god or Buddha, but he would rather incarnate as an angry Vajra to remove these evils for the world. It's just that he didn't pay attention to the two Yulai. Their murderous aura was as strong as substance. They had killed people, and even killed a lot of mutant animals. The murderous aura gathered together like a raging wind. This killing intent was as cold as ice, making both of them feel as if they had been blown by the icy cold wind. Horrified, his body trembled involuntarily.
Are you two okay? You couldn't control it just now.
Ping saw that Yulai and the two were backed up by the momentum on his body, and only then did he realize that he had not controlled his energy and let the momentum spread out. How could the two ordinary young people suffer? So he quickly dissipated the momentum and looked at the two groaned.
No, it's fine.
Yulai also stuttered a little at this time, and he stammered after hearing Ping's question.
Although Ping withdrew his aura, the two of them looked at Ping with evasive eyes.
They couldn't imagine how a person could have such a strong aura, and the killing intent went straight into their hearts.
Stop beating, isn't this only in the novel? Are there real martial arts masters in real novels?
All this subverted their cognition. Looking at Ping's eyes is always afraid of looking at the monster.
Master is in a situation.
At this moment, Gina appeared quietly beside Ping and said softly,
"What?"
Yulai and Lu Han were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Gina, and they almost screamed, but they immediately stopped talking when they were not aware of it. At this moment, they were like choking drakes with their long necks stretched out.
I really don't blame the two of them.
Gina is wearing a black robe, with her head down and her face not showing. She suddenly appeared beside everyone without a sound.
Who is not scared? Seriously, it's good that the two of them didn't cry in fear.
Gina raised her face and glanced at the two of them. She felt that the two of them looked a little funny, and she smiled. This smile was like a beautiful smile.
Yulai's originally stretched neck shrank back and stared at
Nah, her eyes are full of fire. Ping couldn't stand Gina's charm, not to mention these two little rookies, just being hooked by Gina's smile, their souls were about to fly.
What's the situation?
Ping glanced at the two of them with pity in his eyes, knowing that the two guys were dizzy by Gina, but at this time he was free to take care of this, and when he heard Gina said something, he turned to look at Gina asked.
There are several mutant dogs wandering the streets, coming this way.
Gina looked away from Yulai and the two of them, the smile disappeared, her beautiful and charming face was hidden in the black robe again, and the soft voice came from the black robe.
Until Gina's face disappeared, their eyes were full of disappointment, but their minds were awake.
The two looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes.
They seemed to know that their absent-minded state was abnormal just now. Like Gina's eyes are a little erratic.
But when they heard a mutant dog approaching from Gina's mouth, they turned pale with fright and trembled again. They were really frightened by the mutant dog. They were chased the day before yesterday. I haven't fully recovered from the situation where Tian should not be ignored, and I will be uncontrollable when I hear it.
Go out and see.
A few mutant dogs were nothing in Ping's eyes, and they headed out with a calm expression.
Don't go.
Yulai and the two were stunned for a moment. They didn't seem to have expected Ping to go out to have a look. Seeing Ping turn and look out, Gina was about to follow him, and immediately hurriedly whispered and wanted to hold the two of them.
As a result, Ping and Gina didn't even look back, and walked outside quickly. They didn't seem to hear what they said. They disappeared at the end of the shelf in a blink of an eye. The sound of footsteps showed that the two were really walking towards the door. How to do?
The two looked at each other, then looked outside, and asked each other this sentence at the same time.
Fight.
Early death and early birth.
Can't we be worse than women? Lu Han suddenly gritted his teeth and said, watching a woman like Gina go out without hesitation to face the danger and let him, such a big man, bear it, not to mention that this woman is so beautiful, it would be a good thing to die with her. Okay, I have run enough, let's fight. Yulai also uttered a word with determination. Okay. Let's go.
Ha, our two brothers will fight today. People are hanging in the air, they will not die for 10,000 years, and 18 years later, they will be a hero again.
Lu Han was naturally free and easy, he laughed, turned around and walked out, and he picked up a kitchen knife from the shelf and held it in his hand. Yulai also followed up, also took the kitchen knife, and followed Lu Han to the outside go.
Although Di Ping walked in front, he could hear the movements in the room clearly, and he also heard the two of them.
The two of them are not bad.
The courage to go all out, knowing that their strength is limited, but dare to follow, is also worth cultivating.
Di Ping took Gina to the entrance of the supermarket, and looked in the direction indicated by Gina.
Sure enough, there were 5 or 6 mutant dogs of various breeds on the street. They were sniffing around on the street, and from time to time they would pass through them. They turned over things in the street shop, but they were too big. They either knocked over the table or knocked down the shelves. There was a bang, and they seemed to be looking for something to eat. Yulai and Lu Han had already followed at this time, standing behind Di Ping and following their gazes, seeing 5 or 6 mutant dogs as big as tigers. Their bodies tightened and their pores were shrinking. If the ice water was drenched from the head, the body shivered involuntarily, and the courage that had been mustered up for each other just now faded quickly. At this time, Gina suddenly wanted to go out with a single step, but Di Ping reached out to stop her, and it was not his style to let women go when something happened. Besides, he mainly wanted to get familiar with his skills and enrich his combat experience. There is a sense of urgency, and it seems that the world will become more and more dangerous. If you don't grow up quickly, it is very likely that it will be difficult to survive in this apocalypse. Gina obediently stopped, while Di Ping slowly walked out of the supermarket and down the steps under the extremely puzzled eyes of Yulai and Lu Han. He walked to the center of the street and stood there, quietly looking into the distance.
Mutant dog. Is he crazy?
Lu Han looked at Di Ping as if he were looking at a monster. The boss with wide eyes stammered and muttered, "It's possible."
Yulai also had a confused expression on his face. He couldn't figure out that this person was not going to die?
Originally, the two thought that the man and the woman were really capable, because the momentum just now was too scary, and only the legendary martial arts master could have such an amazing aura. But just looking at these two people at this time, are they crazy?
Just swaggering to the middle of the road, do you really think the mutant dog is your relative?
It's over. The two looked at each other, and both saw a deep powerlessness and sadness in each other's eyes.
Shut up!
At this moment, a soft but dissatisfied scolding sound came.
Gina looked at the two with a cold expression.
Anyone who dared to disrespect the master would be disrespectful to himself. She really wanted to kick the two out, but she just said the owner was crazy.
Oh!
Yulai and Lu Han heard Gina's dissatisfaction, especially that beautiful face was as cold as ice, and the blue eyes were like deep springs shining with dim light, deep and cold.
Shut up!
Wang, Di Ping, such a big living person, walked into the street, like a 5-kilowatt light bulb. He was immediately discovered by the mutant dog, and he screamed wildly, attracting the attention of all his accomplices. Wang, the mutant dog, who was rummaging for things, heard the barking of his companions, and rushed to the street frantically. When he saw Di Ping in the street, he roared violently, with bloodthirsty excitement in his blood-red eyes, and his sharp claws kept coming. Swiped on the ground, seemingly ready to rush up at any time. At this time, a huge yellow wolf dog as strong as a mule and horse rushed out of a store.
It was obvious that the wolf dog was the head.
When the 5 anxious mutant dogs saw the wolf dog coming out, they immediately whined. After taking a few steps back, the wolf dog ran to the front of the 5 mutant dogs, staring at Di Ping with blood-red eyes, roaring in a low voice.
Teeth, saliva dripping down.
This kind of wolf dog is relatively common in China, and it is generally a cross between a wolf and a dog.
Many police dogs in China are of this kind, and later entered the people.
Because of its ferocious and humanistic nature, it is widely spread among the people. This kind of wolf dog is relatively ferocious, aggressive, and generally large in size. Even in the face of real tigers and wolves, they dare to go forward and go all out. Many gangsters shy away when they encounter such dogs. This is just an ordinary hunting dog, and this is the real and mutated breed, a giant dog with an adult height after the mutation. Let alone face it, it will fade away just by seeing it. Whoa! Suddenly, the wolf dog raised its head and let out a long bark. The sound shattered the sky. The 5 mutant dogs behind him seemed to have heard the order. They roared and slammed their bodies. Came out and rushed towards Di Ping.
Flame enhancement.
This time, Di Ping was preparing for a quick battle. This place was too close to the square.
The wolf roar just now might attract all the dozens of animals in the square, so he was no longer talking nonsense.
A fiery red energy began to spread on the sword.
This kind of flame is very interesting.
Although it looks like the flame is burning, it does not hurt the Han sword itself, but the burning power of the flame when it touches the object is powerful and scary. There was no blood on his body, and the wounds were all sealed as if the blood was burning at high temperature.
Damn, what is that?
Lu Han saw that the long sword in Diping's hand suddenly turned red, and the sword seemed to be burning with flaming flames, and he looked dumbfounded. Originally, both of them had the urge to run into the supermarket immediately, thinking that this young man was like a fool. Wouldn't it be foolish to wait here to die? But when the two saw the sudden change of the long sword in Diping's hand, they immediately suppressed the urge in their hearts, but they looked even more confused.
What was the situation?
It's too late to say that it's fast. The distance of a few hundred meters, the speed of the mutant dog is really fast like lightning, and the middle distance is shortened in the blink of an eye. Looking at this speed, Yulai and the two know that the last time the two were able to escape was really accumulated in their previous lives. Great virtue.
Bump!
Diping has been standing quietly, the long sword in his hand is hanging down by his side, and the flame above is burning. He shouted loudly, his body was like a cannonball that was thrown out of the hall, and it was ejected with a bang. The cement floor on the ground was shattered by the powerful pedaling force, and the cement fragments flew. Boom! With a loud noise, a mutant dog seemed to be hit by a rushing rhinoceros.
Slash! Diping didn't care about the mutant dogs that flew out.
His body kept on, like a white foal passing through a gap, and he rushed towards the four mutant dogs in an instant. The long sword was swung like the wind, and the cold light flashed, and the silver sword rays were drawn in the air, and the sharp blade pierced the air, with bursts of sharp whistle, instantly slashed several knives, and the fast eyes could not see clearly. The four mutant dogs were wrapped in fiery red sword shadows. Puff puff puff, the tingling sound of a series of dense sharp blades slicing through the flesh rang out in everyone's ears.
Diping's fast-running body was 20 meters away from where he was standing before.
The body remained in a standing position, holding the handle of the long sword in both hands. There was still white smoke, but there was no trace of blood. On the ground behind him, the four mutant dogs stopped there in a mess, and their bodies kept shaking, but they suddenly swayed and fell to the ground with a puff.
After a few seconds, blood seemed to be found.
The breakthrough, blazing out like a fountain, soon dyed the entire ground red. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud bang, and the mutant dog that was hit by Diping before flew out more than 10 meters, and then smashed into a car on the side of the road. When he fell to the ground, blood flowed out of his nose and mouth like no money. He could only see the slight ups and downs in his chest, and he looked like a boneless ooze.
It was absolutely impossible to survive.
Whoa! And the wolf dog was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect this human to be so powerful. In the blink of an eye, the 5 mutant dogs fell down, but immediately it became angry.
The wolf dog is a fierce dog, and never knew how to step back.
Ping killed his subordinates, not only was not afraid, but roared in anger. His eyes were tyrannical and crazy as if they were bloodshot. At this time, Yulai and Lu Han, who were hiding in the supermarket behind, were completely dumbfounded. They didn't know whether to believe their eyes or not. Their brains seemed to have stopped thinking, and they just stared blankly at what was happening on the street.
Come! Diping suddenly looked at the wolf dog with contempt, and the long sword in his hand challenged it provocatively.
Wha! The wolf dog was already angry and became more manic at this time, raised its head and roared, for sharp giant claws slammed the ground, the cement floor was drawn with several deep scratches, and its body was like a rushing rhinoceros. With domineering momentum, he charged straight towards Diping.
Ha, good to come.
Diping laughed loudly. He wanted this effect. He was afraid that the mutant dog would be afraid of running away, so he acted to provoke it. Who would have thought that the wolf dog would be really obedient and roaring and rushing up, which was exactly what he wanted.
It's good to drink with a big mouth.
The long sword in his hand shook, and a red flame ignited on the long sword. The body of the long sword had turned bright red. The body slowly squatted down, and then the muscles of both legs tensed, and the force rose from the ground.
With a bang, the body was like an arrow.
It shot forward fiercely, and rushed towards the mutant dog.
The mutant dog rushed towards Diping like a running bull.
Before it arrived, he could feel a strong wind blowing towards him. Seeing that one person and one dog were about to collide, suddenly the mutant dog flew straight up. More than 2 meters high, like a tiger pounced on Diping. The mutated dog's sharp claws were like several sharp knives, grabbing straight at Diping's head, as if he wanted to directly smash his head into pieces, and only in this way could he relieve the anger in his heart. Slash! Diping shouted violently, his mind moved, and all the muscles and bones of the whole body moved. A force rose from the body, and the heart moved at will. The long sword in his hand swung out like a trajectory. A sudden movement of abnormal speed flashed in the space, like a thunderbolt, a red lightning drawn a bright arc in the air, and slashed towards the mutant wolf dog. puff, a crisp sound of a sharp blade slicing meat. The ears of the person who listened to it were cold, the scalp was numb, and the cold hair on the body was about to explode, as if it was cutting their own flesh. Boom! One person and one dog were separated as soon as they touched it, and they passed by. The mutant dog fell to the ground, but instead of standing, it split into two and fell to the ground with a bang. There was no blood in the wound. After showing for 2 or 3 seconds, the blood seemed to suddenly be conscious, and the blood spurted out with a puff, and the internal organs also flowed out with a hula. Diping stood 4 or 5 meters away from the mutated dog's corpse, calmly swung his long sword. The red light on the sword disappeared, and then turned to look at the mutated dog's corpse on the ground with a calm expression, as if he did not do what just now. But what everyone didn't know was that his heart was surging at this time. Because he felt that the proficiency of the skills was so powerful that the 6 mutant dogs could not last around in his hands. The powerful strength and speed, coupled with the skills to kill these mutant dogs that made him embarrassed for a while, were really incomparable. How difficult is it to kill chickens? I rely on. Diping was calm, but some people were not calm. Yulai stared at the bull's eyes, their eyes full of horror, as if they were frightened by what was in front of them, and Luhan kept scolding. The panic was resolved, and the two suddenly had an idea, that is, have the two of us crossed, isn't this the Earth? Mom, do we miss home? Yulai and Luhan wondered if they had crossed over and were no longer on Earth. It's not their fault. What they saw today really surpassed their 20-year-old cognition. What was glowing on the sword, whether it was magic or martial arts, and the speed like teleportation, the mighty superhuman strength, as written in fantasy novels, they have to make them suspect that this is not the Earth. Gina looked back with contempt at the two who were like bumpkins entering the city. But when she turned her eyes on Diping again, the little stars flashed in her eyes, and she felt that the master was really handsome. He was stronger than those senior brothers in her own academy. He didn't look like a first-order warrior at all. Really strong and violent. Looking at the majestic figure standing in the street, her eyes gradually became blurred, as if a mist was gradually forming, and the tenderness on her face seemed to melt. Diping slowly turned around and looked at the corpse of the mutant dog lying on the ground. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling arose in his heart. At first, he was chased by several mutant dogs, but now these 6 mutant dogs are in his hands. It didn't take a minute to go to the top, and they all turned into corpses and lay on the ground. This is a huge improvement, and this kind of progress is only a few days, which is like a dream. He is satisfied with today's performance. The summary after each battle and the uninterrupted practice every day have made him stronger and stronger in strength. Although he can't achieve perfection, he already feels a small satisfaction that he can do it like this. He believes that he will become stronger and stronger in the future, and he must live well in this apocalypse. Stopping Pingbai's mood, Diping calmed down again, walked slowly to the body of the mutant wolf dog, and waved his long sword in his hand. With a click, he broke his head, squatted down to look for the crystal nucleus, took out a sewer jade bead the size of a fingernail in 3 or 2 times, and then broke a few others. Seeing Diping's actions, Gina also walked downstairs quickly, took out the knife from her body that she didn't know where she put it on her body and started to help. Lao Lai, what do you think they are looking for? The two of them had already recovered from the shock just now. When they saw Diping and Gina looking for something by breaking the mutant dog's head, they were just far away. They only saw the white thing flashing, and they couldn't see what it was at all. Something, Luhan couldn't help but forget his fear, and asked Yulai beside him curiously. I know that? Yulai himself was still in shock, but it finally calmed down a bit. When Luhan asked him, he replied in a bad mood, thinking in his mind, what the hell is it? Let's go and have a look. Luhan still couldn't hold back his curiosity, and pulled Yulai to see it. Once this guy changed his mind and spirit, he immediately regained his vitality. If you go, my legs are weak. Yulai really didn't want to go. The breath of this man and woman made him a little scared. It was too powerful and mysterious. People say that the unknown is the most terrifying thing. You're really useless, what are you afraid of? Go and see? Luhan refused to give in and dragged Yulai towards Diping's place. But when Luhan pulled the reluctant Yulai to the scene, Diping and Gina had already taken out all the crystal nuclei from the heads of the 6 mutant dogs, and Gina handed all the crystal nuclei into Diping's hands. Diping took out a bottle of water from the bag, rinsed it, and put it in the bag. The two of them only saw a few white objects. Luhan gave Yulai an angry look, and seemed to blame him for walking so slowly that he didn't see anything. Originally, he wanted to ask, but when he saw the corpse of the mutant dog in one place, he immediately shut his mouth. Although he was mentally rough, it did not mean that he was an idiot, so he had to forcefully press the curiosity in his heart. Yulai's eyes have been checking the corpse of the mutant dog on the ground, but his eyes are a little erratic. Looking at the mutant dog lying on the ground, they are afraid of a tiger. At this time, he turned into a corpse lying here, and it was not the fierce appearance before. At the same time, my mind is full of thoughts. Who is this man and woman? How can they be so powerful? Killing mutant dogs is like chopping vegetables. They seem to be covered in a layer of mist, which makes people unable to see clearly. Such people are like characters in fantasy novels. How can they appear? Here, he is an earthling? Or aliens? Or hidden martial arts masters? At this time, Yulai's head was in a mess, and the messy head was running around in his mind, which made him dizzy. His thoughts were flooding, and he couldn't calm down and think about anything for a while. His brains are smart enough to be the brains of his brothers, but at this time he feels that it is not enough at all. From time to time, his eyes drifted to the man with a long sword standing in the middle of the street. His body stood upright like a pine tree, but when he thought over, he was a majestic man with no blood on his body. There was a look of joy, as if seeing the sun after the rain, sailing in the sea and seeing the land. Di Ping put the crystal core away, looked up and saw that the 2 students in the supermarket had also run out. At first, he was a little relieved that the 2 of them didn't let him down. His eyes suddenly felt that the chrysanthemum was tight, and he shivered, and he felt a chill in his heart. This guy doesn't have a special hobby, right? Otherwise, there are men who look at men like this? Di Ping thought this way, and then looking at Yulai's eyes is a little wrong. Although there is no prejudice against people with such hobbies, don't look at me like this. I am a good young man living under the banner of social masters, and my sexual orientation is absolutely normal. Suddenly, Yulai's eyes changed suddenly, as if he had made up his mind. He became firmer, and ran a few steps towards Di Ping. Di Ping was taken aback. He was already a little disgusted by this man. Seeing Yulai rushing towards him, he hurriedly dodged to the side. Did he want to let such a person hug him, or he wouldn't die of disgust? What are you doing? Di Ping let out a low voice and looked at Yulai vigilantly. His face was already a little unkind, the sword in his hand was raised, and Gina also stood still, a palm also stretched out from the robe, and there was the slight fluctuations that could not be detected if you were not careful, stared at Yulai and the 2 of them tightly, as if ready to take action at any time, and the atmosphere at the scene immediately became tense. Don't get me wrong, don't get me wrong. Yulai seemed to feel that the atmosphere was not right, so he immediately woke up and realized that he was too excited just now, so he hurriedly waved his hands to Di Ping and looked very anxious. What are you doing, Lao Lai? At this time, Lu Han also reacted, ran over in a hurry, grabbed Yulai, asked with concern, and glanced nervously at Di Ping and the 2 from time to time. Hero, please save the people in the gathering place? Save my girlfriend. Please. Yulai ignored Lu Han's tugging, scrambled to get rid of Lu Han, fell to the ground with a thud, tears flashing in his eyes, and looked at Di Ping pleading with excitement. Hero, we beg you, save his girlfriend, right? You can be so powerful? Only then did Lu Han understand why Yulai reacted so violently. Seeing his brother who was kneeling on the ground constantly begging Di Ping, his eyes immediately turned red, and he knelt down to beg with a thud. Are you up? It was only then that Di Ping understood why Yulai looked at him so eagerly. It turned out that he wanted him to save his girlfriend and make him misunderstand that this guy was good at Long Yang. So he touched his nose a little embarrassedly, and then stepped forward to help the 2 of them up. Hero, did you really promise to save people? When the 2 saw Di Ping coming to help them, they were overjoyed and looked at Di Ping excitedly and asked. That's right. I promise. Di Ping smiled at the excited 2 people. Thanks, thanks. The 2 immediately stood up excitedly, pulling Di Ping to thank him again and again. Okay. Don't thank me, lead the way. Di Ping looked at the endless posture of the 2 and hurriedly interrupted the 2 of them. Oh. Yes, let's go, Lao Lu, let's go ahead. Yulai was extremely pleasantly surprised at this moment, wiped away his tears, nodded repeatedly, got up from the ground and dragged Lu Han to the front. Di Ping motioned to Gina to follow, without even looking at the mutant dog on the ground, then quickly walked to the 2 of them and walked side by side with them. Although he just said that the 2 would lead the way, he would not really let them. People are at the forefront. If there is a sneak attack by a mutant animal, the 2 of them are in danger, so they follow. The 3 of them walked and talked. Di Ping had been inquiring about the situation in the base, so it was always useful to be able to inquire as much as possible and collect as much as possible. During the chat, we learned that Yulai, Lu Han and several other classmates were arrested. Trapped in the base, among them was his girlfriend.
They used to be college students, and they went out to play together. It was a classmate's birthday. They went to play at this classmate's house. The family conditions were good. My father was a city official. When he heard the news of the government's evacuation, he took them to join the retreating army. Who would have thought that the mutant crocodile would be washed away and the army was scattered? In the end, he was lucky not to be killed. A group of people hid in this base. After the Al-Qaeda search team, everyone didn't have anything to eat, so he and Luhan joined the search team, so that they could find some food to come back to eat, and his girlfriend stayed at the base, with 3 or 4 other classmates. Just this time the accident happened, and the 2 were trapped outside and could not enter the base. Yulai was very worried about his girlfriend, knowing that the base was not a safe place, especially for a beautiful woman. They are no longer simple students. In the last days, they have seen too much cruelty in the world. They know too much what their girlfriends will suffer in the base without food if they wait for others to return. Yulai was in a hurry at times, his pace was fast, he wanted to run, and he didn't even care about the danger. Di Ping saw that he couldn't go on like this. If he walked so fast, he didn't rush to rule out the safety on the road. Everyone is in danger. Yulai! Stop! Di Ping shouted in a low voice. Yulai and Luhan stopped when they heard Di Ping's low shout, and looked back at Di Ping with some doubts. Di Ping looked at the 2 and said seriously, Yulai, what do you want? Calm down, there are many crises along the way. If you don't want to die and want to save your girlfriend, calm down for me. Dai Gu. Hearing Di Ping's words, Yulai seemed a little unwilling, but in the end he lowered his head under Di Ping's stern gaze, with a trace of anxiety on his face. During the conversation just now, they already knew that the young man was called Di Ping, so the 2 called Di Ping brother Di. Yulai was too anxious and forgot the danger for a while. All regret. Okay, your life is yours, if there is no life, let alone save others. Di Ping looked at the 2 of them calmly and said slowly. Thank you, brother Di. The 2 also realized their mistakes, and when they heard Di Ping's words, they said in unison, we must pay attention, we are not here. In fact, when Di Ping just set off from the castle, the deputy mayor Gu Zhongping in the underground base of the shopping mall and more than a dozen base managers were discussing some things in a room. Among them, Lu Hai, chief of the city's public security, and a figure with real power in the hands of dozens of police officers in the underground base speak out. It can be said that Gu Zhongping can only become the leader only with his support. There is also Han Zhonghua, the deputy mayor in charge of agriculture, education and health. He is now supported by more than 10 policemen, so he can still maintain a certain right to speak in this management. The rest of the people can be said to be soy sauce, some directly fell to Gu Zhongping, most people remain neutral, but very few fell to Han Zhonghua, so he was very isolated in this group, if not for his subordinates. With a few guns, he was kicked out of the management team long ago. Gu Zhongping was smoking a cigarette, his eyes swept through the smoke to the faces of everyone in the room, observing the expressions on everyone's faces. When his eyes swept over Han Zhonghua, he obviously paused, and his murderous intent flashed, but his eyes were hidden. No one could see clearly in the smoke. Everyone in the room was silent, smoking cigarettes in silence. The whole room was filled with smoke, and everyone's faces were hidden in the smoke. Scary, only the sound of burning cigarette butts can be heard. Just now, Yang Shusen, the person in charge of the distribution of all materials at the base, read out a report in public. This is a report on the inventory of existing materials. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and more panicked. There was a deep worry. What makes these people so panic? That's right, the supplies are already in short supply. Not to mention the supply of all the existing materials, even the management and police teams cannot supply them. There are still 2 or 3 days at most, that is, they will have to stop in a few days. They are better, but you must know that most of the people in the base have been absent for more than 2 days. In the first 2 days, many people can only guarantee 1 or 2 pieces of cake to eat, let alone full. There have been cases of people starving to death in the base. There have been more than a dozen cases of starvation in the past 2 days. This is because of poor health. I didn't eat much food before, and now I can't eat any food, definitely can't stand it anymore. He is in poor health now, but he is in good health. He hasn't been able to eat much these days. If he is hungry for another 3 days, maybe all the people in the base will starve to death. How many of these people can be left alone, but they themselves are going to run out of food? What if the police force makes trouble? When he thought that everyone here was a big head, Gu Zhongping felt agitated for a while. He really wanted to let go, but now he was riding a tiger. Everyone has come up with ideas, one person is short-minded and many people are long-term. Let's talk about it, what should we do now?
Go Zhongping put out the cigarette butts in the ashtray, looked up at everyone, and said in an official tone. What he didn't expect was that everyone didn't even lift their heads, just smoked cigarettes silently, and looked at the table with their eyes. It seemed that the patterns on the table were very beautiful, and they didn't want to lift their heads. These people are so disrespectful that no one responds to their own words. Lu Hai, what's your opinion? Tell me. Go Zhongping was helpless when he saw that everyone didn't speak. His authority was really getting lower and lower, so he had to look at his die-hard Lu Hai and let him come to the rescue. It's just that he forgot that this Lu Hai was a rice bucket, and he was also a microphone that he easily controlled the police system. What insights can such a person have? Secretary, your opinion is mine, and I will follow you firmly. When Lu Hai heard Gu Zhongping's name, his scalp was numb, so he quickly stood up and looked at Gu Zhongping with a flattering smile. Puff Gu Zhongping almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, and until today he regrets putting this wine bag and rice bag in such an important position. It's just that he didn't think that he was such a strong person, and he would be even more angry if he was disobedient. Knowing what advice he got from Lu Hai at this time, don't even think about it. Gu Zhongping had to wave his hand to let him sit down. Lu Hai let out a sigh of relief and walked down slowly, not forgetting to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Don't be silent, everyone, just say what you have to say. At this time, we must work together to get out of the predicament. At this time, Gu Zhongping is no longer planning to play an official voice. It is already a matter of life and death, and he has no time to put on a show here. If Gu Zhongping can reach a high position, he is not a sloppy person who is in charge of the three yamen of public security, procuratorial law and law. Naturally, he knows what kind of situation he is facing now. Don't talk about enjoying it accidentally, it's good to have a life. Okay. Let me say something. At this time, Han Zhonghua, who had been silent all the time, suddenly put out the cigarette butt in his hand, looked up at Gu Zhongping and said, his eyes were firm and sharp. Ha ha. Good. If Deputy Mayor Han has anything to say, just say it, comrades will understand it well. Gu Zhongping was overjoyed when he heard someone's voice, but his face sank when he heard the voice of Han Zhonghua. He hated this Han Zhonghua the most. If this person hadn't been making trouble with himself in the base, he would have completely controlled the base. It's not like there are so many neutrals in the management now, they are all influenced by this Han Zhonghua. Although he doesn't like this person very much, he doesn't dare to show it now. His face changed, and he said to everyone with a smile. Ha ha. Good. If Deputy Mayor Han has anything to say, just say it, comrades will understand it well. Gu Zhongping was overjoyed when he heard someone's voice, but when he heard that it was Han Zhonghua, his face sank. He hated this Han Zhonghua the most. He has been making trouble with himself in the base, and he has already completely controlled the base. Unlike the current management, there are so many neutral people who are all influenced by this Han Zhonghua. Although he doesn't like this person very much, but now he doesn't dare to show it, so his face changed, and he looked at Han Zhonghua with a laugh and said. Han Zhonghua really didn't want to say anything to someone like Gu Zhongping, but for the lives of thousands of people at the base, he had to stand up. Everyone, I think everyone knows the seriousness of the current situation. It's time for life and death. What should I do? Han Zhonghua stood up and glanced at everyone in the room with sharp eyes. His voice was calm and powerful, and the buzzing sound in the shaking room attracted everyone's attention. Then he punched the table and said in a deep voice, the food is not enough. In order to support us, we are waiting, and the military region cannot send forces to rescue, so we must save ourselves. Is there any good solution for Deputy Mayor Han? When Gu Zhongping saw that Han Zhonghua had attracted everyone's attention as soon as he spoke, he was immediately full of displeasure. He didn't want Han Zhonghua to steal the limelight, so he immediately asked. I don't know if it's a good way, but I know, if you don't want to do it, everyone will die. Han Zhonghua didn't even look at Gu Zhongping, he just said lightly. Gu Zhongping was angered by Han Zhonghua's ignoring attitude, but he was also a thoughtful person. The smoke in his hand shook, suppressing the anger in his heart. He sat there smoking a suffocating smoke without speaking. Vice Mayor Han, just say what you have to say. No matter what, it's definitely not okay to wait like this. Do you think so? At this time, Lu Guoliang, Secretary General of the Municipal Party Committee, finally spoke up. Hearing this tone, he clearly supported Han Zhonghua. Gu Zhongping's heart suddenly sank. He knew that although Lu Guoliang was neutral at ordinary times, the neutralists basically listened to him. It can be said that he is the absolute center among these people, but he did not know that this person who has always remained neutral and silent. Why did you suddenly take a stand with such a clear-cut stance today? Yes, isn't this just waiting to die? An official said coldly, smoking a cigarette. Yeah. This day, we have to starve to death without the mutant dogs attacking us, whether we eat or drink. Another person snuffed out the cigarette in his hand and said with a worried look, I think it has to change a long time ago, let's see what life is going on every day. As soon as the words were finished, someone continued to blow their beard and stare and shouted. As soon as Lu Guoliang spoke, people who were usually neutral began to shout, and the whole venue was in chaos. Gu Zhongping's hands trembled as he watched the screaming crowd of popular smokers, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. Snapped. Gu Zhongping slammed the table in anger, his eyes swept over the crowd, and his tone was full of anger. What the mess looks like. That's what a state cadre looks like. The people who were making a fuss were frightened by Gu Zhongping's aura. You must know that Gu Zhongping's strength is notorious in the city, and in this apocalypse, he is in control of the base. These people really didn't dare to blatantly make trouble with him. Voice. Then what is the opinion of Deputy Mayor Han? Seeing that everyone avoided his gaze, Gu Zhongping looked at Han Zhonghua with satisfaction, and the slight smugness in his eyes flashed away. Okay. Let me tell you. Han Zhonghua didn't seem to see the pride in Gu Zhongping's eyes. He slammed the teacup in his hand on the table, and then said in a low tone. Now that the mutant dogs are surrounding the base, and there is no way to rescue, then we must save ourselves. Waiting for it will be a dead end. I don't think everyone will have any doubts about this, right? After everyone nodded, including Gu Zhongping, he continued. The base has a population of more than 1,000, and we can't even run. If we bring this many people through the siege, our troops will not be able to defend it. In the wide street, we are not opponents of mutant dogs at all, we can only be defeated by each one. Han Zhonghua's voice echoed in the room, and everyone's eyes flickered. They all knew that Han Zhonghua was telling the truth, but he had no choice but to hide here and wait. But now there is no food, there is no need for mutant dogs to wait. If he kills him, he will starve to death here, so everyone listens to Han Zhonghua talking freely. It seems that there is a way, and everyone turns their hopeful eyes on him. So, we can only kill these mutant dogs. With a sudden punch, Han Zhonghua's tone changed and he threw a bomb out. The bomb was like a chain reaction that ignited in the gunpowder store, causing chaos in the room. No! Kill the mutant dog, who will kill it? It's an international joke. Yes. Deputy Mayor Han, what are you kidding, what are you killing? If we can kill us, we will be driven here to hide in the ground like mice and wait to die. What's the idea? I think it's a fool. At this time, the people who were biased towards Gu Zhongping immediately sneered when they heard Han Zhonghua's remarks. Gu Zhongping didn't speak, just quietly watched the people in the field, but his mood was not calm. He felt that things were out of his control. One faction, including Lu Guoliang's neutral faction, did not speak and watched silently. Could it be that these people have united and passed each other's breath? Otherwise, why did he act so calmly? When the thought came up, Gu Zhongping immediately broke out with a cold sweat on his back. He couldn't figure out how these people were united. There didn't seem to be any sign of it. How could it not be so unified? The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Gu Zhongping exhaled the smoke and hid his face in the smoke. He squinted and swept across the crowd quickly to observe the changes in everyone's expressions. This was his favorite way. Whenever the standing committee made a major decision, he always liked to hide in the smoke like this. It was his habit to secretly observe everyone's expressions to judge the direction of things. His eyes swept around, and he knew in his heart that his guesses were inseparable from Tan, Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoliang were already united, but he didn't know anything? Looking back at Lu Hai, his heart was full of anger. This person can't do anything except play with women. He didn't even detect this big incident. At the same time, he was also regretful. He was a little careless recently. These people. Thinking of this, Gu Zhongping let out a long sigh, and the murderous intent in his eyes flashed and quickly hid. He knew that this was not the time to fall out with Han Zhonghua. He needed to unite to get out of the predicament. These are absolutely unstoppable. Okay, stop arguing, and listen to Mr. Han. Gu Zhongping gave Han Zhonghua a cold look, and then he pressed the cigarette but hard and shouted to stop Lu Hai and several people who were making a fuss. Only then did a smile appear on his face, and he looked at Han Zhonghua and said, Master Han, you tell me how to kill mutant dogs. Lu Hai didn't seem to understand how Gu Zhongping would suddenly stop himself, but he was always suppressed by Gu Zhongping. He was used to following the crowd and immediately took the lead and sat down. The others saw that the top thug had all sat down, so they also sat down one after another. Full of doubts. Han Zhonghua didn't bother much. He was a pragmatic person, and he didn't like to talk clichés, so he reorganized the topic when Gu Zhongping yelled at the noisy people, "We have limited weapons, and we don't have many bullets, so we can't fight the mutant dogs head-on. So we can only outsmart." After saying this, Han Zhonghua glanced at everyone in the venue and found that everyone was quiet and did not speak, so he continued. "We can open a passage from the entrance of the shopping mall, and set this passage as a narrow passage, so that only one mutant dog can pass through. And we set up layers of resistance in the passage to eliminate the mutant dog in the passage." After speaking, Han Zhonghua waved his arm vigorously, and his eyes were full of confidence, but he did not expect that the venue was so quiet that no one replied to his words. It seemed that everyone was shocked by his words and just watched quietly. "Follow him. Have you thought about it? The power of mutant dogs is unusual, and you have also seen it. How can this passage guarantee to trap it, and what if there is an accident?" In the end, it was Gu Zhongping who broke the silence and put forward his own opinion. To say that Gu Zhongping is really not a swindle, he has seen the power of mutant dogs, so this opinion is also pertinent, and most of the people who were silent originally thought the same as him. Although everyone knows that the mountains and rivers are exhausted, they are not dead after all, but few ordinary people have such courage in the face of mutant dogs, but they have seen the power of mutant dogs. Steel. Who knows how strong it is to be designed to pass through, and whether this channel can trap the mutant dogs. You must know that it is not possible to use reinforced concrete before the end of the world, but now there is such a thing. Don't worry about this, we have two experts in building structure who have demonstrated many times that using supermarket shelves and screw structures can completely withstand the attack of mutant dogs, and we can attack mutant dogs from the gap. Han Zhonghua, seeing the eyes of everyone who asked him, he didn't hide the reason for his plan. In fact, Han Zhonghua has done a lot in the past 2 days. He is a pragmatic person. When he was trapped in the ground by the mutant dog, he was thinking of countermeasures, but he was unable to do anything. As a result, he found 2 people during an inspection. They are both experts in architectural structure. They learned through chat that the 2 had a way to kill the mutant dog. They were overjoyed and brought the 2 to their side, which is why they studied this plan. At the same time, he was not idle, and found Lu Guoliang to explain his dissatisfaction with Gu Zhongping and the future of the base to Lu Guoliang one by one. Lu Guoliang had already become more and more unaccustomed to Gu Zhongping's approach, and felt that Han Zhonghua's plan was feasible, so the 2 hit it off. Conduct. Gu Zhongping didn't say a word, took out a cigarette from the cigarette case, and was about to light it, but he didn't light the lighter several times. At this time, he was depressed. Originally, he had a plan today, that is, to organize the retreat of the people in the base, using more people to withstand the mutant dogs, and these people were safely evacuated under the protection of the police team. It's just that he was crushed by Han Zhonghua before he came up with this plan. Now there are only 5 people who support him, and there are 8 people from Han Zhonghua and Lu Guoliang, a lot more than himself. And now going back to open the mouth, it will only make myself lose more support. The people in the venue also whispered about Han Zhonghua's plan. The messy whispers made Gu Zhongping feel restless. All agree with Han Zhonghua's plan. Han Zhonghua's heart sank. He knew that he had lost power in this management team. Now that Han Zhonghua has achieved a dominant position, his only reliance now is his 10 or so guns. Vice Mayor Gu, what does this plan look like? Can it be implemented? Just when Gu Zhongping was thinking wildly, Han Zhonghua's loud voice came. Then raise your hands to vote. Gu Zhongping woke up from the hustle and knew that the matter was irreversible, but in the end he still did not give up, hoping that there would be a change in the voting. Okay. Show your hands to vote. Han Zhonghua himself did not expect Gu Zhongping to agree, and being able to raise his hands to vote was exactly what he wanted, so he agreed. Alright then. Gu Zhongping meekly tapped the table with his fingers, and then looked at the crowd and said, if you agree with Deputy Mayor Han's plan, please raise your hand. Ho. Han Zhonghua was the first to raise his hand, and then followed by 2 people from Han Zhonghua's family. When Lu Guoliang slowly raised his hand, Gu Zhongping only felt that his eyes were darkened. He knew that his guess had come true. Guoliang raised his hand, and the 6 members of the neutral faction raised their hands. At this time, only Gu Zhongping, Lu Hai, and the other 4 members of his faction did not raise their hands, but it didn't matter whether they raised their hands or not, 10-5 was absolutely overwhelming. Gu Zhongping reluctantly raised his hand slowly. After all, he was a leader. If he stood on the opposite side of everyone, he would also be isolated. He had no choice but to raise his hand, but his heart was infinitely aggrieved. He was staring at Gu Zhongping with his eyes, and when they saw him raise his hand, the 5 of them could only raise their hands in agreement. Okay.
Unanimously approved.
Han Zhonghua said loudly, although he tried his best to suppress the joy in his heart. The excitement in his tone could still be heard.
After that, everyone still planned the next step.
Gu Zhongping finally tried to set up a temporary working group. The working group consisted of 4 people, Gu Zhongping, Han Zhonghua, and Lu Guoliang. In the end, Lu Hai was pulled into the working group by Gu Zhongping, and Han Zhonghua 2 people. I also knew that I couldn't force it too quickly and finally agreed, so the 4 people in the group became a draw, and no one knew what would happen next. Not to mention that these people are really serious in their work, and they are very powerful. There are hundreds of people in Al-Qaeda, and they began to dismantle the shelves and then set up shelves at the entrance of the mall under the arrangement of 2 experts. The shelves are divided into individual units, which are then connected with angle irons and screws, and a narrow passage that can only accommodate 1 person is built along the gate, and the frame is surrounded by densely criss-crossed angle irons. The surrounding is tightly against the wall, forming a huge strange building like a bird's nest.
The frame uses physical principles and is very strong.
More than a dozen people stand in the passage and push the frame without moving. The staggered frame forms a hole and strengthens the stability. To say that these experts are still useful, only a few. There is still some help in this area of expertise. One morning, the supermarket shelves were emptied, and the result was that a large frame of 30 meters long, 5 meters high and 3 meters wide was built at the entrance of the underground shopping mall. A passage where humans can enter and kill mutant dogs that enter the middle passage.
After a busy morning, it's finally over. They didn't dare to waste time. They didn't take part in the dawn to eliminate mutant dogs and look for food.
More people will starve to death tomorrow, so the framework was confirmed by 2 experts, and the police team organized here quickly took their places, holding guns go to each position of the frame, and organized 200 young adults to take homemade spear weapons, and they can enter the channel to kill mutant dogs at any time. For a while, the air in the base could smell tense, and everyone was waiting for the blocked door to open. No one knew whether it was life or death. How much this framework can play is really unpredictable, including Han Zhonghua, who was sweating on his head at this time, and Gu Zhongping holding a handkerchief and kept wiping the sweat off his head. Yatsushiro scolded it again, but at this time he knew that he could only trust him. At this time, it was almost noon, the sun was high in the sky, and the strong sunlight was shining on the street. Di Ping and his party were very close to the base. They came to the 2 hotels where Yulai hid last time. The group entered rest in the hotel for a while. At noon, Di Ping, who had gone through 2 battles all morning, also had to rest. There was a bigger battle waiting for him in the square, so he had to make sure he was full of energy. At this time, everyone in the base was looking at the gate with bated breath. At this time, 3 people were dismantling the protective wall that blocked the door that had been built before.
Hearts are twitching.
Boom! With a loud bang, the last obstacle blocking the gate of the underground shopping mall was pulled down by 3 people with ropes, and this collapsed into a chain reaction immediately. An array of light shot in from outside the gate. Wang wang! As soon as the obstacle fell, a loud dog bark came from outside, and the 3 workers who were demolishing the wall suddenly yelled when they heard the dog bark, turned around and ran towards the passage at a faster speed. Wang wang! At this time, the roar of the mutant dog was already at the door, and then I saw a black shadow blocking the light and darkness of the hole, and the passage was immediately dark. When seeing the crowd behind the frame, they immediately raised their heads and let out a long roar. Ow! The long howling resounded in the underground shopping mall, and the ears of all the people who were shocked were buzzing. Many people screamed in fright, and some people blocked their ears. Pale white. The plan is good and the thinking is simple, but when faced with such a terrifying mutant dog, the courage aroused by everyone is quickly fading. Ow! At this time, there was another roar outside, which seemed to be echoing here, and then I heard the roar outside one after another, and it was getting closer and closer, and it seemed to be moving quickly towards this side. What to do? What to do with this? Have we all fought? Someone said in a trembling voice, and the footsteps moved back a little bit. Let's run. Hide. A man on the side with a pale face muttered. Run over there. A woman's face was ashen as if her body had been emptied against the wall and her eyes were blank. I just said don't get this thing, it's useless at all. There are still people who are actually complaining, resenting the person who came up with this idea, and taking themselves to death. Yes, it's their group that doesn't care whether we live or die, they insist on killing mutant dogs. I can't hold it, we're done. At this time, the crowd was frightened by the roar, and some people could not hold their weapons. Those police officers weren't much better off there. Even though they were holding guns, their hands were shaking, and if it wasn't for the last shred of reason, they would have retreated. Brothers and sisters,
Put down your fears and settle down. Listen to me.
Suddenly Han Jonghwa jumped onto a table and shouted loudly as he watched the panicked and nearly collapsed crowd, and when he saw the helpless crowd focus on himself, he shouted again, "Brothers and sisters, to tell you the truth, we have nothing to eat or drink. We only have one way to kill these beasts before we can go out to find something to eat and drink, and now that the door is open, we have to fight now. This underground space is so big, if we don't fight, we can only wait to die. Do you want to be bitten to death by this dog?" Han Jonghwa's voice was very loud and enthusiastic, and he even waved his arms to strengthen his tone. He wanted to wake up those who had lost their courage. "Yes, we have nothing to eat, we are still hiding there, fighting. Yes, fight hard, kill one is enough, kill two to earn one if fuck, whoever is afraid, just a few wild dogs, I fight, eat dog meat at night." Hearing Han Jonghwa's strong and passionate words, everyone finally stopped, and at the same time there was something shining in their eyes, which should be called courage, saying that rabbits are anxious and bite people, not to mention all bloody people. I was just frightened before. But once a person is brave, he is not afraid of the sky. When Han Jonghwa saw that his heart was ready, he immediately shouted again. "Tell me, do you want to be eaten by these ugly dog things?" "In no mood." The crowd responded in unison. "Do you want your parents, wife and children to be killed by them?" "In no mood." The crowd responded even louder. "Then shall we kill these dogs?" "Want." At this time, the atmosphere of the crowd was finally completely lit up. Everyone raised their weapons and shouted with red eyes, including all the policemen. Han Jonghwa was also very excited. He raised his hand and shouted loudly. "Okay, let's kill today. Kill. Kill." Everyone roared frantically, their eyes were red with blood, and they raised their weapons high and roared again and again. Ge Zhongping, who was standing below, was full of hatred in his eyes. He didn't expect that Han Jonghwa had such a strong ability to incite, and a few words could mobilize everyone's passion, but at this time he had no choice but to watch. Ow! Seemingly provoked by the barking of people in the mall, the mutant dog roared, smashed the obstacle with one paw, rushed through the gate with a snort of its body, and kept rushing straight towards the passage, followed by another mutant dog. "To the cave! Hurry up! Take your place! Kill the mutant dogs!" When Han Jonghwa saw the mutant dog came in, he immediately shouted with a finger, and the enthusiastic people seemed to have forgotten their fear and rushed towards the frame. Xiehan gasped and stared at the mutant dog fiercely. The first mutant dog rushed hit the frame, and the frame shook with a bang, but it really stood up and was not damaged. Only the angle iron was slightly deformed. Everyone immediately got excited, and it seemed that the frame really worked. The mutant dog roared desperately against the frame. At this time, the second mutant dog climbed into the hole, but it did not collide with the frame, but glanced at it and rushed in directly towards the passage. It seemed to be smarter than the first, and actually knew that it came in through the passage. "Close the passage now." Han Jonghwa saw it clearly, this mutant dog was very fast, and rushed halfway through the passage in the blink of an eye, he hurriedly shouted. Boom! A few people who had prepared for a long time pushed the prepared frame with spikes into the passage, and used something to block it to seal the entire passage. Wang Wang! The mutant dog rushed too fast, just slammed into the sharp spikes, roared in pain, and the frame was also swayed. "Kill!" When Han Jonghwa saw the effect, he was overjoyed and shouted loudly. Puff! More than a dozen self-made long spears pierced straight out from the left and right channels, and the sharp spikes were inserted into the mutant dog's body. When they arrived, more than a dozen people were as strong as madmen, and the spears kept stabbing, and the mutant dogs fell into a pool of blood within a few minutes. Oyu! Seeing the mutant dog fall to the ground, the crowd immediately let out a roar of excitement, and everyone had a smile on their face. They finally killed the mutant dog. It seems that these things are not terrible, and they can be killed. This time aroused greater courage in people's hearts. Courage is a strange thing. Another weak person can suddenly burst into a powerful force, just like before these people were scared to death when they heard about killing a mutant dog, but after killing a mutant dog just now, these people immediately felt that the mutant dogs were not as powerful as they had imagined, and at this time, their courage grew rapidly, as if the mutant dogs had used a compliant rabbit, completely forgetting that they had been chased before, and they had nowhere to go. Wang Lang at this time, the first mutant dog finally understood that it was useless to hit this frame, and it also rushed towards this passage. Boom! The stupid mutant dog slammed into the previous mutant dog again, and the frame of the collision shook for a while, but it was not much better, and the long spikes actually stabbed it again through the dead body of the mutant dog in front of it. Body, it screamed in pain. Puff! This time, without waiting for Han Jonghwa's command, the people with spears on both sides of the aisle raised their guns and stabbed them one after another. There was a series of sounds of puffing iron into the flesh. The mutant dog caught in the aisle was stabbed more than a dozen times and then stopped howling. Boom! It's just that before everyone was happy, there was a sudden loud bang and the piles that blocked the doorway collapsed. The doorway was completely opened, and 5 mutant dogs rushed in from the wide open doorway. If these people had to run away before, they could I just killed 2 mutant dogs just now, I would be afraid at the time when my courage was just right. Whing whing, when the mutated dogs that rushed in saw the 2 companions lying in a pool of blood, they roared suddenly. The originally blood-red eyes were surging like blood at this time, roaring frantically, and then rushed towards the passage like crazy. Boom! The huge body collision force caused the entire frame to shake violently, but it should be fine. Although the angle iron was deformed during the collision, the main body was still strong, and everyone felt relieved. The mutant dog that rushed into the passage had not yet broken through the frame, but was attacked by spears from the personnel on both sides of the passage, and screamed again and again for a while. Whing wang, at this time, the entrance of the hole suddenly darkened, and more than a dozen mutant dogs rushed in. Seeing that their accomplices were attacked, they threw themselves into the ranks of crazy collisions. How powerful should so many mutant giant dogs be? The frame is even more violent under this strong impact. When it was shaken, the angle irons were also deformed, as if they would collapse in the next moment. Shot! Han Zhongwei can't see it, these mutant dogs are too terrifying after mutating. Not only their bodies become huge, but their strength is also terrifying. After colliding with each other, the frame is seriously deformed and the form becomes precarious. Had to order the police on the side of the frame to fire. Clap, wang wang, the gunshots were loud, and the bullet shot at the mutant dog like a raindrop. Immediately the mutant dog screamed and roared frantically, but it couldn't attack the person on the frame, so it had to hit the frame frantically, and the frame creaked and groaned in pain. Roaring, the police had no choice but to keep shooting. After more than 10 seconds, the gunshots stopped, and the 10 mutant dogs fell to the ground. The ground was covered in blood, and the blood flowed into the mall along the ground. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. He also wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then looked at the gun in his hand with a wry smile on his face. It was good just now, but he ran out of bullets. There were not many bullets on their bodies, less than 20 bullets for one person. But just now that person did not shoot more than 10 bullets, some of them have already been empty, and there may be 3 or 5 bullets. These are only 10 mutant dogs, but they know that there are about 30 dogs in this group. What should we do next? Wang wang, it was said that the house leak happened in the middle of the night when it rained, and there was another dog barking. The hole was dark, and more than a dozen mutant dogs rushed in. When they saw the miserable situation on the ground, they all roared sternly. Ow! At this time, a louder wolf roar came from outside the cave. Boom! The debris at the entrance of the cave was shattered into pieces as if it had been hit by a car, and there were splashes everywhere. The entrance of the cave was bright, and all the obstacles were smashed into pieces by this one blow. The sunlight shot in and illuminated the underground shopping mall. At this moment, the mutated dogs stopped roaring and turned to look at the entrance of the cave. The people behind the frame also stopped their movements and stared at the entrance of the cave, not knowing what was going on. At this time, the light suddenly dimmed at the entrance of the cave, as if it was blocked by something, and then a long beast shadow was supported on the ground, and everyone held their breath. Hoo-hoo! At this time, there was a thick panting sound, like a bellows, and like a low roar from a monster from the throat, and the heart of the shocked person trembled. Ah! Monster! At this time, someone in the crowd couldn't stop screaming, and saw the head of a huge monster sticking into the doorway. The monster's head was bigger than a lion's, and its 2 blood-red eyes seemed to glow red and green in the dark. It shot in like a searchlight, but everyone who was swept through felt cold all over. The monster walked in slowly, its huge body was like a hill, the gate more than 2 meters high was enough for its body to enter, and its body length was more than 4 meters. Find out what kind of monster this is. Originally, many people thought it was a mutant lion, but when the light shone on the monster again, it was clear that it was a Tibetan Mastiff, a very large Tibetan Mastiff. The black hair was fluffy like a wild lion, the open and closed huge mouth revealed 4 long teeth of 10 centimeters, the white gleaming cold light, the long tongue hanging out of the mouth, the saliva dripping on the ground, in the unusually quiet. The underground shopping mall looked even more terrifying, as if blood was dripping from the heart. The 2 ping-pong ball-sized eyes shone with red and green light, revealing a strange ferocity, but anyone who was swept by its eyes would feel chills and would not have the courage to look at them. Tibetan Mastiffs are fierce and aggressive, and sometimes even their master will attack.
After mutation, it becomes even more terrifying.
Everyone, including Han Zhonghua, is also cold all over, his calves are trembling, and he almost wants to retreat, but his last reason stopped him.
Down!
The mutant Tibetan Mastiff roared in a low voice, staring at the person behind the frame, exuding a violent aura like an ancient demon, stepping forward step by step. Every step of it seems to be stepping on everyone's heart. Shaking the heart, the blood flowed backwards. Everyone took a step back with every step, and even though they were separated by the frame, they couldn't feel safe. Shoot, shoot. At this time, Han Zhonghua held back his fear in order to shoot. He didn't dare to wait. If he waited, everyone would be frightened by the momentum of this Tibetan Mastiff, and would not dare to resist. Clap clap, several chaotic gunshots rang out, and the police team hiding on the frame was also nervous. When they heard Han Zhonghua's order, some people shot at random, but these people were already trembling with fright. Unable to hold back, only 2 or 3 shots were hit in the scattered shooting. But what is frightening is that the bullet shot into the Tibetan Mastiff's hair, like an arrow entering the grass and disappearing without a trace in an instant, while the Tibetan Mastiff didn't even move, but was still approaching the frame step by step. Ah! Guns are useless. At this time, someone from the police officer who shot just now suddenly exclaimed. This scream scared everyone into a stupor, and the gun couldn't move. What should I do? Ow! Suddenly, the Tibetan Mastiff seemed to be provoked by the shooting just now, and with a roar, the underground shopping mall was like a thunderstorm, the oscillating sound waves, and the trembling concrete ceiling trembled, and many walls fell off. And some timid and frail people were even fainted by this sound, and the crowd behind the frame was directly impacted. Step by step, they screamed and covered their ears. After the Tibetan Mastiff screamed wildly, its body bowed violently, its limbs kicked on the ground cement cracked, and its body rushed towards the frame like a mammoth. Crack, the originally hard angle iron seemed to have turned into dead wood at this time, and it became torn apart under the impact of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff. The entire frame began to shake and deform violently. The policemen hiding on it could no longer keep their feet and fell from the frame one after another. The spearmen who were originally in the left and right passages also hurriedly retreated at this time. Every time the Tibetan Mastiff collided, the frame of 3 or 4 meters would shatter, and every time its sharp claws slashed, the angle iron would be as soft as tofu and break. The larger it gets, the closer it gets to the end of the edge frame. Everyone was standing about 10 meters behind the frame at this time, watching silently, their faces full of despair. This door was broken and they ran there. There was nowhere to hide. Everyone supported each other, and seemed to be waiting for fate to come. Han Zhonghua and Gu Zhongping were also ashamed at this time. They did not expect how things could change so badly. They just saw how the hope of life was destroyed so quickly. How could such a terrifying mutant dog appear? It turned out that victory was in sight. But at this time it was like falling into hell. It's over, Gu Zhongping was about to regret it at this time, and he almost scolded Han Zhonghua to death in his heart. If he hadn't followed Han Zhonghua's advice, how could he have died? No, and now it's all over. Heaven and hell turned out to be so close, only a thin line between them. A few people rested in the hotel for a while, ate something and drank some water. After Di Ping closed his eyes for about 10 minutes, he took a few people out of the hotel again. It was noon and he didn't dare to waste time. At night, things will be difficult to handle. He has to take advantage of the day to remove the danger of the base. The few people had just walked a few hundred meters and were at most 1 kilometer away from the market when they suddenly heard clear gunshots coming from the direction of the mall, and the gunshots were continuous. Several people looked at each other, their hearts tightened. Problem occurs? Yu Lai also listened carefully, and his face suddenly changed. Walk! What Di Ping heard was even more real. The sound of the gunfire was mixed with the screams of animals. He knew that something must have happened, and hurriedly greeted everyone with long swords and ran to the mall first. Boom! With the last loud noise, the mutant Tibetan Mastiff finally broke through the frame barrier and walked towards the crowd. To run, not to run but to run towards it. The dozen or so mutant dogs behind the mutant Tibetan Mastiff also came in, slowly surrounding everyone, their blood-red and ferocious eyes staring at the crowd, and they might rush to bite at any time. Han Zhonghua closed his eyes helplessly. At this time, his heart was full of helplessness and pain. No matter how hard he tried to bring the people from the underground base to escape, he could be under the powerful force. Everything in front of him was in vain. No matter how hard he struggled, he still fell into the mouth of a dog. The mutant Tibetan Mastiff slowly approached the crowd, and the low breathing sound seemed to echo in everyone's ears, and the people who pressed it felt dull. The condemned criminal seemed to know the fate he was about to suffer, and gave up resistance altogether. Chirp, at this moment, a whistle suddenly sounded at the door, followed by the frivolous voice of a man.
Hey, big dog, come and give you bones to eat. When everyone heard this voice, they suddenly opened their eyes and looked at the doorway.
At this time, they were incredible. Who is so bold, who dares to play with the mutant Tibetan Mastiff? We must see who this person is, and at the same time, their hearts seem to rise. There is an unexplainable feeling, as if this voice has a kind of magic power, which can bring them hope and peace of mind. Ow! The mutant Tibetan Mastiff seemed to be able to understand words, and turned around with a whimper, and immediately roared when it saw a human standing by the doorway. Wang wang, the dozen or so mutant dogs around the Tibetan Mastiff heard the leader's bark, and rushed towards the human who dared to provoke them. The person standing at the door was Di Ping. Hearing the sound of gunfire, he quickly ran to the square with the four of them and found that there was not a single mutant dog in the square, and the door leading to the underground shopping mall was indeed wide open. With a roar, he knew that the mutant dogs had invaded the base, and he did not dare to delay, and rushed in a few steps.
When he saw the mutant Tibetan Mastiff, he was also taken aback. This mutant Tibetan Mastiff was indeed too big.
It was comparable to a cow, so he quickly used his exploration skills. Variant Tibetan Mastiff, Bloodline Level, D, Talent Skill, Berserk, Enhancement Level, Level 1 and Level 2, Skill. Bite. Di Ping was truly shocked to see this string of information.
This was his first real encounter with a mutant animal with a bloodline level.
When he saw this D, he thought that mutant animals may be the same as humans. Humans are divided into potential levels, while mutant animals are of bloodline level. Then this mutant Tibetan Mastiff with only bloodline level must be a more powerful existence than the previous giant Mang.
I am worried about whether I can cope with it.
But looking at this huge mutant Tibetan Mastiff, a strong excitement rose deep in my heart. Di Ping was also a combative person. He encountered a powerful enemy today, and he did not worry about the raging fighting spirit that did not frighten him but aroused his heart. When seeing the mutant Tibetan Mastiff breaking through the frame, there are already signs of attacking the crowd, and I have to use the taunting skill to attract the mutant Tibetan Mastiff's attention. Otherwise, once the crowd is attacked, these ordinary people will not be its opponents at all, except for the tragic death. There is no other way. The mutant Tibetan Mastiff got angry when Di Ping taunted him on the spot, roaring to let his subordinates tear up this man who dared to provoke him.
Gina!
Di Ping stood still, let out a low shout, and dodged to the side, revealing the black-robed man behind him. Not only did the people in the base not know what this young man was doing, but even the mutant dog was taken aback for a moment. And in this days, the speed of rushing out was slow, and at this time, Gina stretched out two white and slender hands from the black robe, and the red light flashed on the hands. Ignition, a crisp and pleasant female voice sounded, as if a refreshing wind blew through everyone's heart, making everyone present feel warm, as if they had forgotten the danger at this time, but only knew that the woman with such a voice was in the black robe. What a beautiful face under the cover.
But the next moment, no one thought so.
Before the woman's voice fell, she saw more than a dozen fist-sized fireballs suddenly fly out of her palm and lash towards the rushing mutant dogs. More than a dozen fiery red lights and shadows appeared, and the next moment they appeared in the center of the mutant dog group. Boom boom boom, a series of explosions sounded, and groups of firelight exploded on the body of the mutant dog. The big fireball split into thousands of small fireballs, which exploded in this space. The roaring sound was like setting off firecrackers.
All burnt by fire.
The fireball exploded on the mutant dog, the flesh and blood splattered immediately, and the fur flew around. At the same time, the flame was like the poison of the Tarsus.
It could not be thrown away when it stuck to the body.
Once it was stuck, it burned quickly, and immediately bursts of fur smelled in the space.
Diffuse, the miserable barking of mutant dogs echoed in the mall. Everyone was stunned at this moment. Is this still the woman with the charming voice? This method is too cruel, isn't it?
More than a dozen ferocious mutant dogs pushed their hands and turned into what they are now.
It's terrifying.
At this time, when everyone looked at the man in black robe, not only did they not want to open it, but they were afraid. They were really afraid that when the black robe was opened, it was not a beautiful woman, but a vicious spirit. Even the mutant Tibetan Mastiff was stunned, forgot to roar, staring at the dozen or so mutant dogs surrounded by flames. A trace of fear flashed, his body retreated a little uneasy, and a low whine came out of his throat. It is natural for animals to be afraid of fire, not to mention such a terrible flame. It can't be shaken off when it sticks to it. The mutant Tibetan Mastiff is also an animal, and it is also afraid of fire. More than a dozen mutant dogs kept screaming and rolling back and forth on the ground.
At this time, they couldn't care about attacking Di Ping. Gina kept pushing with both hands, and her blue eyes became even more bizarre under the reflection of the flames. Staring at the mutant dog group, only after the mutant dogs were all burned into a pitch-black ball, did he withdraw his flat push hands. The flames also slowly dissipated in the air, as if it had never appeared before. Only a dozen groups of black carbon on the ground were sizzling, and the smell of barbecued meat permeated the air, indicating that what happened just now was not an illusion. Don't talk about these people. Di Ping, who saw Gina using this spell again, was also shocked once again. It was more intuitive and terrifying than the last time to kill the mutant scorpion. The flames did not drop, and even the ground that rolled over also burned. These ordinary mutant animals are not good enough in Gina's hands, and he once again regretted his original choice. The mage is not only high damage but also handsome. I didn't see that Gina just pushed with both hands, and countless fireballs flew around, killing more than a dozen mutant dogs with one move. If I had to rush up and chop, although killing these 10 or so would not be difficult for me, but I think it is impossible to be as handsome as Gina. It must be stained with blood. At this time, dozens of green soul energy balls suddenly appeared on the body of the mutant dog on the ground, only the size of a ping-pong ball. The green energy ball slowly lifted into the air, and when it rose to about half a meter, it suddenly turned into a green light and shot at Di Ping. Whoosh rushes into Di Ping's body. Di Ping has seen this scene many times, and Di Ping is not surprised. The sound of the system sounded in his mind at the same time, but he was already used to it and ignored it automatically. He only remembered that the final energy obtained was 152 energy points. Up to now, his total energy is 164 energy points plus the remaining 12 points in the previous upgrade, and he only needs 20 energy points to upgrade a level, and this 164 energy points is enough for him to upgrade a few steps. But Di Ping does not dare to go to the next level at this time. Who is coming, rising too fast? Obviously he can't control the power. I secretly criticized the system in my heart. I read some novels and it's okay to go up to 10 levels. Why does it have problems after only 2 levels up? Is it obvious that the system is not powerful enough? This is for the host's good. If you upgrade too quickly, you won't be able to lay a solid foundation, and it will be difficult to grow too high later. Just as Di Ping was thinking about it in his mind, a beep sounded in his mind once, and Di Ping was startled. He didn't expect that the system would suddenly explain his inner thoughts. He was a little speechless. He really didn't understand the system. If you asked him, he wouldn't say anything. Sometimes when you thought about something, he would suddenly say something, but he couldn't. The system didn't communicate with him at all. No matter how you shouted, he just ignores it unless it deems necessary. However, he also understood what the system said. This was because the system deliberately controlled the speed of his own upgrades, so as not to let himself mess up, and to lay a solid foundation. Di Ping was not a person who didn't know well, and he didn't think about it after listening to the system. At this time, when you are facing a battle, not when you are interacting with the system, you should explain it first. The mutant Tibetan Mastiff didn't seem to think that things would turn out like this. When he saw the corpse of his companion lying on the ground, he was immediately angry. Although he was a little afraid of fire, his innate sturdy and stubborn temperament and disposition determined that it was impossible. Back off! Roar! The manic low-pitched roar and the dull voice exploded in the underground shopping mall, causing everyone who was shocked to feel stuffy in their hearts, and seemed to be out of breath right away. The Tibetan Mastiff lowered his head, his blood-green eyes stared at Gina, and walked towards the door. All the hair on his body exploded, like a manic lion, ready to pounce at any time. Gina was about to step forward, when a hand stopped her. Di Ping walked out from behind her, the long sword in his hand also hangs by his side. His eyes stared at the mutant Tibetan Mastiff, and he walked slowly forward. She walked, and Gina resigned obediently, but she put one hand on her chest, and there was a slight energy fluctuation in her palm. Seeing Di Ping coming out, the mutant Tibetan Mastiff's eyes didn't fluctuate at all, and it was as lonely as death. The distance is getting closer and closer. At this time, the people in the base are all looking at this young man who was walking towards the mutant Tibetan Mastiff like a fool. They only think that this person is crazy and his height is not comparable to the mutant Tibetan Mastiff. How dare you mention it? To challenge the mutant Tibetan Mastiff with a sword, you must know that the Tibetan Mastiff was not something that ordinary people could deal with before the mutation, not to mention that the mutant Tibetan Mastiff is now like a cow, and it is simple to deliver food. Ow! Suddenly the mutant Tibetan Mastiff let out a sharp low roar again. The body bowed violently, for powerful claws like pillars kicked the ground, the huge body shot straight out like a cannonball, and the super fast speed brought a gust of wind. with a whistling shot towards Diping, like a dark cloud covering the top. Collision. Diping, who had been nervous all the time, also let out a low shout. His body was surging violently, his fascia burst, and his whole body was instantly activated. His feet slammed on the ground, and with a bang, the violent energy exploded around him, rushing. The dust scattered, and the body seemed to have crossed the space. The afterimage remained in place, and the person had appeared 10 meters away. Slash! A loud shout sounded in the air, and a cold light suddenly flashed from the sky, and it instantly reached the top of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff's head. A sound of steel slamming exploded in the mall, followed by a violent wave of air that swept out, like a gust of wind. One person and one dog collided violently like two opposing trains, and the two shadows shot back at a faster speed than before. Boom! The mutant Tibetan Mastiff fell to the ground and kept shaking its head, dizzy when it was cut by Guinsai's sword. Diping flew upside down for more than 3 meters. Deng Deng took 5 or 6 steps back before he stood still. The hand holding the sword was trembling. His heart felt stuffy for a while. He was about to vomit blood. He was gasping for breath, and his blood fluctuated violently. The hands are shaking slightly, and the palms are numb. He was horrified for a while. He didn't expect to use his own strength to slash with all his strength. The long sword did not break the defense when he slashed on the mutant head, and the slashing skills did not work. He looked down at the long sword that had been slightly bent, and he was a little helpless. This sword has completely failed to keep up with his pace. Shaking his numb palms, Diping suddenly laughed. He was not afraid, but raised a strong fighting intent, like a raging fire burning in his chest, and his whole body's blood was surging like waves of an angry lake. Haha, happy, come again. Diping let out a loud roar. His blood was surging. He held the sword handle behind both of his hands, his legs were hard, his body squatted slightly, and then he shot out like a spring. The mutant Tibetan Mastiff was hit by Diping's sword. Although he was not injured, the strong impact made him dizzy, which made him extremely angry. He didn't think that this little human could actually hurt himself. When he saw Diping shouting again, he rushed towards himself, and immediately roared and swooped out. Clang! A steel collision sounded, and Diping's long sword was about to hit the mutant Tibetan Mastiff's head again, but it was blocked by the sharp claws swung by the mutant dog. There was a sound of gold and iron intermingling, and the long sword that vibrated straight to the upper side, while the big mouth of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff's blood basin slammed into Diping's neck. Not good. Diping was shocked. He didn't expect the mutant Tibetan Mastiff to be so cunning. He didn't touch him at all. Instead, he missed his own sword and bit himself with his mouth. He cursed inwardly, but he didn't dare to delay. There was a strong stench in the mouth of the blood basin, and it seemed that he was about to bite into his own head. Diping reacted quickly in the many battles of life and death, and his thoughts turned sharply. A side dodge, dodging the big mouth of the blood basin, and the right knee slams upward, just in the position of the jaw of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff. Boom! With a muffled sound, the mutant Tibetan Mastiff screamed and flew out sideways. You must know that Diping's strength is frightening. Also began to bleed. Deng deng, but the same strong backlash caused Diping to take a few steps back. At this time, he also had lingering fears. If he took a slow step just now, he would have died. You must know that the bite force of the Tibetan Mastiff is amazing. Hard to get out. He calmed down and lifted the sword to check it. The sound of the collision was too loud just now, and his ears were numb. He was worried that there would be a problem with the sword. At this moment, the color changed. The huge gap, it is hard to imagine that the refined Han sword is not as good as the sharp claws. After a while in his heart, he was afraid. He didn't expect the claws of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff to be so beneficial. If it hit him just now, he would definitely be injured. He didn't dare to be careless in this battle. He shook his long sword lightly, his eyes fixed on the mutant Tibetan Mastiff. The mutant Tibetan Mastiff was not feeling well at this time. The blow just now was really heavy, and the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth could show that he had suffered a lot just now. Ow! With a long roar in the sky, the Tibetan Mastiff seemed to be aroused by Diping's madness. The hair on the whole body exploded violently, and a strong energy rushed out from the body, and the dust on the ground seemed to be swept by the strong wind, blowing the dust all over the sky. A layer of blood red suddenly appeared, as if the whole body was dyed with bright red blood, and the bloody eyes showed crazy killing intent. Violent! Diping immediately screamed out when he saw this situation. He knew that this was the mutant Tibetan Mastiff who launched the violent skills, otherwise there would not be such a sudden big bend. At this time, the fighting power of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff has skyrocketed. If the strength and speed are not increased, it will become even more insane. It is not afraid of pain. At this time, it would be stupid to fight with it. Long sword swing. Flame enhancement. A flame appeared on the long sword, and the intense scorching heat rushed towards his face. Ping activated the flame enhancement. The simple slashing did not want to hurt this mutant Tibetan Mastiff, and he had to use the flame enhancement skill. At this time, everyone was dumbfounded. What the mysterious black-robed man just released should be magic, right? What is this mutant dog's body glowing red, and this young man's speed like the wind, and the flames burning on the long sword just now, what is it? This completely subverts people's cognition. How can things that only appear in movies or novels appear in this world? What happened to this world? Everyone, at this time, can no longer be afraid, but is occupied by a strong sense of curiosity. Han Zhonghua and Gu Zhongping, two people who usually don't deal with each other, suddenly looked at each other with a sympathetic look. There was a spark of a certain name in their eyes, but they stopped for a while and then quickly looked away. What they are thinking, no one knows, maybe only they know. Talking is a lot, in fact, time is like a flash of lightning. The mutant Tibetan Mastiff again silently rushed towards Ping, bringing a gust of wind, two sharp front claws flashing cold light like sharp blades piercing the air, with the sound of chirp breaking wind, slashing towards Ping's shoulders. Slash. Ping didn't dare to be negligent, he kicked his feet on the ground, his body quickly dodged to the right, and the long sword slanted upward and swept the mutated Tibetan Mastiff's soft abdomen. Oh shit! The mutant Tibetan Mastiff reacted extremely quickly, its huge body suddenly folded in mid-air, dodging the long sword, and the two hind legs suddenly kicked towards Ping's lower abdomen. Ping cursed inwardly, and his body retreated sharply, only to be able to bear it. Escaped. Ow! Ping hadn't stood firm yet, but the mutant Tibetan Mastiff just fell to the ground, its figure turned upside down, and the head slammed on Ping again, as fast as lightning, and the bloody mouth was already in front of him in an instant. Boom! It was too late to dodge, so Ping subconsciously raised his leg with one foot, and once again stomped on the jaw of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff, although it was a random one. Feet, but their strength is terrifying. Ow! A pain flashed in the eyes of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff, and it flew out with a scream. Ping did not hesitate to make meritorious deeds with one foot, but with a short body, he rushed forward, the long sword slashed down like the wind, and the high-speed movement of the sword formed a fire shadow in the sky. Puff! A trace of panic flashed in the eyes of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff that had just landed, but it was too late to react. A sharp blade pierced into the flesh. Ping was overjoyed, but then his face changed. The mutant Tibetan Mastiff was injured and did not dodge. Biting towards Ping's waist. Ping did not expect that the Tibetan Mastiff in the rage was so ferocious that he was not afraid of being injured, and was still attacking himself frantically. The sound of the collision of the ears, the interlacing of the canine teeth is like steel hitting each other, and the ears of the listeners are numb. As soon as he got past, before Ping could stand firm, the Tibetan Mastiff responded quickly, turned around suddenly, and swept his right claws. The 5 or 6 inch long sharp claws were like 5 sharp knives, and swept straight towards Ping's waist with a scream. If this hits directly, it will open the intestines. Ping dared to be swept away, his legs kicked violently, and his body quickly flew away more than 2 meters away, finally dodging the Tibetan Mastiff's claws, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the Tibetan Mastiff flicked on its hind legs, and its huge body was as flexible as lightning, like lightning. The giant tiger pounced on the food, and immediately covered its head. The sharp claws of its 2 front claws, which were fully opened, shone with a cold white light. Damn it! Ping scolded. When he was so embarrassed, he was hit by a mutant Tibetan Mastiff, and he was shriveled everywhere. His strength is definitely better than this mutant Tibetan Mastiff, but he suffers from the lack of attack methods. The sword can't break the defense at all, and it can't cause much damage, and if he is empty-handed, he has never learned any attacking boxing skills, and a random punch is definitely not enough. In this way, he can only be beaten passively. How can he not let him feel aggrieved? Fight! Ping, who was dodging in all directions, was on fire, and his heart was ruthless. His body was not retreating. The ground was full of messy angle irons. If he accidentally retreated and fell, the only thing waiting for him was death. Enter. Collision. Seeing that the huge body of the Tibetan Mastiff was pressed down like a mountain, it was too late to think about it. With a thought, he launched a skill collision with all his strength. Push it, and shoot it out in an instant. Puff, seeing that Ping was about to die under his sharp claws, a trace of ferocity and excitement flashed in the mutant Tibetan Mastiff's eyes, but the excitement didn't last long, and suddenly his eyes were full of terror, and Ping, who was about to be caught in his claws, suddenly disappeared. Followed by a pain in the lower abdomen, and a cold air rushed through the lower abdomen. It turned out that Ping was in no hurry to see that he was in a hurry.
There were all debris behind him and he had no choice but to move forward, so he launched a charge, accelerated his speed, and rushed forward in an instant. At the same time, he quickly raised his long sword and used a rapid impact. The speed of the long sword drove the long sword to create a wound of more than 1 meter long on the lower abdomen of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff. Although it was too late to use the flame to strengthen the skills, the sharp long sword and the speed still drew out the opening on the lower abdomen of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff. Ow! The mutant Tibetan Mastiff finally screamed in pain. Although the wound was not deep, it was too long. The blood gushed down and quickly dyed the ground red. With the pain, the fierceness of the Tibetan Mastiff was stimulated. The wound roared and charged towards Deeping again. The madness of the Tibetan Mastiff was fully stimulated, and the speed also increased sharply. Running with all his strength was as fast as a galloping bison. In a blink of an eye, he was in front of Deeping. The narrow passage was not conducive to Deeping's quick evasion. Quickly catch up with him, making Deeping dodge very embarrassed. Deeping's body was covered with scratches from sharp claws. Although the injury was not serious, Deeping, who was still in pain, took a breath. Seeing the Tibetan Mastiff rush in front of him, a loss of mind made him lose the opportunity to dodge. Deeping swung his sword and slashed sideways to the Tibetan Mastiff's jaw, trying to use the slash to repel the mutant Tibetan Mastiff and achieve the purpose of dodging. Clang! Suddenly, the mutant Tibetan Mastiff turned quickly and bit the long sword that Deeping swept over, and Deeping had no time to retract the sword, so he could only watch the long sword being bitten. The sound sounded, and the strong bite force of the Tibetan Mastiff bit Deeping's long sword into 2 pieces. Deeping never thought that the long sword would end in this way, and he was a little lost when he saw the broken long sword in his hand. Be careful! Boom! While Deeping was stunned, the mutant Tibetan Mastiff was not idle. This Tibetan Mastiff was definitely not an ordinary dog. It was obviously trained and had a very high fighting literacy. Once it got stuck, it would never die. The attack was continuous, but the prey was a little negligent. Deeping would be bitten by it, and Deeping committed a major taboo and lost his mind during the war. Although this absence was for a moment, it was deadly enough. When he heard the cry and immediately returned to his senses, the huge head of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff slammed into his chest like a heavy hammer. Deeping felt a pain in his chest, and a huge force knocked his body into the air. Out! Boom! Deeping flew out more than 10 meters and hit the frame. The frame was deformed, and then hit the wall heavily. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Deeping's mouth. Deeping's heart burst into flames. One is that he was actually lost in battle, and the other was that he was beaten by a dog and couldn't handle it. Owner! At this time, Gina screamed and raised her hand to activate the magic in her hand. Stop! Deeping let out a low drink to stop Gina, who had already gathered fireballs in her hands, stood up straight and threw away the broken sword in her hands, raised her hands to wipe the blood from the corners of her mouth, and her eyes were burning with flames. Come again! Suddenly Deeping shouted angrily, and his whole body rushed out with a violent aura, like a gust of wind blowing smoke and dust around him, and the viewers couldn't open their eyes for a while. The mutant Tibetan Mastiff didn't seem to expect that Deeping would stand up so quickly, and he was actually fine after being hit by himself. Collision! Deeping also moved, like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus, shooting out like lightning. His speed was too fast, and he crossed the limit of space like a teleportation. The mutant Tibetan Mastiff didn't have time to react that Deeping had already rushed into its arms, and his shoulders and elbows, as hard as iron mountains, were hitting his jaw. Boom! A muffled thunder sounded, and the mutant Tibetan Mastiff also screamed, and flew out, blood splattered in the air. Everyone watching this scene was stunned. Is this still a human? It's not a Tyrannosaurus or something, it's totally disproportionate. It's like when you see a person knocking a big elephant into the sky. How can it not make people stunned? They just don't know that Deeping, who is furious, is doing his best. 6,000 catties, not to mention this mutant Tibetan Mastiff, it was really big and it was knocked flying. Collision! Deeping was as mad as a tiger at this time. His body activated another skill, the strength of his whole body gathered, his feet kicked violently, and with a bang, his body shot at the mutant Tibetan Mastiff still in the air like a cannonball. Boom! Click! Another violent crash sounded, and the mutant Tibetan Mastiff was hit by Deeping in mid-air, as if it was hit head-on by a train, and the huge body flew out again at a faster speed, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Boom! The huge body of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff smashed into a thick concrete pillar in the underground shopping mall. The mutant Tibetan Mastiff made a shrill scream, and blood spurted out of its mouth as if it didn't want money. Collision! Deeping's body was stained with blood, and he didn't know if it was his own or that of a mutant Tibetan Mastiff, but at this time, he was mad and his eyes were bloodshot again and he launched the collision skill. He only felt a burst of tearing pain in his body, But he didn't care at all in the madness, and his body shot out again, like a furious bull, slamming into the mutant Tibetan Mastiff that was about to slide down with a gust of wind. Boom click, a loud noise rang out in the underground shopping mall, and the entire column shook with a humming sound. All the people in the hall felt that the ground seemed to be shaking, and the bones of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff also cracked. Puff, more blood spurted out of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff's mouth as if it didn't want money. At this time, its blood-red eyes lost its luster, and its body softly slid down from the pillar. I let you bite, I let you bite. Ping was like a madman at this time, grabbing the long hair of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff, pressing its huge head to the ground, and smashing it down with his hammer-like fist. Boom boom boom, a sound like a hammer hitting the ground resounded throughout the underground mall. Everyone in the underground mall looked at Ping with wide eyes. Every time a punch fell, everyone trembled, as if the fist was hitting them. The mad Ping scared them more than the mutant dog at this time. Blood splattered, on the ground and on the walls. Ping was covered with blood, and some of them even shot to the feet of many people. At this moment, it seemed that there was a strong virus in this drop of blood, and they all retreated, fearing that they would be infected. Master! It's dead! At this time, a soft hand pressed on Ping's shoulder, and the soft voice flowed from this hand to Ping's whole body like a cold and warm air. The palm of the peace messenger calmed the irritable breath, and only after the last coldness rushed to his mind did Ping wake up from his angry mouth. When I saw that my body was covered in blood, and the mutant Tibetan Mastiff had been smashed by myself like blood mud on the ground, I felt sick in my heart, and then I realized how crazy I was just now, and I must have gone crazy again. I must have an accident today, and when I am angry, I may attack everyone around me. Gratefully looked back at Gina, and seeing Gina's concerned eyes, he forced the corner of his mouth to give Gina a reassuring smile, but he didn't know that he was uglier than crying now. Ping handed a bottle of water to Ping. Ping knew it was Gina, so he was not polite. He took it and washed the blood on his hands and face. How terrifying and crazy it was just now. The hands and clothes were already stained with blood. How could there be no blood on the face? After washing his hands and face, a small white hand held a few tissues to wipe the water stains on his face. Looking at Gina, who was close at hand, her fair face was rosy, and she looked at Ping with focus and concern. Ping's face gently inhaled a faint fragrance that hit Ping's nostrils, making his mind instantly calm. He slowly calmed down from the rage just now. At this time, he did not have any love at all. He quietly watched the little girl recruited by his own alien world. At this time, he lost the immaturity of the little girl, but more mature. Of tenderness. Thank you, Gina. Ping smiled and looked at Gina and thanked him, reaching out to take the tissue in Gina's hand, his eyes full of truth. Master, please don't say that. This is what Gina should do. Gina was taken away by Ping. When Ping touched his fingers, he immediately blushed and retracted his hand. When he heard Ping's words, he immediately replied in a panic, but his eyes were erratic, and he never dared to look Ping's eyes again. Ping, who had woken up at this time, suddenly felt a pain all over his body, and the pain became clearer and stronger, as if every muscle was being torn apart. The intense pain made Ping's teeth involuntarily, the heels trembled and rattled. Boom, the mineral water in Ping's hand was shattered by his squeeze, and the water splashed everywhere, but at this time he didn't feel it at all. The wave of pain that was stronger than the wave made him lose his awareness of the outside world. The hands that were clenched tightly due to the pain creaked, and the blue veins on the arms bulged, like strong tree roots twisting around the arms. A muffled groan squeezed out from between Ping's clenched teeth, and the sweat on his forehead poured out in an instant, dripping from his forehead. Master, what's wrong with you? Gina also discovered that Ping was in a wrong state, and hurriedly stepped forward to support Ping, whose body was shaking constantly, with concern in his eyes. But at this time Ping heard Gina's voice, but he didn't even have the strength to speak. He didn't dare to loosen his clenched teeth. He was afraid that once he loosened it, he could not help crying out in pain. Gina supported Ping and felt that his body, which was constantly shaking due to the severe pain, seemed to understand something. She sighed, her right hand stretched out, and suddenly a white light appeared in her hand, like a white light bulb. Gina's white fingers are even more white and dazzling. The more the white light gathered, the thicker it became, as if it was a cloud of white mist, and it seemed to feel almost the same. Then Gina gently pressed her palm on Ping's chest. The white light seemed to find the entrance at once, and began to sink into Ping's body quickly. The white light kept entering Ping's body, and his whole body was shocked immediately. The brows distorted by the pain also began to slowly stretch, and the expressions also calmed down, not so distorted. He suddenly felt that his body, which was about to collapse, felt a cool air. This cool air was like a spring morning breeze blowing over his body, like a gentle ocean wave hitting the beach. The movements were so soothing, so gentle. As warm as a lover's fingers, every time she passed the muscles were quickly brushed down, and the pain slowly dissipated.
Seeing Diping's stretched brows, Gina's face finally showed a hint of joy.
His magical concentration and calmness could originally restore magic and vitality, and had a certain therapeutic effect, and it could also improve people's spirit and purify negative states. According to Diping's painful state just now and the soothing demeanor after receiving the magic treatment, she knew what happened to Diping's body. The coolness came and went quickly, but it disappeared after flowing through the whole body in about 10 seconds, and the pain immediately surged up again like a tidal wave. Gina's palm flashed once again, and the holy white light drilled into Diping's body like a spirituality, and as the white light entered the body Diping's brows eased again, so Gina cast 4 times in a row to concentrate. Diping was relieved from the pain, but Gina was sweating profusely at this time, and her body began to tremble slightly. She has lost a lot of mental power in the killing of the mutant dogs just now, and now she has forcibly cast 5 spells. Her weak mental power is no longer enough to support. She has reached the limit, not a willpower to support. She had already fallen.
Okay, Gina. I'm fine.
Diping felt the pain was no longer so obvious, and he could bear it completely. Looking at Gina, he frowned again. His head was full of big eyes, his hands were shaking, and he was about to cast the 5th magic.
He grabbed Gina's palm and stopped Gina.
Looking at Gina, whose vision was blurred at this time, his heart was full of emotion, and he gently pushed away Gina's messy hair and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead.
Master, you scared Gina.
Gina couldn't hold it any longer at this time. Her body slowly leaned against Diping's arms, her eyes looked at Diping with tenderness, her voice was soft and weak, and it seemed that she was very tired to say every word. Diping felt sorry for a while, hugged Gina's soft and boneless body, and smelled the faint fragrance, but at this time, he only had love for Gina. Without any distractions, half-hugged Gina. Slowly he walked to the sofa that fell to the ground by the wall, lifted the sofa with one foot and put it back together, and then helped Gina to sit down and let her rest on the sofa.
Gina, take a break. Don't worry, I'm all right now.
Diping whispered in Gina's ear, and stroked Gina's head comfortingly.
Good host.
Gina nodded obediently, then slowly sat cross-legged on the sofa and began to adjust her breath. In fact, her ears were already red at this time, but Diping couldn't see it buried in the black robe. She liked the gentleness of the master very much. Concerned, it made her feel very comfortable, and at the same time, it also made her very shy, so she had to use pranayama to calm her agitated mood. Watching Gina cross-legged and adjusting her breath, Diping stood up again, took out his broken sword from the ground, and let out a long sigh. This Han sword that accompanied him from birth to death has finally come to an end. Although this Han sword can no longer keep up with his progress, he is a man of nostalgia, and he is still a little reluctant to look at the broken Han sword. Putting down his reluctance, Diping walked over to the body of the mutant Tibetan Mastiff and used his broken sword to start looking for the crystal nucleus on the head of the Tibetan Mastiff that had been smashed by himself. By Ruaningji exudes a mysterious and soft light. This jade bead is very miraculous. There is not a trace of blood on the flesh and blood. At this time, the people in the underground base watched Diping's movements quietly. When they saw him fiddling with the minced meat to find something, everyone couldn't understand what this terrifying young man was doing. Is there anything special about it? Hobby. This thought made everyone's heart shudder. Every time they saw the broken flesh and blood being provoked by Diping's broken sword, many people made a noise and a vicious vomiting came like a tide, and some people just held back. And some people couldn't hold back and vomited directly while running. But Diping didn't seem to see these people at this time. He walked to the side of the dozen or so mutant dogs who had been burned to death by Gina's magic. After doing all this, Diping looked up at the crowd in the hall who gathered together and looked at him in horror. Di-gu! Di-gu! At this moment, 2 figures suddenly came in through the door, and when they saw Diping shouting in unison, the 2 were excited and a little scared to avoid the mutated dog corpse on the ground, and ran to Diping's side with small steps. Diping didn't have to look back to know that the 2 were Yulai and Lu Han. Only at this moment did he realize that he had just rushed into the underground shopping mall to save people and had forgotten about these 2. He was hiding outside to see what was going on inside, and only came in after seeing that there was no danger. But Diping didn't blame them. The 2 were just ordinary people, and the battle was said to be only 10 minutes long. It was good that the 2 dared to stay outside without running. Isn't that Yulai and Lu Han? Yes. It's the 2 of them. They didn't die outside? Yes. Yes. Didn't that mean that all their group died?
The appearance of the two caused a commotion in the crowd gathered on the opposite side. Someone should have recognized the two of Yu Lai and exclaimed in disgust. When Gu Zhongping heard the discussion of the people behind him, the expression on his face suddenly changed, and then he stretched out abruptly, the smile reappeared on his face, and the original fearful expression had disappeared. He was frightened just now, seeing Di Ping's state of madness and the powerful magic of the mysterious black rogue man. He didn't know who these two people were they from Earth? Or aliens? After all, he had never seen such a powerful human on Earth, and although the two killed the mutant dog, he didn't know whether they wanted the human side or the enemy side, so he hesitated all the time. Yu Lai and Lu Han were able to talk to Di Ping, and he immediately reacted. Yu Lai and Lu Han were human beings in their own base. If they could communicate with Di Ping, then Di Ping was definitely not an enemy. Thinking of this, the smile appeared on his face. As long as they could communicate, it would not be a problem. He believed that he could get these two mysterious people. Ha ha! This little hero, thank you very much. I'm Gu Zhongping, the head of the underground base. On behalf of everyone in our base, I thank you for your rescue. After thinking about these problems, Gu Zhongping, a political old fritter, immediately laughed and walked towards Di Ping's side quickly. The smiles piled up on his face, and he was full of kindness and peace. He extended his hands enthusiastically as far as possible. Hold it to Di Ping. Hello? Mr. Gu, I've heard the name for a long time. Di Ping also turned his head to look at Gu Zhongping, who had walked quickly to him. The person who stretched out his hand did not hit the smiling face, so he also smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to give Gu Zhongping a shallow shake. Although I heard from Yu Lai and Lu Han that this Gu Zhongping is not a good person, it's just that now is not the time to trouble him. But the expression on his face is a little dull, just a little smile. Ha, a fake name, it's still little brother Gaoi. You must give a reward for saving the lives of everyone in our base. Gu Zhongping laughed and said a fake name, but the smile on his face shows that he is very lustful. He was a little hero just now and will become a little brother again. Is this distance rising too fast? He said thank you Di Ping, but he just lifted Di Ping to Gaoi, wrote a bad check, and gave awards. Now the superiors don't know where they are? You're welcome, Mr. Good. The corners of Di Ping's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt a little disdain for this person who was righteous on the outside but evil on the inside. It was just that the top priority was to stabilize the people here, not when it was a time of extravagance, so he was polite. Hello Mr. D. I'm Han Zhonghua, thank you for coming to the rescue. Hard work. At this moment, a loud voice sounded, and a burly, square face, thick eyebrows and a righteous face, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked quickly to Di Ping and extended his hand to Di Ping enthusiastically, with a grateful and gentle face on his face. Smile. Brother D, this is Mr. Han. At this time, Yu Lai introduced the middle-aged man in front of him in a low voice, and Di Ping realized it. Hello, Mr. Han, you're welcome. I don't think humans should help each other. This is the Han Zhonghua who Yu Lai and the two have said has a sense of justice in the underground base. He still likes such people very much, and he hurriedly smiled and took Han Zhonghua's hand and said, Ha ha. That's right, we humans should help each other. Still Mr. D has a big heart. Han Zhonghua laughed and looked at Di Ping with admiration in his eyes. He said that he likes this young man too much. He is strong but not impatient. Facing himself, he looks calm, without a trace of pride, let alone a trace of it. Nervous, which made him take another look at Di Ping. Gu Zhongping was not happy. He rushed forward just now because he wanted to establish a good relationship with this powerful young man surnamed Di as soon as possible, but before he said a few words, Han Zhonghua came up to make trouble again. Moreover, Di Ping, a young man, seems to have a more enthusiastic attitude towards Han Zhonghua than himself. Could it be that he knew what he had done, and who told him? Gu Zhongping suddenly looked at Yu Lai and Lu Han behind Di Ping. He thought that if Di Ping knew what happened to him, only these two people could have said it. Otherwise, Di Ping would be a little cold to himself and didn't smile much, but he was obviously better to Han Zhonghua. Thinking of this, he looked at the two of them again. There was a murderous flash in his eyes. Di Ping still couldn't hide his emotions and anger, and his dissatisfaction with Gu Zhongping could not be concealed perfectly. Gu Zhongping, an old fox, could see his performance just now, but he didn't know it at this time. But he didn't care either. He had already sentenced a scum like Gu Zhongping to death in his heart, and he would definitely be merciful to such a person when he found a chance. At this time, several people came over from behind, and many people gradually put down their fears and gathered around Di Ping. Come on. Mr. D, let me introduce you.
At this time, Han Zhonghua smiled and took Diping's hand to introduce him to the following people.
Mr. Han, some keywords can't be used, just replace the title with Mr. Call me Xiao Di or Diping. Don't be so polite.
Diping also felt Han Zhonghua's genuine enthusiasm, and let him pull it, while saying with a smile.
It should be. Then I'll take care of you and call you Xiao Di.
Han Zhonghua laughed. He really liked this young man more and more.
It's just that some people were unhappy.
At this time, Go Zhongping watched Han Zhonghua and Diping's enthusiastic conversation, and also grabbed the task of the person in charge of his base to introduce the management of the base to Diping.
Little D. Come on, this is Lu Guoliang, another person in charge of the base. Han Zhonghua took Diping and pointed to Lu Guoliang, who was walking at the front of the crowd. Hello, Mr. D. Lu Guoliang didn't bother, but smiled and held out his hand to Diping. Hello, Mr. Lu.
Diping also smiled and stretched out his hand. This Lu Guoliang and Yulai had also said that, but the information was relatively small, saying that the neutral faction did not care much about the base, so he took a second look. This Lu Guoliang was not tall, but he was about 1.7 meters tall, with a thin body, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, with a fair complexion and a soft smile on his face. Diping didn't feel a trace of the official spirit that is unique to an official's body. Instead, he was more like a well-mannered scholar, but he didn't dare to underestimate it. People who have been active in the officialdom all year round have a simple, if I really people think that Lu Guoliang is a scholar, and you are the only one who suffers. Then Han Zhonghua introduced the following people to Diping one by one, and even Lu Hai knew him. This first image of Lu Hai gave Diping the feeling that it was a sloppy bag, with a buzzing voice and a reckless air, which was not the quality of a high-ranking official at all.
Now that the crisis is over, what are your plans?
Everyone knew it, and when Gu Zhongping arranged for people to see the gate and clean up the mess on the ground, Diping couldn't wait to ask his own question.
Xiao Di. Now the mutant dog problem has been solved, but the biggest problem at the base is still there?
At this time, Han Zhonghua took out a cigarette and handed it to Diping, and said in a heavy voice.
What is the problem?
Diping took Han Zhonghua's cigarette but didn't light it, and looked solemnly at Han Zhonghua who was smoking on the cigarette case.
Food.
Han Zhonghua paused and spat out two words from his mouth.
Yes. Xiao Di.
Our base has long run out of food, and now there is no food, and many people are still hungry. At this time, Go Zhongping spoke from the side, and he also followed Han Zhonghua and called Diping Xiao Di, but Diping did not respond and lowered his head in thought. Hearing what they said, he also remembered that Yulai and Lu Han had told him before that there was not much food at the base, and he had been trapped for many days.
It's late now. I'm afraid it's too late to go out to find food?
The nearby food may have been scraped clean, so if you want to find it, you have to go farther. Secretary General Lu Guoliang also sighed and said, stretched out his hand to hold his glasses, and looked at Diping through the lens, his eyes flashing with helplessness.
Diping didn't say anything. He also knew the problem.
If the base people are now allowed to go out to find food but go far, then the safety cannot be guaranteed.
Doing so is equivalent to sending these people to death. How much food can one person collect if he goes out?
And it's already afternoon, he doesn't dare to stay out too much. If it gets dark when he comes back late, the city at night is too scary. He really doesn't know what crisis he will face. Everyone fell silent, and only heard the sound of people picking up the sundries. Diping was twisting his cigarette in his hand, the cigarette paper was twisted by himself, and the tobacco shreds fell.
Food, food. Diping kept chanting these two words, his eyes erratic.
Suddenly his eyes lit up, and his eyes fell on the blackened corpses of the mutant dogs on the ground. He suddenly felt joy in his heart. Didn't everyone eat dog meat before the end of the world?
Is dog meat okay to eat now?
Some people say that dogs have eaten people and can't eat them, so before the end of the world, dogs have eaten poop. Not many people eat it, who's starving now regardless of that. What Diping wanted to know at this time was whether these mutant dog meats could be eaten and whether they were poisonous.
Are you looking for someone to try the meat?
Diping stared at the mutant dog on the ground and his mind changed sharply.
Correct? His eyes suddenly lit up again, and he thought that he didn't have exploration skills? Don't you know if you use this skill to explore?
I secretly scolded myself for being stupid.
I don't know how to use such a skill every day. It's a waste. Thinking of this, he didn't delay.
With a thought, he used the exploration technique on a mutant dog. Mutant dog, status, dead, edible meat, weak energy, long-term consumption can improve physical fitness. A message appeared in front of Diping's eyes, and the mutated corpse, which turned into a carbon block, has been recognized by the system as edible.
It is indeed edible. And it's not toxic.
This made Di Ping suddenly overjoyed, his face showing joy, and then he turned his eyes to the huge mutant Tibetan Mastiff corpse, and launched the exploration technique again. Mutant Tibetan Mastiff, dead bloodline level, D, talent skill, berserk, enhancement level, first order and second order, skill, bite, the meat is edible, and the meat contains more energy.
Long-term consumption can improve physical fitness.
Di Ping was ecstatic when he saw this, but also a little annoyed. The mutant animals he killed before did not save the meat to eat.
It was too wasteful. Why don't you know how to use exploration?
But thinking about not eating these mutant animals before, one is that the food is enough, and the other is that I still feel a little nervous. After all, these mutant animals are cannibals, and I still feel uncomfortable thinking about eating these mutant animals.
But it's different now.
It's better to starve to death, and what can't be eaten is better than starvation, and it's not directly eating human flesh. For example, if someone falls into a river and is eaten by fish, it makes no difference if a person eats fish again.
Do you still think about this when your life is gone? Did Xiao Di have any ideas?
Seeing the happy look on Di Ping's face, Han Zhonghua was overjoyed and thought he had an idea, so he hurriedly asked with anticipation on his face. I think the question is going to fall on this. Di Ping raised his head to see that everyone looked at him with hope, smiled slightly, raised his head and pointed his chin to the mutated dog corpse not far away.
Ah! Is this edible? Lu Hai asked in surprise. Han Zhonghua, Ge Zhongping, and Lu Guoliang also looked at Di Ping with disbelief on their faces.
They had been chased by these mutant dogs and never dared to think about eating these mutant monsters.
One is fear, and the other is not knowing whether this thing can be eaten or not. After all, they were killed by these mutant animals.
Yes, I have checked that this meat can not only be eaten, but it can also enhance physical fitness after eating it for a long time, and the strength response will increase. Di Ping saw everyone's astonished expressions, and knew that these people would never dare to eat unadded ingredients, so he explained the function of this kind of meat.
Is it true that it can enhance your physique?
Xiao Di, are you sure?
Ge Zhongping's eyes flashed with joy, and his face showed joy. If this is true, does it mean that eating a lot of body can also become strong and powerful, like Di Ping?
So he asked anxiously.
I'm sure, you will feel it as soon as you eat it.
Di Ping looked at more than a dozen hopeful eyes and seemed to be waiting for his affirmative answer, so he said with a firm expression on his face. Everyone was overjoyed when they got Di Ping's affirmative answer, and some people were already hurriedly standing up and preparing to get meat. You must know that of the 30 or so mutant dogs, that one also weighs 100 or 200 catties, and there is a huge mutant Tibetan Mastiff that is definitely no less than 1,000 catties. These meats are as much as 10,000 catties. Thousands of people in the base can eat enough to fill up, and the most important thing is that these meats can also enhance their physique. Who doesn't want them? They have all experienced many dangers in the last days, and they have been struggling a few times on the edge of life and death. Seeing Di Ping's great strength again, knowing the direction, and understanding that a strong body can live well in this apocalypse, then their desire for strength is extremely strong.
Hurry up!
Lu Hai, organize people to collect all these dog meats so that they can be distributed uniformly. At this time, Ge Zhongping couldn't sit still, stood up and looked anxiously at Lu Hai's orders. He wanted to put away the meat as quickly as possible so that he could get more. It would be difficult if Han Zhonghua preempted him and then tried to grab it out of his mouth.
Good. Good. I'll go right now.
Although Lu Hai said that he was a bit sloppy, his mind was not a lump, and his eyesight must have been there. When he heard Ge Zhongping's words, he immediately understood and hurriedly stood up to answer. Then he turned around and was about to leave.
Didn't they see that the top executives of the multiple bases were waiting? Nor was there any delay in saying goodbye to Di Ping.
After the three of them left, Ge Zhongping, Han Zhonghua, and Lu Guoliang came over and asked Di Ping to rest. In fact, everyone was very tired all day.
Everyone felt exhausted from setting up a frame in the morning and fighting at noon. After eating, I felt my eyelids start to get hard. Di Ping didn't give in.
He was also tired. At this time, he was really sleepy after he was full. After a few people led him to a relatively clean storefront, it was already like that. There is a bed and a table, and tea has been brewed on the tea table. 2 small battery LED lights illuminate the space. Everyone entered the room and briefly chatted a few words before leaving only Di in the room.
Peace and Gina.
There was a pot of water on a chair in the corner. Di Ping took off his shirt. The clothes were covered with blood and became a little stiff. He simply cleaned up the blood on the upper and lower body, and found that there was a set of men's clothes on the bed. At the same time, I thought that I didn't know who arranged it.
The preparation was very thorough and meticulous. Taking into account every need of my own, it made people very comfortable. Is this a person's talent? After wiping the whole person, Di Ping sat down on the sofa and took a sip of tea. Gina, I'll do it myself. At this time, Gina had walked over and emptied the dirty water that Di Ping had washed. She took some water from the bucket on the side, put it into the basin, and brought it to Di Ping's feet. She bent down to take off Di Ping's shoes. Di Ping hurriedly stopped it, but Gina didn't answer and took off Di Ping's shoes resolutely and put them into the water. An icy cold rose from the ground, which made Di Ping very comfortable. Gina, who looked down and washed her feet, suddenly felt very warm. Now Digina has taken off the black robe of the mage outside, revealing a blue linen blouse with a low cut and off-shoulders upper body. Now she is squatting in front of Di Ping, and the perfect curve of her body is displayed in front of him, especially the towering figure on her chest. The mountain peaks are completely clear. Di Ping felt a burst of heat in his heart at this sight. Di Ping watched the beauty in front of him breathe heavily, the raging fire burned in his eyes, and a frenzy in his heart was like a rushing horse. At this time, Gina's hands when washing Di Ping's feet trembled a little. She heard Di Ping's heavy breathing and felt the strong desire emanating from Di Ping's body. From the bottom of my heart, I like this master a little bit. I really can't refuse what I want from myself. From the bottom of my heart, she doesn't want to refuse. She felt Di Ping's increasingly heavy breathing, waiting for her fate to come. A strange feeling climbed into her heart, and her body was slightly warm. There was a little hope in my heart, and a little fear at the same time. At this time, she lowered her head, otherwise a blushing face as red as azalea would definitely reveal her true thoughts at this time. For a while, the pair of jade hands didn't know what they were doing, they just rubbed unconsciously, waiting for that scene to come. But suddenly, she heard the heavy breathing slowed down. She looked up in confusion, and found that although the master was not looking at her, the thing in her eyes that made her afraid and shy disappeared, and she became clear again. This made her very confused about what happened to the master. Did you make the master angry again this time? Thinking of the mist in the beautiful eyes here, I feel aggrieved. Didn't I move just now? In fact, it wasn't that Di Ping didn't want to. The glance just now made him almost lose his head, but at the last moment he held it back. This abnormal state had already caused him to be wary, and the impulsive state reappeared. He immediately woke up and was desperately suppressed. He didn't expect to suppress his own desires very easily this time, regain his clarity, exhaled a long breath in his heart, and dared not look at Gina. Gina seems to have a kind of magic power, which is extremely seductive, and also has a kind of purity. These two contradictory temperaments appear in one person, not only does not show conflict, but it is more likely to cause the fire of desire. Fortunately, he had the best time to rein in his horse at the precipice, and he did not make any mistakes in suppressing his restless desire, which gave him a faint sense of accomplishment. Gina gently washed Di Ping's feet, then poured out the water. After dawdling for a long time, he didn't wait for Di Ping to rush towards him like a beast. Di Ping didn't care about this. He was really tired today. After washing up, he leaned on the sofa to rest, and turned on the system at the same time. He wanted to see what he got today. With a thought, a virtual interface appeared in front of Di Ping. Now Di Ping has built a castle, a manor, and a tavern. These three buildings have turned into colored lights. On the screen, another icon lit up. When he saw that it was a warehouse, Di Ping was a little disappointed. The markets and workshops he wanted to build most now. In the market, you can buy the things you need, things that improve your strength and weapons and equipment, and some necessary items for survival. It's just that he doesn't know if the market is the same as the game, and what the things sold include. It won't know until the market is built. He needs the workshop even more. If the tavern is the talent center of the base, the workshop is the development focus of the base. If a base wants to develop healthily, the workshop is essential. Only with him can the battle system be quickly improved. From weapons to potions to runes, a workshop can only be made. This is what he lacks the most at present, and it is also the key to the development of the base. So the warehouse is not what he needs the most at this time, but he still doesn't understand the order of the system construction, so he can only build what he wants to build. Click on the warehouse icon to display the building price option, 20 crystal coins. Di Ping felt unhappy when he saw it. He didn't expect this warehouse to be so expensive. It actually cost 20 crystal coins, and he had to use only a few crystal coins to recruit heroes. However, there is no way to not build a warehouse, nothing else can be built, but the warehouse has to go back to the selected land for construction, and now don't care about it, just close the option and click on the tavern.
There are still 2 heroes in the tavern box, the interface has not changed, but the soul energy displayed on the tavern is changed, and the soul energy has become 194 points. Although looking at so much energy is a bit greedy, just looking at it is in vain. Will fight with mutant Tibetan Mastiff so torment. Finally grit your teeth. He clicked on his avatar and chose to upgrade, but when he clicked on the upgrade option, he was stunned for a moment, because this upgrade actually requires 30 soul energy points. Before, it only required 20 points, but now it has risen. What's going on? Could it be that the actual upgrade is different from the game? The game is upgraded to the 3rd level, and each level of energy points will increase, but now it has only changed at the 1st level and the 4th level. Is it different from the game, but D-Ping is also at this time? I don't understand. I pressed my doubts or clicked to confirm the upgrade. Another burst of energy seemed to come from the void, detonated deep in the body, and rushed towards his whole body like a torrent. Every time the energy passes, the muscles and bones in this place seem to be warmed and strengthened by the energy. It feels warm and numb. Every cell is cheering and jumping. As if the waters of the Taodao River were rushing, it seemed that the rolling sound could be heard. After more than 10 seconds, the energy flowed all over the body and then from all parts of the body to the lower abdomen. Dantian, Diping felt that the Dan was like a warm water flow injected into it and became warm, and then it became a little bit irritated. The hair was stretched, and it was accompanied by a slight tingling. After a few seconds, the energy seemed to be advancing into the void, slowly dissipating and no trace could be found, and the boiling blood slowly smoothed out. This upgrade also doesn't have the previous pain, but it is very comfortable, the whole person is warm, and the fatigue is completely eliminated. Diping closed his eyes and felt it for a while.